I remember the old man's warning our safety hinges on strength, on becoming warriors. But I had no talent. 3 days until the assessment, and I'd failed to feel the aura. I give up, I muttered, staring at the window. Then, the strongest training system appeared. Points for training, for killing monsters. I poured points into spirit induction. Suddenly, I could feel the aura. Those who scoffed, those who sneered at my lack of talent, they watched, mouths agape, as I, the supposed nobody, became a 1-star warrior in hours. Then a 2-star, then a 3-star. My aura flooded the assessment machine, blinding everyone. They couldn't believe it. 3 months? 3-star warrior? Impossible. But it happened. My system, it's my secret weapon. And their shock? That's just the beginning. 500 years ago, everything changed. No one knew why, but monsters wielding swords and guns swarmed from the great desolation, slaughtering us mercilessly. They poured from a cave that appeared out of nowhere, and there seemed to be no way to stop them. Despite our advanced technology, our thermal weapons barely scratched them. We suffered catastrophic losses, our once thriving civilization crumbled, leaving behind countless empty, lifeless places. Then, a few decades later, things began to shift. Fueled by aura, warriors rose among us, offering a desperate resistance. 300 years ago, Ji Kan, a martial saint, appeared. He single-handedly sealed the crypt, finally turning the tide and allowing us to launch a full-scale war. He died in the process, exhausted from the effort. Over the next 2 centuries, our people produced many powerful warriors, culminating in the 12 martial saints we have today. Our current stability is entirely thanks to them, each guarding a separate crypt. Life is relatively peaceful now, but the danger remains. I remember the old man in brocade, his eyes piercing the crowd. You know this history, he droned, but why do we keep revisiting it? He wanted us to understand that our safety depends entirely on strength. He warned us not to grow complacent, to remain vigilant, because the crypts could reappear at any moment, and if we weren't strong, if we couldn't become warriors, we would be helpless lambs. The fear hung in the air, a palpable silence. But I was different. A few days ago, an accident, time travel. I'm now at the Fingwu Martial Arts Hall in Qingfeng City, a small city in the vast Great Desolation. Since the crypts appeared, martial arts halls have sprung up everywhere, teaching people to become warriors. It's the only way to survive. The body I inhabit died at the hands of those monsters. He'd dreamed of becoming a warrior, of avenging us. But it's not easy. It takes talent. 9 out of 10 people fail. And he had none. He trained relentlessly, pushing himself beyond his limits, until he simply died. The old man noticed my hopeful gaze. He had a good sense of me, he said, but my lack of talent, it saddened him. Good news or bad news first, he asked, his stern face softening. Good news, I blurted. Some of you will soon become warriors, he announced, then, before anyone could react, he added, the bad news, you have 3 days until your assessment. Panic rippled through the hall. Why? I haven't felt the aura, cried one. 3 days? Most were distraught, but a few remained calm. Their lack of concern struck me as almost comical. The room erupted. 3 months of training and no aura? If you can't feel it, you can't be a warrior. Is that really so hard to grasp? Only those who passed would remain. The old man glanced at me with pity, then left. The complaints started immediately. We paid good money. We were promised we'd become warriors. Same here. Only talented people become warriors. Sneered a young man. We started together, yet I feel aura. If you feel cheated, go ask the hall master for a refund. The loudest complainers fell silent. He was a serious martial artist, an 8-star. Martial arts are ranked 1 through 9, subdivided into 9 stars each. First rank is a martial artist, second rank, 2. A 1-star first rank feels aura, he's an 8-star second rank. They knew they'd been foolish. I scoffed at their display. Who are you looking down on? Lu Long's voice, my supposed best friend, cut through the air. He knew my situation. But talent, he knew, can't be forced. Alone in my room, I stared out the window, doubt gnawing at me. I tried to feel the aura, failed. Was I truly useless? The assessment loomed. I rubbed my forehead. Finally, I sighed and said it out loud, I give up. Let's end this. Then, it appeared, as suddenly as my arrival here. The strongest training system. A system that, true to its name, generates training points based on my realm. The higher my realm, the faster the points accumulate. I can also earn them by killing monsters. Points unlock skills and improve proficiency. Right now, I'm an ordinary person, but I generate a point per hour. At first, I tried the natural phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals rut/phoneme, believing I was destined for greatness, that I'd naturally feel the aura. The reality was brutal. But then I thought differently. The system is my strength. Like those born into wealth, they leverage family connections. My system is my family fortune. I decided to use it. I poured my points into the spirit induction technique. 10 points vanished. Congratulations to the host for raising the spirit induction to the entry level. A change, subtle but significant, washed over me. I check my system panel, the strongest training system character, and Hang Realm, none, 1 point H, training points, 115 skills, none spiritualism, a primer, 020, my realm hadn't changed, but my proficiency had. From 0 to beginner. I understood the progression: beginner, small accomplishment, great accomplishment, small perfection, great perfection. Small accomplishment requires circulating aura once around my body. Great accomplishment, 9 times. Beyond that, 36 and 81 times, respectively. It's not about time, but proficiency. Now, I could feel the aura. Lately, I've been chatting with the Fengwu Martial Arts Hall curator. I learned something interesting: his spirit induction technique is only at the small perfection level. Boosting my spirit induction proficiency cost me 10 training points. A small amount buys only a small improvement. I sat down, closed my eyes, and focused. I was going to try capturing aura myself. The moment I closed my eyes, I sensed it: tiny, clustered strands of aura swirling in the air. A surge of happiness washed over me. These were the things Lu Long had described. But that was only the first step. To become a warrior, I needed to use this captured aura, to draw it into my body and circulate it. I understood the concept, but not the execution. I felt a touch of paralysis. Suddenly, the aura clusters began drifting towards me. Overjoyed, I used my will to draw them into my body, then focused on refining them, strengthening my blood and body. The moment I tried, the absorbed aura vanished. What's happening? I wondered, my face paling. I repeated the process, carefully controlling a wisp of aura, only to have it disappear again. I was breathless, frustrated. Why? Why? Becoming a warrior was so much harder than I imagined. I tried again and again, sweating profusely. I realized that mental focus, our spiritual power, was exhausting. I was drained. Fine, I muttered, I'll just use the system. I added points to my spirit induction, the strongest training system character, and Hung Realm, none, 1 point H, training points, 95 skills, none spiritualization, Xiaocheng, 050. I closed my eyes, focused, and tried again. With the improved technique, I could feel more aura, larger, more numerous clusters. I quickly captured a dozen. Many dissipated as I absorbed them, but I managed to hold on to 2 or 3. I started the circulation process, tempering my body with the aura. My fellow students had said this process would strengthen me, but many areas remained blocked, at least until I leveled up. A warrior's aura should ideally circulate with their blood energy. After 10 minutes, the aura dissipated. I opened my eyes, feeling a significant increase in my energy. Not enough, I thought. I hadn't absorbed everything. I decided to add more points. After a few hours, I'd reached great accomplishment in spirit induction. Small perfection would require another 100 points. I chuckled, the Feng Wu Hall master was only at small perfection. I focused, holding my breath, 1 cycle, 3 cycles, 9 cycles. After 9 cycles, my body felt clearer, stronger, like I'd broken through some invisible barrier. I clenched my fist, feeling 2 or 3 times more strength. Then it happened. Congratulations to the host for being promoted to a 1-star warrior. I was ecstatic. I had become a warrior. It was simpler than I could have ever imagined. I knew there were others, naturally talented or from wealthy families. Wu Tian, for example, his family bought him expensive blood qi pills to boost his progress. He'd only reached small accomplishment in spirit induction, yet those pills, worth a fortune, couldn't make him a 1-star warrior. The more cycles you can run, the faster your progress. I'd run 9 cycles of aura and leveled up in a few hours. I checked my system, the strongest training system character in Hung Realm, 1-star warrior, 2 points H, training points, 45 skills, none spiritualization, Deshang, 0-100, I'd become a 1-star warrior. My hourly training points doubled. Small perfection in spirit induction would take 5 days now. I only needed to wait 2 more days to reach it. Small perfection is extraordinary, it allows for 36 cycles. The improvement would be phenomenal. Great perfection is even more insane. I decided to stop dreaming about that, the training point cost would be astronomical. Instead, I continued my cultivation, focusing on refining my qi and blood to adapt to my newfound strength. By 10 p.m., my stomach growled. I, a poor orphan, had already spent most of my money on the martial arts hall. Food was a luxury. But then I remembered, I was a warrior now. Maybe this hunger was because of that. After eating, and my stomach still grumbled, I continued my training. The next morning, the hall was bustling. Everyone was gathered around Wu Tian. Angkor, teach us how to become 1-star warriors. You'll definitely pass the assessment, Angkor. Unlike us. They were all fawning over him. If I were there, I'd call them pathetic. Wu Tian, soaking it all up, bragged, becoming a warrior isn't just about brute force. I'm working towards great mastery in spirit induction. Silence. Shock. No way. He's already mastered spirit induction? Then a booming voice cut through the air, stop wasting your time. What good does fawning over Wu Tian do? A hint of authority filled the voice. Everyone fell silent, fearfully looking toward the source. It was Chang Lo, a Feng Wu Hall's closed-door disciple, only a step away from becoming a martial artist himself. He addressed Wu Tian, pride isn't confidence, it's arrogance. Remember that. Wu Tian nodded quickly. Chang Lo then looked for someone, scanning the crowd. He didn't find me. Good for him, I guess. Sometimes giving up is the right choice. Lu Long also noticed my absence. He wanted to call me but hesitated, afraid of upsetting me. Meanwhile, I was at home, relentlessly training. Congratulations to the host for being promoted to a 2-star warrior. I opened my eyes. For days, I'd been training intensely, skipping the martial arts hall entirely. They'd stopped teaching, and these few days wouldn't help me anyway, not with my system. My progress was terrifying, accelerating steadily. I only ate and slept. The rest was training. The results were well worth it. Joy filled me as I checked my system panel, the strongest training system character in Hung Realm, 2-star warrior, 3 points H, training points, 100 skills, none spiritualization, Deshang, 0-100. After hitting 2-star warrior, my system's training point generation increased by 50%. Over a day, I racked up a full 100 points. Without hesitation, I poured them all into spirit induction. The strongest training system character in Hung Realm, 2-star warrior, 3 points H, training points, 0 skills, none spirit induction, small perfection, 0-200, boom. Small perfection. Now I can circulate aura for 36 weeks. But that's not all. My training efficiency skyrocketed 15 times faster. My point generation rate also improved significantly, I get 3 points every hour. In 2 days, I'll have a massive 200 points. If I reach 3-star or even 4-star within those 2 days, I can boost my spirit induction again. A wave of excitement washed over me. Just days ago, I was an ordinary person. Now, thanks to this system, my cultivation is like a rocket launch. But this didn't make me arrogant. After my initial joy, I pushed aside all distractions and focused on the single most important thing: training. I absorbed 20, 30, then 50 or 60 strands of aura at once. Thanks to my small perfection proficiency, I only missed a few. For 2 days, I immersed myself in training. Sunrise found me still awake. 200 training points. I breathed, a little winded. It wasn't easy. I thought my breakthrough speed would accelerate once I hit small perfection, but the jump from 2 stars to 3 was significantly harder than 1 star to 2. I'd only broken through to 3-star last night. The strongest training system character, and Hang Realm, 3-star warrior, 4 points H, training points, 210 skills, none spirit induction, small perfection, 0-200. My eagerness to hit 3-star was driven by my desire to reach great perfection in spirit induction. Without a second thought, I dumped my saved points into it. The strongest training system character, and Hong Realm, 3-star warrior, 4 points H, training points, 0 skills, none spiritualization, Dzogchen great perfection. I'm stunned. Now I can run aura for 81 weeks. Doubled from before. It'll take over half a day to complete, but the benefits are immense. I put away the panel, eager to begin, when I remembered something crucial: today's the assessment. I shot up. At the Fingwu Hall, my fellow students stood in the training grounds, a mix of anxiety on their faces. Passing meant becoming a martial artist, failure meant dismissal. Lu Long searched for me, worried. He hadn't heard from me. Ugh, he sighed internally, guessing I'd given up. He debated calling me, dragging me here. Chang Lu addressed the group. Everyone here? Beside him stood another man and a pillar-like device. Long Di's unwell, someone explained. Chang Lu didn't comment, but said, anyone want to withdraw? Don't waste our time. This machine tests your spiritual power. Use your spirit induction, and it'll measure the number and duration of your cycles. Don't cheat, the machine can't be fooled. He gestured to his companion, Brother Lin, go first. Brother Lin placed his hand on the machine, it activated, counting cycles and time. The light means aura detection. Brother Lin can do 9 cycles, each taking half an hour. Doubt arose from some students, but Chang Lu patiently answered. Who's next? Suddenly, hurried footsteps approached. It was me, breathless. Sorry, I said to Chang Lu, I've been training and lost track of time. Chang Lu, surprised I hadn't given up, looked at me in a daze. The other disciples whispered their opinions on my training methods. Even Wu Tian looked at me curiously. Chang Lu didn't explain further. Do what the others did. Relief flooded me. I went to Lu Long. Where have you been? No contact. I thought you'd given up, he said. I quickly explained. We watched the assessments. Chang Lu remained impassive as the first student, number 1, put his hand on the machine. Minutes passed without a response. You can leave, Chang Lu said coldly, and number 2 attempted to cheat. Chang Lu ejected him. Number 3, a woman, was swiftly dismissed. Within 10 minutes, only the 7th student passed. Then came number 8, and a murmur rippled through the crowd. It's Wu Tian. He'll pass, it's obvious. If I had his talent. The most talented among us, you said, asked Brother Lin, intrigued by Wu Tian's prominent aura. Chang Lu nodded approvingly. Go ahead, he said, adding, Junior brother. The assessment was clearly a formality. Brother Lin also welcomed him kindly. Wu Tian replied respectfully. The onlookers, especially Lu Long, weren't impressed. Just a privileged kid, he muttered. I remained calm, which surprised Lu Long. He's a 1-star warrior, right? He asked. I simply nodded. 1 star? Not impressive. Lu Long stared, incredulous. Are you crazy? What are you saying? He suspected I'd been recovering at home. I've got a secret for you, I whispered to Lu Long, leaning in phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals clause close slash phoneme. Don't laugh, but I'm a 3-star warrior now. He scoffed, his expression shifting. I didn't bother explaining. Everyone was watching Wu Tian on stage. He placed his hand on the machine, it glowed. Brother Lin looked surprised. Wu Tian was clearly in great shape. He'd entered the state instantly. Wu Tian has a strong background, Chang Lu explained. The master favors him. He's already a martial artist after this first assessment. Impressive talent. Even with the blood chi pill, his strength and family connections are undeniable. Murmurs rippled through the crowd. Wow, jealous, he's doing his first cycle already. I wish I had rich parents like him. 10 minutes passed, and the machine remained silent. I found that odd. The lack of any indication of cycles meant it was still at 0. I would have completed several already. A cycle takes 10 minutes, someone said. You wouldn't understand if you haven't become a warrior. A few people wanted to object but hesitated. Chang Lu glanced at them, his gaze sharp, silencing them instantly. He saw me, heard my earlier claim. His expression shifted, he seemed displeased, even disgusted. He'd always seen me as hardworking and diligent. I felt a twinge of confusion, but held my tongue. Finally, the machine registered 1 cycle Wu Tian's limit. He removed his hand. Chang Lu and Brother Lin looked impressed. Wu Tian would be their junior. They exchanged pleasantries. The others, especially the first to pass, looked dissatisfied. Next. 30 assessments followed, with only 5 passing. Those who hadn't even attempted felt a pang of regret. The machine wasn't easily fooled. Chang Lu was losing patience. Next, he snapped. Too many were trying to cut corners. I looked at Lu Long, who gave me an encouraging nod. He went to the machine. Chang Lu actually had high hopes for Lu Long. He knew which students could pass. Brother Lin's expression mirrored Chang Li's anticipation. Lu Long didn't disappoint, passing smoothly. He didn't complete a full cycle, but it was still impressive, considering nearly 90% had failed. Next. Chang Lu announced. All eyes turned to me. I walked up, smiling. Awesome, right? I might cry later. I thought he couldn't capture aura. His skills may be lacking, but his attitude is impressive. A few commented calmly, even Wu Tian seemed amused. I stood before the machine, placing my hands on it, holding my breath and concentrating. Instantly, everyone's eyes snapped shut. The light was blinding. When we recovered, silence filled the room. Astonishment etched everyone's faces. Even Chang Lu and Brother Lin were speechless, mouths agape. Wu Tian felt a chill of unease. Brother Lin gasped. This, a master. After a moment, Chang Lu caught his breath. That amount of aura injection. We all stared, bewildered. What if their asterisk was asterisk no aura? Brother Lin nodded understandingly. But our jaws dropped again. The machine displayed the cycle count and time. 3 minutes had passed, and it showed 1 cycle. There's something fishy here. It's impossible. 3 months of training? It's unheard of. One exclaimed, his voice strained. Another grimly added, Brother Lin said a cycle takes 3 to 10 minutes. Something's rigged. Chang Lu was stunned. It's 2 cycles now. Brother Lin said, his voice serious. Is the machine malfunctioning? Silence fell. This was the only way to explain this. A cycle in 3 minutes was unprecedented. I remained focused on the assessment, oblivious to the chaos. Chang Lu, unable to contain himself, asked Brother Lin to take over, then rushed off to find his superior. He needed help. Watching the machine, Lu Long muttered, and Hong was telling the truth. But he still couldn't believe I was a 3-star warrior. Becoming a warrior was enough to shock him. Wu Tian felt a surge of unease. My presence radiated danger. Chang Li's hurried steps caught the attention of his superior, who was teaching in the courtyard. Something's wrong. Chang Lu gasped, sweat dripping. His superior looked concerned. Is this true? He asked. Chang Lu nodded, and the superior, Wang Ping, rushed to the training grounds. I'll be back in a bit. Wang Ping, second only to the curator, was a 5-star warrior in his 20s, he could open his own hall. The curator favored him. The hall exploded. A martial artist was a powerful figure. Brother Lin greeted Wang Ping respectfully, exchanging pleasantries. Wang Ping went directly to the machine. It now showed 4 cycles, only 10 minutes having passed. Is the machine broken? Chang Lu asked. Silence fell upon the hall. Wang Ping shook his head. The machine's fine. It's the person who's extraordinary. Gasps echoed. No way. Only 3 months of training. 3 minutes per cycle, it's impossible. Wang Ping smiled. I've only seen this once before when the master was still a martial artist. He did a cycle in 10 minutes. He said great talent means faster cycle times. Wang Ping looked at me, no one doubted him. The reality of my extraordinary ability sank in. A legendary genius, 3 months in. This kid's a monster. Envy filled the room, Wu Tian most of all. His moment of glory stolen by me. It would never be forgotten. I was considered a genius by everyone, but compared to me now, those other geniuses were nothing. Everyone gasped again as the machine displayed 9 cycles completed in under half an hour. No one expected my spirit induction to be at great accomplishment. The machine gave no indication I'd reached my limit, meaning I still had more to show. Chang Lu looked stunned, staring at Wang Ping and Brother Lin. He must have felt a lot of emotions. He'd spent years reaching where I was now. Wang Ping, ever composed, looked at me with keen interest. He can keep going, he said. Wu Tian seethed, but the machine kept climbing. We all watched, breathless. When it hit 36 cycles, a wave of bitterness washed over us. Even the Fengwu Hall master had never shown such raw talent at this stage. The number kept rising. Everyone suspected I'd hit 81 cycles great perfection. Their expressions changed dramatically, especially Wang Ping's. He couldn't mask his surprise. The direction he was looking was the master's chambers. It was only then that Chang Lu and Brother Lin realized things were escalating rapidly. Geniuses weren't uncommon, but one like me was exceedingly rare. In the space of a few breaths, I felt a familiar energy. Chang Lu and I saw him, Wang Ping, calmly walking toward us. He was flanked by more than a dozen highly skilled individuals. It's the hall master. Someone yelled. He's here. It's not just the master, it's everyone. A woman shouted from afar. They're all here. How could someone reach great perfection in spirit induction after just 3 months of training? Are you lying? The Fengwu Hall master, Gao Qingyi, stared at the machine, disbelief on his face. 72, he breathed. His fellow masters shared his shock. A cycle in 3 minutes? It had been nearly 3 hours since I started. Is the machine broken? Someone wondered. I've never seen such overwhelming talent. My fellow students felt it was impossible, but their eyes didn't lie. Wang Ping, usually calm, spoke. The machine's fine. The person is the anomaly. Gao Chengyi looked at me, his eyes glinting. I was lost in my training, oblivious to the growing commotion, steadily pushing the numbers higher, 73, 76, 79. Finally, I reached 81 cycles. Silence descended. Time seemed to freeze. Then, after completing the 81 cycles, I came back to myself, bathed in an overwhelming sense of comfort. Congratulations to the host for being promoted to a 4-star warrior. A wave of joy washed over me. Great perfection in spirit induction was truly incredible. It took only one try, 81 cycles, to break through to 4-star warrior. The strongest training system character, and Hong Realm, 4-star warrior, 5 points H, training points, 22 skills, none spiritualization. Zogchen. I looked at my stats, a smile playing on my lips. Everyone stared at me, the masters especially. It took a moment for me to react. Well done, junior brother. Chang Lu exclaimed, his attitude a complete turnaround. He fawned over me, introducing me to the masters and the hall master. Brother Lin quickly added his congratulations. I nodded politely to the hall master. Then, Gao Chengyi's words dropped like a bomb. Impressive, so young. Great perfection in spirit induction and a 4-star warrior. My fellow students were flabbergasted. A 4-star warrior? I thought 1-star was good, but 4-star and we're not even warriors. Wu Tian's face fell. I was a 4-star warrior, and he felt the crushing weight of defeat. Lu Long, finally understanding, nodded. And Han was telling the truth, he really is a 4-star. The masters couldn't hide their amazement, my talent was far too advanced. Feeling a bit awkward under their intense gaze, I downplayed my success. It's just luck. I was only 3-star before the assessment. Gao Chengyi looked at me, seeing my vast potential. I need a few more disciples. I understood immediately, promptly kneeling. I accept your offer, master. Everyone was envious. They could only become outer court disciples, a vastly different status. Gao Chengyi laughed, helped me up, and left. Chang Le finally spoke, let's continue the assessments, but everyone was still reeling from the events. They didn't respond. Lu Long felt a mix of indignation. I hadn't told him about my strength and happiness for me. I followed Gao Chengyi to his chambers, where Wang Ping and the other masters were waiting. The third senior sister exclaimed, incredible. My father only reached small perfection in spirit induction. The second senior brother corrected her, can't compare. Master uses a top-tier second-rank technique. Spirit induction is basic. I learned more about techniques and realms. It was similar to warrior ranks, 1 to 9, each divided into high, middle, and low grades. The best was 9th rank. They mentioned the Burning Sun Pill technique, a top second-rank technique. Excitement surged within me. If I used higher-level techniques, would my training points increase faster? Gao Chengyi waved his hand. It's the same. You reached great perfection in spirit induction in just 3 months, even using a low-level technique. He implied that the same might apply to the Burning Sun Pill technique. I yearned to learn it. But I maintained my composure, I didn't want to disappoint the master. Gao Chengyi looked at me, increasingly pleased. Even Wang Ping nodded. I can't teach you the Burning Sun Pill technique yet, your level is too low. Once you reach Martial Master, your body will generate internal force automatically. Now, you might encounter mental blocks, or even lose your martial arts. Relief washed over me. I understand, Master. Thank you for your guidance. Gao Chengyi smiled, I was talented and humble. Though I can't teach you the Burning Sun Pill, I can teach you these, Rising Dragon Palm, Bloodthirsty Knife, and Slaying Heaven Sword, and a body technique. These 3 are top-tier first-rank techniques. Master anyone to great perfection, and you'll be invincible at your level, the master explained. I stared at the 3 scrolls on the table, momentarily stunned. It took a moment to realize there was a 4th scroll. This one was even more impressive. Phoenix Dance 9 Heavens, a high-level second-rank technique. Ghostly quiet, swift as the phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals wind wine/phoneme. Master it, and no one can keep pace. The name echoed Fengwu martial arts. Wang Ping nodded. Junior brethren, choose one. I hesitated. I wanted them all. Seeing my indecision, the senior disciples offered advice. Mastering one technique to great perfection takes years. 3 at once is impossible. They each had mastered one, the elder brother, Rising Dragon Palm, the second and fourth senior brothers, Bloodthirsty Knife, and the third senior sister, Slaying Heaven Sword. It was tough, all 3 were incredibly appealing. But with the system, my progress would be rapid. After a while, Gao Qingyi spoke. Decide. Your first technique after becoming a warrior will heavily influence your future cultivation. Choose carefully, it will impact your path. I blushed, scratching my head. After a moment's hesitation, I said, I've decided. They all watched intently. I want to learn all four. Stunned silence followed. Wang Ping asked the second senior brother, Did I hear that right? No, you didn't. Mastering one technique takes years, just to reach small perfection. Great perfection is a lifetime goal. They tried to dissuade me. Wang Ping spoke, Think carefully. We're not stopping you, but learning multiple techniques will slow your progress. One great perfection technique is far more devastating in battle than four small perfection ones. Gao Qingyi added, Mastering 3 will take over a decade, and great perfection is unlikely. One technique might get you there in a year or two. I didn't care, with the system, my progress would be rapid. I stalled for time. Master, I'm having trouble choosing. Could my senior siblings demonstrate their techniques? I want to observe and then decide. Gao Qingyi's eyes lit up. He instructed his disciples to demonstrate in the courtyard. After their demonstrations, Gao Qingyi asked, Decided? I sheepishly admitted, Master, I still can't decide. I want to try them all, then decide. He sighed, All right. If you have questions, ask me or your senior siblings. Focus on your training, you have a long way to go. He genuinely liked me, my talent was extraordinary. It would only take 3 to 5 years to reach great perfection with any of the four techniques. The other disciples were far less talented. I opened my system panel, the strongest training system character, and Hung Realm, 4-star warrior, 5 points H, training points, 22 skills, non-spiritualization, Dzogchen Rising Dragon Palm, not learned, 020, Bloodthirsty Knife, unlearned, 020, Zhantian Sword, not learned, 020, 9 Heavens of Phoenix Dance, unlearned, 050, a wave of apprehension washed over me. Unlike Spirit Induction, each technique cost 20 points, except Phoenix Dance, at 50. I needed more points. Spirit Induction's initial upgrade was a 5-fold jump in point requirements. Phoenix Dance's upgrade might cost even more. As a 4-star warrior, I generate 5 points per hour. 9 Heavens would take nearly half a day. But I wanted to learn all four. The total cost would be enormous. A shiver ran down my spine. Killing monsters wasn't a viable option now. I needed to raise my warrior rank quickly. Otherwise, mastering these techniques would take too long. I left the inner courtyard. I was now the Hall Master's direct disciple, free to move about the Fengwu Hall. And Hung. I turned to see Lu Long running towards me. He was excited but not envious. I've always had a strong sense of him, he's kind, simple, and has great taste. He and the other disciples who entered with him stared at me, even Wu Tian. Lu Long. What brings you here? I asked. He slapped my shoulder, You're a bad friend. 4-star warrior, and you didn't tell me. I was worried you'd fail the assessment. I'm sorry, Lu Long. I said apologetically. These past few days were incredible, even if I told him, he wouldn't believe it. We attracted a crowd from the outer courtyard, they stared curiously. Why's he coming from the inner courtyard? Don't recognize him, someone mumbled. He's the Hall Master's new disciple. Didn't you hear? They were stunned. Fengwu Hall had a new top disciple. Jealousy immediately surfaced among the outer court disciples. Why the disparity? They were outer court disciples while I was a direct disciple. Only martial masters could get guidance from the master. Someone explained, a 3-month trainee who reached great perfection in spirit induction. Really? That's crazy. No one here could do that. 4-star warrior? You're joking. Deep down, they believed it. But many still looked down on me, 4-star wasn't that impressive. Many outer court disciples were 7 or 8-star warriors, some on the verge of martial master. They'd trained for years, had higher level techniques, and sneered at my great perfection and spirit induction. I ignored them. I was a direct disciple now. Lu Long, catching his breath, asked, "Teach me," and hung. "How did you reach great perfection in spirit induction? Did the Hall Master teach you techniques?" "Yeah, 4 of them." I agreed to help him. He was taken aback. My spirit induction was essentially useless to me now. After reaching great perfection in spirit induction, I could memorize the technique perfectly. I saw Wu Tian, trailing behind Lu Long, approach me with a fawning, "Brother." Lu Long and I were taken aback. Wu Tian had always been proud, at least before he'd shown his strength. We remained silent. Unfazed, he produced a beautiful vial. "Brother, could you guide me?" he asked. I knew what was inside: blood chi pills. And there were 3. Worth 60,000. I was surprised but had no reason to refuse. As a direct disciple, teaching juniors was my duty. "Yes, feel free to ask if you have questions during your training," I readily agreed. Wu Tian was thrilled. He wasn't phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals clause close / phoneme to me, yet I'd agreed. He wasn't concerned about the cost of the pills. Once he became stronger, many would pay handsomely for his guidance. It was a good deal. I answered all his questions openly. Wu Tian was impressed, even moved by my willingness to help. He left contentedly, and Lu Long had also benefited from observing. Holding the pills, I returned home. I needed more training points, which meant leveling up. Wu Tian's gift was a godsend. Even as a direct disciple, I was broke. Expensive elixirs like blood chi pills were beyond my reach, at least for now. I sat down eagerly, legs crossed. Opening the vial, the potent aroma filled the room. I inhaled deeply, feeling a surge of energy. The pills were a deep red, much like pills I'd seen in my past life. The energy contained within was significant, capable of rapidly increasing a warrior's level. But I'd never tried one myself, so I was unsure of the effect. After considering it, I swallowed one whole. The effect was immediate. Within seconds, intense heat spread through my body, especially around my dantian. Stunned, I started circulating my Dzogchen spirit induction technique, refining my energy. It felt strange at first, but as I cycled, my body felt swollen, full of energy. After a few hours, I completed 81 cycles. Yet, upon closer inspection, I hadn't fully absorbed the pill. Surprised, I refocused, sensing I was approaching a breakthrough. It was surprisingly smooth. By the 8th cycle, my body felt completely replenished with newly generated chi and blood. The strongest training system character, and Hung Realm, 5-star warrior, 6 points H, training points, 38 skills, none spiritualization, Dzogchen Rising Dragon Palm, not learned, 020, Bloodthirsty Knife, unlearned, 020, Zhantian Sword, not learned, 020, 9 Heavens of Phoenix Dance, unlearned, 050, not easy, I murmured, surprised at the pill's potent effect. My previous breakthroughs had taken much longer. One pill had propelled me to 5-star, and I hadn't even fully absorbed it. Wu Tian, I recalled, had taken one to become 1-star. It pained me a little, but it was his money. I couldn't fault him. Seeing I was now generating 6 training points per hour, a daring thought occurred: explore the catacombs. I could earn points by killing monsters. The catacombs, existing for centuries, had been categorized from C, easiest, to S, hardest. C level was manageable for me, B level dangerous for most warriors. Human experts, 7th rank, guarded each B level. A level crypts were guarded by named 8th rank warriors. S level crypts were the 12 most dangerous, each guarded by a 9th rank martial saint. The crypts had never disappeared and were growing in number, potentially even appearing in Qingfeng City. More warriors were needed to guard them, but the supply couldn't meet the demand. I decided to focus on body and blade techniques first, killing monsters for profit in Qingfeng City. I needed money to continue training and reach martial master level. The next day, I'd fully absorbed the 3 pills. My panel showed, the strongest training system character, and Hung Realm, 7-star warrior, 8 points H, training points, 105 skills, non-spiritualization, Dzogchen Rising Dragon Palm, not learned, 020, Bloodthirsty Knife, unlearned, 020, Zhantian Sword, not learned, 020, 9 Heavens of Phoenix Dance, unlearned, 050, I now understood the blood chi pill's power. A few more might push me to 8-star. It was almost unbelievable. The number of pills required to level up increases exponentially. I looked at my 105 points, barely enough for one technique to reach great accomplishment. At the martial arts hall, everyone knew about my accomplishment. Many disciples greeted me. Wang Ping smiled, warning, "Junior brother. Need help? Just ask." I shook my head. He looked surprised. "Your energy feels different. Did you level up?" he asked. "Yes." I explained my overnight advancements, leaving him speechless. 4 levels in a single night? A monster. Wu Tian's voice cut through the air. "Big brother. Brotherin!" he exclaimed excitedly, "Thank you for your guidance. I can now do 5 cycles." Everyone stared, shocked. Yesterday, he'd barely managed 1. And not only had he increased his cycles, he'd done it 5 times faster. I explained to the bewildered Wang Ping, leaving him speechless. He stopped talking, my talent overwhelmed him. I was about to begin training when I saw a group of unfamiliar people pointing at me. They approached slowly. "Senior Brotherin, are you busy?" the leader asked timidly. "What is it?" "We heard Wu Tian made great progress thanks to you, so we produced a vial of blood chi pills, 2 others did the same." 3 vials. I barely contained my excitement. I'd been worrying about my lack of blood chi pills, and now someone was offering them to me. But I couldn't let on. Having lived 2 lives, I knew better than to show my hand. I quickly schooled my expression, glancing at the pills. "As a direct disciple of the Hall Master, it's my duty to guide you," I said smoothly. "This is very thoughtful of you. I'll accept these blood chi pills." I took the 3 vials. "If you have any questions during your training, don't hesitate to ask." They were overjoyed, immediately launching into a detailed description of their training problems. I listened patiently, answering all their questions thoroughly. After they left, I stared at the 3 vials in my hand, lost in thought. 500 years ago, there was a change in the place where the human race lived. No one knew why. On that day, many monsters with swords and guns appeared on the shoulders of the Great Desolation, and they killed our human race inhumanely. Can be stopped. These monsters all come from the cave that suddenly appeared. Although our human race has advanced technology, thermal weapons do not do much harm to monsters. All of a sudden, the human race suffered heavy casualties. The originally thriving human race was crying everywhere, and the population decreased wildly. Some places became dead places. And not long after, about a few decades, everything came back to life, driven by aura. A large number of warriors with aura began to emerge in our human race, and then reluctantly resisted, until 300 years ago, a martial saint appeared. Ji Kan. Relying on him alone, the crypt was directly blocked, and it was at this time that the human race took the initiative to launch a large-scale war. Ji Kan himself died when he consumed too much when sealing the crypt. In the next 200 years, many top powerhouses have emerged in our human race, and the most powerful among them are the current 12 martial saints. Our current stable life is due to the existence of these 12 martial saints. Each of the 12 martial saints is in charge of a cave. Now life has gradually stabilized, but there are still many dangers in it. On the podium, an old man in brocade clothes glanced at the audience, with a look in his eyes. He said slowly, "You all must have known about these things before, but why do you keep repeating them over and over again? I just want you to understand that the current life is all based on strong strength. I just hope that you can be vigilant and don't relax just because of the existence of the martial saint. Because maybe one day, the catacombs will suddenly appear around you, but you have no way to survive. You can't become a warrior with aura, you can only become a lamb to be slaughtered." Everyone below the podium looked at each other and dared not make a sound. But among this group of people, there was one exception. And this person is named Hang. Due to an accident a few days ago, time travel came to this world. The place I am now in is the Fengwu Martial Arts Hall in Qingfeng City. Qingfeng City, with a population of hundreds of thousands, is just an unknown small city in the great wilderness. Since the catacombs appeared, many martial arts halls have sprung up in the great wilderness that specialize in teaching people to become warriors. Times have changed. Becoming a warrior means having enough strength to resist monsters. The owner of this body died at the hands of the monsters in the catacombs. The original owner originally wanted to become a warrior, and after becoming stronger, he would kill all those damned monsters. But becoming a warrior is not easy. Talent. Among the ordinary people who want to become warriors, there are only 3 out of 10, and only a very small number of talented people can become warriors. But the original owner was an ordinary person without talent. I practice very hard every day, but my body can't bear it at all. Finally died suddenly one day. The old man in brocade clothes saw Hang's slightly expectant eyes. To be frank, he has a very good sense of Hang. It's just that Hang doesn't have talent. This made him feel a little pity. I have 2 news to tell you, 1 good news and 1 bad news. Which one do you want to hear first? The old man's somewhat serious face could not help but soften at this time. Let's tell the good news first. And Hang spoke eagerly. The good news is that some of you will soon become warriors. Without giving everyone time to react, he continued. The bad news is that in 3 days, you will have an assessment. Everyone's heart skipped a beat. Why? I haven't felt the aura until now. Is it only 3 days? Under the podium. 90% of the people are very flustered, only a few people look very calm. Even seeing the panic of those people, I found it a bit ridiculous. The people in the room were a little noisy. Can't you use your brains to think about it? Why have you not felt the spirit after 3 months of learning the spirit? If you can't feel the aura, it means you can't become a warrior. Do you need me to tell you the meaning of this? Only those who pass the assessment can stay and continue to study. Done. He looked at Hang with a trace of pity, and left immediately. After Hang came to the martial arts hall, he trained hard day and night to become a martial artist. He is also a person who loves talents, and he has personally taught him when he saw something wrong. But until now, Hang has not felt any aura. The people below, after they left, couldn't hold back their emotions any longer and complained one after another. In order to become a warrior, I paid a lot of tuition fees. At that time, I kept telling me that I would definitely become a warrior. Who isn't? Humph, how can a person with stupid talent become a warrior? Among the crowd, a young man said coldly. Isn't what I just said clear enough? We are the same group of people who entered the martial arts gym, but why do I feel the aura in my body now? If you feel that you are really lying to you, you can go to the master of the martial arts hall for money? Are you afraid? The few people who called out the most fiercely just now turned red after hearing the words, and couldn't say anything. They are not stupid. The host is a serious martial artist. Still 8 stars. In this world, martial arts are divided into 9 grades, which can be subdivided into 9 stars. Yiping becomes a martial artist. The second rank becomes a martial artist. After feeling the aura, you can become a 1-star first-rank martial artist, and the owner is already a second-rank 8-star martial artist. Several people also understood the truth in their hearts, and immediately flattered them. And Hang sneered at what happened just now. Who do you look down on? The voice of the original owner's best friend at the side rang in Hang's ear. Lu Lon looked at Hang, but didn't know what to say. He also knew something about Hang. But talent is something that cannot be forced. And Hang sat in his chaotic room, looking at the scenery outside the window with some hesitation. Ever since he crossed over by himself, he also tried to practice the spirit induction technique, but he didn't feel any spiritual energy in his body. Could it be that he is also a good-for-nothing? But the assessment after a few days, Hang rubbed his forehead with some melancholy. After thinking about it, he said, I don't want to work hard anymore, let's hang up. The strongest training system character in Hang Realm, none, 1 point H, training points, 125 skills, none spiritualization, not learned, 0-10. The system called the strongest training appeared very suddenly when En Hong first traveled to this world. And the function of this system is the same as the name says. With the continuous improvement of the host's realm, it can actively generate training points for the host. The higher the realm, the higher the output of the training point. In addition to the autonomous production of the system, Onang can also rely on beheading some monsters to obtain training points. The function of training points is to be able to upgrade some skills and quickly improve the proficiency of skills and skills. Onang doesn't have any realm right now, he's still an ordinary person. But now Onang can produce a little training point every hour. When he first traveled to this world, Hang felt that he was the child of destiny, and he tried to rely on his own body to feel the aura and become a warrior. But the fact is cruel. Hang felt a little upset, but thought about it in a different way. Isn't the system I obtained also a way of expressing my own strength? Just like before crossing. There are some people whose parents are very rich, so they don't have to worry about eating and drinking, and they become the CEO of a certain company at a young age. The strength of the family and the contacts made by the parents can also be counted as their own strength. After thinking about the problem in a different way, Hong felt a little better. Now that you have decided to use the system, there is no reason why Onang is better. Immediately, the training points were added to the spirit induction technique. Consume 10 training points. Congratulations to the host for raising the spirit induction to the entry level. In an instant, Onhang's body moved indiscernibly, and he felt a lot more comfortable. He opened the system panel. The strongest training system character in Hang Realm, none, 1 point H, training points, 115 skills, none spiritualism, a primer, 0-20. After the promotion of spirit induction, the realm has not changed in any way. However, the proficiency of spirit induction has increased by 10 points. From learning to getting started. Hong has also heard a little about the level of the exercises. In this world, it is divided into beginners, small accomplishments, great accomplishments, small perfections, and great perfections. After the spirit induction technique was promoted to the basic level, Hong could clearly feel the aura around him. If you can control the aura, run the aura in your body for a week. Then you can achieve small accomplishments in the exercises. As for Deshang, it is even more demanding. 9 whole Sundays. Although it doesn't take much time to run 9 weeks. It only takes a few hours of your time. But it is really a test of proficiency. And then the little Yuanmen Dzogchen. Respectively need to run 36 weeks and 81 weeks. These days, Hong is also talking to the curator of Thingwu Martial Arts, Know Something. The curator's spirit induction technique is only worthy of a little perfection. With the increase in the proficiency of spirit induction, the training points also decreased by 10 points. A little training point can only improve a little proficiency. Hong sat down slowly, closed his eyes and concentrated. He was going to try his current self to capture aura. Just after he closed his eyes, he could clearly feel clusters of tiny auras in the surrounding air. Hong was a little happy. These lumps of things should be the aura that Lu Long told himself before. And this is only the first step. To become a martial artist, one must learn how to use the captured aura. Let the aura enter your body and run. Although Hong understands it, he doesn't know how to operate it. He is a little numb. Suddenly, the clusters of spiritual energy floated directly towards him. Hong was overjoyed. Then use your own year, absorb the spiritual energy approaching you into your body. The next step is to use the absorbed aura to refine your body. Refining your own blood and body. Hong just wanted to take this step. The spiritual energy absorbed into the body disappeared immediately. Why is this happening? Hong was a little puzzled, and his complexion turned pale. He repeated the previous steps again and controlled a cloud of aura. But in the end, it was still the same as before. Hong was out of breath. Why? It turns out that becoming a warrior is so difficult. Aning tried several times, sweating a lot. Thoughts are a very empty thing. It can be said that the mind is one's own spiritual power. Very exhausting. Now Aning is a little tired. Hey, if that's the case, then I can only hang up. And Hang added points to the spirit induction. The strongest training system character, and Hong Realm, none, 1 point H, training points, 95 skills, none spiritualization, Xiaocheng, 050, Aning immediately closed his eyes and concentrated, and tried again. If the spirit-inducing technique has been improved to a small level, it will become more proficient in capturing aura and the like. This time, and Hong could clearly feel that the aura floating in the air had become bigger and more numerous. And Hong hurriedly captured more than a dozen clusters of spiritual energy around him. Although these auras disappeared a lot when they were absorbed by themselves. But I have successfully absorbed 2 or 3 groups of spiritual energy. And Hong hurriedly started the previous steps, circulating a few balls of spiritual energy, and began to temper along his body. The brothers in the martial arts school once told me, running around the sky will temper the body. But there are still many places in the body that cannot be opened. At least before the realm is promoted. In terms of the realm of a warrior, if the aura can surround the body with the blood energy, then it is considered very good. After 10 minutes, the aura dissipated. And Hong opened his eyes sharply. After the aura circled around him, he could clearly feel that his energy had improved a lot. Not enough. Those clusters of spiritual energy were not completely absorbed by him. Aning plans to keep adding points. After a few hours, and Hong has successfully raised his spirit-inducing technique to a great success. But now, if you want to raise the spirit drawing technique to a small perfection, you need 100 training points. Seeing this, and Hong couldn't help laughing. The owner of the Fengwu Martial Art Museum is only a little consummate. Aning held his breath and concentrated. First Sunday. Third Sunday. 9th Sunday. After completing the 9 cycles, and Heng's body seemed to be much clearer. After running, it seems to have broken through the bottleneck. And Hong clenched his fist, and his strength was 2 or 3 times stronger than before. And Hong was a little confused by this. Congratulations to the host for being promoted to a 1-star warrior. And Hong was overjoyed, he had become a warrior. Aning couldn't even imagine it in his dreams. Become a warrior. It turned out to be so simple. Among the group of people who participated in the training of Fengwu martial arts, there are people with extraordinary talents and backed by their families. Only Wu Tian. In order to make Wu Tian quickly become a warrior, his family even spent huge sums of money to purchase the blood energy pill. As for Wu Tian, he only achieved a small success in inducing spirit art. The blood chi pill is to condense the chi and blood in the warrior's body. Only useful for warriors. Its value is also as high as 2 yuan. You know, some families now need only 3,000 yuan a month. Even with the use of blood chi pill, Wu Tian is just an ordinary person now. Did not become a 1-star warrior. And with the number of weekly operations gradually increasing, the speed of breaking through the realm will also become faster. He controlled the 9 groups of spiritual energy, which circulated for 9 weeks. In just a few hours, he broke through and became a warrior. Thought here. Aning opened the system panel again. The strongest training system character, and Hong Realm, 1-star warrior, 2 points H, training points, 45 skills, non-spiritualization, Deshang, 0-100, as in Hang expected, his realm has become a 1-star warrior. The training points that are automatically generated every hour have also become 2 points per hour. It's doubled. Now if An Hong wants to increase the proficiency of channeling, it will take 5 full days to reach little perfection. But now, An Hong only needs to wait quietly for 2 days, then it will be able to ascend to little perfection. Xiao Yuanyuan's spirit induction technique is the most terrifying point. That is, it can run directly for 36 weeks. The speed of realm improvement will also become very exaggerated. And if you forcibly raise the proficiency of spirit induction to Dzogchen, the picture is too beautiful. And Hong really didn't dare to continue thinking about it. At the same time, the training points needed will also be very exaggerated. And Hong no longer thinks about these things. Instead, meditate and practice. Now I need to continue to refine my qi and blood so that my body can gradually adapt. The time has quietly come to 10 o'clock in the evening. An Hong's stomach protested. Gollum. Only then did An Hang stand up helplessly and prepare his own dinner. As a poor child whose parents died. After paying the registration fee for the martial arts school, An Hong was almost on the verge of bankruptcy. But after eating, the stomach still issued its protest. An Hang suddenly thought that he had become a warrior now. Maybe, the reason why I haven't eaten enough is because of this. After continuing to eat something. Only then did he continue his cultivation. The next morning. The sky is bright. But at this time, there are already many people in the martial arts hall. And it was Wu Tian that everyone was surrounded by. Angkor, can you teach us how to break through and become a one-star warrior? Hey, there are some things that I really can't envy. Angkor can definitely pass the inspection. Just us. Among these people, most of them are pursuing Wu Tian. If An Hong saw it, he would definitely say something. Lick the dog is not good to die. Wu Tian enjoyed it very much. Said. Breakthrough fighters don't just need to have hands? I'm planning to continue to learn the art of attracting spirits now. In an instant, it became quiet. Immediately everyone was a little shocked. Holding the grass, did I hear you right? Is Wu Tian going to enter the great mastery of inducing spirit art? What? Wu Tian has already mastered the art of guiding spirits? One or two don't practice, what are they doing? Is pursuing Wu Tian useful to you? There was a hint of majesty in the loud voice. The people who heard the words immediately returned to silence. He looked at the old man who made the sound with some fear. And Wu Tian, he also lowered his head in embarrassment. This old man is the closed-door disciple who was concerned about in Feng Wu Martial Arts Hall. It's called Chang'e. Only one step away, you can become a martial artist. Chang'e looked at Wu Tian and said slowly. Sometimes you are too proud, then it's not self-confidence, but conceit. Remember. Wu Tian nodded quickly. After Chang'e finished speaking, he started his own search among the crowd, but found nothing. After finally confirming, Chang'e shook his head. He didn't find An Heng's figure. But it's good for everyone. Sometimes, giving up is also the right choice. And the other person who found out that An Hong didn't come to the martial arts gym was Lu Long. I was going to call and ask. But Lu Long was afraid of hurting An Heng. So there was no action. And An Hong at this time. I am practicing crazily at home. Congratulations to the host for being promoted to a 2-star warrior. An Hong suddenly opened his eyes. These days, in order to improve her realm, An Heng, crazy in the practice. Among these days, An Hong did not go to the martial arts hall. The current martial arts school has stopped teaching. If I pass these few days, it will not be of any help to me. Not to mention, I now have a system. The speed of my own cultivation is very scary, and it is increasing slowly. In your own home, in addition to eating and drinking Lazard, all the time is spent on training. And the result did not disappoint An Heng. He couldn't help looking at his information on the panel with some joy. The strongest training system character, An Heng Realm, 2-star warrior, 3 points H, training points, 100 skills, non-spiritualization, Deshang, 0-100. After his realm has been raised to a 2-star warrior, the speed of the system's production and training points has also increased by 50% during more than a day. Own potential. It has gradually increased to a full 100 points. Without the slightest hesitation, right now. Improving the proficiency of spirit induction as soon as possible is the most important thing. In an instant, the training points were squandered by An Heng. The strongest training system character, An Heng Realm, 2-star warrior, 3 points H, training points, 0 skills, non-spirit induction, small perfection, 0-200. the spirit-inducing technique instantly turned into a very terrifying little perfect realm. On now. Able to absorb aura and run 36 days a week. But the improvement brought about by Xiao Yuan's proficiency is not as simple as it seems on the surface. The efficiency brought to Hang's practice reached an astonishing 15 times. The current Hang is not just an increase in cultivation speed. Even the cultivation point, the production speed has increased a lot. Now there is a training point at 3 o'clock every hour. It can be said to be very fast. On more than 2 days later. The training points will reach a terrifying points. If it is within these 2 days or so. If I break through and become a 3-star warrior, or even a 4-star warrior, I must be able to improve my current proficiency in spirit induction again. Thinking of this, Hang suddenly became happy. Think about a few days ago, I was still an ordinary person. But the current self. With the blessing of the system plug-in. The speed of cultivation is like riding a rocket. But the current in Hang didn't become conceited because of the increase in his cultivation speed. After a brief moment of joy. On the contrary, Hang discarded all the distracting thoughts in his heart. Right now, Hang's mind is full of one thing. Practice. Make yourself stronger through practice. The current Hang is not satisfied, and has absorbed 20 or 30 balls of spiritual energy at once. In one go, he absorbed 50 or 60 clusters of spiritual energy from the air. The current Hang is due to the proficiency of Xiao Yuan. Only a few clusters of spiritual energy failed to absorb. For more than 2 days, Hang spent the whole time in cultivation. When the sun rises. Hangshuan even woke up. 200 training points. Hang exhaled a puff of foul air slowly. It's not easy. Originally, Hang thought that after his spirit induction technique was completed in a small way, his breakthrough speed would become even faster. But from 2 stars to 3 stars. This middle. The difficulty has increased a lot. It's not as easy and simple as it was when it was 1 star. As for Anning, it was only last night that he broke through to Samsung. The strongest training system character, Hang Realm, 2-star warrior, 3 points H, training points, 210 skills, none spirit induction, small perfection, 0-200. The reason why Hang is so eager to become a 3-star warrior. That is because he really wants to break through the channeling technique to Dzogchen. Hang looked at his panel with a normal expression. The training points saved these days were directly added to the spirit induction technique. The strongest training system character, Hang Realm, 3-star warrior, 4 points H, training points, 210 skills, none spiritualization, Dzogchen. After seeing the proficiency on the panel, Hang was a little taken aback. The current Anang is in the next training process. Reiki can run directly for 81 weeks. Compare with before. It has been doubled. Although it may take more than half a day to run 81 Sundays. But the benefits brought about are enormous. Hang put away the panel. Some can't wait to start practicing. But suddenly remembered something. Today seems to be the day for the assessment. Thinking of this, Anning immediately got up from the bed. At this time, the Phoenix Dance Martial Arts Hall. The same group of disciples as in Hang. All of them stood in the training ground. The complexion is different. Today's assessment, if passed, then you can become a martial artist and continue to practice and study in the martial arts hall. If it does not pass, it will be dismissed. Lu Lon looked around worriedly, but he still couldn't find any trace of Hang. The message I sent to Anning before has not received any reply until today. Ugh! Lu Long sighed in his heart. He already had guesses in his mind. It is estimated that Hang did not come because he knew that he could not pass the inspection. Lu Long hesitated whether to call or not, and dragged Anning over. Chang Lo looked at the people standing and said, "Is everyone here?" And beside Changle, also standing, was a man in the same clothes. There is also an instrument, shaped like a pillar. Immediately someone answered Changle. Long Di said that he is not feeling well, so he won't come. The man looked at Chang Lo cautiously. But Changle didn't say anything. Instead, he said to the disciples on the line, "Is there anyone who wants to withdraw from the inspection? You can leave now, don't waste each other's time. The machine next to me is designed to test the spiritual power in your body. Put your hands on this machine and run your spirit-inducing technique, and you can know the number and time of your cycles. Friendly reminder, don't try to cheat or use other means, machines can't lie." Changle didn't continue talking. Brother Lin, the person who was called, also stepped forward and directly put his hand on the machine. Just as Changle said, the machine started to run and started counting from 0. The number of days in operation has also changed over time. Became once. When the machine emits light, it means that the machine has sensed the spiritual energy. Brother Lin's current spirit induction technique can support him to complete 9 cycles. The time it takes to run a Sunday is half an hour. The man called Brother Lin stood beside Changle. Immediately, some disciples were suspicious. Ask Changle a question. Changlo answered them one by one patiently. Then he said sternly, "Who will be the first to conduct the verification?" As soon as he finished speaking, the sound of hurried footsteps reached the ears of those present. It was In Hong. He was a little out of breath and said to Chang Lu on the stage, "I'm sorry. Brother, I have been practicing these days, and I have forgotten myself." Chang Lu looked at In Hong, who was out of breath, but was a little dazed. He even thought that In Hong had given up on the assessment. The disciples in the audience were also talking about it. Regarding the cultivation that In Hong said, some opinions. Wu Tian also looked at In Hong strangely, and stopped paying attention. Chang Lo did not intend to continue to explain, but said, "Just do what the people in front of you do." And Hong heard the words, but felt relieved. Slowly came to Lu Long's side. "Stand still. What are you doing these days? There has been no news. I even thought you gave up on taking the assessment," Lu Long said with a little complaint. And Hong immediately explained to Lu Long, after the greeting. And Hong watched with some relief as the number 1 disciple started his assessment. Changle has no expression on his face, signal him to put his hand on the machine. But time passed slowly. But there was no movement. Chang Lu glanced at the machine. "You can go now," Chang Lu said coldly. "But next." The man tried in vain to inject his aura for the second time. It was discovered by the machine. The man was not given a chance to explain at all. Chang Lu directly blasted him off the stage. The number 2 person who participated in the verification was a slightly attractive woman. Everyone looked at the woman with some curiosity. It is true that in the martial arts school, there are too few women. After a few tens of seconds, Chang Lu spoke coldly again. "Next." In just 10 minutes, several verifications have been completed. And at the time of the 7th disciple, only then was the first person to pass the examination produced. Everyone looked at the man with some envy. But the 8th person made everyone a little curious. It turned out to be him? Look, it's Wu Tian. Look at the fart. If you think about it with your toes, you can pass the inspection. TSK, if I have his strength, I can walk like this. This is the one you said, the most talented person among this group of disciples? After senior brother Lin saw Wu Tian, he asked Chang Lu curiously. Wu Tian is really too eye-catching. Chang Lu looked at Wu Tian and nodded with some satisfaction. Chang Lu said to Wu Tian very friendly, "Go in." Then added another sentence. "Senior brother." Changle also has some understanding of Wu Tian's strength. The assessment is just a formality, and he will definitely become his junior in the future. It is not an exaggeration to say in advance. Relax. Brother Lin also said very kindly. For Wu Tian, he has a very strong talent. Besides, if the family is not bad, all the strong will be as friendly as him. Wu Tian also said a few words very respectfully. But the crowd below were a little dissatisfied seeing this. Especially Lu Long, it's just a good family. Humph. But En Hong at the side was very calm, which made Lu Long a little puzzled. Didn't you say anything? Wu Tian is a one-star warrior. Anang just nodded lightly. Say you know. 1 star? Not much. Lu Long looked at En Hong in shock. Are you sick? Talking nonsense here? Lu Long was a little skeptical. The reason why Anang didn't show up these days was because he was recuperating at home. I'll tell you a secret, don't be surprised. En Hong moved closer to Lu Long's ear and whispered. Don't believe me, I'm Samsung now. Lu Long made a disdainful voice. The expressions are a little different. Anang didn't explain too much. Everyone looked at Wu Tian on the stage intently. He slowly put his hand on the machine, and soon the machine glowed. Brother Lin on the side was a little surprised. He didn't expect Wu Tian to be in such a good state at this time. All of a sudden entered the state. Seeing this, Changle on the side explained. Wu Tian's background is really good. Master likes him very much. Now, during the first assessment, he has already become a martial artist. This talent can be said to be quite good. Even after taking the blood chi pill, it can only be said that Wu Tian's strength is good and his family is good. But there is no half point to doubt. Unexpected. I'm really jealous of Wu Tian, okay? Look, Wu Tian is now preparing for the first Sunday. Stop talking, if only I had rich parents like him. A few 10 minutes passed, and everyone present did not feel bored. During the whole process, the machine did not give any prompts. But En Hong was a little surprised. After so long, it shows that the number of days of the week is still a duck egg. If it was me, I might have completed several weeks. Immediately someone opened his mouth to explain. It takes a few 10 minutes for a week. It's not surprising. If you haven't become warriors, you don't understand. Ha ha. Someone wanted to say something, but couldn't. Changle looked at those who spoke, but did not speak. There was a breath of energy in his eyes. The people below immediately quieted down. Say no more. Chang Lo looked at En Hong. He heard what En Hong said just now. Right now, his senses towards En Hong are very bad. Even a little disgusted. The original En Hong, in his eyes, was very hardworking and diligent. Although En Hong was a little puzzled. But he didn't continue to say anything. After another period of time, the number on the machine finally changed to 1. And this seems to be Wu Tian's limit. He slowly withdrew his hand. The eyes of Chang Lu and senior brother Lin at the side were full of admiration. This means that Wu Tian will become their junior in the future. The three then exchanged a few words of pleasantries. The 7th and first disciple who passed was a little dissatisfied, who made Wu Tian excellent. Next person. Next person. A continuous assessment of 30 people was carried out. Among these people, 5 people passed the assessment. Some people below who did not take the assessment, those who have self-knowledge, are a little bit withdrawn in their hearts. Machine. It's not easy to fool. Next person. Changle gradually lost his patience. It's full of people who want to fish in troubled waters. And Han looked at Lu Long, who gave him a cheering look. He didn't say anything more. Lu Long walked slowly to the machine. In Changle's mind, he was actually very optimistic about Lu Long. It can be said. He knows which of these disciples off the field can pass the inspection. Brother Lin, after seeing Chang Li's expression, there was a trace of expectation in his eyes. And Lu Long. It also did not phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals live live slash phoneme up to the spirit of the two who finally brought it up. Passed the inspection very smoothly. Although it didn't run for a full week, it was not bad. After all, nearly 90.0% of the disciples have been eliminated. Lu Long stood beside the disciple who passed the verification. Changle opened his mouth slowly. Next person. Everyone looked at En Hong, who had said strange words just now. facing everyone's eyes, and Hong did not have the slightest fear. Walked up slowly. Even smiling. It's awesome, it's really awesome, I can still laugh now, I'm afraid I'm going to cry later. I remember that awning can't capture aura. Yes, although the strength is not good, but the mentality is stable. Some people looked at Hang with a calm expression. Can't help talking about it. And Wu Tian also looked at Hong with some amusement. And Hong slowly stood in front of the machine, slowly put his hands on the machine, holding his breath and concentrating. Almost instantly, everyone closed their eyes immediately. The light from the machine blinded everyone's eyes. After recovering, the audience was silent. Everyone stared at the light in astonishment. Even Chang Lu and senior brother Lin opened their mouths wide. Wu Tian felt a strong sense of crisis in his heart. Brother Lin at the side felt a little out of breath. This master brother Lin was so surprised by Hang's performance that he was speechless. After dozens of seconds, Changle also reacted. He said out of breath. Machine. This can only happen after a lot of aura is injected. Everyone was shocked. What if there is no aura? Brother Lin at the side nodded knowingly. But not long after, everyone's 3 views were refreshed again. The machine has a section dedicated to displaying the time and the assessment person, and the number of days of operation. And Hong put his hand on it. It's only been less than 3 minutes now. The day of the week has become the number 1. Inside. There is definitely an inside story. It's completely impossible. How could a disciple who has received 3 months of training be so fast, among the crowd? There was a man with a look of surprise on his face, said in disbelief. The other person also had a gloomy face and said in a hoarse voice. What senior brother Lin said just now, it takes at least 3 to 10 minutes to complete a week. It's not that there's something wrong with the machine, it's that there's an inside story. Someone on the side nodded in agreement. Chang Lo looked at the unbelievable scene in front of him, and was a little dazed. The weekly number has become 2. Brother Lin said to Changle with some seriousness. Is this machine really working properly, at the moment? Only this kind of reason can explain the weird scene in front of me. In just 3 minutes, it ran for a week. Really unheard of. It can be said that there is no one before or after. But Changle fell into a long silence, sweating profusely as he watched the strange scene in front of him. And Anang is undergoing verification. There is no indication of what happened to the outside world. His condition is very stable. Changle couldn't hold back anymore. To senior brother Lin, ask him to take care of him after the verification. Hastily left the training ground. He is going to find his elder brother. Looking at the numbers on the machine, Lu Long muttered in shock. Really, what Hong said is true, but Lu Long didn't think that Hong was a 3-star fighter until now. As long as he has become a warrior. On the side, Wu Tian's sense of crisis grew rapidly. And Hong next to the machine gave him a very dangerous feeling. He's a little uncomfortable. Changle's footsteps were in a hurry, which caused the elder brother who was teaching his disciples to practice in the outer courtyard to look at Changle suspiciously. Something is bad. Changlo was so anxious that his head was sweating and he was out of breath. The big brother didn't blame him. Instead, he asked a little puzzled. What happened? After listening to Changle's narration, even the always calm elder brother also asked in some surprise. Is what you said true? Chang Lo nodded. Wang Ping's heart skipped a beat, and he quickly asked Chan Lo to take him to the training ground. Practice yourself for a while, I'll come as soon as I go. Wang Ping can be said to be the most powerful person in the Fengwu Martial Arts Academy other than the curator. Now in his 20s, he is already a 5-star martial artist. Put it outside, I can already open a martial arts gym by myself. And the curator is also very fond of Wang Ping. Hold the grass, why is the elder brother here? Among the crowd, it boiled instantly. In their eyes, as long as one becomes a martial artist, that is an extremely powerful existence. Brother Lin also walked forward quickly and greeted senior brother. Wang Ping just nodded his head. As usual, a few pleasantries are indispensable. But now. However, he hurriedly walked to the machine and looked at the numbers on the machine. The weekly running book has become 4. Among them, only 10 minutes have passed. Is there something wrong with this machine? Chang Lo asked the eldest brother with a solemn expression. And everyone. Currently. He didn't even dare to make a sound. What shocked everyone even more? Wang Ping actually shook his head. There is nothing wrong with the machine. It's the people inside that have a problem. Hold the grass? Really or not? It shouldn't be, he has only been practicing for 3 months. A period of 3 minutes, how to explain it? Everyone looked at each other in blank dismay, but at this moment, Wang Ping suddenly laughed. In my memory, there is only one person who was able to turn around the sky so fast when he was still a martial artist. At that time, it only took a short 10 minutes for Master to turn around the sky. At that time, Master shook his head and told me that the better the talent, the faster the speed of Zhou Tian's operation will naturally be. Wang Ping smiled and looked at An Hong in front of him. Naturally, no one would doubt the elder brother's words, therefore, for An Hong's unfathomable strength, more and more shocked. Is this the legendary genius? Just 3 months. This kid is simply a monster. Everyone around looked at An Hong with some envy. Wu Tian, on the other hand, looked at An Hong very jealously. But the heart is full of anger. All his limelight was taken away by this damn An Hong. Once. He is also a genius in the eyes of everyone. But compared with the current An Ang, it is not worth mentioning. Everyone's attention was once again shocked by the numbers displayed by the machine. It's the 9th Sunday. Less than half an hour. 9 weeks of operation have been completed. No one expected that An Hong's spirit-inducing technique had reached a great success. But the machine did not give any hint. This means An Hong's strength has not been fully displayed. Chang Lo looked at Wang Ping and senior brother Lin in a daze. At this moment, he was filled with emotions. Myself at the time. It took several years of hard work to get to An Hong's current situation. Wang Ping looked as usual, looked at An Hong with great interest and said, not enough, he can still continue to operate. This also made Wu Tian even more angry. But the numbers on the machine didn't just stop there. On the contrary, it is gradually increasing. Everyone looked at the gradually increasing numbers and felt a little afraid to breathe. When the number becomes 36. Everyone. But it is a bit bitter. Even the owner of Fengwu Martial Arts has never shown such an exaggerated talent at An Hong's stage. The numbers didn't stop increasing, and there was a guess in everyone's mind. An Hong. This is to directly hit the 81st week. That is Dzogchen. Everyone's expressions changed instantly, especially Wang Ping. He couldn't control himself. The direction he was going. It is the place where the master of Fengwu martial arts is located. Chang Lu and senior brother Lin didn't find out until this time. Things seem to be getting a little out of hand. There is no shortage of geniuses in the Great Desolation territory, but geniuses like An Hong are extremely rare. With Wang Ping's strength, it's only a few breaths. Chang Lu felt the familiar momentum. A middle-aged man is slowly walking in this direction. Chang Lu took a look. The person who led the way was Wang Ping. This group of people is very powerful. Behind Wang Ping, there were more than a dozen people. That's the owner of the museum. The owner of the hall is here. Someone in the crowd recognized it immediately. Not just the owner, but all the brothers are here. It can be heard from a distance, one of the women said. How could it be possible that some of these disciples have practiced the spirit guiding technique to the Dzogchen? Aren't you lying to me? The owner of Fengwu Martial Arts Gym is named Gao Qingyi. He looked at the numbers on the machine in disbelief. 72. And the fellow seniors who came with him also looked at the numbers displayed on the machine in shock. A Sunday in 3 minutes? It has been nearly 3 hours since An Hong first started the operation cycle. Is there something wrong with the machine? I've never seen someone with such exaggerated talent. A group of fellow apprentices feel that Hang is a bit exaggerated now. They even suspected that there was something wrong with the machine. Still, my eyes are dazzled. Everyone looked at the side straddling and fighting, and some of the pavilion owners were not angry and arrogant. There is nothing wrong with the machine, it is the man who has the problem. Gao Chengyi looked at Hang, a gleam flashed in his eyes. Aneng, on the other hand, was unaware of what was happening outside. Right now, he is in a very selfless state. And the numbers on the machine are also slowly increasing at a very steady speed. 73, 76, 79. At last. When Aneng reached the 81st week, no one dared to breathe loudly. Time, also at this moment, seemed to stand still. That is to say, after the 81 days of operation, Hang also gradually came to his senses. An indescribable sense of comfort spread. Congratulations to the host for being promoted to a 4-star warrior. After the system issued a prompt, Hang was also slightly delighted. The spirit-inducing technique in the Dzogchen realm is really terrifying. It was only after 81 weeks of operation with the spirit guiding technique for the first time that I was able to make such a smooth breakthrough. The strongest training system character, Hang realm, 4-star warrior, 5 points H, training points, 22 skills, none spiritualization. Dzogchen Aneng looked at the panel with a calm expression, and a smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. And around. Everyone was staring at Hang, and the seniors in the martial arts gym looked at him with enthusiasm. It took Hang a while to react. It's alright, junior brother. Changle's attitude has taken a 180-degree turn compared to before. He walked to Hang's side in a somewhat fawning manner. Afterwards, he introduced Hang to the brothers and the owner of the hall who were standing next to him. Brother Lin at the side was also very discerning, so he hurried forward and said, "Junior brother, congratulations on passing the test." Hang just nodded slightly, then he looked politely at the curator at the side. And what Gao Chengyi said next, but it's like a bomb. "Young man, it's not bad, so young. Introduction to Spirits has already completed the great perfection, and has become a 4-star martial artist." Gao Chengyi looked at Hang with great satisfaction. And the people on the side, especially the same group of disciples, opened their jaws in surprise. I didn't expect that. I thought that a 1-star warrior was already quite good, but I didn't expect Hang to be a 4-star warrior. Hey, look at us again, but we are not even warriors. On the side, Wu Tian's expression became very gloomy. Hang has become a 4-star warrior. A deep sense of powerlessness came from my heart. After Lu Long heard the words of the museum owner, only then nodded in a sudden realization. What Hang said is true, he really is a 4-star. But the group of disciples brought by the owner of the hall felt a little helpless. Hang's talent is really too high. Being watched by so many people made Hang feel a little embarrassed. He said something like Versailles. It's just a coincidence, I was only 3 stars before the assessment. After Gao Chengyi heard the words, he didn't say much, instead he felt that Aneng would do a lot in the future. He said to Hang, "I'm still short of a few disciples." Hang is not a stupid person, he immediately understood what the owner meant. Immediately knelt down. Said, "I have seen Master. Don't move too fast." Everyone below also looked at Hang with envy, you know. After that, they can only become outer court disciples. The identity is very different. Gao Chengyi laughed loudly, helped Aneng up, and left immediately. Only then did Changle react. Continue to verify. But everyone is still immersed in the emotions just now. For Changle's words, he didn't react at all. Lu Long was a little indignant. This Hang is already so powerful, and he has already practiced Dzogchen in the art of guiding spirits, but he has never told himself. This is too uninteresting. But in Lu Long's heart, he was secretly happy for Hang. Aneng followed Gao Chengyi to the house. Wang Ping and several senior brothers stood by Gao Chengyi's side. The third senior sister also said happily, "I can't see it. I didn't expect you to be so talented." Do you know that my father is only a small consummator in the spirit induction technique? The second senior brother looked at her with some displeasure. How can it be compared with master? The exercises master practiced are top-ranking second-rank exercises. The spirit guiding technique is the most basic, and it is practiced by ordinary people. And Hong listened carefully to the conversation between the two. These days Anang is also concerned with exercises, with a general understanding. In fact, it is similar to the realm of warriors. Grade 1 to Grade 9. The most powerful is the 9th rank Kung Fu. Within each grade, it can be divided into high, middle and low grade exercises. The burning sun pill technique they mentioned is a high-level technique among the second rank. Anang couldn't help feeling a little excited. An idea came to his mind. If you have practiced more advanced exercises, will my training points increase faster? Gao Chengyi waved his hand. Actually, there is no difference. And Hong was able to practice Dzogchen even in Yinling, and it only took 3 months. Isn't that the case with cultivating the burning sun alchemy? And Hong desperately wants to practice the burning sun Dangong. But his expression remained the same. If I make Master unhappy, I'm afraid I will underestimate myself. Gao Chengyi looked at In Hong, but the more he watched, the more satisfied he became. Even the elder brother nodded appreciatively. Explained right away. Actually, it's not that I don't want to pass on to you the more advanced Scorching Sun alchemy, but your current level is too low. After you reach the Martial Master realm, your body will automatically generate internal force. Now I pass it on to you to practice. I'm afraid there will be mental obstacles, and if it is serious, you may lose all your martial arts. Only then did In Hong understand, some said gratefully. Disciple understands, thank you for your teaching, senior brother. These words made Gao Chengyi even more satisfied. This disciple, In Hong, is not only extremely talented, but also humble and friendly as a person. Although I can't teach you the burning sun pill technique, but... He slowly took out the 3 exercises. These 3 exercises, plus 1 body technique, can be taught to you directly. Rising Dragon Palm. Bloodthirsty Knife. Slaying Heaven Sword. These 3 skills are the top-level skills among the first grade. It can be said that any one of these 3 skills can be cultivated to the Dzogchen, and within the same realm, they are invincible. And Han looked at the 3 exercises placed on the table, but was secretly startled. It took In Hong a while before he recovered. It was only then that I discovered that there was another skill beside it. This technique is even more exaggerated. Phoenix Dance 9 Heavens, a second-grade high-level exercise, as quiet as a ghost, as fast as a breeze. If you cultivate to the great perfection, no one can keep up with your pace. This name reminded Anang of Feng Wu martial arts. Wang Ping nodded and said, "That's right, junior brethren, among these exercises, you can choose one at will." And Hong was a little reluctant. It is said that children only make choices, and he must have everything. Seeing that In Hong was a little hesitant, a few senior brothers on the side also spoke up and made appropriate suggestions to In Hang. In their view, it takes a long time to cultivate a skill to reach the Dzogchen. If you choose 3 doors at once, In Hong will definitely not be able to practice. Each of the 4 of them has learned one of the exercises. What the elder brother cultivated is the dragon palm. The second senior brother and the 4th senior brother practiced the bloodthirsty knife. The 3rd senior sister, on the other hand, learned the Zhantian sword. Anang felt a little bit difficult for a while. It is true that these 3 exercises are too fragrant. With the blessing of the system, the speed of cultivation is also very fast. After a while, Gao Chengyi spoke slowly and asked, "Have you decided yet? After becoming a martial artist, the first exercise you practice is related to your subsequent cultivation. So, you must think carefully before answering, otherwise, you will be in some trouble in the future." And Hong was a little embarrassed and scratched his head. After hesitating for a moment, he still spoke. "I've decided." All 5 of them looked at In Hong intently. "I want to learn them all." The 5 of them looked at In Hong in surprise. Wang Ping asked the second junior brother, "Did I hear it wrong?" No, you didn't. There are a total of 5 realms in one practice. For Wang Ping alone, as a big brother, it took him several years to practice from the beginning to the small perfection. The Dzogchen is still far away until now. Several people still want to continue to dissuade. Wang Ping spoke. Little brother, you must think clearly. It's not that our senior brothers don't want you to learn, but if you just learn a few exercises together, it will take a very long time, and you won't be able to fully master them. As for now, compared with the 4 great accomplishment techniques, one Dzogchen cultivation method will cause even more terrifying damage in battle. Gao Chengyi also opened his mouth slowly. Do you know that it will take you more than 10 years to practice the 3 sects, but you don't need to think about the Dzogchen? If you practice one discipline, you may reach Dzogchen within a year or 2. And Hong was somewhat disapproving. Anyway, with the blessing of the system, the speed of cultivation will definitely not slow down. Seeing that the few people did not give in at all, and Heng's mind flashed. But he spoke. Master, originally I was very entangled in the 3 exercises, and I couldn't find the one that suits me. So, can some brothers and sisters demonstrate the exercises to us? I want to observe a few exercises, see which one is more suitable for me, and then make a plan. Gao Chengyi's eyes lit up when he heard the words, and he immediately directed several of his disciples to the courtyard to demonstrate to Heng. After a moment, several people also demonstrated all 4 exercises. Gao Chengyi opened his mouth slowly. Have you made a plan? And Hong lowered his head in embarrassment. Master, I still can't make a decision about these exercises. I plan to try to practice them first and then make plans. Gao Chengyi could only let it go. Well, that's okay. If there is anything you don't understand during the cultivation process, you can come to me or your senior brothers and sisters at any time. However, you don't need to have any other thoughts. Just practice with peace of mind. You still have a long way to go. Gao Chengyi, for Eng. But I like it very much. This disciple of mine is very talented. He only needs to choose one of these 4 exercises at random, and after that, it may only take 3 to 5 years to cultivate to the great perfection. In comparison, the other disciples were relatively mediocre. But Hong nodded and opened his panel. The strongest training system character, Hong Realm, 4-star warrior, 5 points H, training points, 22 skills, non-spiritualization, Dzogchen Rising Dragon Palm, not learned, 020, Bloodthirsty Knife, unlearned, 020, Zhantian Sword, not learned, 020, 9 Heavens of Phoenix Dance, unlearned, 050, and Hong felt a little relieved. But this time the few exercises are not like the spirit-inducing technique. It costs 20 training points to practice a single skill. What's more, the 9-day Phoenix Dance costs 50 training points. Then, I'm afraid I need more. Previously, when upgrading the spiritual technique, it required a terrifying points to upgrade from entry level to small achievement. A full 5-fold increase. As for Fengwu Jiutian, after upgrading to Xiaocheng, maybe it takes training points? The current system, because I am a 4-star warrior, can produce 5 training points in 1 hour. If I want to upgrade Fengwu to 9 points, I'm afraid it will take almost half a day. As for Eng, he definitely won't just upgrade Fengwu Jiutian. He has to practice all the 4 exercises on the system panel. The training points to be spent will be a very scary number. And Hong couldn't help but shuddered. If one wants to improve the current training point, the road of beheading monsters, looking at it now, is definitely not going to work. For the present plan, the only way is to improve one's martial arts realm as soon as possible. Otherwise, I am afraid that I will spend too much time in these few exercises. And Hong thought in his mind, but slowly walked out from the inner courtyard. The current self has become Gao Chengyi's direct disciple, and there is no one to stop him in this small Fengwu martial arts gym. Eng. Suddenly someone called me from behind, and Hong turned around with some doubts, but saw the agitated Lu Long running towards him quickly. From Lu Long's face, Hong didn't see any look of jealousy. For this best friend of his own, Heng's senses are still very good. Lu Long is simple and kind, and he likes his own taste very much. After Lu Long, the disciples who entered the martial arts gym with him all looked at him in unison. Even Wu Tian is the same. And Hong also said with some joy. Lu Long, why are you here? But Lu Long patted in Hang's shoulder angrily. You are such a bad friend. I have already cultivated to a 4-star martial artist, and I don't even know it. I'm afraid you won't pass the test these days. And Hong also said with some embarrassment. I didn't mean it, Lu Long. What happened in the past few days was too unbelievable. Even if he told Lu Long, he might not believe what he said. Anang and the others also alarmed the disciples in the outer courtyard. They all looked at An Hong and the others curiously. Why did he come out of the inner courtyard? He doesn't look familiar. Hey, he is the personal disciple just accepted by the owner of the pavilion today. Do not you know? The outer court disciples were all dumbfounded when they heard this. When did Fingwu martial arts have such a number one figure? Among the disciples of the outer courtyard, some felt jealous immediately. Why can there be such a big difference between people? Why should I be a disciple of the outer court, and you, who passed the inspection, become a direct disciple? In the entire Fingwu martial arts hall, only when the realm reaches the martial master can one get some pointers from the owner. The person who spoke explained again. You guys, don't talk about the inside story, folks. An ordinary person who has been practicing for 3 months has already completed the Dzogchen. Is it true? Could it be a rumor? No one in the martial arts gym can cultivate to this level. 4-star warrior? Are you kidding me? Although they say so, but I already have a bottom in my heart. However, there are still many people who somewhat look down on and hang. It's just 4 stars. Most of the people in the outer court have practiced for a very long time, and many of them have become warriors of 7 or 8 stars. Even some hard-working people, or some talented people, are about to become martial arts masters. They have already practiced higher-level exercises, and for the Dzogchen spirit-inducing technique, it's also a bit contemptuous. But An Hong didn't pay any attention to these outer court disciples. After all, the current self is already the direct disciple of the owner of the pavilion. And Lu Long on the side, he also asked with a little shortness of breath. Aneng, can you teach me, how did you cultivate the spirit guiding technique to Dzogchen? Also, the owner of the museum should have taught the exercises, right? Yeah, taught me a whole 4. Regarding the previous request, An Hong naturally agreed. But Lu Long was a little dull when he heard the words. In fact, for An Hong, the current spirit induction technique is really not of much use to him. After cultivating to Dzogchen, I was able to memorize the spirit guiding technique by myself. An Hong looked at Wu Tian behind Lu Long. I saw Wu Tian walking forward slowly, and said flatteringly, Brother! Anang and the 2 of them couldn't believe it. You know, Wu Tian was a very proud person before, at least before he showed his strength. Anang and the 2 didn't make a sound. Wu Tian didn't think there was any embarrassment. He took out a beautiful bottle with some flattery. Brother, can you guide me? And Hong somewhat understood that Wu Tian's handwriting was great. What was contained in that bottle was the blood chi pill. But in this vial, there are a full 3. It's worth 60,000. And Hong was a little surprised, but he had no reason to refuse Wu Tian's request. The current An Hong is a direct disciple. It is also my duty to teach my juniors. Yes, you can come to me if you have any questions during the cultivation process. And Hong readily agreed. But Wu Tian was even more delighted. He is not phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals clause close slash phoneme to An Hong, but An Hong agreed to his request right now. Wu Tian didn't feel anything about the blood chi pill that was just sent out. Although it is worth a lot, once you become stronger, there are quite a few people outside who are willing to pay a lot of money to ask yourself to be named. This deal is a great deal. Regarding Wu Tian's doubts during the cultivation process, An Hong also didn't have any private answers. Seeing this, Wu Tian also had a good impression of An Hong, and was even a little moved. Wu Tian left contentedly. And Lu Long also benefited a lot from the sidelines. An Hong looked at the blood energy pill in his hand, and quickly returned to his home. Only by speeding up the speed of cultivation and raising one's realm can one obtain more training points. The 3 blood chi pills sent by Wu Tian can be said to be for En Hong, which solved the urgent need. Now En Hong, even though he has become a direct disciple, doesn't have much money. As for the expensive elixir such as Sweki pill, there is no way to obtain it, at least in the short term. As soon as he got home, En Hong sat down anxiously. Legs crossed. The moment the blood energy pill was opened, the fragrance of the pill spread throughout the room. En Hong sniffed fiercely. I feel a lot more energetic. Blood chi pill. Just like the name. The whole elixir showed a strange red color. The shape is similar to the pill in his previous life. The energy contained in this small blood energy pill cannot be underestimated. It allows a martial artist to quickly improve his realm. But Aneng has never experienced it himself. Regarding this effect, it is skeptical. En Hong stared intently at the blood chi pill in his hand. After a short thought, throw it directly into your mouth and swallow it. But what En Hong didn't expect was that the effect of this blood chi pill would be exerted so quickly. In just a few seconds, Aneng felt a little hot all over. Especially on both sides of the lower abdomen, where the dantian is located. En Hong was stunned for a few seconds, and immediately began to activate his spirit induction technique of the Dzogchen realm. As always, start refining yourself with the spirit channeling spell. Aneng felt very uncomfortable when he started to use the spirit induction technique. But as time went by and the number of cycles he was running increased, and Heng felt that his body was very swollen. A few hours later, Aneng has been running for a full 81 weeks. However, after careful investigation, he unexpectedly discovered that the blood energy pill he took just now had not been completely absorbed by his body. En Hong was a little surprised. Afterwards, he focused on absorbing the medicinal power again. He could feel that he was about to reach the so-called bottleneck. Minutes passed by. This time it worked exceptionally smoothly. On the 8th Sunday, Anheng's body felt smooth, and his swollen body was completely filled with the newly gushing chi and blood. The strongest training system character, En Hong Realm, 5-star warrior, 6 points H, training points, 38 skills, non-spiritualization, Dzogchen Rising Dragon Palm, not learned, 020, Bloodthirsty Knife, unlearned, 020, Zhantian Sword, not learned, 020, 9 Heavens of Phoenix Dance, unlearned, 050, it's not easy. En Hong said with some emotion. He was a little surprised, he didn't expect the efficacy of this blood energy pill to be so exaggerated. You know, it took a lot of time for my previous breakthrough. But with just one blood energy pill, he broke through to a 5-star martial artist, not to mention. I haven't fully refined the efficacy of the blood chi pill. On second thought, Wu Tian at that time took a pill when he seemed to break through to become a 1-star warrior. And Heng felt a little pained, but it was also Wu Tian's own property, he was rich. Can't say anything phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals or either slash phoneme. Looking at the 6 training points that are automatically generated every hour, En Hong suddenly had a bold idea in his heart, why don't he go exploring in the cave? There are many opportunities in the catacombs, coupled with your own system, killing monsters and the like, you can get a certain amount of training points. Why not? And the catacombs have been out for so long, and the human race has also divided the levels of the catacombs into C to S from simple to difficult. The C-level burrow, the current Aneng can barely go there. The B-level caves are more dangerous than most warriors. For this reason, the human race also set up strong men in each B-level cave, all of whom are around the 7th rank. Prevent accidents. As for the A-level crypt, the people responsible for guarding the crypt are all 8th rank warriors who can be called names among the human race. As for the S-level caves, there are only 12. 12 9th rank martial saints are responsible for guarding them respectively. Since the burrow appeared, there has been no sign of disappearing. And it will gradually increase, maybe it may appear in Qingfeng City where Aneng is now. However, with the increase of the burrows, it means that more warriors are needed to guard the crypts. But now, it seems that it can't keep up with the speed of the burrow. En Hong had some thoughts in his mind. Among the 4 martial arts, he had to learn body skills and saber skills first. Maybe he could kill some monsters in the catacombs. These monsters could be exchanged for money or materials in Qingfeng City. Anhang's current thought is to get more money. Now I am very eager to break through and become a martial artist. The next day, when Anhang woke up again, all 3 blood chi pills had been absorbed by him yesterday. He opened the panel. The strongest training system character, Anhang Realm, 7-star warrior, 8 points H, training points, 105 skills, non-spiritualization, Dzogchen Rising Dragon Palm, not learned, 020, Bloodthirsty Knife, unlearned, 020, Zhantian Sword, not learned, 020, 9 Heavens of Phoenix Dance, unlearned, 050. Now Anhang has a deeper understanding of the blood chi pill in his heart. Now, if I give myself a few more blood energy pills, maybe I can directly break through to 8 stars. If you tell it, others may not believe it. With the change of one's realm, if one wants to improve one's realm, the number of blood energy pills needed will also become a very exaggerated number. Anhang no longer thinks about these issues. He looked at the training points in his panel, and the training points he had now were a little bit reluctant, and he was able to raise a skill to a great success. Anhang came to the martial arts hall. Everyone in the martial arts hall had heard about what happened yesterday. So along the way, many disciples greeted Anhang. Wang Ping looked at Anhang and smiled. Morning, little brother. Is there anything you don't understand? Just ask me. Wang Ping said to Anhang very enthusiastically. Anhang shook his head helplessly. But Wang Ping said in surprise. Little brother, your breath is a bit wrong. Then he asked with some doubts. Breakthrough? Okay. Afterwards, Anhang also explained something, leaving Wang Ping a little speechless. He went up to 4 realms in one night? Evildoer. On the side, Wu Tian's voice suddenly came out. Big brother. Brotherin. Wu Tian scratched his head in embarrassment, and said a little excitedly. Thank you, senior brotherin, for your guidance. I've been able to run 5 weeks now. Hearing this, everyone around looked at Wu Tian in shock. They clearly remembered that yesterday, Wu Tian could barely run a week. Following Wu Tian's words, it surprised the people around him even more. Wu Tian, after being taught by senior brother Anhang, not only was he able to run 5 weeks, but the time was reduced by 1/5. Afterwards, Anhang explained to the somewhat bewildered elder brother. Wang Ping looked at Anhang speechlessly. However, Wang Ping did not say anything wrong with Anhang. Afterwards, Wang Ping also stopped talking to Anhang. The talent shown by Anhang put him under some pressure. But when Anhang was about to practice, he saw a few people not far away, pointing at him, looking at their faces, but they were not people he knew well. Just as Anhang was thinking hard, those people walked over slowly. The first person in the middle spoke in a very small voice. Well, I don't know if senior brotherin is convenient now. What's the matter with you? It's senior brotherin like this. We heard that Wu Tian's strength has greatly increased after your guidance, so. As he spoke, he took out a bottle of blood chi pill from his pocket, and the other 2 also took out a bottle of blood chi pill with a tacit understanding. 3 bottles of blood chi pills. Anhang couldn't control himself a little bit. I was still troubled by the lack of blood energy pill just now, and now someone gave it to me. However, Anhang couldn't show it. Anhang, who has integrated the memories of 2 lifetimes, will not show his feet at this time. Therefore, Anhang quickly controlled his facial expression. Glancing at the blood chi pill, he said. As the direct disciple of the owner of the Fingwu Martial Arts Hall, it is my duty to teach you how to practice. The juniors are a bit polite, but these bottles of blood energy pills are also the wishes of the juniors. Then I'll take it. Anhang took 3 bottles of blood chi pills. If there is anything you don't understand, you can tell me, and I will answer it for you. Hearing this, the 3 of them were a little excited. He told all the problems he encountered in the process of cultivation in one go. As for Anhang, he couldn't stop talking. After the few people left, Anhang looked at the 3 bottles of blood energy pills in his hand in a daze. But on the side, there are 2 people who are very special. He was obviously wearing the clothes of the outer court disciples, but he did not stand with the outer court disciples. One of them said jokingly with some disdain. Why don't you go? No need. The other person held a long sword and said coldly. Although I had some problems with you before, but this time, like you, I looked down on that person. What's the use of the Dzogchen technique? If the skills are not in place, it's useless to say anything. The man continued. My knife skills have been mastered. You want to compare? The man nodded. After two people left. Some outer court disciples around looked at the direction in which the two left with some palpitations. These two people are the monsters among the disciples of the outer courtyard. The person holding the knife is named Bai Lin. The person holding the sword is named Yang Yang. Not only have the two of them practiced great skills, but what's even more exaggerated is that they are now 8-star fighters. Then those disciples began to gossip. You say, if An Hong competes with these two, who will win? Bai Lin and Yang Yang, as the most powerful people in the outer courtyard, naturally disobeyed each other. As a result, Anning came again. I think it should be Bai Lin and Yang Yang, right? Although An Hong's spirit-inducing technique has been completed, it was only yesterday that he chose the technique. Compared to Bai and Yang, An Hong has no chance to fight back. Hearing this, some outer court disciples nodded in agreement. Time flies. An Hong didn't relax during these 3 days, and disciples from the outer courtyard kept coming to ask him for advice. Since the first few people gave An Hong a certain amount of blood energy pills when they asked for advice, the people behind were also a little embarrassed and left empty-handed. So during these 3 days, An Hong also had, more blood chi pills in his hands. When An Hong opened the panel again, he had already become a 9-star warrior. This is the credit of the more than 30 blood energy pills. If these elixirs were sold, Anning might be able to change a house. The current Anning, for the resources that warriors need to consume, only then did I have a general understanding. It is still a systematic situation to become a 9-star warrior by yourself. If it is an ordinary person, it will cost nearly $1 million. The strongest training system character, An Hong Realm, 9-star warrior, 10 points H, training points, 708 skills, non-spiritualization, Dzogchen Rising Dragon Palm, not learned, 020, Bloodthirsty Knife, unlearned, 020, Zhantian Sword, not learned, 020, 9 Heavens of Phoenix Dance, unlearned, 050, the current Anning is only one step away from a 1-star martial artist. In just a few days, An Hong has already caught up with senior brother Changla, who has been practicing for several years. But in Anning now, due to the search in the past few days, the disciples in the martial arts hall are basically poor. Find ways to make money. Let's go to the burrow. The current number of training points has reached a terrifying 700. Anning looked at the panel, and after a little thought, he decisively followed the original plan. He planned to add all the training points to Fengwu Jiutian and Bloodthirsty Knife. Boxing is not within the scope of An Hong's consideration. 1 inch long and 1 inch strong. And this time I am going to the catacombs, so it is very important to be able to move like a phoenix dancing in the 9 heavens. Following this system, several prompts sounded. Phoenix Dance 9 Heavens has been promoted to Deshang Realm by An Hong. And the price paid is the crazy reduction of training points. An Hong looked at the training points on the panel with a little heartache. He understood the reason, but it really hurts. The strongest training system character, An Hong Realm, 9-star warrior, 10 points H, training points, 360 skills, non-spiritualization, Dzogchen Rising Dragon Palm, not learned, 020, Bloodthirsty Knife, unlearned, 020, Zhantian Sword, not learned, 020, Phoenix Dance 9 Heavens, Deshang, 0300, An Hong thought in his heart, never learned to upgrade to Deshang, spent a total of nearly, training points. After that, it will definitely be even more exaggerated. Maybe it will cost, points to upgrade to Little Perfection. An Hong put away his thoughts and planned to test the effect of Fengwu Jiutian. Anning looked at the roof, and just jumped lightly. The nearly 3-meter-high roof was only a little short of being able to go up. Really? Fengwu Jiutian is as strong as the big brother said. Now Anning feels that it may only take 4 or 5 seconds for him to reach 100 meters. Afterwards, An Hong opened the panel again. Add all the training points to the Bloodthirsty Knife. The crazily reduced training points also allowed the bloodthirsty knife to reach great success. The reason why the bloodthirsty knife can become the best among the first-grade exercises. It is because, every time the knife is swung, it can have a sense of oppression on the enemy, and even some enemies with a relatively low level will have hallucinations. As a rank - skill, the bloodthirsty knife consumes much less training points than Feng Wujiutian, a rank - skill. The same proficiency as Feng Wujiutian only cost - training points. After that, it is not enough to upgrade to Dzogchen. The current Aneng only has 160 training points. It was only 40. At that time, Gao Chengyi, the master, once told An Hang, if the bloodthirsty knife technique is raised to Dzogchen, the knife can turn into 3 blood shadows when used. When encountering the enemy, you can rely on surprise to win. Although An Hang really wants to be promoted to Dzogchen, but there is not enough training, so we can only talk about it later. Now calculating the training points that are automatically generated every hour, it only takes less than 2 days. Now that the bloodthirsty knife technique has been upgraded to a great achievement, An Hang simply plans to buy a handy knife online through his mobile phone. Originally, before, it was absolutely impossible to buy these weapons through the internet. Since the catacombs invasion, in order to allow some people to defend against the enemy, it has also been opened. But after looking at the items in the online store for a while, An Hang felt a little embarrassed. Weapons are also graded, which is exactly the same as skills. The first rank is the lowest, and the 9th rank is the highest. Each grade is further divided into high, middle and low grades. But in the online shopping mall, if you want to buy high-end knives among the first products, the price is prohibitive. The whole body's belongings added up are only 3,000. I can only feel wronged. The balance is very little. A few hours later, An Hang received the knife he had purchased. After waiting for a period of time, the training points have already saved up to - With a wave of his hand, the proficiency of the bloodthirsty knife has become Dzogchen. Only then did An Hang open the courier with some satisfaction. A somewhat primitive war knife appeared in front of An Hang. On the hilt, some carvings could be clearly seen. Aneng danced a saber dance very skillfully. There was a howl in the air, 3 blood shadows appeared immediately. Big sale, big sale. The original price is $99.99, and the special price is $999. Recycled materials. A century-old shop. Only 95 years old top recycled materials. Everyone, come over and have a look. All the weapons are on sale, second-grade weapons, broken bones. The sound of hawking resounded in An Hang's ears, like a market. But An Hang was stopped by a somewhat crazy old man. Young man, I see that your bones are amazing, you are a martial arts wizard. I have all kinds of exercises here, are there any suitable ones? This old man, the first impression he gave Aneng was that his brain was a little abnormal. Then, he suddenly remembered a movie from his previous life. An Hang shook his head lightly, pushed the old man away and left. But he was blocked again. Aneng couldn't help feeling a little irritable. I do not need. The man looked at An Hang in astonishment. Young man, are you sure you don't need it? This is a map in the catacombs. An Hang felt a little funny when he heard this. Just now. Since the catacombs appeared, a lot of information has appeared on the internet. As long as he is willing, An Hang can search for information on monsters in the cave, not to mention the map of the cave. Earth-level burrows, as long as they have become warriors, they have all gone in and explored. Of course. Only limited to sea-level caves. And An Hang's current location is at the entrance of the sea-level cave. However, there are quite a lot of street stalls at the entire entrance, and the sound of selling is endless. Walking inside, I gradually lost sight of the existence of these street stalls. Instead, there are some teams who want to enter the cave to explore. Some teams are in groups of 3 or 5, while others are dozens of people. There were no smiles on the faces of these warriors, but a little dignified. Or calm. And Hang looked at a door in front of him, a little excited. Push open the door, and you can enter the burrow. This door connects 2 completely different worlds. Some people, after entering the crypt through this door, never came back. And some people were seriously injured when they came out. And Hong was a little dazed, but then a voice came from his ear. "You alone?" And Hong turned his head to look, and saw a somewhat old middle-aged man. He has many scars on his face. The martial arts powerhouse guarding the crypt. And Hong looked at the man with some respect in his heart. After the crypt appeared, the human race came out to fight and kill very suddenly in order to prevent the monsters in the crypt. A gatekeeper was set up at the gate of each crypt. And these gatekeepers are also very powerful. And Hong couldn't see his depth. It can only show that the realm between him and the person in front of him is too different. The man was silent for a while, and reminded him kindly. "You should be here for the first time. Few people will enter the burrow alone. You must be from an ordinary family. It's cruel in the catacombs, so don't trust anyone." And Hong nodded with some understanding regarding his actions. And Hong also said with a smile, "Thank you. Every gatekeeper is worthy of awe." And Hong didn't hesitate anymore, and directly stepped in the door. When he opened his eyes again, the scene in front of him had changed. The surrounding area was a little barren, and the nearby weeds, because no one took care of them, grew up and blocked a lot of sight. The atmosphere was a little cold. But Hong turned his head to look, but saw another gatekeeper. Around the gatekeeper, there were also some warriors standing faintly. For in Hang's arrival, they seemed a little unwelcome. No one stepped forward to talk to Hong. Some people seemed to be somewhat hostile towards Hang's arrival. And Hong suddenly remembered what the gatekeeper had said to him, and immediately started his trip to the crypt. But it didn't take long for Hong to hear some noises around him. Although it was very finely divided, it was still captured by Hang. Almost at the moment Hong reacted, an afterimage suddenly appeared beside him, attacking Hang. Puff! He didn't see Hong drawing his saber, but only heard a saber's shadow appearing in the air. A huge wolf had slowly rolled to the ground. In the air, there was a nauseating smell in an instant. Western wolf. And Hong looked around vigilantly, and after making sure that there was no movement, he slowly walked to the side of the motionless West phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals wind wine / phoneme wolf. This is a common ferocious beast in Qingfeng catacombs, if you want to compare it to a warrior. A rank low rank West phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals wind wine / phoneme wolf is similar to a warrior with 1 to 3 stars. The strength division of ferocious beasts is actually similar to the division of human martial arts. But the West phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals wind wine / phoneme wolf is extremely fast, doesn't talk about martial arts, and likes to engage in sneak attacks. Therefore, human warriors phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals FN often / phoneme died under the minions of the West phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals wind wine / phoneme wolf. Congratulations to the host for obtaining 10 training points. The sound of the system came next to his ear, and Hong nodded with some satisfaction. Although it was rare, it was better than nothing. As for the ferocious beast, all parts of its body are very valuable, which can relieve Hong's current financial distress. After dealing with the body of the West phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals wind wine / phoneme wolf, Hong continued to explore. But it didn't take long. And Hong was a little surprised to find that he was actually surrounded. From nowhere, 3 West phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals wind wine / phoneme wolves appeared and surrounded him. And Hong just wanted to use the bloodthirsty knife to kill 3 West phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals wind wine / phoneme wolves. The 3 wolves immediately began to change their stature. Aneng was a little startled, but actually had a sliver of wisdom. Aneng immediately made a sway and beheaded one of the wolves. At this time, the other 2 remaining West phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals wind wine / phoneme wolves also tried to stay away from Aneng in a panic. But how could Hong, who had achieved great success in Fengwu, let the 2 West phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals wind wine / phoneme wolves escape? A knife for a kid. Congratulations to the host for obtaining 10 training points, and Hong stepped forward calmly, and collected all the materials on Zifeng Lang's body. Just about to leave, but suddenly felt a crisis. A roar echoed in his ears. And Hung secretly thought that something was wrong, and immediately made preparations for fighting. Wolves generally phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals live live slash phoneme in packs. Among them, there is a powerful wolf king. And Hung didn't think of this at first, and a huge figure suddenly appeared in front of him. Compared with the 4 westerly wolves I met before, they were much stronger. It seemed to be angrily staring at Hung in front of him, and what caught Hung's eyes was the West phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals wind wine slash phoneme wolf king. Dark skin, shining luster. A mouthful of very hard teeth that looked slightly sharp. And those eyes are even more breathtaking. And Hung is facing an enemy. This wolf king brought him a full sense of oppression. As the lord among the wolves, the West phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals wind wine slash phoneme wolf king. It is a high-level ferocious beast. And the quality of the wolf king in all aspects is 5 or 6 times stronger than that of the ordinary West phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals wind wine slash phoneme wolf. If a team of warriors came to explore and encountered the wolf king, they might still be able to resist. If Hung was like this, if he met the West phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals wind wine slash phoneme wolf king alone, he might die with hatred. And Hung faced the West phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals wind wine slash phoneme wolf king alone, but he didn't have any fear. West phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals wind wine slash phoneme wolf king. In his mind, it is to cultivate a lot of it. And Hung looked at the West phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals wind wine slash phoneme wolf king with a little excitement. This behavior was a provocation to the West phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals wind wine slash phoneme wolf king. Roar! It roared angrily, and its figure swiftly flew across the air. And Hung only saw an afterimage. Taking a closer look, the wolf king had already appeared in front of Hung, showing his sharp claws. Attacking towards Oneng. And Hung quickly raised his saber to resist. Huge power came from the sword. It makes the Oneng account feel a little numb. And on the newly bought sword, there are several traces. The West phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals wind wine slash phoneme wolf king didn't stop attacking, but became more and more violent. And Hung was also enraged. Within a few seconds, and Hung had a plan in mind. Phone dance 9 days. And Hung performed the Great Phoenix Dance 9 heavens, and moved behind the West phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals wind wine slash phoneme wolf king with lightning speed. Hi! And Hung let out an angry roar, and with all his strength, he slashed at the wolf king, and there seemed to be a whistling sound in the air. Faced with such a fast speed, the West phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals wind wine slash phoneme wolf king hadn't reacted yet. His body stiffened and he fell to the ground dead. Successfully killed the first-rank high-ranking beast West phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals wind wine slash phoneme wolf king. Congratulations to the host for obtaining 100 training points, and Hung was also slightly surprised. I killed a West phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals wind wine slash phoneme wolf king with all my strength, and the training points I got were 10 times that of ordinary West phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals wind wine slash phoneme wolves. The stronger the strength, the more training points you get. Looking at the sword he just bought in his hand, and Hung felt a little distressed. This cost me nearly oceans to buy, and it was about to be scrapped as soon as I got it. Isn't this the West phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals wind wine slash phoneme wolf king? A voice came slowly, with a trace of surprise in the tone. The two men walked slowly towards Hung. But Hung's expression was gloomy and cold. He still remembered what the gatekeeper had said to him. I can already understand some things that happened in the past. One of the two is tall and thin, while the other is a bit short and fat. Is there a problem? And Hung asked a little coldly. But the body is already tense, and these two people appeared at this time point. Some food for thought. I really don't know why you're not leaving yet. Didn't you see the two of us? Grandpa is quite happy today. He picked up a West phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals wind wine slash phoneme wolf king on the way. I advise you to be sensible and leave quickly, otherwise I won't be polite to Grandpa. After speaking, both of them laughed. And Hung was out of breath. It's the first time I've seen someone who can say such high-sounding words. The West phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals win wine slash phoneme Wolfking has 100 training points. One can imagine how valuable it is. So what? Is it possible that you still want to do it? Because you are a little ignorant, hand over all the materials on you, and I will spare you. And Hang's face was cold, but he didn't speak. The tall and thin man then spoke. I'm afraid you don't know what to do, don't you feel it? The two of us are martial artists. But the other short and fat person was a little impatient. The next moment, he directly attacked on Aang. The moment the man left, he felt that many flames appeared out of thin air around him. Aang felt a little dry and hot. TSK TSK TSK, when did you secretly raise the flame knife to little perfection behind my back, Lao Lin? The flaming saber technique of Xiaoyuanmen realm, fire is lit when the sword is fired. The tall and thin man looked at Hung jokingly. At this time, Hung, in his eyes, was already a corpse that could not speak. If Hung obediently followed what he said, then Hung could return to Qingfeng City safe and sound. What a pity! Hung didn't have any fear, instead he was full of fighting spirit, looking very excitedly at the short and fat man rushing towards him, bloodthirsty knife. After the bloodthirsty knife was upgraded to Dzogchen, one knife turns into 3 swords, and can even be superimposed layer upon layer, up to 9 blood shadows. The man felt that something was wrong, but the distance between the two had narrowed. He hastily raised the knife to block, and Hang's strength was so shocking that his mouth went numb. And Hang's momentum was like a broken bamboo, and when the second knife fell, the knife in the short and fat man's hand had already been divided into 2 parts. Help me! The man turned around slowly, and called for help to the tall and thin man. There is a knife sticking out of his chest. He widened his eyes, and there was some unwillingness in his eyes. He fell heavily to the ground. From the time the short and fat man set off to his death, only a dozen seconds passed, and the tall and thin man had no time to react. The host successfully killed the 1-star martial artist Shi Siyuan. Congratulations to the host for obtaining 200 training points. At this moment, Hang's eyes were bloodshot and his face was flushed. The first murder did not bring any feeling to Hung. But the churning stomach still betrayed Hang. The tall and thin man immediately recognized Hang's state just now. Great success! The tall and thin man was a little surprised, and he admitted that he had misread it. At Hang's current age, he probably hasn't become a martial artist in the martial arts hall yet. The tall and thin man was a little flustered, but he caught a glimpse that Hang's knife was broken. This gave him some confidence. He looked at Hung jokingly. Where's your weapon? Don't look for it. Your knife is broken into 2 pieces. Ha ha ha. Hung was a little depressed. The knife he just got was so hard to use. But I already want to complain after I go back. What do you want to say? Hung said without fear. These words made the tall and thin man feel a little puzzled. The skill that Hung showed just now was a saber skill. At this time, Aang lacked a weapon that he could use, so why wasn't he afraid of himself? Hung quietly opened his system panel, and he had obtained several hundred training points just now. Especially after beheading the short and fat man, 200 training points were rewarded. At this time, Hung even had 312 training points. Without the slightest hesitation, he directly filled the dragon palm. After a few breaths, Hang's rising dragon palm has already completed a little. After a few more breaths, the tall and thin man, seeing that Hung had not moved for a long time, launched an attack on his own initiative. Take advantage of your illness to kill you. A burst of cold air came. I saw Hung slamming his palm, mixed with the roar of dragons and tigers, rushing towards the tall and thin man. The tall and thin man recognized Hang's exercises almost instantly. The exercises he practiced were not popular on the stage, but they were rejected by many martial arts people. However, the rising dragon palm used by Hung perfectly restrained his erotic claws. This palm, the roar of dragons and tigers contained in it, is deafening. Rising dragon palm flew towards the tall and thin man at an extremely fast speed. It can be vaguely seen that the tall and thin man flew backwards after catching it. Spit out blood, with a look of disbelief. Great success! He is already a one-star martial artist, so he naturally recognized that In Hang's dragon palm just now was in the Dzogchen realm. There was a sense of powerlessness in his heart. He was extremely remorseful about his behavior just now, and he lost his sight. Hastily begged for mercy, "Let me go. I can give you a lot of money, exercises, and even materials." But In Hang would never allow any hidden dangers for himself, as can be seen from the behavior of the two of them just now. This kind of thing is not uncommon for the two of them. And Hang's face was expressionless, amidst the man's somewhat astonished expression. A palm directly cut off his life. The host successfully killed one-star martial artist Louis Wei. Congratulations to the host for obtaining 200 training points, and Hang was a little surprised. He didn't expect to gain training points even by killing people. However, And Hang didn't feel any guilt about beheading the two of them. The right is to eliminate harm for the people. At this time, the crypt monsters are rampant, and they even have crooked thoughts on their compatriots. Damn it! A few minutes ago Aning added training points to Shenglong's palm, and now he has gained another 200 training points. Simply raise the dragon palm directly to Dzogchen. And Hang opened the panel again. In just a few hours, the panel has undergone earth-shaking changes. All the training points obtained in just a few hours were squandered. There are only 13 training points left. And now myself. There are 3 exercises with Dzogchen proficiency. Feng Wujiutian was promoted to Deshang by himself before. Right now In Hang is not in a hurry to improve Feng Wujiutian. Deshang is enough for him now. From beheading the first West phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals wind wine / phoneme wolf to the present, and Hang, who is a 9-star warrior, is a bit overwhelmed physically. After the adrenaline wears off, mental exhaustion hits us. Aning searched them and found a lot of materials. It must have robbed many people. And on them, And Hang even found a bottle of elixir. Among them, there are 2 or 3 bottles of blood energy pills. There is also a bottle of elixir called rejuvenation pill, which can greatly restore the original state after taking it. After taking it, Aning didn't feel any fatigue, and his whole body was refreshed. Then, he found a bottle of elixir that he had never seen before. And Hang tried hard to remember. Senior brother had introduced this pill to himself before. It is called Chongmai Dan. This Chongmai pill is only effective if taken by a martial artist or above. After breaking through to become a martial artist, true qi will be generated in the body. The next step is to use this true energy to attack the veins in the body. This process is very difficult and dangerous. During the whole process, be very careful. Otherwise, it is very likely because of poor control. The veins are abnormal, and some people are lucky, but they only have hidden wounds, and there is no hope for a more advanced realm. And some unlucky martial artists, in the process of attacking the veins, went into madness, and even directly broke the veins, and died on the spot. This Chongmai Dan, in the process of impacting the veins, can allow the martial artist to directly restore the true energy in the body. There are many benefits, which can be seen from its price. 1 pulse pill, 10 yuan. It is 5 times as much as the blood qi pill. Despite the high price, Chongmai Dan is still very popular. And these 2 martial artists have 2 of them. It can be seen that although becoming a martial artist is very rich, the cost is also very huge. And Hang sorted out all the materials, turned around and returned. Beside the portal, the original warriors. After seeing In Hang come back intact, they all leaned back and stayed away from In Hang as much as possible. It's rare to see someone go back and forth so easily. What's more, the blood on In Hang's body. And Hang walks slowly in front of the gatekeeper. Some gratefully said, "Thank you." The gatekeeper said nothing. Regarding On Hang's every move in the cave. They all understand. Lingshan Hall. Almost all warriors who entered the catacombs had to visit Lingshan Hall after they came out. In the whole territory of the Great Wilderness, Lingshan Hall can be regarded as a little famous. As soon as he entered the Lingshan Hall, and Hang felt a burst of noise. Some people are buying elixir, while others are selling some materials. And Hang was dazzled by the dazzling array of items. Little brother, do you want to sell materials? Xiaoer, who was wearing the uniform of Lingshan Hall, also understood the purpose of coming from the blood on Hang's body at a glance. Hong nodded. He put down his full backpack. The people around also looked at Hong in unison at this time. Anhang is really too outstanding. They saw at a glance that Hong had just come out of the burrow. But those 3 full backpacks made everyone quiet. You must know that the cave is very dangerous, and there is no rest time after the battle. Therefore, few people can bring out so many materials at one time, and they will take a break to be safe. Everyone had some guesses about Hang's identity. Hong, very strong. The person in Lingshantang glanced at it for a while, and immediately said, "Serve the tea, don't be in a daze. Didn't you see that I was talking about business?" He carefully opened the backpack and began to count the materials. His voice was not loud, but it was just enough for everyone in Lingshan Hall to hear. The West phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals Win Wine / phoneme Wolf has 3 pairs of teeth and 3 pairs of minions. It's worth 5,000 yuan. A toothed pig has a pair of teeth and a fur. The staff took an unhurried count. After hearing the words, everyone was a little surprised. Didn't expect that he could kill several Westwind wolves and toothed pigs at such a young age? All the warriors in Lingshan Hall felt a little jealous in their hearts. But he became curious about Anhang's state. Most of them are people who have been practicing martial arts for several years, but every time they go down to the burrow, they can't be like Hang. Well, it seems that he has gained a lot this time, and the total value is tens of thousands. They all looked at Hong with some envy. The teeth of the West phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals Win Wine / phoneme Wolf King. The person who counted the materials was a little startled. Did I hear it wrong? A terrifying thought came to everyone's mind. Hong, I'm afraid I went to the West phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals Win Wine / phoneme Wolf's lair. And the more surprising thing is yet to come. After the inventory was completed, Hong said calmly, "Please help me exchange all of them into blood energy pills." Seeing this scene, everyone else was a little shocked. To know. After breaking through to a martial artist, the blood chi pill will not have much effect. Hiss, did I hear correctly? Is he still a warrior? Blood chi pill is useless for martial artists. A warrior killed the West phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals Win Wine / phoneme Wolf King? If that's the case, then he should also be a 9-star warrior. Everyone was also a little scared. It is very rare for a warrior to kill the Western Wolf King. After receiving the blood energy pill handed over by the staff, Hong left the Lingshan Hall straight away. This time the harvest was quite fruitful, with a total of 7 blood chi pills. In addition to the blood chi pills looted from those 2 people, Hong now has a total of 14 pills on his body. Hong had a rough estimate in his mind. If he wanted to be promoted to the level of a martial artist, he would need about 10 more. After becoming a martial artist, his training points can grow faster. Just a trip, the burrow has already spent a few hours. Now that the sun is rising, Hong still plans to go back to the martial arts hall first. Hang's departure did not stop those people from discussing. Counting down the masters in Qingfeng City, I don't have any impression of him. That's wrong. In the Tiger Roar Martial Arts Hall in Qingfeng City, there is a Zoci nicknamed Tiger Madness. Just like the boy just now, he brought back the corpse of a Wolf King, and... Immediately someone interrupted him. That's not the same. Although Kuz brought back the body of the Wolf King, he was seriously injured. Everyone on the side also nodded, and the 2 decided to judge. Phoenix Dance Martial Arts. When Hong returned to the martial arts hall, he found that all the disciples in the outer courtyard were gathered together by senior brother Wang Ping. They looked like they were talking about something very important. Everyone was discussing excitedly. Are you going to participate? The martial arts tournament in 3 days' time? Why not? You know, although this martial arts competition was proposed by the Lord of Qingfeng City, getting the first prize is still very generous. Directly give away 10 bottles of blood chi pill and Shomai pill. The total value is nearly 1 million. However, skills and weapons are optional among the lower ranks of the third rank. Hearing this, En Hong immediately became interested. Although the rewards are generous, there are no chances at all. In addition to us, the martial arts gym participating this time also includes Tiger Roaring Martial Arts Gym and Bendao Martial Arts Gym. Although only warriors are allowed to participate in this martial arts competition, there is one 9-star warrior in each of the other 2 martial arts halls. As soon as the man finished speaking, everyone else was a little disappointed. In the Fingwu Martial Arts Gym, no one has broken through to become a 9-star martial artist. From the current point of view, only Bai Lin and Yang Xiang have a slight chance of winning the championship. The 2 of them also stood aside, happy in their hearts. Although the realm of the 2 is only 8th rank. However, the exercises he practiced have already reached a small perfection. Aren't I a 9-star warrior? En Hong said suddenly. Anang? Junior brethren? Everyone was a little surprised. These days, En Hong has taught them how to practice. In the outer courtyard, it also has some prestige. Could it be that Junior brethren has become a 9-star martial artist? After Wang Ping heard the news, he felt a little helpless. After En Hong finished speaking, his eyes lit up. But I have some doubts in my heart. In just a few days, did Junior brethren break through and become a 9-star martial artist? Bai Lin and Yang Xiang were also a little surprised. The last time I saw En Hong was the 7-star warrior. Is this the charm of talent? Brethren is awesome. Then if that's the case, our Fingwu Martial Arts Academy may be able to compete for the first place. I want to sign up for this competition. En Hong said unhurriedly. Originally, En Hong didn't want to show off the limelight. After all, cultivation is the most important thing. But who made him give too much? 10 bottles of blood energy pills are enough to break through and become a 1-star martial artist. What's more, there are 10 bottles of Chongmai pill and 3rd-rank low-level skills and weapons. En Hong remembered the 10 yuan first-grade high-level sword in the mall. Wang Ping said in a meaningful way. Little brother, you should think about it carefully. After all, swords have no eyes. Martial arts competitions are not like usual sparring, and if you are not careful, your life may be in danger. Thank you, brother, for your kindness, but I have full confidence. Wang Ping also nodded helplessly. He intends to inform Master about this matter. After listening to senior brother Wang Ping's words, everyone suddenly realized something. Although senior brother En Hong is very talented, he lacks experience in combat. Many people were a little downcast. Wang Ping looked at the outer court disciples again and said loudly, "Who wants to sign up for the tournament?" The disciples below all looked at each other in blank dismay. Wang Ping said again. Master said, as long as you sign up for the martial arts competition, you will be rewarded with a bottle of blood energy pill. If you are injured, there will be other rewards. Wang Ping paused. Of course, the cultivation level must be at least 7 stars or higher. Everyone present was a little excited after hearing this. Immediately someone spoke up. I want to participate. Me too. The people who spoke were Bai Lin and Yang Yang. They are sure of getting the first 10 points. And some other people with enough cultivation bases no longer hesitated. Sign up enthusiastically. Although they are 7-star fighters, their master's reward is still a bit exciting. That was a bottle of blood chi pill. After Wang Ping's registration was completed, he also looked at everyone. Then these people are for the time being. Wang Ping looked at En Hong again and decided to check with his master first. After Wang Ping left, Lu Long said anxiously to En Hong. En Hong, why are you so stupid? This time, there are 2 9-star warriors in the Wuxiao Martial Arts Gym and the Bendao Martial Arts Gym participating in the competition. Narusi, before, he went to the cave to kill the existence of the West phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals win-win/phoneme Wolf King alone. I heard that person has a crazy personality. Wu Tian, who had been instructed by En Hong, also said worriedly. Senior brethren, although the rewards are very generous, there is no need to be in a hurry. If you get injured, it will be fatal to your cultivation. For their persuasion, and Hang's heart warmed up. On. Yang Yang came over at some point. Let me advise you, it's better not to participate. There are 2 9-star fighters in this tournament. Be a little self-aware. He was right. Bai Lin took over the conversation. And Hong felt a little funny. No need, you should take care of yourself more. The two were a little surprised, then shook their heads and left. And Hong felt helpless. Now I am already a 9-star martial artist, but I have said it all. Why does no one believe in themselves and be able to win the championship? How is this going? Looking at the first name on the list, Gao Chengyi asked in a little surprise. But Wang Ping explained helplessly. Junior brother said that he is already a 9-star martial artist, and since he was in the outer courtyard just now, it's hard for me to refuse. How is it possible? It's only been a few days, and Hang is already a 9-star martial artist. Gao Chengyi immediately thought of something. Forget it, it's his wish to sign up for the competition. It's actually not a good thing for Hong to improve the realm of martial arts too quickly. Without actual combat, it will still be a bit tasteless to face the monsters in the crypt. Wang Ping continued. Originally, I wanted to discuss with junior brother during this period of time. Gao Chengyi nodded. He was a little surprised. Although he knew Hang's talent was very strong, he didn't expect it. In just a few days, Hong became a 9-star martial artist. Looking at the words behind Hang's name, Gao Chengyi felt more and more satisfied. If Anang has maintained this speed in less than 3 years, the few martial arts he has practiced, maybe you can achieve a little consummation. He felt a little pity in his heart. If it wasn't for the rush of time, Hong might have some chance to win the championship. But participating in the martial arts competition is also beneficial, at least it can accumulate some experience for him in the future. He looked at the list again, and the disciples at the back were also very good. Especially Bai Lin and Yang Yang. I hope it won't be too embarrassing to lose. Wang Ping was taken aback. You don't think our martial arts school can get the first place? Wang Ping's face instantly became ugly. Among the 3 martial arts schools, Thingwu Martial Arts School can be said to be the lowest in strength. In the other 2 martial arts gyms, 2 geniuses emerged. He had heard about Ko Si and Lin Xiu. That wrinkle is not only powerful, but also became a 9-star martial artist in just 2 years. Moreover, the martial arts he practiced are also Dzogchen. And Lin Xiu is equally terrifying. Because of practicing 2 martial arts, he does not have Dzogchen. But it is also a terrifying existence of the 2 small consummations. The Tianben sword he cultivated is Tianbenbu. With the combination of the 2, it is hard to tell the winner in the face of Zhuo Si. In his own martial arts gym, Bai Lin practiced the Zhantian sword. The bloodthirsty knife practiced by Yang Yang. It's just Dishang. The gap is still huge. In 2 or 3 years, the 2 of them have become not only 8-star fighters, but also great masters in martial arts. It is already very good. How about this? This group of participants will each have a bottle of blood chi pill. Besides, you go talk to Anning again, let him not have any psychological burden. If you lose, there is nothing to care about. Wang Ping nodded. Okay, master. The other side. In the Tiger Roar Martial Arts Hall. Lin Hu, the owner of the pavilion, looked at the list of contestants in his hand and said with some satisfaction. Very well, in our Tiger Roaring Martial Arts gym, there are already 12 fighters above 7 stars. Presumably there won't be so many of the Dao Martial Arts Hall and the Thingwu Martial Arts Hall. And in front of him, a somewhat handsome young man said, Master, there is actually no need for so many people to sign up for this martial arts competition. In my opinion, just one junior brother can kill all directions and win the first place in one fell swoop. Another person in the audience also said with some contempt. Thingwu martial arts, this time there is no 9-star martial artist, it is not a problem at all, but in the martial arts of this way, you have to be careful of Lin Xiu, although the 2 martial arts are not perfect, but it is a bit troublesome to match them together gone. Lin Hu looked at the disciples discussing in the audience, and said boldly. It doesn't matter what the scenery is, this martial arts gym, it's just a bunch of spicy chickens. I don't believe it anymore. Even if Zhusi really hit hard, what else can they do to my failure in the Tiger Roaring Martial Arts Hall? The disciples in the audience also laughed. Among them, there are quite a few martial artists. Some of them are 4-star martial artists who have practiced for 3 or 4 years. However, if they were really asked to face Zhusi, they still had no confidence. Zhusi's martial arts are open and closed. Don't care about getting hurt at all. This time, my Tiger Roaring Martial Arts Club will become an existence that everyone fears in Qingfeng City. Through this martial arts competition, everyone in Qingfeng City must understand that my Tiger Roaring Martial Arts Club is the #1 martial artist in Qingfeng City. Museum. In this martial arts gym, by the pond, the two sat on the ground. And Wu Dao, the owner of the martial art museum, said slowly while looking at the turbulent water. Lin Xiu, what do you think of this martial arts competition? A young man beside him said with a blank expression. My goal is to be #1, but what Wao said gave me a headache. Silent for a while. No way to continue talking. Actually, Qxi's Wuji fist is very suitable for him. Once you encounter Quosai, you try to distance yourself from him. I remember that your original step has been completed. Once the distance is shortened, you should immediately use this step. The rewards this time are very generous. If you can win the championship, it will benefit us a lot in the martial arts school. In the martial arts tournament, once the championship is won, the name of the martial arts hall will be remembered by everyone in Qingfeng City. Lin Xiu nodded heavily. Naturally he had a sense of proportion in his heart. City Lord's Mansion. As for the purpose of the martial arts competition held by the City Lord, she was a little confused. Father, why do you want to hold a martial arts competition? Usually, I ask you for a 3rd-grade skill or a weapon, but you are not willing, but this time, it is because the reason is for an outsider to take it. You are partial. A girl said coquettishly to a middle-aged man with some annoyance. The other two in the room were not surprised by this, they stood aside expressionlessly. My dear daughter, stop making trouble. The middle-aged man sitting right in front looked at his daughter helplessly. He is the lord of Qingfeng City, Tian Qingfeng. Aren't you biased? As your precious daughter, the exercises I practice now are only 2nd grade. With tears in the girl's eyes, this made Tian Qingfeng even more headache. Although it is a 3rd-grade exercise, it is not beneficial to you now, but harmful. Tian Lanxue covered her ears and said, I don't listen. Tian Qingfeng looked at his daughter helplessly. Now you haven't laid a solid foundation, and you are blindly pulling seedlings to encourage growth. I am afraid that the foundation of martial arts is not stable. He gestured with his eyes, and a young man standing respectfully handed over a list. Impressively, it is the entry list of 3 martial arts gymnasiums. Tian Qingfeng instantly understood the situation of the 3 martial arts schools. The strength of Fengwu martial arts is at the bottom, and there is only 1 9-star. The young man said respectfully. That's true, and this 9-star warrior hasn't practiced martial arts yet. What? The man also said in disbelief. This person's name is In Hong, and he broke through to become a 9-star martial artist in just a few days. So? Tian Qingfeng was a little surprised. Is this true? Tian Qingxue hurried forward and asked, real or fake? In Qingfeng City, it took a year or 2 for even a genius like Zhusi to become a 9-star martial artist. This is already considered a genius. As for In Hong, he can only describe it as a monster. The subordinates have investigated it, and it is indeed the case. The man explained. It seems that In Hong has cultivated the spirit induction technique to the level of Dzogchen, and he also took a lot of blood energy pills during this day. Therefore, Tian Qingfeng nodded knowingly. If this is the case, it is not impossible. In addition, it is not surprising that he did not practice martial arts. Tian Qingfeng became more and more curious about In Hong. Ping Qi, if it were you, who among the contestants this time has the best chance of winning? The man thought for a while, replied. The subordinates believe that this time the martial arts competition should be a wrestler, but Lin Xiu is not out of the question. Tian Qingfeng nodded in agreement, and quite naturally excluded in Hang. But the man asked curiously. The subordinates can't understand the behavior of the city lord this time. You know, these third-grade exercises are very rare. Even if they are placed in Lufeng City, they are hard to find. Tian Qingfeng explained with a smile. The catacombs have been around for so long, but the human race has no choice but to barely seal the catacombs. And the Great Wilderness Dynasty also suffered from the catacombs, and now there are 12 martial saints guarding the S-level catacombs. Only 5 belong to our Great Wilderness Dynasty. The rest are all from martial arts halls, families, and sections. The Great Desolation Dynasty is in decline. Now more and more high-level warriors are appearing, and the cave will disappear completely one day. If there are still so few high-quality warriors emerging from the Martial Arts Academy and Wang Weijun of the Great Wilderness Dynasty in the future. When the day comes when the catacombs are subdued, I'm afraid the dynasty will change. Hearing this, Ping Qi trembled uncontrollably. Since the emergence of the catacombs, a large number of martial arts experts have emerged, but the current Great Wilderness Dynasty has 5 martial arts experts. In addition, the enemy is now, so no one has other thoughts about the Great Wilderness Dynasty. After the catacombs disappeared, it was really hard to say. The purpose of this martial arts competition is to tell those people in the martial arts hall that our Great Wilderness Dynasty does not lack resources, and our Wang Weijun has a desire for genius. These third-grade exercises and weapons are just an introduction. Only then did Ping Qi understand in his heart. Thank you, the city lord, for clarifying the confusion. In the Fengwu martial arts gym, and Hong looked at the blood energy pill in his hand with some excitement. Just now, the elder brother sent himself a reward for participating. Including the bottle of blood energy pills in his hand, and Hong already has a total of 17 blood energy pills. Now in Hang is very phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals clause close slash phoneme to the martial artist. Especially afterwards, when he won the championship in the martial arts competition, he won a total of 30 blood energy pills. Martial arts? Take it straight away. As for the extra blood chi pill, phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals or either slash phoneme sell it, or give it to Lu Long directly. After entering the martial master realm, he no longer needs the blood energy pill. Junior brethren? Only then did Anang react. The people around looked at him with very strange eyes. What's wrong with you, junior brethren? Wang Ping looked at Anhang worriedly. Brother, I'm fine. Anang Dry Food explained, and immediately restored the original slightly serious expression. Just myself. Seems out of control? Junior brethren, don't feel any pressure in this competition. Master said, it doesn't matter whether you win or lose. If Swaz or Lin Xiu really can't beat them, just admit defeat. Wang Ping forced a smile and said to Anhang. But Bai Lin and Yang Yang were a little speechless when they heard the words. Why not just abstain now? Afterwards, Wang Ping exhorted several people. Several people nodded in response, and each returned to their own rooms, preparing to practice. Now there are still 3 days before the martial arts competition. Maybe he can break through a realm or improve his martial arts. Before leaving, Wang Ping showed an encouraging expression. Although Anhang felt a little helpless, he still smiled at Wang Ping. Junior Anhang is really not easy. In order to give the martial arts school a better chance to win the championship, he still bit the bullet and participated in the competition. Wang Ping was a little moved. Junior brethren is really good at it. If something happens, he'll be real. And Hong went straight back to his home. There were 3 days left before the competition, and he had to hurry up and practice. He took out all the blood energy pills in his body, intending to absorb them all, and Feng Wu Jiutian, and Hong also planned to directly upgrade to the realm of Dzogchen. 3 days later, Anning slowly exhaled a foul breath. In 3 days, all 17 blood energy pills have been absorbed. Right now, Anhang's blood was surging. I seem to have inexhaustible strength. The heart in my body is beating very powerfully. And Hong has a rough estimate of his current state. If he continues to take 6 blood chi pills, then he will break through the last bottleneck in his body. And Hong glanced at the time. The martial arts tournament was about to start. I have to go to the city lord's mansion immediately. He glanced at his panel. The strongest training system character, and Hung Realm, 9-star warrior, 10 points H, training points, 925 skills, none spiritualization, Dzogchen rising dragon palm, Dzogchen bloodthirsty knife, Dzogchen Jiantian sword, not learned, 020, Phoenix dance 9 heavens, Deshang, 0300, after several days of accumulation, now I have more than 900 training points. Following the system's prompt, my Phoenix dance for 9 heavens spent a total of training points, and it was directly promoted to Dzogchen. The strongest training system character, and Hung Realm, 9-star warrior, 10 points H, training points, 925 skills, none spiritualization, Dzogchen rising dragon palm, Dzogchen bloodthirsty knife, Dzogchen Jiantian sword, not learned, 020, Phoenix dance 9 heavens. Dzogchen and Hong looked at his Dzogchen Phoenix dancing for 9 days, and was a little excited. The current self, in the realm of warrior, can be said to be an invincible existence. As for Zhan Tianjian, you can tell how powerful it is just by hearing its name. At that time, senior brother Wang Ping once told himself that it was a second-grade middle-level exercise. After the bloodthirsty knife, after I have enough training points, I will directly fill up the proficiency of the heavenly sword. Time was running out, and Hong hurriedly packed up and rushed towards the city lord's mansion. The city lord's mansion was completely bustling today. Looking around, the crowds are crowded. Everyone in Qingfeng City knew about today's martial arts competition. Not just warriors and warriors, even some ordinary people in Qingfeng City came to the city lord's mansion to watch. The arena is very large, with an area of about square meters. And this time the martial arts competition has also formulated some rules. There are a total of 30 contestants, and they will compete in groups of 2. And these onlookers were also talking about it. Who do you think can win the championship this time? I still need to think about it? It must be Wu Si from the Tiger Roar Martial Arts Academy. Not necessarily, Lin Xiu from this martial arts school also has a chance. Fart. Why, make a gesture. Immediately, a disciple from the martial arts school of this way spoke up to refute. The atmosphere off the court became tense in an instant. Above the arena, there is also a stand. The top spot is empty. Below, the owners of the 3 martial arts halls sat in turn. In fact, the relationship between the 3 museum owners is not harmonious. After all, the strength of the martial arts school is the quality of the disciples. Lin Hu laughed and said, "But it's been a long time since we saw each other, I miss you so much." When the other 2 heard this, they sneered in their hearts, but they still got up and hugged their fists to say hello. After exchanging pleasantries, all 3 of them sat down. Gao Chengyi didn't dare to say anything, because the strength of his own Fengwu martial arts was unsightly. But Lin Hu spoke first. "I don't know if the 2 museum owners are safe recently?" Wu Dao said. "Very good, not only good now, but also good in the future." Lin Hu was a little disdainful. "After I win the championship in the Huxiao Martial Arts Hall, I hope that the owner of the Wudao Hall will still be like this." The atmosphere is a little subtle. Fell into silence. In the arena, the disciples of the 3 martial arts schools, under the leadership of their senior brothers, waited. Wows looked wildly at the participating disciples of Wudao martial arts. "Lin Xiu? I heard that you are very strong. I hope you don't run into me, otherwise I'm sure you won't even make it to the finals." Lin Xiu responded with a flat face. "Take care of yourself first." Hearing this, Zhou Si's eyes became even more frenzied, seeing that Lin Xiu didn't respond at all. Then he looked at the participating disciples in the Fengwu martial arts gym, and said with some disdain, "Fengwu martial arts, a bunch of trash. To embarrass yourself?" The disciples in the Fengwu martial arts gym immediately glared at each other. "Do you have the guts to say it again? Court death?" Although the disciples in the Fengwu martial arts hall knew it in their hearts. But now, the momentum cannot be lost. After all, it hasn't started yet. Bai Lin said coldly. "Touch it. If you lose later, you will be ashamed. Put in." Yang Yang stretched his waist and said. The fighting spirit in his eyes could not be contained. It's just 2 8-star fighters. I really don't understand why you guys still talk to me like that. After revealing his strength, Zhusi said lazily. An 8-star martial artist can be crushed to death by himself. And Hong couldn't help it anymore. This wrinkle is really ignorant. Your master, the master of Tiger Roar martial arts, is that the only way to teach you? Does it bother you all the time? Your verbal skill is really strong, I admit it. Other than that, you are a little trash. Everyone stopped discussing and looked at Hong in astonishment. Then they all laughed. As for the Fengwu martial arts school, the laughing people turned their backs on their backs. The disciples in the Fengwu martial arts hall discovered that Hong was not only gifted in martial arts, but also good at speaking. As for the martial arts academy, after Hong finished speaking, they also felt very happy and extremely comfortable. Even Lin Xiu, who was somewhat indifferent, nodded at Hang. Although Lin Xiu devoted himself to cultivating, but regarding Hang's practice of guiding spirits to Dzogchen, also heard about it. In the past few days, his realm has advanced by leaps and bounds, and he has become a 9-star warrior, although he has not practiced any martial arts. However, being able to participate in this martial arts tournament is also able to see Hang's heart. Unlike the people of Rus, he is impetuous. He already had a plan in mind, and he focused on these points. If he met Hong, he would definitely not kill him, so he just went to the end. As for Hushao martial arts, he was a little annoyed by Hang's words. Everyone blushed. They clamored. Tell us your name. Wait and see how Grandpa fixes you. Some people even scolded mothers directly. But Zhusi was a little annoyed by Hang's words. Yellow-haired boy, I remember you. It's best to pray that you don't meet me, or I swear to God, you will regret coming to this world. And Hong was a little disdainful. It's a pity, Guang has opened his mouth. Except for the Hushao Martial Arts Academy, the rest of the people are also very disgusted with wows. How could you give up this opportunity? Someone took up the conversation right away. Well, I can see that the mouth skills of the wrinkle are really strong enough. What kind of kung fu are you talking about? Crows was a little annoyed, but there was nothing he could do. But the elder brother at the Tiger Roar Martial Arts Hall shook his head. Said to Wang Ping with some earnestness. Your Phoenix Dance Martial Arts School is probably in decline. When will someone who likes to talk can become your disciple? Wang Ping thought it was a little funny and said with a smile. Hey, in my memory, why did you Hushao martial arts start talking? Oppressive rule? Only you are allowed to speak loudly at the Tiger Roar Martial Arts Hall? Li Xin, the elder brother of Tiger Roar Martial Arts, was stunned and speechless. Humph. Then let's see Xinjiang in the arena. Then he turned his head and said nothing. And Hong said with some appreciation. I can't tell, senior brother, I thought you were an honest person. What is an honest man? And Hong said resentfully. Nothing. Wang Ping was a little confused. I feel worried about Hong's next situation. Although this little junior brother of mine is a 9-star martial artist, he hasn't learned any martial arts. But now it angered wows. Ugh. After thinking about it, with the dexterity of the junior brother, there is no big loss, let alone the presence of the master. It's him? The city lord Tian Qingfeng looked at the screen with some uncertainty. Yes. Ping Qi also said with a smile. What Hang did was seen by them, and he was a little arrogant at a young age. Let's go. The two walked out slowly. There was an instant ebullition outside the arena, and all kinds of praises were endless. City master, can I give you a monkey? The city lord is so handsome. Yushu faces the phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals wind wine / phoneme. The city lord seems to be a third-rank military general, right? Why do you feel that the aura is much stronger this time? Do you think it's easy to be the city lord? Now the city lord seems to be a 9-star general. It's only one step away from the 4th-rank Woho. Tian Qingfeng slowly walked to the high platform. At this point, the audience is silent. With a trace of joy on Tian Qingfeng's face, he looked at the audience and said, As the city lord of Qingfeng City, I feel very honored for your support. Tian Qingfeng then bowed to the audience. Unexpectedly, the city lord is not only powerful, but also very friendly. To be honest, I am a little embarrassed. After all, I am a warrior. The owner of the city is too polite. Don't be like this, I can't stand it. And Hong was a little surprised by the people who were still at war just now, with yin and yang eccentricities. Now it directly makes Aneng feel a little strange. Tian Qingfeng continued to speak after the audience became quiet again. The rewards for this martial arts competition are also very generous. Among the 3 high-ranking ranks, you can choose skills and weapons. I have seen the contestants too, they are all from the 3 major martial arts gyms in Qingfeng City. When Qingfeng talked about the skills and weapons of the 3rd grade, everyone's breathing became a little rapid in an instant. Not to mention the Chomai pill worth 200 million, the 3rd rank high-level exercises. There are no 3 major martial arts gyms, or even big families in Qingfeng City. Among the audience, there are many martial artists. They couldn't help but feel a little regretful. City Lord, why can't martial artists participate in this tournament? Is this a little unfair? Immediately, someone couldn't hold back and spoke. Ha ha ha. Tian Qingfeng said with a smile in his eyes, don't compete with these young people for these 3 advanced exercises. Among the Wang Weijun of my Great Desolation Dynasty, these exercises are not lacking. Some people with spiritual thoughts, for Tian Qingfeng's words, there is also a trace of speculation in my heart. And the owners of the 3 martial arts gyms are also very helpless. It's clear that the sky is clear and the phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals win wine / phoneme is robbing them. More and more people will know what Tian Qingfeng said just now. At that time, ordinary people will have another choice. But they can't stop them. The 3 martial arts gyms are able to come to today. It is entirely up to the gym owners to work hard step by step. And the mayor. Presumably everyone is already a little impatient, so let's officially start the competition now. Tian Qingfeng breathed out a foul breath. It won't take long for the words just now to spread in Qingfeng City. At the beginning of the martial arts competition, the first thing is to draw lots. Aneng and the others drew their own number plates according to their own order. 30 people, only 15 people will be decided, and so on. Until the winner is determined. The members of Huxiao Martial Arts Gym looked at Aneng with some malicious intentions after drawing. I'm a little curious now, how many numbers did that kid draw? If you meet us by any chance, you must teach him a lesson. Someone said viciously. Bai Lin, what's your number? Number 8. Then congratulations, I was not drawn, see you in the finals. Yang Yang said to Bai Lin with a smile. Bai Lin nodded. Little brother, how many numbers have you drawn? Wang Ping asked curiously. Me? No. 11. And Hong said with a flat face. Little brother, remember, if you meet someone from the Tiger Roar Martial Arts Academy, or if you think you can't beat him, just surrender and admit defeat. Wang Pingyu said earnestly. I don't feel ashamed at all. Can you have some confidence in me, my senior brother? And Hong pretended to be a little annoyed. Wang Ping quickly explained. All contestants, he posted the number plate he had drawn on his chest, and began to look for his opponent. And the tournament officially started at this moment. On the ring, contestant number 30 faced No. It is indeed somewhat ingenious. Crows walked onto the stage with a smirk. And the No. 30 player. It is a disciple of Thingwu martial arts. He looked at Kuz with a malicious smile. Some tremblingly looked at Wang Ping at the side. This game, we admit defeat. Naturally, there is a huge gap between him and him. This is a contest without any suspense. What's the matter? Didn't you shout for joy just now? Why are you whining now? Yeah, why don't you dare to play now? Did you take the initiative to admit defeat? In the Tiger Roar Martial Arts Hall, a disciple said very disdainfully. It is said that many people feel a little uncomfortable. They used to be so weak, but they didn't speak. Martial arts, it was supposed to be like this. Survival of the fittest. Fists are king. What are you crazy about? There is a kind of comparison with me. Yang Yang said angrily. And the referee also said at this juncture. What are you doing? If you do this next time, you don't have to compare. Although Yang Yang was very angry, but he still retreated obediently. Crows also sneered very disdainfully. The competition did not end, and the next match, the Bendao Martial Arts Hall will face the Tiger Roaring Martial Arts Hall. The two contestants were evenly matched, and this match took a very long time. In the end, the people from this martial arts school were even better. In the third round, Lin Xiu walked onto the ring slowly. The people who eat melons are a little surprised. Why did Lin Xiu from the Martial Arts Academy come on stage so early? Hey, guess what? Lin Xiu's contestant this time is also a disciple in this martial arts gym. Interesting. In this competition, although the reward for number 1 is very generous. However, number 2 and number 3 also have a consolation prize. Brother Lin, please. The disciple said very respectfully. But this contest was a bit boring. Lin Xiumo was that disciple's senior brother, so Lin Xiu also had reservations, and the fights were back and forth. It seems that he intends to guide his younger brother. Can you stop wasting time? Crows said a little annoyed. At this time, the disciple also responded. I surrender. Then he said in a low voice. Thank you, brother. Lin Xiu smiled slightly. It's all about duty. When retracting the sword, he danced a sword flower very casually. And this move also amazed a group of women in the audience. Lin Xiu, I want to give birth to a monkey for you. My husband is so handsome. As time went by, one contest after another was conducted. Most of the people in this competition are evenly matched. It inevitably made those martial artists and the onlookers feel a little bored. But at this moment, everyone raised their spirits. No. 11. No. 20. And Hong stood up feebly, he was a little sleepy looking at it. On the other side of the Huxiao Martial Arts Hall, a strong young man also slowly stepped onto the ring. He said grimly. Call me dad, let you lose more decently. Niu Qing, beat him up hard. The disciples in Huxiao Martial Arts Gym were afraid that In Hong would admit defeat, so they immediately said. Could it be that you are afraid? If you are afraid, go home and find your mother. I never knew how to write fear words. An Hong's left leg was charged and he jumped suddenly. It was 5 or 6 meters high, and landed lightly on the ring. The originally noisy place became quiet in an instant. At the Fengwu Martial Arts Hall, Wang Pingsheng was afraid that something might happen to his younger brother, so he was going to give him some advice. Unexpectedly, An Hong flew directly to the ring. He was a little confused. Didn't it mean that he doesn't know any martial arts? What happened just now? Could it be that I had hallucinations? I clearly saw it fly up directly. An ordinary 9-star warrior can jump up to 2 meters. He has definitely practiced the kung fu related to body skills. And at least Dishang. Someone next to him added a sentence, but his face was also serious. The attention of this Dao Martial Arts Center also looked at Gao Chengyi with some doubts. Said slightly inquiringly. When did you teach him martial arts? No. Gao Chengyi was also a little dazed. Then how did he learn the Phoenix dance for 9 heavens? And at least it's a great success. From An Hong being accepted as a disciple to now. Only a few days of work. Gao Chengyi was momentarily at a loss for words. Forget it, there are some things I shouldn't have asked, and it's okay not to say. Wu Dao shook his head. In my heart, I feel a little funny, a few days, no matter how good the talent is. All of them are used to break through the realm and practice agility. Where will there be time to learn other martial arts? Gao Chengyi scolded his mother in his heart, and he only just found out about the strength that An Hong revealed just now. But then he was thoughtful again. Now An Hong, at most, barely resisted, did not learn martial arts. It is absolutely impossible to win. He had some expectation in his heart, whether An could give himself some more surprises. In Tian Xingfeng's eyes, a gleam of light flashed. The strength shown just now is not simple. And Ping Qi also cast a shocked look. His own strength is superb, a 9-star general. Naturally, one could see that something was wrong with An Hang. This movement method is at least in the realm of small perfection. Moreover, An Hang didn't show his timidity, and seemed to have other means to win. However, with your body skills, can you beat me? He already had a picture in his mind, said. Grandpa Nyo will let you survive or die later. Then why don't you come over and try? And Han looked at Niu Qing playfully, court deaf. Niu Qing was immediately enraged by An Hang. Using all his strength, he rushed towards An Hang in a daze. Tiger roaring fist. He only heard a loud roar, and then he could see Niu Qing approaching gradually. In the fist phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals wind wine / phoneme, there were bursts of roaring tigers and dragons chant. Senior brother Niu Qing secretly practiced behind our backs again. I didn't expect that the tiger roar fist is almost perfect. Yeah, brother Niu was still a great success a few days ago. It's only been a few days. And the elder brother in the Tiger Roar martial arts school nodded, very satisfied. I gave some guidance a few days ago, but I didn't expect him to realize it so quickly. It won't take long for Niu Qing's tiger roaring fist to be completed. Bai Lin and Yang Xiang in the Fengwu martial arts gym were a little surprised. Their current martial arts skills had already achieved great success. Before coming to the competition, I was full of confidence. Now I am a little worried. If they are 9-star fighters, there is still a chance to win. As for An Hang, in their hearts, he was already a loser. I hope An can suffer less. Wang Ping was slightly worried. But then his eyes widened, and he looked at the scene in front of him in disbelief. An Hang, seeing Niu Qing's oncoming fist, did not dodge in any way. Instead, he started to resist. Is this kid out of his mind? It's not so easy to dodge the tiger roaring fist that is about to reach perfection. Others sighed. Is there a possibility that he is going to surrender? With such a phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals clause close / phoneme distance, Niu Qing also had a sinister smile on his face. Before the fist arrived, An Hang could already smell the sweat on Niu Qing's body. Tiger roaring fist? It sounds very impressive. An Hang worked slowly in his body, and waved his palm lightly at Niu Qing. Snapped. The collision between flesh and blood made a very crisp sound. A figure flew across the air, flew backward heavily, and then fell to the ground. The arena trembled. Everyone also looked at Niu Qing, who was lying on the ground in disbelief, with their mouths slightly opened. All fell silent. In everyone's minds, An Hang, who should have died a miserable death, stood peacefully where he was. They even feel like they are dreaming. An Hang's light palm contained full strength. This palm is so simple and unadorned. I'm not dreaming, am I? The tiger roaring fist has achieved great success, and the 7-star martial artist was blown away just like that? This child is so terrifying. What kind of martial art is he using? Why have I never seen it before? It's not a martial skill at all, it's realm suppression. Yang Lin felt a little parched, and swallowed very hard. Bai Lin, do you know how An Hang made the move? Bai Lin also shook his head heavily. It's too fast, I can only see an afterimage. Wang Ping, who was the highest among the crowd, also reacted quickly, and said with a trace of uncertainty in his words. Rising Dragon Palm. After Lin Xiu saw that palm, he also became a little vigilant in his heart. I remember who just clamored to beat up senior brother and's parents who didn't even know each other? The situation seems to be a bit wrong now. That's right, why did you people from the Tiger Roar Martial Arts Academy get slapped away by senior brethren? The disciples in the Fengwu Martial Arts School also looked in the direction of the Huxiao Martial Arts Hall with some playfulness when they saw this scene. Those disciples who were ridiculed, their faces flushed, were speechless. Master Gao, you seem a little unkind. Lin Hu said with a gloomy face. Phoenix Dance 9 Heavens great accomplishment, Rising Dragon Palm great accomplishment, this doesn't look like a person who just practiced at all. Gao Chengyi also said with a smile. Didn't you hear that this disciple of mine has cultivated the technique of guiding spirits to Dzogchen? He is very talented. He also had some understanding in his heart. No wonder En Heng insisted on signing up for the competition. It turns out that not only has he become a 9-star martial artist, he has also cultivated 2 martial arts to great success. There was also some relief on his face. The current En Heng was very hopeful to enter the top 3. En Heng was very polite, and left the ring with his hands in all directions. Brotherin is awesome. Senior Brotherin, can you tell us how to cultivate? Those disciples gathered around En Heng one after another, and they praised him endlessly. But the 2 of Bai Yan were a little embarrassed. They asked themselves, and they didn't have any confidence that they could solve Niu Qing so neatly. And the rematch will start soon. Number 1. No. 15. En Heng looked at the 2 Nuoda numbers on his chest, but felt a little puzzled. Why me? It's you? From the Tiger Roar Martial Arts Hall, a tall and majestic 8-star martial artist slowly walked out. Hey, it's Senior Brother Yu. Brother Yu, blast him to death with your tiger fist. Little junior brother, be careful. Wang Ping said with some worry. This time the opponent is not a 7-star warrior. En Heng gave a reassuring look, then used the Phoenix dance for 9 heavens, and landed on the ring. This made the women in the audience even more crazy. The people who eat melons are also a little speechless. The Soneng, does he like to show off so much? What happened next made their hearts tense. En Heng's hands slowly stretched out. Then he said arrogantly, let's get started, I'm in a hurry. After a period of silence, the audience in the audience broke out into thunderous laughter in an instant. What did he think? He thought the opponent was the 7-star warrior just now? To be honest, he's a little too arrogant. This Yufeng is an 8-star martial artist. And the Tiger Roaring Fist is already in the realm of little perfection. Crows are not as crazy as him. Wows couldn't help but swear. En Heng's own mother doesn't even know her, who will definitely call her later. I thought to myself. It's kind of interesting. Tian Qingfeng smiled and looked at Gao Chengyi playfully. Master Gao, you disciple, you are confident. Gao Chengyi also laughed a little. The talent shown by En Heng is really good. I know. Isn't it too early to say these unmet things? Lin Hu said with a gloomy expression. Tian Qingfeng smiled and said nothing more. In the arena, Yufeng was a little out of breath after being told by En Heng. After lightly jumping onto the ring, he said coldly. You have to understand that if you are too confident, you become conceited. I am not Niu Qing. Come on, stop talking nonsense. En Heng said impatiently. Let me tell you the truth, I must be the number 1 in this competition. The people in the audience were stunned. They had seen arrogant people, but they had never seen En Heng so arrogant. I think he should change his name to En Kuang. Come. Yufeng let out a roar, his legs were faintly accumulating strength, his eyes were bare, and he stared at En Heng. Then, like a cannonball, it flew towards En Heng. The short distance of 3 or 4 meters was shortened all of a sudden. His hands are slightly bent. The target pointed directly at En Heng's chest. Sure enough, the Tiger Roaring Fist's small perfection is still strong. The roar of tigers and dragons can be vaguely heard in the phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals win wine / phoneme of fist. Why hasn't Anning made any moves yet? He's courting death. He lost. Immediately someone shook his head and said. But when the phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals win wine / phoneme was about to touch En Heng's body, a sudden change occurred. Eat my palm. En Heng said very plainly, and then Bai Aneng saw a mighty dragon in his palm. Hovering in his hands, the air was accompanied by the sound of dragon chant. Rising dragon palm, great perfection. Dzogchen. How did he do that? When the rising dragon palm was first used, the 3 major pavilion owners and the city owner on the stands all stood up with a jerk. He looked at the scene in front of him in astonishment. Rising dragon's palm is perfect. It's really extraordinary. Wang Ping was shocked with a slightly worried face and then smiled wryly. The reason why he was able to become a senior brother was that his talent was naturally not bad. In more than 2 years, he also practiced the Rising Dragon Palm to the small perfect state. But now a Dzogchen has come out, and it only took a few days. An astonishing thought suddenly popped up in his mind. Could Hang's Phoenix Dance for 9 Heavens also be Dzogchen? The more Wang Ping thought about it, he couldn't calm down for a long time. What kind of cultivation speed is this? Both Bai Lin and Yang Xiang stared at the scene in front of them dumbfounded, speechless. This cultivation speed is not even enough to describe the evildoer. It's okay to be perfect in martial arts, but the realm of martial arts is still very fast. Rising Dragon Palm Great Perfection. In the martial arts hall of this way, Lin Shou frowned and said. He also heard Hang's words just now. I am afraid that the first place in this competition will have another powerful opponent. He looked at Hang warily, but he had a plan in mind. If Hang only wanted to win the championship with a Dzogchen-level Rising Dragon Palm, that would be too whimsical. Interesting. Zhusi laughed heartily. He was very interested in Hang's displayed strength. He can be said to be a martial idiot, and he is looking forward to the next competition. What is this? Yu Feng only saw it. The sky seemed to be shrouded in the light brought by Hang's palm. The sky is bright. Then he couldn't control his body anymore, and flew backwards violently. Immediately lost consciousness. There was only a loud noise, and then everyone was surprised to find that the competition was over. Oh, seeking defeat alone. Hang smiled faintly, and slowly walked off the ring. A group of people in the Fingwu Martial Arts Hall waited with their mouths slightly open, standing in place like clay sculptures. Watching Hang slowly return to his seat and wait for the next competition. Hiss, 9-star martial artist. Rising Dragon Palm Dzogchen. Better than a monster. I finally know why he is so arrogant. I bet 10 pulse pills, the champion is Hang. Not only warriors, but even those warriors. They were all jealous of Hang's talent. This competition, the biggest dark horse. It can only be Hang. As for number 2, they were a little unexpected. Suffer to death. Zhusi looked at number 14 who was slowly walking out of Fingwu Martial Arts Hall, and it looked like Yang Yang. Yang Yang showed no trace of fear, and slowly walked onto the ring. Zhusi didn't say anything, just flew towards the second district directly at Yang Yang. So fast. Yang Yang was a little surprised in his heart, and immediately used all his strength. Bloodthirsty knife. The two started fighting. But soon, Yang Yang felt a shock in his mouth, and he couldn't help taking a step back, that is, this step. Wao's back move came out. With just one palm, Yang Yang spat out blood and flew out. Senior brother Yang. Yan Yang. Everyone in Fengwu martial arts was shocked and ran over in a hurry. Even Hang showed anxiety. Although the relationship between the two is not good, and they have even ridiculed themselves, they are both brothers in the martial arts school, and Yang Yang also played the aura of the Fingwu martial arts school. Although the opponent was strong, he did not surrender. Big brother, after speaking, he fainted. Wang Ping was furious, but there was nothing he could do. I'm waiting for you. Zhusi looked at Hang and said coldly. Hang, who has always been steady, is also a little angry at this time. The martial arts competition was still going on. Bai Lin met Lin Shou, but he was also defeated, but he was not injured. The referee immediately started the draw for the rematch. There were only 8 players left in the field. Crows looked at the number plate in his hand and said with a sinister smile. Hang, I heard that you are very strong? Everyone present fell silent. Number 1 wrinkle. Number, Aneng? Is this moment finally here? I'd been waiting for a long time. Now it's interesting. One is Dzogchen's Rising Dragon Palm, and the other is Dzogchen Fist, which is interesting. Both of them are still 9-star fighters. I think Russ is stronger. Don't talk about it, there's nothing to argue about, whoever loses, the top 3 are impossible. Yeah, I don't know if the referee did it on purpose. There was a lot of discussion in the audience. And on stage. Tian Qingfeng said playfully. Who do you think will win? Lin Hu said not to be outdone. I believe in crows, after all, he has been in the 9-star warrior for a long time. What's more, Zhuasi has a breath in his heart, and he will only become stronger as he fights. Tian Qingfeng nodded, but did not speak. There is no way to compare the competition on the ring with the actual combat. After all, it is not a life and death crisis. That's it. Many people in the Great Wilderness Martial Arts Academy, once they entered the burrow, their strength was greatly reduced. Some people even dared not move at all after seeing the monsters in the crypt. Only those who have no distracting thoughts in their hearts can stand at the pinnacle of martial arts. Then what does the High Hall Master think? Tian Qingfeng pointed the finger at Gao Qingyi. He was a little embarrassed. He couldn't say, Aneng will win? Although the talent is very strong, how long has it been practiced? He is the owner of the hall and Enhang's master. But he didn't know about Enhang's cultivation of Dragon Palm to Dzogchen and Phoenix Dance to 9 heavens. And indeed, Zosi fought like a lunatic, full of killer moves. Let's phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals red read slash phoneme on and can always bring me many surprises. The others were a little speechless. Little brother Wang Ping was a little worried and was about to speak, but was interrupted by Enhang. Eldest brother, believe me, I will make crows speechless in the future, and if you see me, you have to go around. Enhang slowly scanned the surrounding brothers. Can you hurry up? I'm in a hurry. Wrinkles said in a strange way. So coincidentally? Enhang jumped lightly and came to the ring. Then I hope you don't disappoint me. Wows burst out with a slow fighting spirit. Enhang walked slowly to the side and took out a wooden knife. It's time to start. Everyone is a little curious. Can Enhang still use a knife? His dragon palm is perfect. I really don't know where he has the time to learn the sword technique. Wows was immediately irritated. In his eyes, Anhang's actions were quite disrespectful to him. You are humiliating me. Enhang smiled slowly. Who told you that I can only raise the dragon palm? Haven't you heard of the bloodthirsty knife? Everyone in the audience suddenly realized, and then started discussing again. Bloodthirsty knife? This wrinkle is the Dzogchen tiger's roaring palm. How dare he do it? Is there a possibility that his bloodthirsty knife is also perfect? Someone said with a smile, after all, Enhang's talent is too strong. Gao Chengyi also couldn't understand it, but since Enhang is so confident, it can only show that his bloodthirsty knife is at least a little bit perfect. It is good. Zhuasi said 3 good words in a row, and then rushed to Enhang angrily. The speed is so fast that the audience can't see clearly. It's now. Enhang slashed down fiercely, intending to head on. Everyone felt as if they were in hell, and the space turned into a sea of blood. Beside Enhang, 3 blood shadows appeared. Dzogchen. Gao Qingyi's eyes widened, and when he got excited, he stood up instantly. Impossible. Lin Hu looked at the incredible scene in front of him with some excitement. Xuanshuang Dzogchen, how could there be such a genius? Wu Dao also sighed slightly, and said slowly. Zhuasi only felt a shock from the tiger's mouth, and there was no way he could stop the force coming from him. Anhang's achievements followed one after another. Wrinkles immediately showed pain, and the veins on his forehead popped out. The third knife then slashed at Zhuasi. Now his brain has stopped thinking. It was caused by the pain from the hand. It's extremely scary. If it's an actual battle, this crow is probably already dead. Tian Qingfeng said in a low voice. Wu Dao also nodded in agreement. The bloodthirsty knife of the Dzogchen realm is not something that Kusi can resist at all. Don't you like barking dogs? Enhang snorted coldly, and flew forward, followed by a knife. Don't let Zhuasi think about it at all, his fighting instinct allows him to punch directly to resist. Immediately, the pain that came from him made Zhuasi grin his teeth, in unspeakable pain. Immediately, everyone who watched the play felt that Wows was a monkey. Like dogs barking? Like pretending? Everyone felt that what was happening now was very strange. And Hong held a wooden knife and chased and slashed at Kusi, but Kusi just rubbed his hands like a cat catching a mouse. Would you still bark like a dog in the future, or pretend? No, I won't dare in the future. Crow seemed to be wearing a mask of pain, and a tear was squeezed out by him. What hatred and resentment, I just said a few words, although a little unpleasant. It's not like it is now. Hearing this, and Hong did not hesitate to chase after him. Crows regrets it a bit. What happened today will take him a lifetime to heal. He didn't even dare to speak afterward. And Hong said jokingly, I don't believe it, after all, you can't believe it. Wrinkle was so painful that his head was covered with sweat. He managed to squeeze out a little bit of strength and said, Then what do you want me to do? And Hong said while chasing him, without panting at all. It seems that for him, there is endless energy. Now, you stop before I believe it. Although Kusi is a martial idiot, he is definitely not a fool. He said rather resentfully. Why did I stop? Did you hit me like an idiot? Wows mustered his strength and picked up the speed. I'm not kidding you, really. I do not believe. Everyone was shocked when they saw the scene in front of them. Instead, he looked at the person next to him and wondered if he had gone to the wrong set. Is this still a competition? It was a torture with great disparity in strength. Tian Qingfeng looked at the scene in front of him dumbfounded. It's almost done. But at the Tiger Roar Martial Arts Hall, they were out of breath. Especially Lin Hu. Cao Chengyi wanted to laugh, but he didn't dare to. Beside him, Huxiu Martial Arts was paying attention, but Lin Hu was beside him. His face was very ugly, and he was afraid that he would add fuel to the fire. It's really funny though. Who would have thought that An Hong could raise the bloodthirsty knife to the level of Dzogchen in just a few days? Who would have thought that Anang would chase after Zhusi? How much personal grievances? Gao Chengyi thought to himself. Next time if I compete with Lin Hu, can I be the same as An Hong? I declare that An Hong wins this contest. The referee loudly announced the result of the contest. All the disciples of Fengwu martial arts looked at An Hong happily. Cheers broke out. Brotherin is awesome. You're so handsome, senior brotherin. It would be great if senior brotherin was a woman. An Hong walked off the ring calmly. Wang Ping also showed joy and said excitedly, Little brother, you did a good job. Wang Ping patted An Hong's shoulder and said, Junior brother, your phoenix dance for 9 heavens has already reached its full perfection. An Hong was slightly taken aback and said with some surprise, Brother, how do you know? Could it be that you are spying on me? Wang Ping was stunned like a clay sculpture. Said hastily, You don't know how to cut the sky sword, and you have already achieved Dzogchen? How is it possible? How can I have so much time to practice? Wang Ping was a little uncertain. Senior brotherin, only Lin Xiu is left. That's right, senior brotherin, if you defeat Lin Xiu, our martial arts school will be number 1. I heard that Lin Xiu has completed his basic swordsmanship and basic steps. All the disciples in the Fengwu Martial Arts Hall gathered around, discussing a lot. Even Bai Lin, who was originally deployed, came up and looked at An Hong worriedly. He had fought against Lin Xiu just now, so he naturally knew Lin Xiu's strength. It's not so exaggerated, it's just a formality. And Hong stopped the discussion of all the brothers and said, I told you in the martial arts gym, this number 1 must belong to our martial arts hall. Correct. It must be our Phoenix Dance Martial Arts Academy that won the first place. After several bouts, An Hong ended the competition at an extremely fast speed. Everyone believed in An Hong very much. This kid, I really want to beat him to death. The people in the Tiger Roar Martial Arts Gym all looked at An Hong with itchy teeth. The last disciple in Huxiao Martial Arts Hall met Lin Xiu. Without any accidents, you will lose miserably. It's a pity. That kid's sword skills and boxing skills are all perfect, and he also has a great Phoenix Dance 9 heavens. No way out at all. I'm kind of looking forward to An Hong meeting Lin Xiu. Tian Qingfeng said very easily. For this competition, he doesn't really care who wins or loses. What the city lord said is that I also have some expectations. Wu Dao agreed very much. Then who do you think will win? Each half? Wu Dao thought about it carefully and said. And Hang is indeed very evil, but Lin Xiu is not bad. Phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals IR either slash phoneme. Sword skills and body skills have already been slightly perfected, and it is difficult for an Hong to get phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals clause close slash phoneme. Gao Chengyi smiled and retorted. What if an Hang's Phoenix Dance 9 Heavens has also reached Dzogchen? If this is the case, then Lin Xiu can only obediently admit defeat. Wu Dao said helplessly. Just keep blowing. Lin Hu said angrily. The table was shaken by his slap. If an Hong has even achieved the great consummation of the 9 heavens of Phoenix Dance, I'll just eat the chair I'm sitting on right now. Seeing this, Tian Qingfeng came out to smooth things over. Master Lin, there's no need to say such things on impulse. Oomph, I'm serious. Lin Hu seemed to have lost his mind at this moment. It's fine if both sword and boxing skills are perfect, but how can body skills also be perfect? It's only been a few days. Gao Chengyi felt a little helpless. Don't say you don't believe it, even he himself only knew it just now. Soon the knockout rounds were over. Among the contestants, only An Hong and Lin Xiu are the main 3 disciples of the martial arts school. This time, An Hong drew another martial artist from this martial arts gym. Lin Xiu also met his junior brother. On the ring, An Hong said very kindly, "Let's start." For a moment, everyone was a little surprised by An Hong's attitude. Why is An Hong not as arrogant as before? The disciple of this Dao martial arts school also said helplessly. I surrender. They had already seen An Hong's strength. If you continue to fight, you can only bring yourself to humiliate yourself. An Hong looked up to the sky and sighed, and stepped off the ring. I won the game, but my heart is empty. On the other side, Lin Xiu's battle against his own junior also ended very quickly with the junior admitting defeat. Everyone looked forward to it. In today's martial arts competition, the scene that they are most looking forward to is about to appear. An Lin Xiu. The final begins. The referee announcing the start of the game. In an instant, there was a noisy discussion outside the court. And Hang or Lin Xiu, who has a better chance of winning? Needless to say, it must be An Hong. It's only been a few days. The 9-star martial artist has perfected his sword fist and perfected his body skills. If you look at his performance in these few games, it's obvious that he has hidden some tricks. Then tell me, what cards do you have? I still think that Lin Xiu has a better chance of winning. Lin Xiu has stayed in the realm of 9-star warrior for a while. Although his martial arts are not perfect, his swordsmanship and body skills are at least perfect. I'm coming. No, why is An Hong still standing there motionless like before? What kind of plane is he doing? That's it? Under the arena, An Hong didn't come to the stage for a long time, but stared at Lin Xiu stubbornly. This made the referee a little speechless. Didn't he want to end the competition very quickly before? Player An Hong, if you don't make it to the ring again, you will be automatically judged to lose. An Hong shook his head slowly and said, No, I'm sure I'll win this competition, there's no need to waste time. Lin Xiu, who has always been cold-tempered, was also a little angry when he heard the words. So confident? An Hong didn't answer, but the people off the court were a little impatient. And Gao Chengyi in the stands was also a little confused. It wasn't until the time was almost up that An Hong entered the ring. Everyone felt a gust of phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals win-win slash phoneme blowing by. Look again. An Hong has already slowly landed on the ring. Lin Xiu was a little angry at first, but now he is a little shocked. Said with a bitter face. Exactly. Then he walked directly to the bottom of the ring, and said without looking back. If there is a chance in the future, I hope to compete with you. No problem. An Hong said heartily. Lin Xiu glanced at An Hong with a complicated expression. Afterwards, he returned to the team of the martial arts school of this way. What happened? It's over before it even started. Am I dreaming? What are you calling? A martial artist roared and said. Go back to practice if you don't understand. Everyone looked at the two in confusion. Somewhat confused. Among the crowd, one person said with a slightly dignified tone. Anung. Phoenix dances for 9 days, Dzogchen. That's why Lin Xiu conceded defeat. Did I hear you right? Phoenix danced 9 heavens, Dzogchen? It's only been a few days? Are you really kidding? Dzogchen. Everyone seemed to have heard a big joke. But in the bottom of my heart, I already believed it. It will take a few days for the 3 martial arts to be perfected. One person said helplessly. Besides, he's still a 9-star martial artist. After a while, someone let out an exclamation and said, Do you still remember what En Hung said before? He said before that the contest is just a formality. Hey, hold the grass, I remember. At first I thought he was bragging, but now that I think about it, it's just that I have less experience. Brother and Bai Lin looked at En Hung on the ring with some embarrassment. At the beginning, he looked down on En Hung from the bottom of his heart, but he was only using the spirit guiding technique to achieve great perfection. En Hung is now a 9-star martial artist, but he still doesn't take it seriously. Even if the realm has improved, what's the use of not knowing martial arts? But what En Hung has shown now, the 3 martial arts skills have already reached the great consummation. Unexpectedly, I was the funniest person. Little brother, you are too scary. Wang Ping looked at En Hung with a smile. In his heart, he already believed even more that Anning Zhantian's sword had already achieved great perfection. It's a pity that there are no strong opponents in this martial arts tournament. So it didn't show up. And Gao Chengyi, who was above the stands, thought the same in his heart. Until now, he still can't believe it. Fengmu Martial Arts Hall is actually number 1? He looked at En Hung on the ring, slightly lost in thought. This time, the competition was entirely dependent on En Hung. Congratulations, Master Gao. Wu Dao clasped his fists to signal. Although he lost the game, he didn't have any dissatisfaction. Today I finally saw what a real genius is. Hey, the owner of Wu Dao Pavilion said this is a bit out of the ordinary. Wu Dao seemed to suddenly remember something. Looking at Lin Hu beside him. Hey, I remember who just said they were going to eat the table? Lin Hu looked at the two blushing, and then got up. Ready to lift the table and stuff it directly into his mouth. Gao Chengyi didn't want to make the relationship too rigid, so he stopped him immediately. No need, Master Lin. Lin Hu would definitely not do this. Since Gao Chengyi gave him a step up, he naturally gave up. Said with a normal face. Master Gao, you are really good as a newly recruited disciple. I'm afraid that when we are at the same level as us, the 3 of us may not be his opponents. Gao Chengyi and Wu Dao at the side nodded in agreement. Although this sentence was a bit unpleasant, Gao Chengyi was not angry. After all, this is a disciple taught by himself, who is better than himself, and others will only say that he is a good teacher. The champion this time is En Hung from Fengwu Martial Arts Academy. Tian Qingfeng said with a slight smile. And everyone in the audience also looked at En Hung with some jealousy. Not only has he received a generous reward, but he can also stand by the city lord's side, who wouldn't be jealous. After it was completely over, Tian Qingfeng did not let En Hung leave, but brought En Hung into the hall. Ping Qi on the side also looked at En Hung with some envy. Brethren, I didn't expect to become a 9-star martial artist at such an age, with 3 Dzogchen martial arts skills. Even those geniuses in Lufeng City are ashamed of your talent. The genius of Lufeng City? En Hung looked at Ping Qi in surprise. Ping Qi explained. Lufeng City is much more prosperous than Qingfeng City, and its population is dozens of times that of Qingfeng City. However, the geniuses in those families, sects, colleges, or martial arts halls are at your age. But it's much better than you. In Lufeng City, martial artists can be seen everywhere, and those geniuses even have 2 or 3 martial skills that are perfect. But the speed of cultivation is not as fast as brethren, don't be surprised when I say this. Relying on the forces behind them, those people have practiced martial arts since childhood, and even use elixir to temper their bodies every day. And Hong nodded with some understanding. He has the blessing of the system. How could there be someone more evil than himself? Tian Qingfeng was very satisfied with Ping Chi's words. Suppress Anning first, let him understand the gap with those Tianjiao, he only needs to join the city lord's mansion. But Anning didn't have much reaction. By the way, city lord, what about the reward for the champion of this tournament? Tian Qingfeng looked at Hong with black lines all over his head. With an embarrassed expression, he thought that Hong was tempted. You come with me. Then it was another distance. Walking to a table, Tian Qingfeng waved his hand. There were a variety of rewards on the originally empty desktop. 20 bottles of pills, and 2 lists. One was written with introductions to 7 or 8 books of exercises, while the other was filled with various weapons. Is this a storage ring? And Heng's attention was completely attracted by the ring in Tian Qingfeng's hand. If he could obtain this ring, it would be much more convenient in the future. Even, put your own saber or sword and other weapons in the storage ring, so that you can be surprised when the time comes. Moreover, if you go to the burrow by yourself, you can bring more loot and consumed pills. This is something that many strong men dream of. Want? That's fine too. Tian Qingfeng didn't care about this storage ring. However, I have one condition, to join Wang Weijun. Ping Chi on the side was startled. He didn't expect Tian Qingfeng to spend such a large amount of money in order to attract Hong. Even the most trashy storage ring is worth millions. It is expensive for a reason. The materials for making storage rings can only be obtained from the catacombs. Around the ore-producing areas, there are phoneme alphabet equals IPA PH equals FN often / phoneme many master monsters guarding them. The ring in Tian Qingfeng's hand is worth tens of millions and can store 10 cubic meters of items. And Hong said with some surprise. Forget it, I have joined Fengwu martial arts now, not to mention, my master and brothers are very kind to me. And Hong didn't hesitate at all. Although he was very greedy for this ring, if he really wanted to quit Fengwu martial arts and join Wang Weijun as the price. It was impossible for Hong to agree. You should think about it carefully. As long as you join Wang Weijun, you will have everything you need, including exercises and pills. No, thank you, the city lord, for your kindness. Seeing this, Tian Qingfeng immediately let out a ha, and let it go. Can you show me the exercises on the list? A few minutes later, Hong looked at the exercises in front of him and hesitated for a moment. Think about it. As long as you join Wang Weijun, these are all yours. What I say is true, if you will. Tian Qingfeng continued to lure Hong, and said. Anung, there are many benefits that you can't imagine from joining Wang Weijun. The 7 or 8 exercises now are only low-level 3rd rank. If you join, even if you want the 4th grade exercises, I can give them to you. Yes, brother and Ping Chi took over the conversation and said. People go to high places and water flows to low places. You should have heard this saying. And Hong was a little helpless, he had already rejected it face to face, but he still didn't give up. If he refuses again, maybe it will make Tian Qingfeng unhappy. He said tactfully. City master, it's not that I don't want to join Wang Weijun, but that the martial arts hall is very important to me. My parents died a long time ago. It can be said that in my most difficult time, the martial arts school took me in and treated me very well. Tell me, how can I betray the owner? Ugh. Tian Qingfeng sighed slightly. He didn't expect that there was such a story behind it. That's all, in this way, I am a little embarrassing for you. Seeing this, Ping Chi also stopped talking. Only then did Hong look at those few exercises with some peace of mind. Surging Mind Method, the 3rd grade low-level inner strength mental method. After the great achievement, the true energy in the body will flow endlessly, just like a big wave washes the sand. After the minor perfection, you can even comprehend the secret technique of it, the rushing technique, and quickly restore a certain amount of true energy in a short period of time. And Hong was a little surprised, That secret skill made in Hong a little surprised. Is it possible to comprehend the mental method, or can it be all 3 grades? He immediately looked at the second book. Body Forging Technique, a 3rd-rank low-level body forging technique. After the completion, it can make the body as hard as iron. After the completion, you can comprehend the secret technique. The diamond is not broken, and the body can be invincible. And Hong nodded his head clearly. It seems that he can comprehend the secret skills of the 3rd-grade Kung Fu. But the requirements for body forging are even higher. Phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals red read / phoneme on, shaping snake fist, a low-level boxing technique of the 3rd grade. This boxing emphasizes both femininity and softness. The boxing technique is sharp and vicious, and it is impossible to defend against it. After the small perfection, comprehend the secret technique, and it will be a fatal blow. Qingfeng kick technique, low-level kick technique of the 3rd grade. After the great achievement, the kicks are like the phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals wind whine / phoneme. After the minor perfection, the secret technique is comprehended. When the phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals wind whine / phoneme blows, the kicks are like a strong phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals wind whine / phoneme, fast in many. Oneng glanced at the basics behind, and found that they were all skills similar to bloodthirsty knife skills. Although it is much better than the bloodthirsty knife technique, I don't really need it. Zhantian sword is also considered a good sword technique. As for myself, the skills I need most now should be mind skills or body training skills. After some consideration, and Hong made his own choice. City Master, I want this body forging technique. In fact, Xinfa, the owner of Fengwu Martial Arts, has a set of low-level 3rd rank. You can use it yourself. It's decided so soon? Tian Qingfeng couldn't help but speak. In martial arts, there are still classifications, divided into qi refining and body refining. Although there is no difference between the two, body refining consumes more time and resources. Have you thought about it? I've thought about the city lord. And Hong also had plans for this in his heart. He had a system, so he shouldn't be afraid. What's more, if I go to the burrow in the future and practice the body training technique, my safety will be greatly improved. Seeing this, Tian Qingfeng nodded. Since you already have some plans in mind, let's do this. And Hong took the body training technique into his bag. He pointed to the list and said, As for weapons, I lack a suitable sword right now. Tian Qingfeng nodded, and a sword about 1.2 meters long appeared in front of Oneng. This sword gave off a frightening cold light all over its body. And Hang weighed it in his hand, and it was much heavier than the previous 1st-grade saber. And Hong nodded in satisfaction. In that case, thank you, the city lord. Although this time the competition, the reward for the champion is relatively generous, but it still depends on what kind of things Tian Qingfeng is willing to come up with. Even if Tian Qingfeng made things difficult on purpose and didn't give Zhan Dao the option, and Hong would have nothing to do. No, I hope you can kill more monsters in the future and return me to the wilderness. It must be so. And Hong nodded heavily, and then left the city lord's mansion straight away. An. Remember, my door, Wang Weijun, is always open to you. Tian Qingfeng said something unwillingly. Ping Qi couldn't help but speak. City lord. It's just a warrior, it's not necessary. Tian Qingfeng sighed. Shaking his head, Ping Qi's layout is still too small. He is just a warrior now. It doesn't mean that he will still be a warrior 3 years later, let alone that he will still be a warrior 10 years later. Ping Qi was taken aback for a moment, cupped his fists and said, Teach me, city lord. The Fengwu Martial Arts Hall is very lively at this time. All the disciples' faces were filled with joy. A very conspicuous banner was posted directly at the entrance of the Martial Arts Hall. Congratulations to my martial arts disciple, and Hong, for becoming the champion of the martial arts tournament. Some disciples even brought firecrackers. Brother and is practicing so fast? Martial Arts Hall. The second senior brother Feng Ping and the third senior sister Gao Fengshuev, who did not participate in the martial arts competition, looked at Wang Ping in a daze. I really don't believe it. I believe the 9-star martial artist, and I also believe you when you say that the bloodthirsty sword technique is perfect. But don't you think it's a little unscientific to add the rising dragon's palm and the phoenix dance to the 9 heavens to be both Zogchen? Brother, if you want to lie, you wouldn't make such a ridiculous excuse, would you? Gao Fengxue said angrily. When did the big brother lie to you? If you don't believe me, ask the master. Wang Ping said with some bitterness. Or you can ask any disciple who has watched the competition to see if the senior brother is lying to you. Gao Chengyi also opened his mouth slowly, and the third senior sister nodded in doubt. In the hall, everyone waited for several hours, but it was a long time before the junior brother came back. The second senior brother said with some worry. Young junior brother won't join the city lord's mansion, will he? Hearing this, the originally beautiful atmosphere in the room suddenly became silent. Everyone is well aware of the purpose of this tournament. Brother in his back. Outside the door, a disciple shouted. Afterwards, he saw An Hong, who was like the stars holding the moon, and walked slowly into the hall. Several people laughed. Gao Chengyi slowly put down the teacup and said with a smile. I thought it was something that made it so lively, and it must not be like this again in the future. Hearing this, several people laughed even brighter. Gao Fengxue also stepped forward and patted An Heng's chest. An took a few steps back in pain. She is a 4-star martial artist. Seeing this, Gao Fengxue also smiled a little embarrassedly. Gao Chengyi looked at his daughter helplessly. On weekdays in the martial arts gym, those seniors doted on her very much. So when she started, she was a little careless. Schwer, stop making trouble. Gao Fengxue walked back a little disappointed. Little brother, why did it take you so long to come back this time? The second senior brother joked. Could it be that the city lord wants you to join the city lord's mansion? And Hong nodded lightly. The city lord really wanted to recruit me, but I rejected it. Master and the martial arts hall are like a second home to me. Besides, the master treats me very well. How can I accept the city lord's kindness? Then, some flattering people walked up to Gao Chengyi and said, Master, do you see that I won the first place in the competition for the martial arts school this time? Is there any reward for me? Wang Ping was a little overwhelmed and confused. Is this the legendary face-changing trick? Gao Chengyi nodded helplessly and said, Of course there is. In my heart, I was a little moved by An Heng's words. With the talent shown by An Hong, the small martial arts gym of his own certainly cannot give him many resources for his cultivation. As for the city lord's mansion, there is no need to say much about the family's great cause. But An flatly rejected the city lord's solicitation. How could he not be moved? You come with me. Gao Chengyi slowly got up and said. An Hong's face immediately overflowed with joy. But in my mind, there are wild thoughts. What kind of good things will master prepare for me? Could it be that he wants to pass on his innate skills to himself? Or give yourself enough pills? Gao Chengyi said slowly, Xiao Hong, master guesses that you will soon become a martial artist, right? Yes, master. An Hong said immediately. Gao Chengyi immediately took out an old wooden box from the cabinet. Said with a smile. This is prepared by master for you, please open it and have a look. Words are full of kindness. An Hong took the wooden box, and carefully opened it with excitement and curiosity. What came into view were 10 bottles of Chomai pills and a small book that had gone through many vicissitudes. Innate skills. To An Hong's surprise, Xian Tian Kung Fu is not a third-grade Kung Fu. Innate skills, the second-grade high-level mental method. After the great completion, the recovery of true Qi is accelerated. Although compared with the mind method given by the city lord, the grade is slightly lower, and naturally there is no secret skill. But looking at the introduction, it seems that it is more suitable for An than the rushing method. An Heng's eyes lit up, and he was about to say something, but was interrupted by Gao Chengyi. Immediately, I thought of something, can't wait to open the layers below. An Hong was a little surprised and exclaimed. Continuous star arrow technique. He glanced at the introduction, and his breath became short of breath. Star linking arrow method, the third-grade high-level skill can quickly lock the target, and the arrow is as sure as the trajectory. After the small perfection, comprehend the secret technique of the star-linking arrow. After the great perfection, you can shoot 3 arrows at a time, and the power will increase tenfold. And Hong was dumbfounded. The skill seen in the city lord's mansion can only comprehend one secret technique, and this star arrow method, after the great perfection, directly comprehended 2 secret techniques. It is almost equal to the 4th grade exercises. The power has skyrocketed tenfold. These words were deeply engraved in Hang's mind. As long as you learn this martial skill, you will be able to leapfrog challenges in the future. Even in the same realm, if 3 or 4 people attack him, he can remain invincible. Master, this disciple can't afford it. And Hong said respectfully. These exercises can be said to be the owner's private collection. Right now, it is directly used for self-cultivation. While shocking in Hong, he was a little moved. Take it, this exercise was obtained by accident in the cave when the master was young. But master, it has been too long to cultivate to the so-called little perfection or great perfection, which is of no benefit to master. And Han was a little surprised, he had already heard about master's talent. He couldn't help but speak. Is this technique so difficult to practice? Gao Qingyi seemed to recall the past, and said helplessly. Cultivation of Kung Fu is not the same as realm. Boxing is the easiest to practice, but it is getting more and more difficult for weapons to be pushed back from the sword. Xiao Hong, you will know how exaggerated it is when you enter the 4th and 5th ranks in the future. Those 4th rank and 5th rank powerhouses don't even need any weapons. They can fly hundreds of meters and kill the enemy just by relying on the qi they emit. The arrows are even more exaggerated. After practicing Dzogchen, some of them can fly thousands of meters. And Han listened dumbfounded, but his heart was churning. This has gone beyond what an Han can understand. Gao Chengyi continued. So, this is why it is so difficult to practice archery. Almost no one has ever practiced the martial arts in the cave. Gao Chengyi looked at En Hong expectantly. I hope your talent can bring a surprise to master. Although my Fingwu martial arts gym is not as rich as the city lord's mansion, but... Gao Chengyi looked at En Hong seriously. I will do my best to provide it for you. En Hong couldn't hold back the hot tears in his eyes. Master, I already have a lot of these pills, I don't need them. Gao Chengyi said softly. Xiao Hong, your elixir is hard to come by. These 10 bottles of elixir are all from the master's heart. En Hong took it back helplessly. Xiao Hong, master hopes that you will not break through the realm blindly during your martial arts training. That will not be good for your martial arts training. If the foundation of martial arts is not stable, at least you will suffer from hidden injuries, and if it is more severe, you will be crazy. Follow master's instruction. Afterwards, En Hong asked some questions about the realm and rank. The current En Hong only needs to practice for a few days before he can directly break through and become a martial artist. He is eager to know the division of martial arts realm. Gao Chengyi looked at En Hong helplessly, and said with a hint of warning. Martial arts training, don't try to be quick. Then he paused, and continued. After becoming a 9-star martial artist, the 8 extraordinary meridians in the body have been opened up. But at this point, it's not enough. Every warrior has a dantian in his body, and the most critical step is to open up a sea of energy in the dantian. This step is particularly dangerous. It requires a large amount of elixir to maintain the true energy in the body. So many people have failed at this step, and the final result is naturally falling. Once you have a sea of energy, you are a general in the true sense. At this stage, you must gradually expand the sea of energy in your dantian. This step. Gao Chengyi was a little sad. Not only talent is needed, but also a lot of resources. En Hong asked curiously. What state is master now? Gao Chengyi blushed a little. 7-star martial artist. Cough cough. Gao Chengyi coughed a few times and said seriously. Think again and again as a teacher, I still plan to let your senior brother take you to the crypt to experience it and experience the life and death struggle. Got it, master. But how did Gao Chengyi know that En Hong had already been to the crypt? Night falls. Aneng opened the system panel. The strongest training system character, En Hong Realm, 9-star warrior, 10 points H, training points, 358 skills, none spiritualization, Dzogchen Rising Dragon Palm, Dzogchen Bloodthirsty Knife, Dzogchen Jiantian Sword, not learned, 020, Phoenix Dance 9 Heavens. Dzogchen En Hong was very satisfied. He had been a 9-star martial artist for a while, and now that he had enough pills, it was time to break through and become a martial artist. The current En Hong, plus the rewards he received from the martial arts tournament, already has 44 blood chi pills. En Hong excitedly took out a blood chi pill and threw it into his mouth. 2 days passed in the blink of an eye. En Hong only felt the blood gushing out of his body. I can't stand it anymore. No, hold on for a while. En Hong gritted his teeth, the veins on his forehead popped out. Now, it is a very critical node, and just when Aneng was about to lose his hold, he suddenly felt a surge of true energy in his body, flowing along the blood to every corner of his body. After the Jinqi circulated in a circle, although it stayed quietly in the meridians. En Hong felt the changes in his body, his current strength. Probably more than 3 times as much as before. The realm of a martial artist is really different. The strongest training system character, En Hong Realm, 1-star martial artist, 20 points H, training points, 858 skills, none spiritualization, Dzogchen Rising Dragon Palm, Dzogchen Bloodthirsty Knife, Dzogchen Jiantian Sword, not learned, 020, Phoenix Dance 9 Heavens. Dzogchen. After being promoted to the realm of a martial artist, even the training points generated every hour are directly doubled. En Hong was overjoyed. When I was a 9-star martial artist before, the training points generated per hour were only a pitiful 10 points, and after the breakthrough, it also became 20 points. And the training points accumulated in the past few days are enough for En Hong to raise Zhang Tianjian to Dzogchen, but right now he is not in a hurry. He slowly took out the exercises he had obtained from the city lord and master a few days ago, and looked at them carefully. These exercises are somewhat unfamiliar to me, and there are only a few places that I can understand. The strongest training system character, En Hong Realm, 1-star martial artist, 20 points H, training points, 858 skills, none spiritualization, Dzogchen Rising Dragon Palm, Dzogchen Bloodthirsty Knife, Dzogchen Jiantian Sword, not learned, 020, Phoenix Dance 9 Heavens, Dzogchen Scorching Sun Dangong, not learned, 050, Body Forging, not learned, 071, Continuing Star Arrow, not learned, 0100. Aneng looked at the Lianqing arrow method on the panel, but I was a little surprised in my heart. As a 3rd-grade high-level skill, the Star and Arrow technique requires 100 training points just to get started. If you want to upgrade to Dzogchen, you need thousands of points. And body forging may also require similar training points. The current Aneng doesn't have any plans to improve these 2 exercises. For the current Aneng, improving the Sunshine Pill Kung Fu is the most important thing. The benefits brought by the Burning Sun Dangong may be able to improve one's realm faster. In that way, there will be more and more training points. As for the Rising Dragon Palm and the Bloodthirsty Knife, they are of no great use to En Hong now. The host can choose to forget the skills, and all training points will be refunded. The words of the system made Aneng a little excited. The host has chosen to forget the spirit induction technique, refunding 380 training points. En Hong was even more delighted. The training points returned by forgetting the spirit spell, together with his own, should be enough to fill up the Burning Sun pill. Accompanied by a few very pleasant system prompts, the current Aneng, Scorching Sun Dangong is complete. A total of 1150 training points were spent. The strongest training system character, En Hong Realm, 1-star martial artist, 20 points H, training points, 88 skills, none Rising Dragon Palm, Dzogchen Bloodthirsty Knife, Dzogchen Jiantian Sword, not learned, 020, Phoenix Dance 9 Heavens, Dzogchen Burning Sun Dangong, Dzogchen Body Forging, not learned, 070, Continuing Star Arrow, not learned, 0100, En Hong couldn't help showing a smile. But in my heart I am very satisfied. Now that the Burning Sun alchemy is complete, for En Hong, it can help him quickly break through the realm of a martial artist, and his cultivation speed will be faster. However, the current Aneng is not in a hurry to improve his realm. What Master said is very reasonable. The current self should strengthen his foundation. After resting for a while, and Hong slowly took out the Chongmai pill he had obtained earlier. As before, he directly threw the Chongmai pill into his mouth. In just an instant, the Chongmai pill turned into medicinal power, and a majestic Xinqi appeared in the body instantly, rushing around in the body. The domineering Chongmai pill. Ngu hurriedly activated the Burning Sun pill Kung Fu, and within a split second, that Xinqi turned into a soft Xinqi, no longer domineering. Generally speaking, martial artists attack the 8 meridians, starting from the simplest. Before becoming a 5-star martial artist, one must first open up the Yin Court Meridian, the Yang Court Meridian, the Yin Phoneme Alphabet equals IPAPH equals Wind Wine / Phoneme Meridian, and the Yang Phone Meridian. These 4 meridians are relatively simple. But in the middle stage, it will start to attack the heavenly and earthly meridians. In the past 2 days, the acupoints need more true energy than the previous 4 meridians combined. Therefore, compared with the 5-star martial arts, the 6-star martial artist is a process of qualitative change. Many martial artists can overcome this hurdle, but the most difficult ones are the spiritual veins and acupoints. The Xinqi needed is about 3 times the sum of the 6 meridians. Therefore, opening up the 8 channels has stumped many martial artists. Maybe in his whole life, he would not be able to get through that acupoint. The most dangerous thing is the process of opening the acupoints. If you are not careful, it will phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals lead lead / phoneme to the backflow of true energy, or it may be more serious. Go straight to madness. Although Aneng has systematic blessings, he still plans to attack the Yin Ting Meridian, Yang Ting Meridian, Yin Feng Meridian, and Yang Feng Meridian step by step. These 4 acupoints add up to 22 acupoints. If one breaks through the Yin Ting Meridian, and Hong will directly become a 2-star martial artist. And Hong controlled his emotions and maintained a stable state. Afterwards, there was a careful inspection, and after confirming that there was no problem, and Hong began to attack the Yin Ting Meridian among the 8 meridians. Hope it goes well. And Hong held his breath and concentrated, and slowly began to operate the Burning Sun Dan Gong, and began to circulate his own true energy in his body, with the gradual increase of Xinqi, coupled with the Chongmai pill that he had just started to take. After Aneng felt enough Xinqi, he suddenly circulated all the Xinqi in his body and rushed towards the first acupoint of the Yin Ting Meridian and go. The process of hitting the acupoints went very smoothly. It didn't take long to break through the first acupuncture point. And the Xinqi in the body rushed to that acupuncture point. Aneng immediately felt refreshed, and his whole body became more energetic. And the original Xinqi in the body, after breaking through the first acupuncture point, instantly increased by 1/5. Anheng's preparatory work was very sufficient. Coupled with the blessing of the Burning Sun pill, he broke through the 8 acupoints very smoothly. Now, the original Xinqi in Anheng's body has gradually expanded to more than twice its original size. However, there is only less than half of the current Chongmai pill left. There is only 1 acupuncture point left. And Hong said with some expectation. And under the blessing of sufficient qi, the 9th acupuncture point was also directly broken through. The whole process only took 3 seconds. Congratulations to the host for breaking through and becoming a 2-star martial artist. The strongest training system character in Hong Realm, 2-star martial artist, 21 points H, training points, 112 skills, Nun Rising Dragon Palm, Dzogchen Bloodthirsty Knife, Dzogchen Jiantian Sword, not learned, 020, Phoenix Dance 9 Heavens, Dzogchen Burning Sun Dangong, Dzogchen Body Forging, not learned, 070, Continuing Star Arrow, not learned, 0100. After the realm is improved, it only increases a little training point every hour. And Hong couldn't help but feel a little disappointed. The improvement of each small realm of the martial artist was not as he thought at the beginning. However, and Hong quickly put these thoughts behind him, and he can continue to attack the meridians afterwards. After breaking through the first meridian, taking the Chongmai pill, less than 30% of the true energy produced was left. And Aneng uses a Chongmai pill, it directly broke through the first meridian. If this matter is known to others, they will definitely be shocked. It would take several months or even more than half a year for others to get a meridian, but Aneng used it in less than a day. In fact, this is also due to the Burning Sun alchemy of the Dzogchen realm. And Hong focused his attention, ready to attack the second meridian. Yang Ting Point. A total of 13 acupoints, led by the source of true energy, quickly struck towards the meridian pulse. But what surprised En Hong was that this time, the impact on the first acupuncture point consumed 20% of the true energy of Chong Mai Pill. En Hong was a little puzzled. Before, when I attacked the first acupoint of Yin Ting acupoint, I only consumed 15%. And this was consumed after the impact was completed. In just a few seconds, the second meridian acupoint did not break through, but instead consumed 20%. This is a bit too exaggerated. Forget it, let's continue. I still have 39 pulse pills, so there is no need to care about these small problems. Then, En Hong added another Chong Mai Pill. When En Hong broke through to the fifth acupoint with all his strength, the Chong Mai Pill he had just replenished was completely exhausted. En Hong casually grabbed another Chong Mai Pill to supplement. The sixth acupoint, as En Hong broke through the acupuncture points again and again, the subsequent consumption gradually increased. For every 3 acupoints, Anning needs to add a Chong Mai Pill. For only 13 acupuncture points, En Hong consumed 4 Chong Mai Pills. Calculate it, that is 40. Congratulations to the host for breaking through and becoming a 3-star martial artist. The strongest training system character, En Hong Realm, a 3-star martial artist, 22 points H, training points, 121 skills, Nun Rising Dragon Palm, Dzogchen Bloodthirsty Knife, Dzogchen Jiantian Sword, not learned, 020, Phoenix Dance 9 Heavens, Dzogchen Burning Sun Dangong, Dzogchen Body Forging, not learned, 070, Continuing Star Arrow, not learned, 0100. Looking at the realm on the panel, En Hong couldn't even phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals clause close slash phoneme his mouth with a smile. After breaking through the Yin Ting meridian, I can clearly feel my own strength, which has been greatly improved compared to Ishing. Now the true energy in the body is 10 times more than before. The burning sun Dangong is running in his body. In just an instant, the true chi in the body was fully restored. En Hong swallowed a Chong Mai Pill again. The latter 2 meridians are named Yin Feng Meridian and Yang Feng Meridian respectively. These 2 meridians require more acupuncture points than the previous 2 meridians. Adding the 2 together, En Hong needs to break through 25 acupuncture points. En Hong worked slowly, and began to hit the first acupoint of the Yin phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals win-win slash phoneme meridian, but the consumption surprised En Hong a little. A full 40% of one's true energy was consumed. The current Chong Mai Pill can only support Anning and break through 2 acupoints. He looked at his stock of Chong Mai Pills, and there were 34 more. Only then did Anning feel at ease and continue to attack. After breaking through the second acupuncture point, he immediately took a Chong Mai Pill. Afterwards, En Hong also followed this rule, broke through all the remaining acupuncture points, and opened up the Yin phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals win-win slash phoneme meridian. En Hong also paid the price of 5 Chong Mai Pills. The strongest training system character, En Hong Realm, 4-star martial artist, 23 points H, training points, 146 skills, Nun Rising Dragon Palm, Dzogchen Bloodthirsty Knife, Dzogchen Jiantian Sword, not learned, 020, Phoenix Dance 9 Heavens, Dzogchen Burning Sun Dangong, Dzogchen Body Forging, not learned, 070, Continuing Star Arrow, not learned, 0100. En Hong looked at the realm on the panel, and he didn't have much emotional fluctuations, and he was already a bit familiar with it. There are still 29 Chong Mai Pills left, more than enough to open up the 4th meridian. The 5th meridian is not enough. The 4th meridian, the Yang Feng meridian, has as many as 16 acupuncture points. But the consumption of the 4th meridian is even more. Breaking through the first acupuncture point directly consumes 50% of one's true energy. Although En Hong's current pulse volume is quite sufficient, this consumption is still a bit painful. But fortunately, En Hong's original chi was enough. After opening up the 3 meridians, the original chi in the body is almost 20% of the total amount of a Chong Mai Dan. The recovery speed is also very fast. Now in more than 10 seconds, the European stock market can be directly restored to full. So En Hong planned to pause for more than 10 seconds after breaking through an acupuncture point, then hit the next acupuncture point. Just like that, En Hong hit the acupuncture points intermittently. But when hitting the number 16 acupoint, something happened. The originally constant consumption suddenly increased at this acupuncture point. Seeing that En Hong was in a bad situation, he immediately grabbed a chomai pill next to him and swallowed it. Then, the jinqi that was about to dissipate became abundant again. In just a few minutes, number 16 acupuncture points were broken through. Congratulations to the host for breaking through and becoming a 5-star martial artist. En Hong wiped the sweat off his brow with some fear. The strongest training system character, En Hong Realm, 5-star martial artist, 24 points H, training points, 160 skills, Nun Rising Dragon Palm, Dzogchen Bloodthirsty Knife, Dzogchen Jiantian Sword, not learned, 020, Phoenix Dance 9 Heavens, Dzogchen Burning Sun Dangong, Dzogchen Body Forging, not learned, 070, Continuing Star Arrow, not learned, 0100, and Hein smiled knowingly. The original chi in his body now was almost as strong as a chomai pill. And now there are 22 pulse pills left. Try hitting the 5th meridian? And Hong had some thoughts in his mind. Now that he is in a good state, why not go straight to the 5th meridian in one go? And the 5th meridian has only 14 acupuncture points. After Aneng reorganized his state, he immediately started the impact of the 5th meridian. This time, the impact was only on the first acupoint, and it cost a chomai pill. And Hong was a little confused. It seemed that things were not as simple as he thought. The chom point of the 5th meridian seems to consume about 1.5 chomai pills. And Hong was a little helpless, and had a vague guess in his heart. After the acupuncture points, the consumption should gradually increase. Sure enough, when breaking through the second acupuncture point, it took chomai pills. After what happened just now, En Hong has also learned to be smart. Every time he hits the acupuncture points, he swallows 2 chomai pills at once. And En Hong's current body can naturally carry so much true energy. When En Hong broke through the 9th acupoint, he consumed pulse pills, which made him startled. Among them, the original jinqi in En Hong's body is equivalent to pulsing pills. Even so, En Hong felt a little distressed. But now that we have reached this point, we can't give up halfway. Therefore, En Hong gritted his teeth and continued to attack the acupoints. A total of 3 acupuncture points consumed nearly 11 chomai pills. But after the number 13 acupoints, En Hong felt that the chomai pill was not enough. He felt a little pity in his heart, but he still stopped. There is no need to force himself now. In less than half a day, En Hong broke through 4 full meridians. If people outside know about it, they will probably feel unbelievable. For some martial artists, it took a year or 2 to barely break through a meridian. It seems that I have to go to the burrow again. En Hong thought to himself. The realm of a martial artist consumes more resources than a martial artist. Before going to the crypt, you still need to prepare well. At least let's upgrade the other few exercises to Dzogchen. En Hong murmured. Brethren! In the outer courtyard, Chang Lo, who was instructing his disciples to practice the spirit-inducing technique, immediately cupped his hands and clasped his fists after seeing En Hong. The other disciples also shouted respectfully after realizing it. Everyone, good morning. En Hong smiled lightly. En Hong walked into the outer courtyard on his own. But Chang Lo looked at En Hong's leaving back, a little envious. The disciples in the outer courtyard also began to discuss En Hong. He's so attractive. That's for sure, that's a legend in our martial arts hall. It was added right away. Senior brethren, you represented our martial arts school and won the first place in the martial arts tournament. All 3 martial arts are perfect. It was him. What are you guys saying? Changle let out angrily. What's there to talk about? As long as you practice with peace of mind, you can do it too. Senior brethren was the same as you a few days ago, so how about senior brethren now? It looks like you don't believe it? You may not know, but I once taught senior brethren to practice spirit induction. When the disciples heard this, they all looked at the people around them in disbelief. Brethren, at this moment, Yang Yang smiled and scratched his head and walked in front of En Hong. Morning, junior brother Wang. Is there something wrong? En Hong looked at Yang Yang with some hesitation, and asked. It's okay, no problem. Yang Xiang blushed slightly, and said in a low voice with some embarrassment. That's right. In the martial arts competition that day, senior brother-in beat Nazusi hard. What's the matter, they are all brothers from the same sect. And Hong was about to leave, but was held back by Yang Yang. Senior brother-in, there is one more thing that I wonder if I can ask senior brother to teach me my bloodthirsty sword technique. After Yang Yang lowered his head and finished speaking, he took out a bottle of Chomai pill from behind him. Of course, I will definitely not let senior brother teach me in vain. Although I am a fellow senior brother, this is also my whole heart. Under Hang's slightly astonished expression, Yang Yang slowly stuffed the bottle of Chomai pill into Hang's hand. As for Anang, there is no shortage of this bottle of Chomai pill. In addition, Yang Yang himself is about to break through and become a martial artist. You keep this bottle of Chomai pill for your own use. It's what I should do to guide you. And Hong said with some seriousness. Without waiting for Yang Yang to continue, and Hong waved his hand. Where is it not? Where is the problem? Tell me. After a few minutes, Yang Yang felt all the impenetrable places before. After some pointers, Mao Sai suddenly understood. You can come and ask me if you don't understand anything. And Hong shouted at the surrounding disciples. Afterwards, more than a dozen disciples rushed forward and began to ask Hong for advice. Brother, one said with a sneer. I want to ask about Zhan Tianjian. This was a bit embarrassing for Anang. He looked at the disciple in front of him in a daze. In other words, 2 days have passed, and the training points obtained seem to be enough to upgrade Zhan Tianjian to Dzogchen. Then with a thought, and after a few crisp system prompts, Anang has raised Zhan Tianjian to the state of Dzogchen. He looked at the panel. The strongest training system character, and Hong Realm, 5-star martial artist, 24 points H, training points, 356 skills, Nun Rising Dragon Palm, Dzogchen Bloodthirsty Knife, Dzogchen Zhan Tianjian, Dzogchen Phoenix Dance 9 Heavens, Dzogchen Burning Sun Dangong, Dzogchen Body Forging, not learned, 070, Continuing Star Arrow, not learned, 0100. It really made me feel a little scared. Now junior brother-in has even completed the heavenly sword. What should I do? Wang Ping said to Master angrily, like a bitter woman. Originally, as a senior brother, all the disciples in this martial arts hall were taught by himself. But now, those outer court disciples still have themselves in their hearts. It's not just the heaven-slashing sword. Gao Qingyi shook his head, smiled and turned to leave. Wang Ping savored the few words left by the master with some puzzlement. The aura exuded by junior brother-in now is completely different compared to before. I couldn't see through it, but Wang Ping was a little puzzled. He was a 7-star martial artist. Why can't I see the depth of junior brother-in? No. Brother-in is also a martial artist. And, it's still the kind with a high star rating. He suddenly thought of Hong, who was still a warrior, with several realms a day. Think again about what Master said just now. He looked at Hong depressed. Oh, I really envy junior brother-in. Wang Ping shook his head helplessly. And at this moment, a voice that made Wang Ping feel familiar came from outside. Anang, get out. There is a kind that don't use swords, and make fist-to-flesh gestures with me. Anang, get out. At the gate of Thingwu Martial Arts Hall, Kusi shouted angrily towards the inside. Don't you think the last contest was very unfair? You are clearly bullying me because I don't know how to use a sword. It's a man, just come out and make gestures with me again. Is he sick? 2 disciples at the gate of Thingwu Martial Arts Hall asked. He looked at Wows like he was an idiot. No way, the last time senior brother-in taught him like that, he must have been upset. Still punching to the flesh? What era is it? Do you practice boxing or not? Another disciple said very disdainfully. And Hong, who was instructing his disciples in the outer courtyard, was naturally also attracted by this loud voice. Said with a frown. What's the situation outside? Why is someone yelling? Yang Yang immediately took up the conversation and said. Isn't it the one who was beaten up by senior brother-in last time? It seems a little unconvinced. Senior brother-in happened to be away these few days, and he would come to the door of the martial arts hall every day to shout a few words, muttering some fist-to-flesh gestures. That's right, senior brother-in, don't worry about it, it's just an annoying fly. But how did Anang endure it? Someone outside provoked you crazily, and then you heard it, but acted like a coward and refused to go out to fight? Anang, are you afraid? If you are afraid, give Grandpa a knock. After seeing Anh coming out surrounded by a group of disciples, Kosazai said with some amusement, "What's the matter? Finally, I don't want to be a turtle anymore? How to speak? Haven't you been beaten enough? Get out. We don't want to carry you back later." The disciples responded immediately. Let Russ feel a little anxious, and remembered the last martial arts competition. It's obvious that Anh is afraid. If he wasn't afraid, why didn't he intend to make physical gestures with me? Zhusi looked at Anh coldly, and said with some disdain, "If you are still a man, then come over and compete with me in boxing kung fu. If you win this time, then I have nothing to say, and I'll see you take a detour in the future." "No, what are you? Please look carefully, this is the Fengwu Martial Arts Hall, not your Tiger Roaring Martial Arts Hall. This is the funniest joke I've ever heard. Brother N's rising dragon palm is Dzogchen, don't you know how to write dead?" Kusi glared at each other and said impatiently, "Can you give me an accurate word? Momoha is like a bitch?" And Han was a little speechless, he didn't know who it was last time, he was beaten to the bum by himself. "Go back quickly, this is not a place to make trouble." After finishing speaking, Han also waved his hand a little impatiently, signaling to Zhusi to get out of here. On the other hand, Kuz is a little bit over the top. "I knew it. You must be afraid. You are afraid that you will lose face if you lose today. If you can really beat me with Rising Dragon Palm, why don't you dare to fight me? Everyone is also black-haired, this wrinkle is somewhat ignorant. Why is it so whimsical? If you don't do anything now, it's to save face. It's nothing more than a palm strike, do you believe it?" "Oh." Crows became interested, and said with a smile, "Then you are fighting. It's not like you're from our Fengwu Martial Arts Academy, pointing fingers here, what kind of thing are you? Isn't it just to make gestures? Can't you speak in a good voice? You're not from our Fengwu Martial Arts Academy, so why listen to you? Yes, you should give me some benefits, for example, what can you give if you lose?" Hearing this, Crows immediately reacted and said, "How about this, Anh? You just have to compete with me, and I'll tell you a place where there are treasures." And Anh assured Shai Ran, what he said is probably a lie. "Don't go." "Really? There are xianmai fruits in that place." "Xianmai fruit?" And Anh turned around, looked at Yang Yang next to him, and asked a little puzzled, "What is a fairy vein fruit?" Yang Yang quickly said, "Brother, this immortal vein fruit is a second-grade high-level spiritual fruit, which is specially used to open up the meridians. It has been circulated in the outside world. One immortal vein fruit is equivalent to more than 20 Chongmai pills." And Anh became interested in an instant, isn't this a chance for himself? Is this true? Isn't the current me just short of a few Chongmai pills? If the immortal meridian really has this effect, wouldn't he be able to break through the fifth meridian in one fell swoop? How dare the junior brother deceive the senior brother? Yang Yang cupped his hands and said respectfully. Everyone felt a gust of phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals wind wine / phoneme blowing, and then Anh appeared at the door again. Said to Russ, "Aren't you just trying to lie to me? How can you say that about me?" Zhusi was also angry, pointing at Anh and said, "I never lie to anyone. I say one is one. I found this immortal maiden in the catacombs. If you win, I will take you right away." Zhusi's expression was very serious, and Anh stared at him for a long time, then nodded slowly. "Okay, if that's the case, then I promise you." Anang suppressed a smile in his heart, and took the initiative to come over to deliver materials to himself. It was also the first time seeing Anh. Wait a minute, it's better to take it easy. And Anh thought to himself. However, you have to promise me one request, you. Be sure to go all out. No water. Anang was a little startled, it was the first time he heard such an unreasonable request. After Wows finished speaking, the surrounding disciples scattered around, leaving a blank area for the two of them. Zuoxi's fighting spirit was on fire, crazily surging in his body. The disciples on the side looked at and hung expectantly. They didn't go to the last martial arts competition, and they were also a little curious about the strength of senior brother and Hang. Not far away, Wang Ping and several other senior brothers also cast their gazes. This wrinkle is really a bit hateful. Can't you talk well during the competition? Why is it so insolent? Wang Ping also nodded and said, Indeed, let junior brother teach him a lesson. And Gao Fingxue was a little worried. This junior brother, can he really beat Zuoxi? The fourth senior brother somewhat agrees with what the third senior sister said. It's really hard to say who wins and who loses, the same realm in martial arts are all Dzogchen. Hearing this, Wang Ping suddenly remembered what Master said just now. He vaguely felt that junior brother seemed to have broken through and become a martial artist. And at this moment, the two also began to exchange ideas. Zuoxi, shaped like a demon, shouted angrily and ran towards Hang. But Hong was unmoved at all, and everyone was puzzled. Could it be that senior brother was frightened? Afterwards, Anning slowly stretched out his hand and punched out. Nazuo flew backwards, then fell heavily on the ground and lost consciousness. Silence. He looked at the scene in front of him in a daze. Didn't you mean to learn from each other? When did senior brother make the move? The second senior brother looked at the strange scene in front of him in a daze, and said in disbelief. Junior brother, it seems that he has become a martial artist. Wang Ping also echoed. Indeed it is. The surrounding disciples were a little shocked when they heard this. So fast? It's only been 2 or 3 days. Brother has become a martial artist? Everyone felt that there was something stuck in their throats. I didn't know what to say. Junior brother, have you already broken through to become a 5-star martial artist? Wang Ping patted Hang's shoulder helplessly. As a senior brother, he felt sincerely happy for Hang. But as a person in martial arts, I feel like crying. As expected of a senior brother, you discovered all of this. The brothers and sisters present were slightly startled. Junior brother, you have really become a martial artist? And you're still a 5-star. Gao Fingxue felt like she was dreaming. And Hong had just returned a few days ago, and she was clearly just a 9-star martial artist. As a result, today, it is almost the same as my own realm? I have practiced for several years. And the fourth senior brother was even a little confused. How could he be a little junior brother with a higher realm than himself? I have practiced for several years, and I am a 3-star martial artist. Wang Ping hesitated, but after thinking about it, he still asked. Junior brother, the burning sun alchemy that Master passed on to you. The other senior brothers and sisters were a little puzzled at first, then thought of something casually, and looked at each other in blank dismay. And Hong spoke in surprise. Hey, why can senior brother always be able to see that? That's right, my scorching sun pill has been completely completed. All senior brothers and sisters, you are awesome. At the beginning, they knew that Hang would cultivate the spirit guiding technique to Dzogchen, but they didn't feel much about Hang. But now, in just a few days, the burning sun alchemy has been completed, and he is a 5-star martial artist. They feel that the vocabulary they have learned all their lives cannot describe the awning in front of them. Feng Ping scratched his head in embarrassment. Brother, you have encountered some problems in your cultivation these days, what? Seeing that Anning didn't speak, Feng Ping seemed to have made some decision. In this way, senior brother will definitely not let you suffer. A pulse pellet? Although Feng Ping is the second senior brother in the martial arts gym, he has no income after all, and a single impulse pill already killed him. It is simply impossible to squander so many Chongmai pills like Hong did. A pulsing pill? I heard it right. That's a pill worth 100,000. Senior brother is still awesome. You see, even second senior brother needs to consult senior brother on the matter of cultivation. Are you deaf? Brother burning sun alchemy has already completed Dzogchen. When will I be like senior brother-in? Little brother, why don't you give me some pointers? Gao Fingxue said with a slightly red face. And the fourth senior brother on the side also interjected. After several people finished speaking, Wang Ping was about to speak when he heard a familiar voice. It turned out to be the master. Everyone was taken aback by the sudden appearance of the master. Standing aside, Gao Chengyi looked at Aneng again after seeing was lying on the ground. Aneng, come with me. Gao Chengyi completely ignored Wang Pingping and his brothers and sisters. After the two left, Wang Ping was also stunned. An idea popped up in his mind, and several people looked at each other in blank dismay. Gao Fingxue broke the silence. You said, don't say it, it is. In their hearts, Master clearly wanted to ask En Hong for advice. There was a terrible wave in their hearts. Gao Chengyi took a sip of hot tea unhurriedly. Looking at En Hong, he said, I heard from Wang Ping that you are now a 5-star martial artist? That's right, Master. En Hong looked at Gao Chengyi respectfully and replied, but he was a little confused in his heart. He didn't know why the master called him here this time. He suddenly thought of Zhou Si outside the door. All the disciples focused on him just now. Did you encounter any problems or difficulties when attacking the meridians? You can tell me about them. No, Master. Aneng answered Gao Chengyi's question in a straightforward manner. Then your burning sun alchemy, has it also reached Zuxian? Master is right. Then tell me in detail about your process of practicing the burning sun alchemy. En Hong looked at Master in disbelief. Hey, don't get it wrong. Gao Chengyi hurriedly took a sip of tea and said, I just want to see if your whole cultivation process is the same as mine. After all, I am your master. If there is anything wrong, I can give you pointers. Although En Hong knew it, he couldn't say it now. Yes. And En Hong was just about to speak, but was interrupted by Gao Chengyi. You just wait. He got up suddenly, without making a sound, and opened the door very quickly. The 4 people outside the door, headed by Wang Ping, covered their heads in pain, and lowered their heads in embarrassment. Listen to me, Master. Gao Chengyi didn't give a chance to explain at all. A few of you, do you think that you don't need to practice now that you are a martial artist? Understood, Master. Several people looked at En Hong in the room, a smile appeared on the corner of their mouths, and then they left quickly. It's all your fault. 4th junior brother. If you hadn't squeezed me, how could we have been discovered by Master? Gao Fingxue glanced at the 4th junior brother rather complainingly. Obviously the 3rd senior brother pushed me, otherwise how could I squeeze you? The 4th junior brother looked at the 3 of them aggrievedly. Okay. Wang Ping came out to smooth things over. I really didn't expect that the master would need to ask the younger brother for the burning sun alchemy. Wang Ping said with a smirk. The other 3 also thought it was a little funny. Master, burning sun dangong that. After more than half an hour, Gao Chengyi blushed, as if he sensed the subtlety of the atmosphere. He picked up the tea on the table and took a sip. Not bad, the whole process of cultivation is as natural as it is. Your understanding of the burning sun alchemy is very unique. If this is the case, you can rest assured as a teacher. You have to practice more in the future, and you must not relax. En Hong clasped his fists in response, and was about to leave the room. Master also wanted to save face. Wait, just the 2 of us know what happened today. Ah, the disciple understands. En Hong hurriedly left the room. I was threatened by Master just now? En Hong murmured, then thought of something, and walked towards the door of the martial arts hall at a very fast speed. My fairy vein fruit. Why haven't you woke up yet? Could it be that senior brother has struck too hard? Brother-in is here. En Hong came to the door in a hurry, and saw a group of disciples pointing at Zhou Si. Aneng stepped forward, slapped QC, and kept saying something plausible. Everyone just felt that the painting style was extremely weird. After a while, Zhou Si woke up, looked at En Hong's slightly handsome face, and said with a puzzled expression. Did someone hit me just now? No, who saw it? All the disciples shook their heads. And Hong said without a trace of blushing. Do you know that I have been waiting for you for a long time? Then, he glanced at the disciples standing around him again. A group of disciples lowered their heads involuntarily to meet in Hang's gaze. What else can they say about this? Whenever he said a wrong word, senior brother-in might be rude to them. Hey, wows, do you remember what you just said? And Zuosi looked at Hung in a daze, and after a few tens of seconds, he widened his eyes in disbelief, pointed at Hung and said, You have become a martial artist. That's for sure, otherwise you would think so. Do you know that senior brother-in just slapped you more than 10 meters away with just one slap? The 5-star martial artist is not playing tricks on you. Several disciples opened their mouths and said. Zosi couldn't help being a little embarrassed. If Hong was only a 1-star martial artist, he still felt that relying on his Dzogchen Tiger Roar Fist, the winning rate would be ... But if you are a 5-star martial artist, you'd just remember, where's my xian mai fruit? Aneng said indifferently, if Zuosi dared to play tricks, then he would not be stingy with the true energy in his body. How do you talk? Although I can't beat you, you don't have to humiliate me like this. Crows said a little angrily. I'm not going to ruin my reputation just for a single xian mai fruit. However, we still have to wait for a few days. There are more than 10 xian mai fruits in that place, but they still need to wait for a few days before they can mature. And he hesitated. Can you say something directly? And Hong said coldly. Let me explain to you in advance, there is a second-rank high-ranking fierce beast in that place, and it is only about the strength of a 7-star martial artist. It's just a second-rank high-level beast, why not go? Aneng is currently extremely short of resources, 1 immortal pulse pill is equivalent to more than 20 chong mai pills, and if more than 10 pills are hundreds of chong mai pills? However, even the 3rd-rank Aneng would have to go for a mere 2nd-rank high-level ferocious beast. You are so kind. Wows said with some admiration. When did I stop planting? And Hung said impatiently. Crows scratched his head and laughed. I didn't mean that, he. Well, after 3 days, if you don't see your person, do you know the consequences? Crows nodded in various ways. Naturally, I'll be waiting for you at the Tiger Roar Martial Arts Hall. However, I hope that when I reach the realm of a martial artist, you can fight me again. After speaking, he left directly. Has your brain been kicked by a donkey? Aneng sighed helplessly. It can be said that he defeated Kusi today without any effort, but Hong could only see happiness from Kusi's face. Time passed in the blink of an eye, and Hong looked at his own panel. The strongest training system character, Hong Realm, 5-star martial artist, 24 points H, training points, 2,106 skills, non-rising dragon palm, Dzogchen bloodthirsty knife, Dzogchen Zhan Tianjin, Dzogchen Phoenix Dance 9 heavens, Dzogchen burning sun Dangong, Dzogchen body forging, not learned, 070, continuing star arrow, not learned, 0100. In just 3 days, Aneng now has more than 2,000 training points. But today, it has come, the day agreed with Kuz. Today, Hong was going to the catacombs to face a 2nd-rank high-level ferocious beast, according to Heng's temperament. But it needs to be well prepared. Compared with the Lianqing arrow method, the body forging technique is more powerful than the latter. All fears come from lack of strength. Powerful attack is better than defense. Moreover, even the attack distance of the star arrow method is very far, and the enemy may not be able to get phoneme alphabet equals IPA PH equals clause close / phoneme. Following a few crisp system prompts, Hong directly spent 2,100 training points to upgrade the star linking arrow technique to the Dzogchen realm. Comprehend 2 secret skills. Hong looked at his panel in surprise, and now there were only 6 training points left in the panel. Sure enough, the higher the rank, the more consumption. Aneng showed a bitter face and headed for the burrow. In the burrow, Zuosi, who had been waiting for a long time, looked around impatiently. If he hadn't waited for Aneng, he would have already gone in. Finally, after half an hour's journey, Aneng, finally appearing at the entrance of the crypt, Kusi looked at Hung in disbelief. Hung at this time. He holds a bow in his hand and a clanging sword hangs on his waist. It wasn't just Zosie, even some warriors around the entrance of the crypt looked at and hung in disbelief. There are really very few warriors who use bows and arrows. But among the monsters in the cave, there are many strong people who use bows and arrows. Okay? The gatekeeper looked at and hung with great interest. I just bought a bow and arrow, so I was delayed. And Hong said to Zosie with a little apology. No? Crows pointed at the bow and arrow with some doubts. When did you learn to use a bow and arrow? Oh, not so long ago. And Hong explained. Crows shook his head one after another. If you can't become a master, aren't you crazy? You don't use a good bow and sword, but you use a bow and arrow? And Hong just felt that Wows was a little stupid. Brotherin! A joyful voice came. Turning his head to look, it was the second senior brother and several men and women walking towards him. They are all around the level of martial arts masters. The others looked at themselves curiously. Senior brother Fong, are you going down to the burrow too? And Hong said with a smile. That's right, go to the cave to find resources, and you too? Fong Ping looked at Zosie behind and Hong with some puzzlement, and the latter looked up at the sky with some disdain. Junior brotherin, do you want to join us? No need, brother. And Hong said helplessly. Wait next time? I didn't know the few people who were traveling with my senior brother. It was somewhat embarrassing. Fong Ping nodded. Then he took out a stick from his bag and said, Junior brother, this is the exclusive signal flare of our martial arts school. If you are in danger, you can fire the signal flare. If there are people around the martial arts school who see it, they will come to rescue you. As the second senior brother in the martial arts school, and Hang is bound to make great achievements at a young age. Therefore, he kindly gave the signal stick to An Hung. Thank you, brother. Aning did not refuse, in any case, it was second brother's wish. Little brother, after entering the cave, you must be extremely careful, the most important thing is to save your life. Fong Ping was a little worried, after all, it was the first time for the younger brother to go to the burrow, so he gave a few more words of advice. Who is that person? Among the team, a young woman with a pretty face asked Fong Ping. It looks like An Hong? Could it be that you know each other? The woman asked the other person in surprise. Since the last martial arts competition, is there anyone in Qingfeng City who doesn't know An Hong? During the competition, Aneng did a great job. Zhang Feng said with a smile. In a few days, the three martial arts have reached perfection, and he is the only 9-star warrior in Qingfeng City. In his words, he put a lot of emphasis on the word warrior. The other two women said in surprise. Even if you're a martial artist, you're pretty good, and that's the perfect 3 martial skills. No, the breath he gave me just now doesn't look like a warrior. The young woman with a pretty face frowned and said. Now, I'm already a martial artist. Fong Ping looked at the crowd and said proudly. My little junior brother is very talented. My master has cultivated the burning sun alchemy, and my junior brother has already practiced Dzogchen. Now, I'm already a 5-star martial artist. Impossible? The other 4 said in surprise. It's only a few days before the martial arts competition? Have you become a 5-star martial artist? A few people are a little do not believe. Brother Fong, stop making such jokes. Zhang Feng said suspiciously. You won't deliberately exaggerate because you are your junior brother? Not really. Seeing this, Fong Ping said hastily. Let me tell you, even my master has to ask my junior brother for the burning sun alchemy. Several people booed, even more in disbelief. Brother Fong, I remember your master, seems to be a 9-star martial artist? Zhang Feng said with some disdain. A 9-star martial artist asking a martial artist for advice? Everyone will laugh their ass off. Hey, I didn't find out before, you are quite good at joking. A woman smiled and said to Fong Ping. Why don't you believe me? Everyone made fun of Fong Ping again, which made Fong Ping feel very helpless. If he knew this was the case, he might as well not say it. Aneng, are all of your martial arts schools like you, like procrastinating? Wows said with some displeasure. No, you thought everyone was the same as you and had a bad relationship with anyone? And Hong said with a cold snort. You! Nonsense! Kosi glared at En Hong, then turned away. Don't you know that in the martial arts hall, everyone is very respectful to me? Forget it, I don't want to argue with you anymore. And Hong didn't bother to explain a lot to Zhuasi. Just because of his stinky mouth, there are many people who want to beat him up. The two walked to the gate of the crypt. And Hong looked at the gatekeeper very respectfully. Senior, we meet again. The gatekeeper smiled and looked at Aneng. That's right. In a few days, you broke through to become a martial artist. It seems that you have great potential. Kusi stared at En Hong, who was talking to the gatekeeper in a daze, unable to speak. You know, the janitor is not a good person. But En Hong was able to strike up a conversation with the gatekeeper. Senior is overrated. I don't know this time, what does the senior want to say to the junior? The gatekeeper thought it was a little funny. In this world, there are no loyal words, strength is king. Enter the burrow, just run if you can't beat it. En Hong clasped his hands together, thanked the gatekeeper, and went straight into the cave. It was only then that Kosi came to his senses and followed En Hong into the burrow. It's been a long time since I saw such an interesting person. The gatekeeper couldn't help sighing, then closed his eyes and concentrated. In the catacombs, the surrounding environment has not changed much. There are weeds that are as tall as a man, and the surrounding environment is so quiet that it makes people feel frightened. Do you know him well, janitor? Crows asked curiously. That's it. And Hong replied perfunctorily. Now it's time to play your role, take me to the place where there are sienmai fruits. Actually, it's not far away. It's about an hour's walk, and we'll be there. Are you kidding me? And Hong was a little surprised, and looked back at Zhuasi. The closer it was to the burrow, the weaker the beast was, and the farther it was, the opposite was true. Even, you will encounter powerful demons. And Kosi is just a little warrior, so courageous? Oh, I forgot to tell you, I have a technique to hide my own scent and traces, even that second-rank high-level beast can't find me. Then Wows thought of something. Said hastily. But I won't pick that fairy vein fruit for you. You will definitely be discovered if you do this. I haven't said yet. And Hong felt a little funny. Crows was a little angry, but why can't beat Aneng? Anyway, I only need to take it to the place, and the rest has nothing to do with me. That's a second-rank high-level beast. How can it be beaten? Then I was a little happy in my heart. Maybe I could take a few sienmai fruits away by taking advantage of the chaos. Don't you want to fish in troubled waters? And Hang's voice suddenly sounded. Of course, Wows quickly vetoed it. I'm not that kind of person. I'm thinking, how are we going to run then? Is it really? As soon as En Hong finished speaking, the figure of a ferocious beast stood in front of the two of them. West phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals wind wine / phoneme wolf? Zhuasi snorted coldly. I really don't understand the situation. Dare to show up? Before Russ could speak, there was a whistling sound in the air. And the West phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals wind / phoneme, and waves in front of Zhuasi were shot by a bow and arrow more than 1 meter long, and fell straight to the ground. The speed of the arrow was so fast that Zhuasi and the West phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals wind / phoneme wolf had no time to react. Congratulations to the host for beheading the first rank Shifeng Lang and gaining 10 training points. A crisp system notification sounded in Heng's ears, and he looked at the panel, but at this time the potential points had already reached 65 points. And Hong shook his head. The current, o'clock training point, he can produce it automatically in less than half an hour. These 10 training points are not enough for the current 5-star martial artist himself. It seems that high-quality beasts are still needed. Zhuasi stared at the West phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals wind / phoneme wolf in front of him in a daze. He died before he even finished speaking? Is it great to have a high realm? Know how to use a bow and arrow? Cursing a few words inwardly, seeing En Hong pull out the arrow and move on, he was a little dazed. You don't want materials anymore? Oh, if you want, you can put it away, my space is reserved for Xian my fruit. The two walked slowly on the way to their destination. Sometimes when he met a few West phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals win-win / phoneme wolves, they were killed by En Hang's arrows without making any sound. Zuosi was a little upset, and he didn't even react. He is a tool person who leads the way? Roar! A voice full of aura came out of the air, far stronger than that of the West phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals win-win / phoneme wolf. With a figure phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals claws close / phoneme to 4 meters, under the dim sky, he looked so burly. West phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals win-win / phoneme wolf king. Crows was a little startled, and then a little excited. The West phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals win-win / phoneme wolf king is a first-rank high-ranking beast. From the looks of it, I seem to have a chance to make a move. Wrong. Zuosi thought of something, looked at En Hong behind him, and seemed to say, you can shoot the West phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals win-win / phoneme wolf king to death with one arrow. En Hong looked at the somewhat provocative expression of Zuosi, smiled slightly, bowed his bow and set an arrow. Roar! It seems that he has noticed that the person in front of him is not easy to mess with. The West phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals win-win / phoneme wolf king made a gesture to slip away. Call out. However, how could An give it this chance? The arrow tore a trail in the air, and shot straight into the mouth of the West phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals win-win / phoneme wolf king at a distance of more than 10 meters. The arrow hit at an extremely fast speed, and then the remaining force generated by the arrow brought the West phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals win-win / phoneme wolf king back more than 10 meters. Nailing the West phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals win-win / phoneme wolf king to the ground, the arrow trembled. Congratulations to the host for beheading the first-rank high-level West phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals win-win / phoneme wolf king and gaining 100 training points. En Hong nodded with some satisfaction. 100 training points, for the current self, it also takes 4 hours to produce. On the other hand, Zuosi looked at En Hong in disbelief. He felt a little unreal. The West phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals win-win / phoneme wolf king, even if he was himself, had to expend a lot of strength to kill him. Not to mention, a clean behead like En Hang. Wows trembled a little if En Hong wanted to kill himself. In his mind, he automatically made up that scene. Crows? En Hong said slowly. What? Frightened by the scene in front of him, Kusi ran towards Anning and said flatteringly. Ahem, brother, and I just thought in the back, why are you so awesome? You killed the West phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals win-win / phoneme wolf king with one arrow, hee. Stop flattering. En Hong said tirelessly. Hurry up and pick up the arrows for me, and I'll deal with the other ones. In addition? Kusi was a little dazed, and at some point around the two of them, 3 West phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals win-win / phoneme wolf kings had surrounded them. Wrinkles looked pale. But I was a little scared in my heart. Could it be that the West phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals win-win / phoneme wolf king who died just now was thrown out as a bait? The more he thought about it, the more frightened he became. Look at your bear. En Hong smiled disdainfully. Afterwards, he directly bent his bow and set his arrows. With a very standard posture, the arrow in his hand made a hissing sound, and went straight towards the West phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals win-win / phoneme wolf king. There was a whistling sound in the air. Then the West phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals win-win / phoneme wolf king on the left was directly taken away by the bow and arrow for more than 10 meters. Died. En Hong didn't give the other 2 West phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals win-win / phoneme wolf kings any chance, and shot 2 arrows in succession. Took their lives away. Congratulations to the host for beheading the first-rank high-level West phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals win-win / phoneme wolf king and gaining 100 training points. 3 crisp system prompts sounded. En Hong was very satisfied and earned training points in a few seconds. Zuosi looked at the 4 West phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals win-win slash phoneme wolf kings lying on the ground in a daze. Things happened so fast, it could even be said that the battle was over within a second. If it is a martial artist using a saber, it will take a few seconds to rush over. And look at Awning again, you only need to bend the bow, shoot the arrow, and so on. Most importantly, the speed is really too fast. What kind of arrow technique are you doing? So fast? So powerful? Crows asked suspiciously. Quick? Not bad. And Hong said something perfunctory. You know, my star-linking arrow technique is Dzogchen. However, at the time of Dashang, the entire firing process will be much faster than ordinary warriors who use bows and arrows. This is only 3 arrows, and it can't show the horror of the arrow at all. Zwa swallowed his saliva exhaustedly, but he was a little moved by the practice of archery. He still had a fresh memory of the last martial arts competition, and he couldn't get even half a step closer to An Hong. That martial arts competition can be said to be ashamed and humiliated. And Hong took a wooden knife and chased him down. The things on the West phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals win-win slash phoneme wolf king were still very valuable. And Hong took out the 3rd grade saber on his waist, and took off the wolf's claws without using too much strength. For wolf kings, together you can buy a chomai pill. Then the two continued on their way, and as the distance increased, the beasts they encountered gradually became 2nd grade. Roar! A ferocious beast in the shape of a tiger and leopard appeared in front of the two of them. Zuosi cried out in his heart that it was not good, and unexpectedly met the 2nd-rank mid-level fierce beast Fengbao. This is comparable to a martial artist with 4 or 5 stars. And the attack speed is extremely fast. With the distance of several meters and the speed of Fengbao, there was simply no time for him to react. Call out! An arrow flew past Zuosi's ear, and shot directly into Foam Leopard's throat. The blood was soaring. Zuosi wiped the blood on his face, it was extremely stinky. Foam Leopard was taken away by the bow and arrow for a distance of more than 10 meters, wailing in pain, struggling frantically on the ground, as if to pull out the bow and arrow. And Han looked at Fengbao in surprise. The arrow hit the throat. But he didn't die. Just as An Hong wanted to shoot another arrow, Fengbao died without moving. Congratulations to the host for killing the 2nd-rank mid-level fierce beast Fengbao and gaining training points. In 1 minute, Fengbao was completely dead. As a 2nd-grade ferocious beast, not only is its life very strong, but its rewards are also very generous. Awning, thank you so much this time. Crows patted his chest and said with some fear. Small matter, how long will it take? Did you see that valley in front? The immortal maiden is there. Crows said hastily. Let's go. And Hong took off the more valuable part of Foam Leopard's body, and then walked towards the valley. But when he was still tens of meters away from the valley, Awning stopped suddenly. Even a 9-star martial artist couldn't help shaking his head at the scene in front of him. There were 30 or 40 fierce beasts inside. It's fine if it's an ordinary beast, but in the valley, there are all shell bears with strong defense power. Although it is only the 2nd-rank low rank, it is relatively lower than the Foam Leopard rank. However, with his own bow and arrow, An Hong was not very sure that he could shoot directly to death. An Hong frowned tightly, and said with some displeasure. Didn't you tell me that there is only 1 2nd-grade beast here? Crows also scratched his head in embarrassment. That's right, when I first came here, there was indeed only 1 crustacean bear. It was only a 2nd-rank high-level bear. I guess it should be the 2nd-rank high-level beast, who wanted to digest all the xianmai fruits, so that's why so many beasts were called over. Zuosi looked at An Hong and said in a low voice. Awning, I brought the place, the rest is up to you. To be honest, the 30 or 40 beasts in the valley, phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals or either slash phoneme way, you can press yourself on the ground and rub it over and over again. If An Hong allows himself to attract attention. I see. An Hong said something with a flat face, and then looked at his own panel. The strongest training system character, An Hong Realm, 5-star martial artist, 24 points H, training points, 780 skills, Nun Rising Dragon Palm, Dzogchen Bloodthirsty Knife, Dzogchen Zhan Tianjian, Dzogchen Phoenix Dance 9 Heavens, Dzogchen Burning Sun Dangong, Dzogchen Body Forging, Not Learned, 070, Linking Stars Archery, Dzogchen The Few Beasts I Killed Before. Now my own training points have also taken advantage of the trend to reach 780 points. What I have to face later will be a crazy fight. Therefore, Hong planned to learn the art of body forging. Following a few crisp system prompts, the body forging technique has been upgraded to the great accomplishment. Hong originally wanted to upgrade to the small perfection realm, but the potential point is not enough. With the improvement of body training technique, Hong could feel that his body was stronger than before, and his bones and muscles were several times stronger than before. It would be great if it could be promoted to Dzogchen. In the realm of Dzogchen, you can comprehend the secret technique of golden light is not broken. If that was the case, Hong would be more confident of getting out of the way. But the good news is that there are only 30 or 40 shell bears in the valley. Or, let's forget it. Crows hesitated for a moment, but still spoke. You have to know that there are so many fierce beasts, you and I are not able to contend, even a 9-star martial artist would not dare to do this. Life is the most important thing. That's right. Hong nodded. After that, he headed towards the crustacean bear in the valley. Hold the grass. Wows was taken aback by Hong's actions, and said in a low voice. What are you doing? Do you want to kill all the crustacean bears alone, and then challenge the Bear King to one-on-one? You guessed it right. Hong said as he slowly approached the bear. Josie's face was pale, and the higher the rank of the beast, the higher the wisdom. No matter how strong Hong's arrow skills are, after a few of them die, the rest of the bears will all attack Hong. Barbie's cue, or I'd better run first. Wows thought to himself. If I had known earlier, I shouldn't have come here with Hong, he is a complete lunatic. Hong bent his bow and set an arrow, aiming at the throat of a crustacean bear. There was a whistling sound in the air. Call out. The bow and arrow landed on the throat with great precision, and the sleeping shell bear died quietly. And his companion, who was also sleeping soundly beside him, didn't notice it at all. Congratulations to the host for successfully beheading the second-rank low-level beast, the crustacean bear, and gaining, potential points. Very good. Oneng didn't pause at all, he bent his bow and set his arrow. Call out. Call out. Call out. 3 whistling sounds took away the lives of 3 more crustacean bears. Congratulations to the host for successfully beheading the second-rank low-level beast, the crustacean bear, and gaining, training points. Congratulations to the host for successfully beheading the second-rank low-level beast, the crustacean bear, and gaining, training points. Congratulations to the host for successfully beheading the second-rank low-level beast, the crustacean bear, and gaining, training points. 3 reminders sounded, and Hong was unmoved and prepared to shoot the 4th arrow, but the target suddenly moved. As a result, the arrow hit the mouth, but did not die. With a whimper, all the sleeping beetles woke up. Among them, several crustacean bears rushed towards Oneng. Run! Kosi was shocked and tugged at Hong's clothes. Brother, let's go, if you don't go, it will be too late. If you want to go, you go. Hong ignored crows, and continued to bow his bow and set his arrows. Call out. A crustacean bear that was coming towards Hong fell to the ground with a whimper. Roar! Several other crustacean bears roared angrily, and came towards Hong at the fastest speed. Every footstep that came out made Zhuoxi's face paler. He gritted his teeth, glanced at Hong, and then left in the direction he came from. I am not a martial artist yet, if a shell bear finds out, I only need one of them to kill myself. He thought to himself. Boom! On the forehead of a shell bear, there was an extra bow and arrow, and it fell heavily to the ground. The same is true for the 3rd beetle behind. There was no panic on Hong's face, the 6 crustacean bears running towards Oneng, within a short distance of 20 meters, from the time the shell bears found them until they fell down and died. The one that ran the farthest only ran about 5 meters. Kosi stared dumbfounded, but his heart was full of shocking waves. Congratulations to the host for successfully beheading the second-rank low-level beast, the crustacean bear, and gaining, training points. Congratulations to the host for successfully beheading the second-rank low-level beast, the crustacean bear, and gaining training points. Congratulations to the host for successfully beheading the second-rank low-level beast, the crustacean bear, and gaining training points. Congratulations to the host for successfully beheading the second-rank low-level beast, the crustacean bear, and gaining training points. Congratulations to the host for successfully beheading the second-rank low-level beast, the crustacean bear, and gaining training points. 7 system beeps sounded in my ears. And Hong glanced at his panel. The strongest training system character, and Hong Realm, 5-star martial artist, 24 points H, training points, 2,350 skills, Nun Rising Dragon Palm, Dzogchen Bloodthirsty Knife, Dzogchen Zhan Tianjian, Dzogchen Phoenix Dance 9 Heavens, Dzogchen Burning Sun Dangong, Dzogchen Body Forging, Deshang, 0400, Linking Stars Archery, Dzogchen just a few minutes ago, beheaded 10 crustacean bears, 1 click of training will increase by points. Roar! 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 Almost instantly, another 20 or so crustacean bears looked at Hang's defense line with red eyes. Their companions died in such a humiliating manner. There was a monstrous anger in their hearts. As a shellbear took the phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals lead slash phoneme in the charge, more than 20 other shellbears also moved. Boom! The movement of more than 20 crustacean bears charging made the whole earth tremble. The sound and the shaking of the ground, lingering in the ears of the two. Still leaving? Isn't this courting death? Zhuasi looked at Hong with some fear. Even though Hong shot arrows very fast, there were too many arrows. What's more, it's only about 20 meters away. The speed of the crustacean group will only get faster and faster. And Hong took his time, looked at the bears indifferently, and drew out 3 arrows. What? Crows widened his eyes in disbelief. Under the incredulous gaze of Kusi, Hong put the 3 arrows on the string. Before, Aning fired 1 arrow at a time, but this time, there are a total of 3 arrows. Call out. The extremely fast arrow made a whistling sound in the air. Then, the 3 shell bears rushing forward all fell down. Their deaths are the same, all because of the bow and arrow in the throat. Congratulations to the host for successfully beheading the second-rank low-level beast, the crustacean bear, and gaining training points. Congratulations to the host for successfully beheading the second-rank low-level beast, the crustacean bear, and gaining training points. Congratulations to the host for successfully beheading the second-rank low-level beast, the crustacean bear, and gaining training points. Unmoved, Hong took out 3 bows and arrows again. Bow and shoot arrows. Call out. 3 more crustacean bears fell heavily to the ground. The nearly Gene shell bear fell to the ground, kicking up waves of dust. The short distance of 20 meters is very difficult to cross. The shell bears fell down one by one as Aning shot the bows and arrows again and again. The 3 bows and arrows shot each time, like the scythe of death, harvested the life of the shell bear. Congratulations to the host for successfully beheading the second-rank low-level beast, the crustacean bear, and gaining training points. Congratulations to the host for successfully beheading the second-rank low-level beast, the crustacean bear, and gaining training points. Congratulations to the host for successfully beheading the second-rank low-level beast, the crustacean bear, and gaining training points. In just 10 seconds, only 2 of the more than 20 crustacean bears who were so imposing just now stood in front of Aning. In the group of crustacean bears that were still aggressive, there were only 2 shell bears left, looking around in confusion. Their companions all fell to the ground. Before they could react, they were hit by 2 arrows shot by Aning again, and fell to the ground to die like their companions. His eyes were full of anger and unwillingness. Congratulations to the host for successfully beheading the second-rank low-level beast, the crustacean bear, and gaining training points. Congratulations to the host for successfully beheading the second-rank low-level beast, the crustacean bear, and gaining training points. And Hong let out a breath of foul air slowly. Although he killed the group of crustaceans at a very fast speed, it took Hang's energy very much. What he used just now was the secret technique of the Lianqing arrow technique, which consumed mental power. Far more uncomfortable than physical fatigue. However, Hang felt it was worth it. With 35 crustacean bears, he has obtained a total of training points. If calculated according to the automatic production speed of the system, it takes a full 12 o'clock. And a few hours ago, Anand only had a few hundred points. Hang opened the panel again. The strongest training system character, Hang Realm, 5-star martial artist, 24 points H, training points, 7,410 skills, Nun Rising Dragon Palm, Dzogchen Bloodthirsty Knife, Dzogchen Zhan Tianjian, Dzogchen Phoenix Dance 9 Heavens, Dzogchen Burning Sun Dangong, Dzogchen Body Forging, Deshang, 0400, Linking Stars Archery, Dzogchen and Hang's mind moved, and he once again spent 1,000 training points to directly upgrade the body training technique to the state of Dzogchen. Giggle. Hang's body burst out with a crisp sound. The current Hang, even facing the collision of the crustacean bear, is completely unafraid. If he had used the indestructible golden light before being hit, then Hang believed that it might be that the bear was about to fly out. This body training technique is really powerful. Hang murmured. At this time, Hang, all the martial arts displayed on the system panel are all perfect. Hang looked at the over 6,000 training points on the system panel that had nowhere to be placed, and fell into deep thought. However, it is not too much to cultivate in Hang. There are still many high-grade exercises waiting for him to upgrade in the future. Hang. Oh no, brotherin, you are so awesome. Kuz looked at the corpses all over the floor, stuttering in shock. If he hadn't witnessed how Aning killed these bears with his own eyes, he really wouldn't have believed that there is such a powerful arrow technique in the world. That's a group of more than 20 crustacean bears. But Hang never took a step back. The group of crustacean bears rushed towards Hang's arrow one by one. What kind of martial art is this? Liangsing Jianjian. What's the matter? Hang asked with a smile. Can I study? Crows said with some embarrassment. Now he feels more and more that boxing is really hot. If Hang wanted to kill him, it would only take a second, and it was impossible to give him time to get phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals clause close slash phoneme. You don't look very good, but you think it's pretty. Hang ignored wows, and picked up the arrowhead on the ground on his own. Zosi didn't dare to say anything. What a joke, how dare he offend this great god now? Very well behaved to help pick up the arrow on the ground. By the way, brotherin, that bear king, what are you going to do? What else can I do? Bow and shoot arrows, isn't it all right? Crows said hastily. This bear king is not an ordinary beast. The armor protects all the vital points. The bow and arrow may not cause any damage. Hang paused. If what you said is true, it's quite troublesome, but let's see later. Crows stopped talking, and after picking up the arrow, the two walked towards the inside of the valley. Brotherin, it's right there. Crows pointed to a cave not far away. As soon as the words fell, a huge and burly beast came out from the entrance of the cave. 89-meter-long body, covered with dark carapace. Even the vital points such as the forehead are covered with some fine pieces of armor. The two walked slowly to the entrance of the cave, and the beast stood upright. He patted his chest with both palms, making a dull sound. Roar! In the valley, there was a frightening sound echoing. The second-grade high-ranking fierce beast, the king of the bear, is equivalent to a 7-star martial artist. Standing in front of the bear king, the two were so insignificant. Zhuasi looked at Hang with a pale face, and Hang shouted. Find a place to hide yourself. Afterwards, Hang used his body skills and ran in the opposite direction of Xiong Wang. While running, I didn't forget to draw the bow and shoot the arrow. Hang tentatively shot an arrow at Xiong Wang's throat. There was a whistling sound, but there was a non-painful collision sound, and the arrow landed slowly. Hold the grass. Crows hid behind a rock and exclaimed when he saw this. This archery technique is useless at all. Hang frowned, activated his secret technique, and shot 3 bows and arrows at once. Under the suspicious gaze of Kuz, the second bow and arrow was installed on the tail of the first bow and arrow, and so on. The first bow and arrow shot towards the Bear King's throat at an unprecedented speed. With a single breath, it shot into the Bear King's throat. Blood pumped out, sending out bursts of stench. The arrow seemed to have shot into the Bear King's body, but it didn't seem to cause any damage. The arrow was firmly stuck in the skin, and to the Bear King, it was just a small injury. With a light paw, Xiong Wang broke the bow and arrow very easily, and slowly threw it on the ground. And Heng's behavior directly angered Xiong Wang. Its eyes were blood red, and it glared at Heng, as if it wanted to tear Heng's body into pieces. Boom! The ground shook violently, and the valley shook violently as the Bear King moved. Xiong Wang's 89-meter-high body, with a full sense of oppression, rushed directly towards Heng. And Heng was unmoved at all. His face was as usual. This time, he directly drew 9 bows and arrows. Kusi, who was watching not far away, was shocked. Wasn't it just possible to fire 3 bows and arrows at a time? Has Heng's true strength not yet been revealed? The speed of the Bear King was very fast, and there was a faint whistling sound in the air. If Heng didn't move, he would definitely be torn to pieces by Xiong Wang. But Heng didn't seem to notice this detail, and continued to bend his bow and set his arrows. The strings of the bow and arrow seemed to be unable to withstand such pressure, making a squeaky sound. Heng's right hand slowly moved backwards, the veins on his forehead and arm were bulging. He fixed his eyes on the Bear King. At this time, Heng, in the whole world, only the Bear King. He aimed at the Bear King's throat, looking at the wound where he had been shot before. The wound was very small, but in Heng's view, it was enough. Come! Heng let out a violent roar, and at this moment, 9 bows and arrows, shaped like ghosts, shot towards the Bear King at a speed visible to the naked eye. Call out. In the air, the whistle of 9 bows and arrows sounded, the 9th bow and arrow hit the tail of the 8th bow and arrow, and so on. Accumulated again and again, the speed of the first bow and arrow is loaded to the extreme. In the air, one could vaguely smell the burning smell of the bow and arrow breaking through the speed of sound. Following the originally established trajectory, it shot towards the wound caused before that. But at this moment, Xiong Wang had already arrived in front of Heng. With claws as tall as a man, the carrier moved towards Heng with unparalleled speed, and slapped it. It all happened so fast, it was almost as soon as Kuz just reacted. Be careful! Crows yelled. In his line of sight, Heng's body was like a ball, and it was sent flying by the claw, tens of meters away. His body rolled continuously in the air, and then fell heavily to the ground, sliding several meters. Heng and the equipment he was carrying all slammed into the rock not far away. With a violent impact, some gravel on it slowly fell down. Zhuosi didn't think much at all, and ran directly in the direction of Heng. Okay? Heng stood up in a little confusion, and touched his body and head. I just feel dizzy. Crows, what's the matter? Eng, are you alright? Zhuosi looked at Heng, who was slowly standing up in disbelief, and looked at Heng's body up and down. Apart from some damage to the clothes, there were no wounds. Wrinkles opened his mouth wide, his lips moved slightly, but he didn't know what to say. That's the king of the bears, a second-rank high-ranking beast. Even if my master came here, I'm afraid he would die. Then, a thought flashed through his mind, and he hurriedly asked. Heng, check to see if you have any internal injuries. What? Heng said a little speechlessly. No, how could I get hurt? After finishing speaking, he looked directly in the direction of the Bear King. The arrow just now shot directly into the throat, which was half a meter deep. Xiong Wang covered his wound with some difficulty, the blood couldn't stop pouring out, and it was only a matter of time before he died. Under Xiong Wang's feet, the ground was already stained red with blood. Boom! Heng waved the dust raised in the air, and Xiong Wang finally fell down, his eyes widened, a little unwilling. Congratulations to the host for beheading the second-rank high-ranking beast, the Beast Bear King, and gaining, training points. When the sound of the system sounded, it completely announced the death of the Bear King. Zhuosi looked at the motionless Bear King on the ground in disbelief, a little dazed. Bear King just died like this? It's just 2 bows and arrows. This is not a first-grade ferocious beast. But it's a full second-rank high level. From the beginning to the end of the battle, it only took less than a minute. Moreover, and Hong who killed the Bear King didn't have a single wound on his body. And there are no internal injuries. Archery, is it really that strong? Wows murmured dully. For the practice of archery, he became more urgent. Let's go, don't stand around stupidly. And Hong slowly picked up the weapons scattered on the ground. Bear King is dead, we have to go in and find Xian Megwo. Ah. Oh. Kusi looked at the Bear King who fell on the ground behind him, and finally followed Aning into the cave. The space in the cave is very large, about 5 meters high, so it's no wonder that the Bear King can enter and exit freely. Before Aning and the two could take a few steps, they could smell a burst of fragrance, and the true energy in the body was attracted by the fragrance, which made them a little uncontrollable. Aning slowly calmed down the restless chi in his body. Here, that's the immortal vein fruit. Go in by yourself, I'll wait for you here. Crows pointed to not far away and said. As for the immortal maiden fruit, Aning definitely wouldn't give it to him, after all, he hadn't made any contribution along the way. And Hong took a look and walked straight over. Not far away, you can see that the vines are tightly attached to the rocks. More than a dozen small fruits, about the size of a fist, grow on the vines. After approaching, the fragrance is very strong. Is this the immortal vein fruit? And Hong looked at the light yellow xianmai fruit, and unceremoniously put the 16 fruits on it into his bag. He looked around carefully, and after making sure there was nothing, he walked out. I didn't lie to you. Wows looked at Hang's bulging backpack enviously. This is a total of 16 fairy vein fruits. Even a 9-star martial artist would be very envious. And Hong took out a fairy vein fruit and handed it to Zuosi. Ha! Is this, for me? Zuosi looked at Hong in surprise. Of course. Don't forget it. Crows quickly took it over, feeling very happy in his heart. One of these immortal vein fruits will cost over 200 million yuan. Brotherin, I just want to ask, why does Xiong Wang shoot you flying tens of meters away, and you are fine? And Hong glanced at Wrinkle. You want something to happen to me? Crows quickly shook his head and explained again. Crows froze in place suddenly, feeling a burst of shock in his heart. Could it be a body training technique? Zuosi thought to himself, in this way, it can be explained. But soon, bitterness appeared on his face. This awning plane is a bit too enchanting. Another exercise technique, another arrow technique. Take another look at yourself. Ugh. Zuosi was about to say something, but Hong had already walked away on his own. He hurriedly followed. Brotherin, go slowly. At this moment, he is like Anhan's follower. You know, this Bear King is full of treasures. There is no need to say more about the bear's paw. And the carapace all over the body is more valuable. It can be made into a battle suit. Even the flesh and blood is a great tonic for warriors. As for Hong, his backpack was full of immortal vein fruits, and he couldn't fit it. What's more, there are more than 30 crustacean bears outside. And Hong was a little helpless, and couldn't help thinking of the city lord's storage ring. However, even back then, Hang would not refuse without any hesitation. Brotherin, hey, let me help you. Kosi took the saber from Hang's hand, and said kindly. And Hong looked at him speechlessly, and said, in this cave, is there any other place that has this fairy vein fruit? Crows scratched his head in embarrassment. Brotherin, I don't know about this. I discovered this place by accident. And Hong nodded slowly. If not, it doesn't hurt too much, after all, he has gained a lot this time. Just when Hong was in a daze, there was a piercing sound in the sky, and when he looked up, the word Feng was slowly appeared in the sky. Brotherin, it seems to be a distress signal. Crows looked at the sky and said. A bad premonition suddenly rose in Hang's heart. Kosi frowned and said. Brotherin, I remember that the second senior brother of Fengwu martial arts seems to have come to the cave, it should be him. Go! Aning decisively used his movement skills and hurried to that place, regardless of whether he was senior brother Foam or not, he would not sit idly by. Wows also followed in Heng's pace without any hesitation. Brother Foam, why don't you go first? I can't do it. A woman Pear Blossom said with tears. Unlike just entering the burrow, her face is pale now, but her right arm has already been pierced by an arrow. The other two women in the team were covered in injuries, and they were a little exhausted. Could it be that we are going to die today? Zhang Feng looked to the back with some unwillingness. His injuries were more serious, though not vital, but if things go on like this, they will die from bleeding too much. And just when several people were stunned. Grumble! There was a loud noise behind them. A group of dark-skinned demons with only a piece of animal skin covering their bodies rushed towards them. Excited expressions appeared on the faces of these Mozu people. The first to bear the brunt are the soldiers, armed with knives and guns, and then followed by a group of archers. At the end of this group of demons, there is a big man riding a shell bear. Although this big man is holding a long knife, he still has a bow and arrow beside him. He muttered something in his mouth, and those people heard it. Even more excited. They just want to have fun with it. Feng Ping said very angrily. Originally, Feng Ping and his group just wanted to hunt some ferocious beasts. If they could meet the demons, it would be possible. For hundreds of years, the human race and the demon race have formed a deadly feud. But they never imagined that because they didn't pay attention for a while, as the team went deeper, they met the hunting team of the demon race. That big man riding a shell bear has the strength of an 8-star martial artist. What's more, the fighters among the dozen or so demons, as well as those archers, each have the strength of a 2-star martial artist. If they thought about it, Feng Ping and his party would have already died under their arrows. They were able to phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals live live slash phoneme until now because they treated Feng Ping and the others as playthings. Brother Feng, let's go. A woman spoke slowly, her tone full of misery. You are not injured, and you can still run out. In the future, you must remember to avenge us. No. Feng Ping resolutely refused. If these women fell into the hands of the demons, they would definitely die. Without any hesitation, Feng Ping pushed them away while they were not paying attention. Go! I'll cover you. Don't worry about me, I have sent a distress letter. You will be safe if you run near the portal. Several people looked at Feng Ping with some reluctance. Brother Feng! Go! Feng Ping shouted angrily without looking back, and then rushed straight into the demon team. Gulu gulu, wow! The Mozu man was a little surprised when he saw this, and then gave a few more instructions. Then, the two archers made a gesture. And the sound of bows and arrows whistling in the air. Subsequently, Feng Ping's legs suddenly went limp, and he fell straight down. Feng Ping was out of breath. But there is nothing to do. Feng Ping tried his best to crawl on the ground. Wow, blah blah. The mob team roared with laughter, laughing at the miserable Feng Ping. Hey, you want to be a hero by yourself, have you ever asked me? After finishing speaking, Zhang Feng gave a loud shout and rushed towards the demons. Brother Jiang! The three women cried even more miserably. This place is very far away from the portal, and it is impossible to have any reinforcements. Even if there is, how could it be possible to defeat the 8-star martial artist in the demon clan? In that case, I will fight too. Yes, death is also a vigorous death. After finishing speaking, the three female martial artists followed Zhang Feng's steps. Are you crazy? Go away. If you don't leave, Feng Ping and I will die in vain. Seeing this, Zhang Feng stared angrily. Feng Ping also said hoarsely. Come on. No. There is no way to retreat. Human race, don't be afraid. Yes. We humans have always lived to die. Good, good, good. Feng Ping said 3 good words one after another, and stood up vigorously. The big guy from the Mozu was very upset. Feng Ping and others who he regarded as prey ran towards him at this time, which also made him very unhappy. Gula Waka, wow. After saying a few words, the two archers aimed at Feng Ping again, aiming at the foreheads of both Feng Ping and Zhang Feng. As for the two women, a smirk appeared on the big man's face. What? Feng Ping glared with glaring eyes, and a monstrous rage arose in his heart. I cannot be reconciled. Listening to the whistling sound in the air, Feng Ping slowly closed his eyes. Everything was over. Grumble. There was commotion from the demon race, followed by several screams. There was no pain in the body, but what happened to the demons? Feng Ping and the others looked at the unbelievable scene in front of them in a daze, and they were stunned. Two bows and arrows flew out from nowhere, and shot on the foreheads of two demon archers. The two demon archers fell to the ground unwillingly. And the rest of the demons looked around in a panic. Gyorawaski. Snoring? It's okay, second senior brother. Feng Ping only felt a gust of phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals wind whine / phoneme coming from behind him, and then under the astonished eyes of the other people, and Hong slowly walked to Feng Ping's side. Zhang Feng was even more incredulous, almost without thinking about it, and asked, Did you shoot the two arrows just now? Is there anyone else here? Crows said with some pride. Who else is there besides the two of us? When Zhang Feng heard this, he said with a wry smile. You shouldn't have come. There are dozens of people in this group of demons who have the level of a 2-star martial artist, and the big man at the end has the level of an 8-star martial artist. You guys, let's go. And Hong looked at the leader of the demon tribe riding on the back of the bear with some disdain. Don't worry, look at me. Then looking at his second senior brother who was seriously injured, he couldn't help but feel a little angry. Little brother, really, just listen to the brother once, get out of here quickly. Feng Ping said with a miserable expression. My leg is injured, and I can't go anymore. You go, and when you get back, tell master, I didn't embarrass the people. I didn't embarrass the old man. In fact, there was still a word in his mind that he didn't say. It didn't embarrass Fengwu martial arts. And Hong smiled slightly. Second senior brother, some things are better said by oneself. Feng Ping looked at Hong with some doubts, but the latter didn't explain at all, but said something lightly. Second senior brother, this time, let junior brother protect you. This sentence contained Hong's monstrous anger. And Kosi nodded in agreement, and stood directly behind Hong, quietly waiting for the next good show to happen. Little brother, you. Feng Ping couldn't control the hot tears in his eyes. But before he could speak, he could hear whistling sounds coming from the air, and then, the rain of arrows flew towards them directly. The sky seems to be getting darker. The Mozu people obviously didn't give them too much time to reminisce, and launched an attack directly. Let's go. Junior brother. Damn. Feng Ping almost used all his strength to push the little junior brother away. But the rain of arrows in the air didn't give this opportunity at all. The distance of tens of meters, only a few seconds, Feng Ping felt a little annoyed in his heart. Why didn't he push the little brother away quickly? Ding! A very pleasant sound resounded in the ears of several people, and they looked up with some doubts. Those arrows shot at Hang's body at an extremely fast speed. However, it did not cause any harm. Instead, after some arrows hit on Aang, they were bounced off and shattered in two. Feng Ping looked at the arrows on the ground, and then at the young junior with a calm face. At this moment, his brain had fallen into a blank. Little brother, why didn't he get hurt a little? The pretty young woman said in shock. That's the body forging technique? Not only a few people, but even the leader of the demon clan on the opposite side was a little surprised to see the strange scene in front of him, but Kosi said with a normal expression. You probably don't know yet, Brotherin is worthwhile even in the face of a second-rank high-level beast, that's it? While Wows was speaking, Aneng had already drawn 3 arrows from behind, making a gesture to shoot them. Shoot 3 arrows at once? Real or fake? Little brother, don't be brave. As soon as they spoke, the arrow shot out, shooting directly at the 3 demon warriors standing in front of them like a shooting star. The 3 fighters fell to the ground, utterly dead. Congratulations to the host for successfully beheading the demon 3-star martial artist and gaining 250 training points. Congratulations to the host for successfully beheading the demon 3-star martial artist and gaining 250 training points. Congratulations to the host for successfully beheading the demon 3-star martial artist and gaining 250 training points. Aning ignored it and drew 3 more arrows. Seeing this, Feng Ping and the others were all stunned. They fell into deathly silence. Quietly watching the unbelievable scene in front of him, he killed 3 demon warriors at once. What a terrifying strength! Brother Feng, I blamed you. Zhang Feng said with some guilt, then he looked at Anhang's tall and straight body with some excitement. Galujiwa! The leader of the demon clan was angry, and after he gave his order, the remaining dozen or so demon warriors standing beside him rushed towards Anhang one after another. Those archers kept shooting arrows in the direction of Anhang. Then, the arrow landed on Anhang's body, but it couldn't cause any damage. But those demon warriors who rushed towards Anhang fell down one after another. Seeing this, the 5 or 6 archers who were still alive took a few steps back in fear. The strength displayed by Anhang is truly terrifying. Anhang was alone, standing motionless and shooting arrows. Anhang was not injured, but the demons died one by one. If this situation continues, it won't be long before all the demons will die here. The signal flare attracted some warriors, and one of them suddenly thought of something. Yell! I understand. Talk! If you have something to say, if you want to fart, don't you hear it? He must have practiced some kind of body training technique, otherwise, why wouldn't those arrows cause any harm to him? Look at him, he doesn't move at all. The martial artists in the crowd all gasped. The arrow technique is so powerful, and I have practiced the body training technique. How can I play like this? Isn't this equivalent to a mobile turret? At first I thought he was trying to be brave, but I didn't expect him to be a big boss. All the martial artists looked at Anhang with a little admiration in their eyes. Is it a body training method? Feng Ping looked at the little junior in front of him, with a bitter expression on his face. He was a little surprised. When did this little junior secretly practice body training martial arts behind his back? Careful! Zhang Feng yelled angrily. The leader of the demon clan drew his bow at some point and aimed at Anhang. Everyone's face suddenly changed. Oops! That is the arrow shot by an 8-star martial artist. Call out! There was a sonic boom in the air, and everyone's hearts tightened, as if they were being choked. Can the arrows of the 8-star martial artist and Anhang's body training technique still resist it? Almost in the blink of an eye, the 2-meter-long arrow flew right in front of Anhang. Arrows about the thickness of a finger, whistling with a sonic boom, and that unstoppable momentum, just the sound is deafening. Then when the arrow was about to touch Anhang's head, everyone could only see bursts of golden light erupting from Anhang's side. Then there was a crisp sound. The arrow shot by the leader actually broke in two. Everyone present opened their mouths wide and could not utter a word. Those demon warriors looked at the arrows that fell on the ground in disbelief. In my heart, I was already terrified to the extreme. Well, it was an arrow shot by an 8-star martial artist. What's more, it still hit Anhang's forehead, but it was directly broken in two. This is a terrifying body training technique. So, what he just said is true, not because of his arrogance. This is the imperial body forging technique. Among the crowd of onlookers, someone spoke. Master Ping? Master Ping of the City Lord's Mansion. Is it really Mr. Ping? Great! Mr. Ping is a strong military commander. Those warriors said with some excitement. The person who came was none other than Ping Chi in the City Lord's Mansion. After seeing the signal flare, he rushed over without stopping, but only saw the scene in front of him. People around were talking about it, but Ping Chi had fallen into a sluggish state. He didn't practice body training. However, what Anhang clearly used just now was the secret technique of the body forging technique. But it's only been a few days? He has already practiced the physical training technique to the level of Dzogchen. The evildoer should be Anhang. Anhang looked at the leader of the demon clan with disdain. His physical training technique was perfect, it was really extraordinary. Fortunately, the leader is not a military general, otherwise, I would have to say something else. Bending the bow and nodding the arrow, 3 whistling sounds sounded in the air. and then 3 of the remaining 5 archers fell down. The other 2, already terrified to the extreme, ran back regardless. Congratulations to the host for successfully beheading a 4-star martial artist from the demon race and gaining training points. Congratulations to the host for successfully beheading a 4-star martial artist from the demon race and gaining training points. Congratulations to the host for successfully beheading a 4-star martial artist from the demon race and gaining training points. The melodious system prompt sounded, and Hung drew out 2 more arrows without hesitation. Crack! But the leader of the demon clan was furious. He rode the shell bear under his feet, picked up the knife in his waist, and killed the 2 deserters. Then, staring at Hung, shouted angrily, and rushed towards Hang at a very fast speed. "Be careful, little brother." Feng Ping suddenly felt that what he said was a little redundant. He originally wanted his junior brother to pay more attention, but he remembered what happened just now, and then he felt that his words seemed a little redundant. "Second senior brother, watch me perform." As he spoke, his hands didn't stop, and he pulled out 9 arrows from the quiver at once. Feng Ping was shocked and speechless. 9 arrows? What kind of arrow technique is this? Is this still a normal martial artist? How do I feel that I can be compared to a general? Someone in the crowd couldn't help but speak. 9 arrows. Ping Chi's pupils shrank sharply. It was clearly the star arrow method. A somewhat appalling idea came to his mind. Only by using secret skills can you shoot 9 arrows. Could it be that even the arrow technique he used was in the Dzogchen realm? Kaki Maka. The leader of the demon clan said some words that Hung could not understand, but Hung ignored them. With a low shout, the 9 arrows followed the established trajectory, drew an arc in the air, and shot straight at the position of the leader. He is a monster. Look, 9 arrows are shooting from different directions. This is really a boss. Why don't I have any impression? Everyone stared dumbfounded at the strange scene in front of them. The leader said a few more words that Hung couldn't understand, and then, the saber in his hand was waved by him and made a burst of sound. Ding! The leader of the demon clan successfully intercepted a few arrows, but 4 arrows still managed to hit him. Directly shot through his right arm, thigh, and back. But the other arrow directly hit the head of the shell bear under his crotch. Because of this, the leader fell directly to the ground, a little unwilling, with a little anger. Let out a roar. However, Oneng didn't give him any chance to breathe. Another round of arrow attacks. After the leader of the demon clan yelled, his whole body changed, and his whole body was extremely red. He guarded his vitals with the sword. But the legs ran towards Hung quickly. This is a secret technique. It's over. Everyone discussed in surprise. The arrows pierced through his skin, and all 9 arrows pierced his skin. But the leader didn't seem to feel anything. Arriving in front of Oneng, he looked at Oneng viciously. Then he brandished his sword. Everyone looked at Hung nervously, but they became worried in their hearts. In their view, although Hang's imperial body forging technique has reached the great perfection, it is still facing this blow. But it is very dangerous. Hung threw away the bow and arrow in his hand, and grabbed another saber on his waist instead. Following a burst of blinding white light, Hung leaped high, holding a knife. Falling from a height. The leader of the demon clan also roared angrily. Then the 2 collided straight into each other, clang. There was an ear-piercing crashing sound in the air, and Hang's body, because of the protection of the body forging technique, only had a shallow wound on his body. Looking back at the leader, Hang's 3rd-grade saber is not a vegetarian. There was a tiny wound on the leader's body, and blood dripped slowly. That leader was directly chopped off by Hung. In the eyes of the leader, there was disbelief, and he fell heavily to the ground, which he didn't understand. Obviously, the human being in front of him has a lower realm than himself. Obviously, this time he brought over a dozen soldiers. But why, he still died under his knife. Everyone stared dumbfounded at the scene in front of them. For a long time, there was no sound. Originally in their imagination, this should be a protracted battle. But Feng Ping, looking at the little junior brother who was walking slowly, didn't know what to say. Jiang Feng and the others lowered their heads in embarrassment after seeing En Hong kill the leader. At the beginning, Feng Ping told them that En Hong was very strong. They still don't believe it. But now, En Hong, at the realm of a 5-star martial artist, fought hard against more than 10 demon soldiers, and beheaded an 8-star martial artist. However, now Jiang Feng, but I don't believe that En Hong is just a 5-star martial artist. All this is really amazing. Congratulations to the host for successfully beheading the demon 8-star martial artist and gaining training points. The system beep sounded again, announcing the death of the demon. En Hong retracted his saber and looked around. The surrounding warriors cheered bursts of cheers. Ping Chi applauded, smiled, and walked in front of En Hong. Long time no see, brother-in, I didn't expect my strength to improve so much in just a few days. Master Ping? Master Ping. Jiang Feng and the others were a little surprised. Why is Brother Ping here? En Hong was taken aback, and then said very humbly. Brother Ping is too famous. Ha, too much credit? Ping Chi glanced at En Hong meaningfully. Before, I was a little surprised that the city lord tried to win you over in every possible way, but I didn't expect that you made me understand just now. Sword technique, palm technique, body technique, arrow technique, body training technique, and mental technique, have they all already achieved Dzogchen? Forgot, there should be a sword technique Dzogchen, right? He noticed the long sword on En Hong's waist. Brother An's talent now shows, it can be said that the future can be expected. Is there a mistake? Sword technique, palm technique, body technique. All Dzogchen? All the martial arts are perfect? What kind of talent is this? Unheard of. In this regard, I can only say one thing, you are awesome. This 8-star martial artist died unjustly. Everyone was a little startled, and looked at En Hong again with a little awe. Is it really what I thought it was? Feng Ping revealed bitterness. He had already guessed in his heart, and now that he learned the truth, his heart was even more bitter. He was a little surprised, and felt a little unhappy about being rescued by his junior brother. With so many people, he didn't expect that Ping Chi would tell all the secrets about him. He was slightly embarrassed. Anan, with your current situation, you probably won't be able to learn anything in the Fengwu Martial Arts Hall, right? Or come to my city lord's mansion. What? Master Ping personally threw an olive branch at him? Master Ping is right. There is nothing to teach En Hong in the current Fengwu Martial Arts Academy. You must know that the leader of the Demon Clan just now is an 8-star martial artist, even if he is the owner of the Fengwu Martial Arts Academy. It's here, I'm afraid I won't be able to retreat completely. If Lord Ping wants to recruit me, fine. Hurry up and agree, enter the city lord's mansion, then you will be able to rise to the sky. The strength of Qingfeng City's city lord is very strong, he is already a 9-star general. Just one step away from becoming a 4th-rank Wuhou. Compared to the Fengwu Martial Art Museum, the city lord's mansion must be better. You, still want to refuse? Ping Chi said with a smile. En Hong didn't know how to choose, so he can only speak. Brother Ping, give me some time, I'm going to discuss it with my master. All right. Ping Chi did not choose to continue to press En Hong, and let him make a quick choice. Twisted melon, not sweet. If you have made a decision, just let us know, and our city lord's mansion welcomes you anytime. After he finished speaking, he turned and left. But the rest of the warriors couldn't calm down in their hearts. This time I still have to thank you, little brother. Feng Ping said gratefully. If it wasn't for you, I'm afraid this time. Yes, brother, and thanks to you this time. If you need it in the future, you must be a saddle and a horse. Jiang Feng also said very gratefully. And several other female martial artists also surrounded them, throwing a few winks at En Hong. En Hong was a little overwhelmed for a while. Said quickly. It doesn't have to be like this. These are the things that should be done. After all, we are all humans, and it is our duty to help each other. By the way, brother-in, there may be something good on those demons, should we go find it? Kusi looked at the demons lying on the ground with bright eyes and said, "Yeah, I remember your reminder. Especially that 8-star martial artist, he. While talking, she walked over, leaving only 3 female martial artists standing in place, looking at Hang's back with some mourning. "What is this?" And Hang bent down, and saw that there seemed to be a ring on the finger of the demon leader's right hand. "Is this a storage ring?" He took off the ring with some doubts. Afterwards, a space of about 8 cubic meters appeared directly in front of Hang. Inside, some clothes were placed in a mess, and in a small corner, there were some strangely colored stones. Next to the pile of clothes, Hang found a somewhat quaint little book and some useless sundries. "Holding the grass, I found a treasure," Hang said happily. He was still thinking about when he would have a storage ring, but he didn't expect to get it now. Hang looked at the 2 somewhat quaint booklets. He originally thought that these should be exercises or something, but he couldn't understand the words on them at all. Should it be the characters of the demon race? Hang then thought of his own system. Although he couldn't understand it, he had a system. The strongest training system character, Hang Realm, 5-star martial artist, 24 points H, training points, 5,460 skills, Nun Rising Dragon Palm, Dzogchen Bloodthirsty Knife, Dzogchen Zhan Tianjian, Dzogchen Phoenix Dance 9 Heavens, Dzogchen Burning Sun Dangong, Dzogchen Body Forging, Dzogchen Linking Stars Archery, Dzogchen Alien Common Language, Not Learned, 0-10. The training points naturally increased by more than 3,000 points, and Hang slowly looked towards the last column. A little confused, alien? Is it the Mozu? After thinking about it, Hang began to add points to the common language crazily, but after adding it only once, it was perfect. But immediately Hang figured it out, and a piece of information appeared in Hang's mind very abruptly. Thunderbolt Ju, the 3rd grade middle level secret skill, after using it, will increase the internal strength within a certain period of time, and can suddenly burst out more powerful strength. The higher the proficiency, the higher the burst strength. Hang was a little taken aback. He thought it was a practice at first. However, this Ben Lei Jue is more exaggerated than the exercises. For every % increase in proficiency, the explosive strength will also increase by % correspondingly. Following the sound of prompts, Hang directly raised Ben Lei Ju to the realm of Dzogchen. The strength that can be erupted has directly increased by 50.0%. In future duels in the same realm, Hang will be more confident. But when Hang was in a daze, Kosi said, "Brotherin, can you see if there are any spirit stones in the ring? All 8-star martial artists like this should have them." With a thought, Hang took out a stone of a different color from the storage ring. "Yes, brotherin, this is the thing." Wrinkles nodded heavily. Then said, "There is a lot of spiritual energy in this spirit stone. According to the quality of this spirit stone, it should be regarded as a 2nd grade spirit stone, which is almost equal to 10 Chomai pills. Can spirit stones still be used for cultivation?" "Of course," Wrinkles explained. Hearing this, Hang secretly rejoiced in his heart. In this storage ring, there are almost more than 200 such spirit stones. If converted into Chomai pills, wouldn't that be more than 20,000 pills? If counting the Xianmai fruit he found this trip, Hang is sure that he can directly break through to a 9-star martial artist. "Take it." Hang threw the lingshur in his hand directly to Zhusi. "Now that I am a big family, it doesn't hurt to give one to Russ." "Thank you, Ange. Ange is so kind to me." Just a spirit stone, so that the previously invincible Zhusi seems to have become his die-hard fan now? Hang felt a little funny, but also a little emotional. Sure enough, strength is king. Hang thought to himself, stepped forward, and searched for something useful on those demon soldiers. However, compared with the leaders of the demon race, they still look a bit shabby. Zhongling finally found less than 50 yuan of lingshur. Some colors are not as bright as what Hang found before. Obviously already used. But Onang still got it. Then, some objects similar to identity cards were found on the bodies of these demon soldiers. It is made of a material similar to a sheet of iron, with some names written on it. Anning never refuses anyone who comes. Then, he came to the side of the fallen shell bear again, and picked up the bow and arrow used by the previous leader. And Hong tried it, but with his current strength, he couldn't fully draw the bow. A third-grade bow and arrow? And Hong murmured, and then put away all the remaining arrows. After a while, Anning slowly exhaled a foul breath. Finally all the loot was put away. This trip, and Hong gained a lot, and gained more than 3,000 points just from the training points. There are also third-rank martial arts, storage rings, hundreds of second-rank spirit stones, and even a third-rank bow and arrow. Of course, different languages are indispensable. There are nearly 300 second-grade spirit stones alone, which is already an exaggeration. It seems that we still need to look for more demons in the future. Those beasts are still quite poor. And Hong thought to himself. Second senior brother, let's go. And Hong walked up to Feng Ping and knelt down and said. Then turned around again. Come on, come up, I'll carry you back. Don't, brotherin, let me do this kind of thing. Crows said hastily. Feng Ping thought it was a little funny, but in the end he chose to let Kusi carry him on his back, and walk towards the exit. When several people entered the portal and entered the territory of the Great Desolation, Feng Ping even felt a little unreal. Just now, he almost went to see Hades. You, and Hong? Just when Feng Ping was in a daze, a voice came from beside his ear. And Hong turned his head with some doubts, but found that it was the gatekeeper, and looked at him with some relief. Senior, it is next. And Hong said respectfully. Feng Ping and the others were a little dazed. You must know that although the level of this crypt is not particularly high, the gatekeeper in charge of it is the martial emperor who has become a 6th rank. Even in Lufeng City, it can be regarded as the top strength. Now, and Hang's name was directly called out. Hee, are you interested in joining the gatekeeper? What? Everyone, even in Hang is no exception. They all looked at the gatekeeper in shock. The gatekeeper still needs someone? Why is there no news at all? If the gatekeepers don't absorb fresh blood, how can they guard the crypt? But, I've never heard of it. I haven't heard any news from any place in the great wilderness. Hee, it can only be said that there is no certain strength. The gatekeeper is the most powerful organization today. Which one of them is not a genius in the past? Generally speaking, there will be 1 or 2 gatekeepers behind a burrow. Seeing that Anning didn't reply for a long time, the gatekeeper joked. Could it be that you don't like our gatekeeper? No, senior. Feng Ping immediately stood up to smooth things over for the junior brother. Junior brother, I'm afraid he fell into this sudden surprise. Little brother, you are talking, if you join the gatekeeper, everyone in the martial arts hall will be happy for you. That's right, brotherin, you just agreed as senior. Crows also said anxiously. There are rumors in the market that the gatekeeper seems to be created by Jikan, a former martial arts saint. That's Jikan. Once, one person killed all the strong men in an S-level cave, and that cave was downgraded to B-level, and the result was Jikan's death. However, the organization of gatekeepers has been handed down, guarding the crypt, and let the demons realize the strength of the human race, and dare not underestimate it. It is also because of this that there is a rule of about 5 kilometers around the portal, and no strong demons should appear. Therefore, the higher the level of martial arts, the more admiration for Jikan. Many people spend their lives wanting to join the gatekeepers. But, and Hong showed bitterness, I'm afraid I won't be able to make a decision so early. I'm currently studying under the master of Fengwu martial arts. I'm afraid I will have to discuss this matter with my master when I go back. What? Feng Ping and his group were a little surprised. Although it was such a truth, it couldn't be said that way. What if this senior is unhappy? Well, so be it. The gatekeeper looked at Hong, and nodded slightly with a hint of approval. Then thank you, senior. After clasping his hands together, Hong left in the direction of going back. In the catacombs, after seeing the martial artist who just saw that scene, Zia fell into a brief surprise, and there were many discussions about Heng's behavior. I said, has this person been kicked in the head by a donkey? You must know that he is the gatekeeper. Hey, you have the guts to say it to your face, let's see if he can slap you to death. Hiss? Don't you know who he is? That's An Hong, number 1 in the tournament. Cut, it's just a 9-star martial artist. The man shook his head. Just now, he killed an entire team of demons by himself. That's a team with 8-star warriors. He is the 5-star martial artist. He killed the leader of the demon clan with just one blow. What's more, even the city lord wants to recruit An Hong. Naturally, the discussion could not be hidden from the gatekeeper, and An Hong's performance was too impressive. City lord's mansion? The gatekeeper shook his head, that's really too condescending. Junior brother Feng. Brother Feng. Before they could go far, Wang Ping and the others hurried over. Seeing the few arrows on Feng Ping's feet, they all fell silent. Gao Fengxue even turned pale. Hey, just a little injury. Feng Ping saw that the faces of several people were not right, so he pretended to be relaxed and said, "If it wasn't for Junior Brotherin, I'm afraid I'd have to confess in the cave." Brother and Wang Ping and the others looked at the two with complicated expressions. They have all heard about what happened in the crypt just now. Otherwise, they wouldn't have rushed over in such a hurry. An Hong, just one person, wiped out the entire demon team. There was even an 8-star martial artist among them. This kind of record may not even be achieved by their master. Although they already knew in their hearts that An Hong would definitely be stronger than them in the future. But he didn't expect to surpass them in less than a month. At this time, they stood in front of Feng Ping and the others, but they didn't know how to speak. Junior Brotherin, your cultivation is too fast. Gao Fengxue touched his own nose and said with some jealousy. Obviously they are the juniors of the few of us, but now they are stronger than us. How can we seniors phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals live/phoneme? Ha ha ha. Hearing this, the atmosphere became a little more joyful. Don't say that, senior sister, I will always be your junior brother. An Hong said with a smile. No matter what I become, I will always be your little junior brother. Our relationship will never change. Hey, I didn't realize that your mouth is quite sweet. Wang Ping patted An Hong's shoulder and said with a sob. I can't hold back what you said. The few of them actually knew in their hearts that with the talent shown by An Hong, the Fengwu Martial Arts School couldn't keep the younger brother at all. Although your mouth is sweet, it doesn't mean I will be happy. Even though he said so, the expression on Gao Fengxue's face betrayed her. Let's go, master is waiting for us. Are you crows? Thank you, let me do it. Wang Ping said with an unnatural expression. Hey, good. Zosie smiled flatteringly, not as arrogant as before, which made Wang Ping a little puzzled. A few days ago, I was still very crazy and wanted to fight with my junior brother, but now, how did he become a different person? Brotherin, I'm going back first. I'll come back to you in a few days. Zosie is not stupid. Since Wang Ping has come, the next thing to talk about is the internal affairs of Fengwu Martial Arts. He's not from the Fengwu Martial Arts Academy, so he's messing around. This time, I still want to thank you. An Hong said with a smile on his face. Hey, which one of us is with whom? This time, without doing anything, he got a fairy vein fruit and a second-grade spirit stone. If it is sold, it is estimated to be 600 million. After that, there should be no chance to do it again. Zhusi looked at An Hong's back, feeling a little melancholy. An Hong is in the limelight now, and An Hong will definitely be tempted by the gatekeeper's solicitation. At that time, An Hong will leave Qingfeng City. But that's fine, in the future, I will have another thing to brag about. Everyone says my friend is a gatekeeper, hey hey. Wrinkled and left happily. Eldest brother. Second senior brother? Hello, senior brotherin. At the entrance of Fengwu Martial Arts Hall, a group of disciples stood at the entrance, waiting with great anticipation. After seeing the figures of several people, everyone burst into cheers. Everyone looked at An Hong with a trace of awe, envy, and enthusiasm. What are you doing? If you don't cultivate well, what are you doing here? Wang Ping said seriously. Don't hurry up and practice. Yes, big brother. A group of juniors left with one step at a time. Senior brother-in is amazing. Destroyed the demon squad alone. In the face of the 8-star martial artist, I didn't take a step back, and guarded the second senior brother tightly, and the 8-star martial artist killed him with a single blow. Brother-in is not only powerful, but also a good person. When will I be so strong? If you want to become stronger, practice hard. Talking about this all day long is a waste of time. How can you become a person like senior brother-in? Wang Ping and others are behind, and the arguments of these disciples can't be hidden from them. They smiled bitterly. Brother-in's achievement today is not only due to his hard work. And that terrifying talent. Let's go, Master is waiting for us inside. Ah. Everyone walked straight into the inner courtyard. I'm back. Gao Chengyi rushed forward anxiously, took a look at Feng Ping's injury, and then relaxed. Fortunately, the injury is not serious, and it will be fine after a period of recuperation. It's the disciple who made a mistake. He was not strong enough to show off his strength, which made the master worry about it. Feng Ping said. Gao Chengyi sighed. It's not your fault, that's how the crypt is. This time, fortunately, Aneng is here? He looked at An Hong with complicated eyes. As a master, it was surprised, but also somewhat relieved. But at the same time it's a bit bitter. Go down first. I want to have a private chat with An Hong. Gao Chengyi took a sip of tea and said slowly. Several people looked at each other in blank dismay, then left with Feng Ping on their backs. The door closed slowly. Master. An Hong shouted respectfully. Gao Chengyi nodded appreciatively. You have made Master very pleased this time. Actually, the martial arts school has nothing to teach you now. Your sunshine pill art is better than Master's. An Hong said nothing. Gao Chengyi slowly took out a letter. This is a letter of recommendation written by myself. Go to Lufeng City and find my friend Wen Jinhao. He will arrange for you to participate in the assessment of the Lufeng branch of Longshao Wuguan. But I believe that with your talent, there is no problem. His smile was forced. Master. I know all about it. Although the things given by the City Lord's Mansion are very good, the Longshao Martial Arts Hall and the Tianfeng Martial Arts Hall are the best martial arts halls in the Great Wilderness. With your current talent, it only takes a short time to be transferred to the Tiger Roar General Martial Arts Hall. If you think Tianfeng Martial Arts is better, you can go there, but I have no way to recommend it. And Hong nodded, feeling very touched in his heart. The master was worried about himself for himself. Master, there is something I want to tell you. But it's okay to say. Gao Chengyi looked at An Hong with a smile. That's right, at the gate of the crypt, the gatekeeper wants to invite me to join their organization. What? Gao Chengyi's smile froze, and he stood up abruptly after a second. What did you say? The gatekeeper. Gao Chengyi smiled helplessly. Why didn't you tell me about this earlier? Then slowly took back the letter of recommendation on the table. You don't need to think about it at all, just join the gatekeeper organization. But I don't know anything about gatekeepers. And Han looked at Gao Chengyi helplessly. I don't want to come back and ask you. Gao Chengyi nodded knowingly. Although this disciple of mine is very talented, it can be seen that his knowledge and experience are still lacking. City Lord's Mansion, Longshao Martial Arts Hall, and the Gatekeeper. If you look at strength and resources alone, the gatekeepers will definitely be better. The gatekeepers are very strong in cultivating warriors. However, joining the gatekeeper is a very dangerous thing. Longshao Martial Arts doesn't need to guard the crypt. As for the gatekeeper, you need to guard a crypt alone. You can do whatever you want as long as nothing happens on weekdays, but once something happens, you have to face the enemy alone. I understand. An Hong nodded. As for Longshao Martial Arts, it will not tilt all the resources to you just because you are very talented. All the exercises and medicines need to be exchanged by yourself, but it is very free, so there is no gatekeepers or so dangerous. The Lufeng branch library is similar to the main library, except that there are some resources that need to be applied to the headquarters. As for the City Lord's Mansion, it is a complex of the Gatekeeper and Longshao Martial Arts Hall. All the resources are tilted towards you, and Tian Qingfeng will do his best to protect your safety, but the upper limit is there. I know, Master. So, have you made a choice in your mind? Gao Qingyi smiled slightly. Don't worry about Master, no matter what you choose, Master will support you unconditionally. And Hong nodded heavily. If you follow what Master said, then you will naturally choose to join the Gatekeeper. Gao Qingyi was not surprised by this. This is the best choice for you. Similarly, joining the Gatekeeper means you have a responsibility. You are fighting for the peace and protection of the human race. Gao Qingyi nodded in relief, with tears in his eyes. You came. Before the entrance of the crypt, the Gatekeeper said with a smile without a trace of surprise. Phew, Senior, I've made up my mind, I want to join the Gatekeeper. And Hong said seriously. You don't regret it. The Gatekeeper's expression remained unchanged. You should already know the responsibilities and burdens of our Gatekeepers. As long as you are alive, this portal cannot be lost. Since that's the case, I, Anning, should be like Senior. And Hong said word by word, good. The Gatekeeper looked at Hong with some appreciation. My name is Song Wenxuan. From now on, you can just call me Brother Song. Brother Song. And Hong said with a smile. The current Gatekeeper has undoubtedly recognized himself. You have 3 days to deal with all the affairs in Qingfeng City. Once the 3 days are up, you come here again, and someone will take you to the Gatekeeper's headquarters. Your talent, stay in Qingfeng City, Shukai. Only 3 days? And Hong nodded slowly. The thing he was most worried about in Qingfeng City was the martial arts hall. 3 days is enough for him to break through to a 9-star martial artist. Oh, this is my meeting gift for you. After much deliberation, this is the only thing that can be sold. This is a 3rd-grade high-level exercise. After speaking, the janitor still had some annoyance and shame on his face. Throw it to Anong in a way of throwing garbage. And Hong was a little shocked. When did 3rd-grade high-level exercises become so worthless? Mountain and Sea Heart Method, the 3rd-grade high-level exercise, the energy is like mountains and seas, and can hold thousands of volumes. After the great achievement, it can quickly absorb all the spiritual energy around it. After the great perfection, the Sea of Qi turns into a vast ocean, and the capacity is 10 times that of ordinary generals. And Hong was a little startled, but his heart was filled with turbulent waves. This 3rd-grade high-level exercise is actually a mental method. My own Burning Sun Dangong seems to be a little tasteless now, but it is only helpful for recovery. And the Mountain Sea Mind method can not only recover extremely quickly, but also expand the sea of energy in the body. And Hong looked at Big Brother Song with some doubts. Could it be that it was really given to him casually? Song Wenxuan felt a little funny. What are you looking at me for? It's just that this one of my skills is more suitable for you. Then thank you, Brother Song. And Hong returned to his original playful look. I don't know if Brother Song has any more high-grade exercises? Hee, you kid is really greedy. Song Wenxuan explained. Cultivation techniques are not the higher the grade, the better. Only those that suit you are the best. Among them, one is the effect of the exercises, and the other is based on your realm. If the realm is not enough, the grade of the exercises is naturally useless. Thank you, Brother Song, for your pointers. And Hong said sternly. N. Song Wenxuan nodded slowly, and said flatly, go back and think about it yourself. You will know the benefits of this mentality after a while. Okay. Seeing that Song Wenxuan had closed his eyes, and Hong turned and left very wisely, ready to go home. Song Wenxuan, isn't it too early? A voice slowly came from the other end of the portal. No, he is almost the same now, although he has not become a general. Song Wenxuan sighed helplessly. The current situation is getting worse and worse. This choice is the most perfect choice for the goalkeeper or him. Hopefully so. the janitor over there ended the conversation. "And Hong, please don't let me down, even if you feel that you can't do it and give up, I won't blame you," Song Wenchuan murmured. Back home, Aneng opened his own system panel. The strongest training system character, and Hong Realm, 5-star martial artist, 24 points H, training points, 3,760 skills, Nun Rising Dragon Palm, Dzogchen Bloodthirsty Knife, Dzogchen Zhan Tianjian, Dzogchen Phoenix Dance 9 Heavens, Dzogchen Burning Sun Dangong, Dzogchen Body Forging, Dzogchen Linking Stars Archery, Dzogchen Alien Common Language, Dzogchen Benlei Ju, Dzogchen Shanhai Xinfa, Not Learned, 0100. What Brother Song said slowly emerged in Heng's mind. He didn't understand, so he gave up, and Hong directly started adding points. After a few reminders, Hong didn't even blink his eyes, and spent, training points to raise the Shanhai Xinfa to the state of Dzogchen. Aneng was a little puzzled. He raised himself to the Dzogchen realm, but the sea of qi in his body did not turn into a vast ocean. Then I thought of something, probably related to the realm. If that's the case, then I'll start breaking through now. And Hong smiled slightly. In Heng's hands now, he has 15 immortal vein fruits and 180 second-grade spirit stones. There are also 3 Chongmai pills left before. Last time, only the last 2 acupuncture points of the 5th meridian remained. But because of insufficient medicine, he gave up. And Hong closed his eyes and concentrated, then grabbed 3 Chongmai pills, and swallowed them directly, while the other hand was placed directly on top of a second-grade spirit stone, and the scorching sun pill was running crazily in his body. Soon, he could feel a very majestic aura, following Heng's hand, rushing towards the previously opened meridians. Try using the Shanhai Xinfa. Heng's mind moved, almost instantaneously, a suction force that was more terrifying than the scorching sun alchemy, about 10 times more. Absorbing all the spiritual power of that second-grade spirit stone, Hong was stunned. A large wave of spiritual power suddenly surged out of the body, rushing towards those meridian pulses, and Hong quickly activated his mental method, and rushed towards the second acupuncture point. Take out the acupuncture point and break it with one touch. A large amount of true energy was vented at this moment, pouring in at an extremely fast speed. And Heng felt that this pulse was very smooth. Just work harder. And Hong concentrated, ready to break through the last acupuncture point. The spiritual power of about 7 or 8 Chongmai pills poured in crazily. After consuming more than half of his spirit energy, Hong finally broke through the Tianmai. There is a vague feeling in the body that there seems to be a bottleneck that has been broken. I just feel that I am much better than before. Congratulations to the host for breaking through and becoming a 6-star martial artist. And Hong exhaled slowly. Character, Hong Realm, 6-star martial artist, 25 points H, training points, 2,924 skills, Nun Rising Dragon Palm, Dzogchen Bloodthirsty Knife, Dzogchen Zhan Tianjian, Dzogchen Phoenix Dance 9 Heavens, Dzogchen Burning Sun Dangong, Dzogchen Body Forging, Dzogchen Linking Stars Archery, Dzogchen Alien Common Language, Dzogchen Benlei Ju, Dzogchen Shanhai Xinfa. Dzogchen Aneng didn't intend to stop, but he hesitated in his heart. Now there are only the last 3 meridians left. The 6th earth vein has only 9 acupoints in total. Should it be easier than before? And Hong put his hand on a second-grade spirit stone again. Sure enough, after Aneng consumed 4 full second-grade spirit stones, the first 5 acupoints of the earth veins were easily broken through. And Hong paused for a while, and after feeling the vigorous qi in his body, he continued to attack. This time, just in case, Hong placed both hands on a spirit stone. The 4 acupoints consumed more energy than before, consuming 10 spirit stones at once. Congratulations to the host for successfully breaking through and becoming a 7-star martial artist. Aneng smiled, but he was not as excited as when he broke through. And Hong looked at the second-grade spirit stones beside him. There were originally 280 spirit stones, but after consumption, there were only less than 270 left. Next, what Aneng will attack is the most breakthrough spirit veins and acupoints among martial artists. There are 28 acupoints in Lingmai, but 4 acupoints are missing. If calculated according to the consumption just now, 1 acupoint needs about 15 Chongmai pills, can be imagined. How much resources are needed? And Hong thought for a while, let's attack the acupoints first. Then, he held his breath again and entered the state. The first acupoint consumed about 16 chonmai pills of true energy. And Hang felt a little pain in his heart. It was all money. But after thinking about it, I now have a lot of spirit stones. For the second acupuncture point, the consumption of another chonmai pill was added. Third way. And when it came to the fifth acupuncture point, it directly consumed 2 spirit stones. The sixth path consumed another, spirit stones. The spirit stones consumed by these 6 acupoints, converted into money, are more than 1,000 million. In less than 10 minutes, more than 1,000 million were consumed. And Hong was a little afraid to think about it. There is some sympathy for the master in my heart. And Hong continued to repeat the steps just now. The 7th acupuncture point consumes, Lingshur. The 8th acupuncture point consumes, Lingshur. Number 20 has 3 acupoints and consumes, Lingshur. Number 24 acupoints, consumes 4 spirit stones. Congratulations to the host for breaking through and becoming an 8-star martial artist. And Hong was a little delighted, and looked at the panel. The strongest training system character, and Hong Realm, 8-star martial artist, 27 points H, training points, 2,950 skills, Nun Rising Dragon Palm, Dzogchen Bloodthirsty Knife, Dzogchen Zhan Tianjian, Dzogchen Phoenix Dance 9 Heavens, Dzogchen Burning Sun Dangong, Dzogchen Body Forging, Dzogchen Linking Stars Archery, Dzogchen Alien Common Language, Dzogchen Benlei Ju, Dzogchen Shanhake Sinfa, Dzogchen Aneng, who didn't care about it at the beginning, is now a little sad. Just 1 meridian has consumed Anhong's 450 yuan spirit stones. Fortunately. And Hong looked to the side, there were more than 200 spirit stones left, and felt a little relieved. Forget it, let's consume some xianmai fruit first. And Hong took a fairy vein fruit casually, and felt a sweet and sour taste as soon as he took it. Afterwards, the burning sun pill in the body slowly circulated, dissolving the spiritual power equivalent to 25 chonmai pills. It runs along the meridians in the body. Next, Aneng needs a shock. Spirit veins. There are 28 acupuncture points. But Hong didn't panic at all. He held his breath and concentrated, but just broke through the 3rd acupuncture point, and all 15 fairy vein fruits were consumed. And Hong took a few spirit stones without haste. The 4th acupuncture point. Number 25 acupuncture points. Boom! Giggle! Anhang's body, first he let out a muffled hum, and then his muscles and bones all over his body crackled. At this moment, Anhang felt that his whole body was very unobstructed, and the Jinqi in his body was much more majestic than before. All the meridians have been opened up. Congratulations to the host for breaking through and becoming a 9-star martial artist. A crisp sound sounded. Just when Hong was preparing to adapt to his body, a very strong suction suddenly burst out deep in his dantian. All the true energy in the body was sucked dry. Aneng checked the situation in his body very confusedly. The original qi in the body was immediately sucked away by that suction. The suction coming out was not satisfied. On the contrary, all the energy and blood in Hang's body flowed into his dantian at this time. And Hong suddenly understood, Shanhai Xan Dharma. The mountain and sea mind method of the Dzogchen realm will turn the sea of energy in the dantian into a vast ocean. Before that, Hong was naturally safe and sound, that was because the meridians in Hang's body hadn't been opened yet. But now, all the 8 meridians are unblocked, but the true energy in my body is not enough to support it. Without the slightest hesitation, Hong grabbed the dozen or so spirit stones beside him. The true qi contained in 1 spirit stone is approximately equal to 120 chonmai pills. Just now Hong grabbed the 12 spirit stones to absorb them, but the inexplicable suction in his body only slowed down a little. Hong was shocked, and looked at the more than 100 spirit stones left around him with some gratitude. If he didn't have so many spirit stones, he might be cold right away. Hang grabbed more than a dozen spirit stones from his side again, but at the same time he felt a little scared. Next time, if I don't reach the corresponding level, I'd better not improve the proficiency of the mind. If you really want to improve your proficiency in advance, you still need to prepare more pulse pills or spirit stones. If not, I am afraid that I will die young. After absorbing more than 60 spirit stones at once, and Hong could clearly feel that the vast ocean in his dantian gradually calmed down. All the true energy gathered into the vast ocean. And Hong was a little worried, and absorbed more than 20 spirit stones again. The suction in the body completely disappeared. Congratulations to the host for breaking through and becoming a 1-star general. And Hong was a little excited. Finally become a 1-star general. Then, he let out a breath of foul air slowly. The strongest training system character, and Hong Realm, 1-star military general, 50 points H, training points, 3,150 skills, Nun Rising Dragon Palm, Dzogchen Bloodthirsty Knife, Dzogchen Zhan Tianjian, Dzogchen Phoenix Dance 9 Heavens, Dzogchen Burning Sun Dangong, Dzogchen Body Forging, Dzogchen Linking Stars Archery, Dzogchen Alien Common Language, Dzogchen Benlei Ju, Dzogchen Shanhake Sinfa, Dzogchen. With this upgrade, the speed of the training points automatically generated by the system has directly doubled. In one day, more than 1,000 training points can be automatically produced. And Hong couldn't help feeling a little bit emotional. The resources he spent from being a warrior to a general can be measured in tens of millions. 3 days passed in the blink of an eye. During these 3 days, after An Hong broke through to generals, he was a little curious about the vast ocean in his dantian. During these days, An Hong absorbed all the remaining spirit stones. But nothing changed. He was not in a hurry to break through the realm. Instead, he returned to the martial arts hall and explained all the martial arts training essentials in the martial arts hall to Wang Ping and his brothers and sisters in great detail. How much they can learn is not what An Hong should care about. When the sun slowly rose, Gao Qingyi sighed with emotion and said with a little reluctance, "Xiu Hong, you should be leaving for the gatekeeper's headquarters today, right?" Eldest brother Wang Ping and the others looked at An Hong with great reluctance. An Hong nodded slowly. "Yes, master." And Hong remembered the scene when he was accepted as a personal disciple by his master a month ago. After a month of growth, An Hong is now considered a teacher. Time flies so fast. Regarding An Hong's current state, Gao Chengyi also felt extraordinary. "I didn't expect that you have become a third-rank military general now. Master can't help you now, just. Although you have joined the gatekeeper, Master wants to say that no matter what you become or who you become, Fengwu Martial Arts will be your home. You are always welcome back." The senior brothers also said a few words with some emotion. The meaning in the words is exactly the same as what Gao Chengyi said just now. And Hong was slightly moved in his heart. Even though he was a human being in 2 lifetimes, he still couldn't control his tears a little bit. He walked quickly to the gate. "Brethren! Brethren!" Along the way, all the disciples in the martial arts hall stood on both sides of the road, looking at An Hong with some reluctance. "Brethren, you have to take good care of yourself in the future," Yang Yang said loudly. "Take care all the way." Among these disciples, some and Hong didn't know each other well, while some had acquainted with each other before. During the time that An Hong traveled through, Fengwu Martial Arts gave him a feeling of home. But now, An Hong has no choice but to leave here. Only by leaving here can they become stronger, and the Fengwu Martial Art Museum, as well as those people in the Great Wilderness, can phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals live/phoneme a stable life. Just leave it alone. Cultivate well in the future, don't lose the face of the martial arts school. And Hong stepped through the gate and said with a smile. At this time, "Brethren! Brethren!" A person ran over in a hurry, and after a closer look, it turned out to be Zhou Si. "Brethren, you don't see me as a brother to some extent. You don't say a word when you leave." Without waiting for An Hang's reaction, Ko Si gave An Hang a big bear hug. "It must be safe and sound," Russ said. "You too." And Hong turned around again, and glanced at the master behind him, all the brothers and sisters, and the younger brothers. "I want to engrave the appearance of each of them into my mind. Be careful, little brother. Take good care of yourself." Everyone stood in place, watching An Hang's gradually disappearing figure, unable to extricate themselves for a long time. "You broke through?" Seeing An Hong again, Song Wenchuan felt An Hang's more refined strength. Slightly surprised, An Hong nodded. That's right, Brother Song, it's all thanks to the idea you gave me. Among them, something went wrong. But what Song Wenchuan didn't expect was that Anhang's mental method has already been cultivated to Dzogchen. Song Wenchuan nodded. The benefits that exercise brings to you are not as simple as what you understand now, and you will know in the future. It was almost Song Wenchuan who had just finished speaking. It fell from the sky, a bus. And Hong was a little confused. The current bus can't be driven without any strength. Go up, Song Wenchuan said lightly. A middle-aged man walked out of the car without anger and prestige. He looked and hung up and down and asked, "Is that what you were talking about?" "Yes, Lao Lin, you have to help me take good care of him." "Middle-aged men don't take this at all," said in a flat tone, entering the gatekeeper. "The strength is not enough, and it is useless to say anything." Song Wenchuan laughed. The middle-aged man asked lightly, "You really think about it?" The middle-aged man nodded slowly, and then the two got into the car. Song Wenchuan said to Hong, "Boy, don't embarrass me." And Hong nodded heavily. As soon as he got into the car, Hong saw several teenagers who were about his own age. After seeing Hong, some people were surprised, some ignored it at all, and some said it disdainfully. "One-star general? It's really strange. Hee hee, are you here to be the atmosphere group?" And Hong found a place on his own, and sat down. Not long after, in the middle age, after you got into the car, you took a glance and closed the door. Subsequently, under Heng's slightly surprised eyes, the bus slowly lifted into the air. Song Wenchuan watched Hong leave with a smile. "Song Wenchuan, aren't you a little cruel? Those in the car are all 4- and 5-star generals, and in the base, some people have even become 7-star generals." "I don't think so." Song Wenchuan looked at the sky, said slowly. The speed of the bus was very fast. This was Anhang's first reaction. Even compared to the previous life, the speed of the plane is faster. Of course, I also dropped down several times on the way and picked up 5 or 6 teenagers. And Hang could feel that the realm of these people was much higher than his own. They all found a place to sit down. There were more than 10 people in the car, but no one spoke. The vehicle drove for about an hour, and then, a very large city appeared in Heng's eyes. Even if the bus is in the air, the top floor of the floor cannot be seen. Many cars, like buses, are flying in the air. There are even some high-level warriors who fly in the air with their swords. Some people even act out of thin air. When I first saw it, I thought it was my eyesight. First time coming to flowing phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals win-win/phoneme city? A person sitting behind asked slowly. That man gave Hung a very phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals clause close/phoneme feeling, like a neighbor's big brother. And Hung nodded, but he had some comparisons between Qingfeng City and Lufeng City in his mind. That Qingfeng City was much worse. Yes, you will get used to it in the future. Afterwards, the two fell silent. The young man seemed to realize something and said, "What's your name?" "My name is Lu Yunsu." "Anang." Lu Yunsu nodded. "The name is good. Seeing you like this, I guess there are a lot of things I don't understand." "Indeed it is." And Hong froze for a moment. Lu Yunsu waited for several seconds, but Hong didn't ask any questions. He couldn't help it, and said, "These things, in fact, you will know after a little inquiring." "Well, can you talk to me then?" Lu Yunsu was very satisfied with Heng's words. "Wait a minute, the bus will stop at the headquarters, and then the assessment task will be issued. In this task, there may be generals, or even Wuho of the 4th rank." "I see. Are you afraid? How is this possible?" "Don't worry too much," Lu Yunsu said with a smile. "Although the task is difficult, it is also skillful. The whole task is not only important in strength, but also in brain, teamwork, and response to emergencies. And before the mission, there are benefits." "What?" Anhan's eyes lit up. Lu Yunsu already had a conclusion about An Hang in his mind, and Hong must have never seen the world before. But he still said patiently, "Before we start, all of us will let us enter a room with majestic spiritual power for us to practice." And Hong was shocked, but a little excited. He hadn't expected that there would be such a good thing. You must know that the vast ocean in his body needs an extremely majestic aura. Even his future cultivation will become extremely slow. Lu Yunsa seemed to see through An Hang's thoughts, and then said, "Brother An was too happy. Everyone can only practice in this aura room for 1 day. The aura in the aura room is limited. It depends on the strength of each person's realm and skills." "No." And Hong nodded knowingly. Lu Yunsa looked and hung up and down, and then said sympathetically, "Brother An is a 1-star general now? When you enter the aura room later, you should find a corner to absorb the aura. In that case, no one will bother with you. And Hong has black hair, good guy. Look down on yourself so much?" But after thinking about it, Lu Yunsu was pretty good to him. "Thank you, brother Lu Yun. It's okay, if you ask other people, you can know." Afterwards, Lu Yunsu sat down and didn't say anything more. An Hang was a little bit looking forward to the spiritual room. The Shanghai mental method can be said to be the most top-notch among the third-grade exercises. It just needs a lot of spiritual energy to practice. And Hong thought about these things in his heart, and the speed of the bus gradually slowed down. Subsequently, stopped in front of a complex of buildings. "Everyone, listen to me, don't make noise, follow me," the middle-aged man said with a serious face. Everyone replied weakly. Then the car door opened, and Hong followed the people in front and slowly got out of the car. On the way, he glanced at Lu Yunsu, who was talking to him just now, and was surrounded by several other people, talking and laughing. And Hong followed the crowd into the room in front of him, after passing through several aisles. Going down the stairs, I came to a very empty and bright room. Inside, there were 20 or 30 teenagers of the same age as the group. The realm is all generals. The leader on the opposite side is also a middle-aged man, but he is relatively amiable. After taking a look, the middle-aged man walked to the middle of the room. There was still some noise in the team, but it immediately quieted down. Some younger people didn't dare to look at the middle-aged man at all. "Let me introduce you first. My name is Lin Lei, and I am the instructor in charge of your assessment mission this time. First of all, do any of you want to quit?" No one said a word. "Let me briefly tell you about the task." Lin Lei's expression was very indifferent. "This time you are going to the catacombs of Xiaokong City. Your task is to get back 1,000 yuan of third-grade spirit stones from a small mine guarded by demons in the catacombs." Xiaokong City catacombs? Some people were shocked. That's a B-level crypt. 1,000 yuan third-grade spirit stone? How many demons guard it? Immediately someone entered the state and asked. The person who spoke was Lu Yunsu. "Looks like a kid from Liu Yun's family." Lin Lei looked at Lu Yunsu with admiration in his eyes. However, Lin Lei did not change his attitude because of these. Looking at Lu Yunsu very indifferently, he said, "These things need to be investigated by you yourself, instead of asking me." "But, as your instructor, I can tell you some information," Lei said slowly. Hearing this, everyone present looked at Lin Lei. "What I can tell you is that in that small mine vein, there is a 4th-rank expert." Lin Lei looked at the crowd in the audience with some playfulness. 4th grade? That's Wuhou realm. Everyone was a little shocked and looked at each other. They are just 3rd-rank generals. This can be said to have crossed a level of battle. If you are a martial artist and a martial artist, it is still barely possible to challenge across the ranks, but the higher the realm, the bigger the gap will be. Among them, most of them are 5 or 6-star generals. Even if they meet 1-star Wuhou, even if they go together, quantitative changes cannot bring about qualitative changes. Even if the person in charge of guarding the mine veins is a 7-star general, it is beyond their imagination. Some of them were pale, and some were silent. Lin Lei had a panoramic view of the expressions on their faces. said with a smile. It's okay, you still know how to be afraid. If you don't even know how to be afraid, then you probably have something wrong with your brain. After a pause, he said again. If someone wants to quit, there is still a chance now. After finishing speaking, he swept across the crowd and paused for a long time on Hang's face. And Hong looked left and right, and pointed at himself. Only then did Linley shift his gaze. In fact, what he just said was about Hong. You know, Hong is now a 1-star general. Although it is only a small mine vein, it can produce 3rd-grade spirit stones, and the number of generals in it is as many as dozens. Even if Hong went, he could only die. However, Linley definitely wouldn't say these words out loud. He couldn't be talking about me? Hong murmured a little uncertainly. It is simply impossible to quit by yourself. Hong still wanted to enter the spiritual room. A few minutes passed, but no one took the initiative to open their mouths. Linley's gaze swept over their immature faces again. No one has opted out yet? I admire your courage, but at the same time I think you are very stupid. In this case, I, the gatekeeper, cannot be stingy. As soon as Linley finished speaking, everyone cheered up. Anang is the same. Presumably you should already know the existence of the Aura Room. This is what Linley expected. There are only 50 places in the spiritual room. Wait a minute, I will use 3rd-grade spirit stones to activate the spiritual room. The time is only 1 day. How much you can absorb depends on you. Did I hear you right? Is it a 3rd-grade spirit stone? Among them, many family members looked at Linley in shock when they heard the words. In the family, a spiritual room was also built. Even so, their usage time per week is only 2 hours. Now, they have not passed the examination, and they can, in the Aura Room with 3rd-grade spirit stones, practice for a whole day. Even those family members with profound background can only say one thing. The Gatekeeper organization is awesome. Lei smiled. Are you excited? But I have to mention that there are 50 places on the surface, but it doesn't mean that each of you can absorb the spiritual energy. Some people can absorb several times their own aura. Everyone was splashed with cold water and looked at each other in blank dismay. Many people looked at the 2 men and 1 woman standing in the line. One is Lu Yunsu, and the other is a boy with a very strange appearance and long hair fluttering, but his strong muscles and tall and straight body cannot be underestimated. And that woman, 1.7 meters tall, has shoulder-length short hair and calloused hands. She should have practiced boxing. The 3 of them are the highest-level people among all people, 8-star generals. The 3 of them must be the ones who will absorb the most spiritual energy among all the people present. Apart from these 3, there are 5 or 6 7-star generals in the arena. Some 3 and 4-star generals' complexions instantly became very ugly. Obviously, the aura they absorbed would be very little. Of course, some people still noticed Hong, who was only a 1-star general. I don't understand why he doesn't panic at all. It's obvious that he only has the strength of a 1-star general. What do you care about him? Just follow him? If you want to absorb more aura, you need to grab it without a doubt. And Hong, among all the people present, was the best one to attack. Anang doesn't know at all now that he has become a lamb waiting to be slaughtered. Martial arts, strength is the most respected. If you are not strong enough, you can't blame others, Lei said seriously. If the human race is strong, the demon race will not be like this. After entering the spiritual energy room, if you want to absorb more spiritual energy, it depends on the skills and realm you practice. Whoever does it will get out. Can you understand? Understand. Everyone responded in unison. Afterwards, Linley led the way, and everyone followed behind Linley curiously. The team soon came to a sealed room, which was large enough to accommodate 50 people. The walls of the room are made of special materials, sealing all the spiritual energy in the room. Give you 5 minutes. After speaking, Linley left the room straight away. He slammed the door shut. Brother Lu Yun, let us go later. Yes, Brother Lu Yun, Sister Qin. Try your best. Lu Yunsu said with a faint smile. The woman with cocoon hands snorted coldly after hearing the words. Obviously, she is Sister Qin. There was another well-built man with flowing hair, and there was no one around. The same is true for Lu Yunsu and Sister Qin's surroundings. The three of them had the highest realm, so naturally they sat in the center of the room, and everyone else sat around the three of them in a tacit understanding. Among them, those 7-star generals sat down around Lu Yunsu and the other three. Strength is the rule, the lower the realm, the more peripheral it is. As for Hong, all that is left to him now is the outermost area. However, Hong didn't have any objection to this. In another room, Linley and several people watched the surveillance video. Linley, this kid has a big heart. Don't worry about him, he's just a 1-star general, he understands some truths himself. The middle-aged man spoke slowly. Linley said calmly. Old Lin, you said that he is now a 1-star general, so how could he be recommended? Hearing this, Linley spread his hands helplessly. You ask me, who should I ask? This is strongly recommended by Song Wenxuan, and I can't refuse. Hong was just a 1-star general. In Linley's view, anyone else who came out at random could beat him up. Not to mention the 4th-rank Wuho. I also clicked on him several times overtly and secretly. But it didn't work. Song Wenxuan is very reliable in his work, and he will not recommend this kid for no reason, so let's wait patiently. It started. What a majestic aura. In the aura room, someone sighed immediately. The room was immediately filled with the spirit energy of 50 people. It's so rich. Lu Yunsu said with a smile. Afterwards, he directly began to operate the exercises in his body, and a strong suction force emanated from his body. In almost an instant, all the aura around him was sucked dry by him. That's right, the kid from the Lu Yun family absorbed the auras of about 3 people at once. In the monitoring room, the middle-aged man nodded with some satisfaction. This kind of talent not only made him a little bit tongue-tied. Indeed. Linley showed admiration. You should know that the Lu Yun family's breathing technique can directly exercise the Sea of Qi 3 times. After 3 times, the spiritual energy in the body is almost 100 times that of a general of the same realm. It's not easy to exercise 3 times. In the entire Lu Yun family, only the ancestor 100 years ago can have such terrifying strength. However, he died under the siege of dozens of warriors of the same realm from the demon clan. Among the descendants of the Lu Yun family, if they can exercise once, they are considered very good. The middle-aged man named Lei Cheng nodded and looked at a woman on the screen. Said with a smile. This female doll is very talented, just like Lu Yunsu. Linley looked at the woman Lei Qing had mentioned. Qin Qing, his grandfather is the vice principal of the Lu Yun City Martial Arts School. If he joins the gatekeeper, her grandfather will be very angry. Hearing this, Lei Qing looked at Lin Lei in surprise, and then laughed. That only shows that this girl has her own opinions. Where is our gatekeeper? Isn't it much better than her grandfather's martial arts school? A sense of pride welled up in the words. No, this group of people is Crouching Tiger, Hidden Dragon, so Lu Yun absorbed the energy of 4 people at once. Linley was also a little startled when he heard that, and looked towards the screen. Such talent. Linley was a little surprised. Before, most people absorbed the spiritual energy of 2 people, and those who absorbed 3 people were considered excellent. And the aura of the 4 people. Enough to be called a genius. Just now, Linley was able to conclude that Lu Yun would definitely pass the examination. To be honest, I'm a little surprised. This Pingyun Martial Arts Hall has produced a genius. Well, Lu Yun's life experience is a bit miserable. His mother died at the hands of the demons. From that time on, he has devoted himself to cultivation. Linley also sighed. The 3 people mentioned just now absorbed 10 people's aura at once, but the other 47 people could only absorb less than 40% of aura. Among them, some people absorb more. Linley looked at the screen again. To be honest, Anhang's performance had already exceeded his expectations. Obviously the lowest strength in the field. But just now, he completely absorbed a person's aura. Linley stared at the screen in some puzzlement. But Hong didn't dare to absorb too much spiritual energy at once. He was a little scared. The last experience was still vivid in his memory. If he inhales too much at once this time, Hang is afraid that he will die directly in the aura chamber. With the majestic aura content around him, Hong only dared to absorb the amount of aura for one person. But nothing abnormal happened in the body. Even the vast ocean at the Dantian did not produce any reaction. This made Anang feel a little relieved. Intensify? Hong hesitated again and again, but still planned to continue absorbing. Hang's mind changed. In an instant, all the spiritual energy around Hong was absorbed. The absorbed aura followed the meridians in Anhang's body and was directly absorbed by the vast ocean. Still nothing? Understood. The amount of spiritual energy for two people is not enough, so continue to increase the strength. In the monitoring room, Lin Lei and Lei Qing looked at each other. Afterwards, Lei Qing asked in surprise. Just now. It is true, Lei said lightly. That kid is a bit weird. He absorbed one portion just now, and then immediately absorbed another portion. It's a bit weird. He is obviously a one-star general, and there are several three-star generals beside him. Those three people only absorbed less than half of it. How did he do it? Look, Lei said fiercely. Rubbed his eyes, the pupils shrank sharply. No. He didn't stop. Now, he has absorbed 3 copies. Lei Cheng stared at the screen, and opened his mouth in disbelief. Something's wrong with this kid. The aura he's absorbed now hasn't reached his limit yet. As soon as Lei Qing finished speaking, he had 4 parts of spiritual energy, which was immediately absorbed by Hang. It wasn't until this moment that the 3-star generals beside Hang came to their senses and looked around in confusion. Just now, they couldn't feel the aura in the air directly. But it's only been a few minutes. They looked around suspiciously. Then, one of them saw Hang not far away. Originally confused, he opened his mouth wide in an instant. He just saw a very strange scene. Not far away, Hang actually absorbed the amount of spiritual energy for 4 people at once. He's just a 1-star general. Soon, the other 3 followed the man's eyes, watching the strange scene in disbelief. Not enough, not enough. Just now, he inhaled the spirit energy content for 4 people at once, but the vast ocean at Anhang's Dantian didn't feel much. Hang was unaware of the gazes of people around him looking at him. At this moment, he was immersed in cultivation. How about adding more? After finishing speaking, Hang suddenly inhaled the aura in the air. Servings for 6 people. What kind of monster is this riding horse? In the monitoring room, Lei Qing felt very incredible. He has seen the entire process of Anhang's absorption just now, and all his actions. As soon as it took 4 servings, it immediately took 10 more servings. Can he hold so much aura? What kind of exercise is he practicing? It's so terrifying. Linley thought for a few seconds, then said uncertainly. It seems to be the mountain and sea mind method? It seems that it has already achieved great perfection? Then nodded. The person Song Wenxuan recommended this time is very talented. It should have only been 3 days? At least the mountain and sea mentality has been accomplished. The reason why the Shanhai Xinfa can become a 3rd-grade high-level exercise is because it absorbs a lot and can all be stored. Lei Qing suddenly looked at the screen. It's far from reaching the limit. In the aura room, all the generals who were absorbing the aura stopped. Just now, they could not directly feel the aura in the air. Some of them looked at Lu Yunsu and the others with resentment. But it felt wrong right away. Lu Yunsu and the others clearly only absorbed the amount of spiritual energy for 3 people. Those generals looked left and right. Nothing abnormal was found, a general with 6 or 7 stars. As before, absorbing the aura shared by the 2. Some may only be able to absorb 1 serving because of the practice. But why can't absorb the spiritual energy? They were very puzzled, and after looking around, they turned their eyes to the periphery. However, he met several eyes directly, and was immediately stunned. The expressions of those people were very strange, as if they were saying, "You finally found out?" "What?" he whispered with some doubts. Among those people, one of them was a 3-star military general. Pointing to An Hong, who was not far away from him. The man was even more confused, but after a few seconds, the expression on his face changed immediately. Looking at An Hong in shock, he almost jumped up. How could a 1-star general be able to absorb the strong aura just now? The richness of that aura is at least enough for 10 people. But it was directly inhaled by An Hong. Seeing this, the rest of the 4-star generals also looked at An Hong. Afterwards, they all fell into a long period of sluggishness. I am not wrong, right? Lin Li nodded. Lei Qing was stunned for 2 or 3 seconds. Shouted in shock. That stepping horse is enough for 10 people. Both of them in the monitoring room felt a little unbelievable. According to previous criteria. Good for 2, excellent for 3, genius for 4. But what about 10 servings? Monster? Or is it a monster? In the monitoring room, there was a sudden silence. Lei Qing said suddenly, I feel that this kid will bring us many surprises, unexpected surprises. Lei Qing showed bitterness, and what An Hong showed was an unprecedented talent. No one has ever managed to absorb 10 servings at once. In the aura room, 10 people's aura was absorbed at once. However, Aneng still didn't feel any special feeling in his dantian. An Hong had some calculations in his mind. Adding up the aura he had absorbed just now, he estimated that there would be 100 or so second-grade spirit stones, right? The vast ocean at the dantian is still running crazily, absorbing all the aura in An Hong's body crazily. Seeing this, An Hong was helpless. You can only choose to continue to increase your strength. Aneng took a deep breath. Above his head, there seemed to be an unfathomable sea. All the spiritual energy in the room was absorbed by An Hong. What's the situation? Aura. Disappeared? Where is the aura of Lao Tzu? The 7 or 8 5-star martial artists all glared at their surroundings and asked with some doubts. Just now, the spirit energy disappeared instantly. Apart from their anger, they also had some doubts. It's just too weird. They had gathered the surrounding spiritual energy into a ball just now, and were about to absorb it, but it suddenly disappeared. Without any thought, they looked at the 3 people in the middle of the room. But then they felt something was wrong. The 3 of them had been absorbing the spiritual energy at a very stable speed. No more than 4 people. The same is true for those generals with 6 or 7 stars. But the spiritual energy that suddenly disappeared just now, there is no way to explain it. Could it be that the spirit stones have decreased? Such an idea came to the minds of the 3 of them, and they immediately rejected it. What a joke! Does the gatekeeper organization seem to lack such a few third-grade spirit stones? They looked around slowly again. This look directly made them doubt life. I saw more than 20 people around, all staring at the military general, and in an instant, their weird eyes, startled. Originally, because of the sudden disappearance of the aura, he held his breath and said in a somewhat unfriendly tone, Why are you all looking at me like this? I have flowers on my face? That's right. Are you sick? Put on a good spiritual energy and don't absorb it. One of the 4-star generals rolled his eyes. We also want to absorb it, but how can we give us a chance? What happened? The 5-star general who got angry just now felt a little bad in his heart. Did you, in the process of absorbing the spiritual energy just now, suddenly found that the spiritual energy disappeared? Then he looked at the other people. It should be the same. Those 5-star generals were a little confused. That's right. Is it the same for you? But this shouldn't be. The minds of those 5-star generals went blank, and they were a little confused. Come on, look in the direction I pointed. The 4-star general pointed at An Hong. That 1-star general? Those 5-star generals said suspiciously. Did you make a mistake? Just after he finished speaking, he saw a stream of spiritual energy that could almost condense into a solid body, and was directly sucked into the body by an hang. He estimated that at least 20 people had enough aura. Hiss? 1-star general? Is he dying? Am I dreaming? I really don't believe it today. A 1-star general can steal the aura of a 5-star general from me? Afterwards, he went straight to An Heng's side and sat down, and violently activated the exercises in his body. Those generals with 3 or 4 stars did not stop them. Not long after, the 5-star general looked at An Heng in shock, and then at the group of 3 and 4-star generals. Is he dreaming? There is indeed a lot of spiritual energy beside An Heng. After he performed the exercises, those spiritual energy passed by his side, but they didn't stop at all. He was a little startled. What is such a terrifying skill? If it weren't for the rules that Linley said at the beginning, he would have already beaten and hung up. And the group of 3 and 4-star warriors sat quietly watching the show. They couldn't help thinking about it. If the group of generals with 6, 7, or even 8 stars found out, what will it be like then? They look forward to it. As for An Heng, he was a little bored. That's enough aura for 20 people. But there was no movement in the vast ocean beside his dantian. He couldn't help but feel a little bit regretful. His great consummation of mountain and sea mind dharma directly made it very difficult for him to break through now. Then, my mind moved. The mental method of mountains and seas was activated again, and the vast ocean appeared on top of An Heng's head at this time, replacing the mountains and seas. An Heng absorbed the spirit energy of 40 people at once. In an instant, it is inhaled into the body. An Heng's move caught everyone off guard. Those warriors stared blankly at the aura of 40 people condensed in the air. Some were speechless. Absorb 40 people's spiritual energy at once? Don't be afraid of death. Good guy, I'm really convinced. Where is the evildoer coming? Stop talking, be quiet, those people are awake. All the people who were still discussing just now looked at the group of 6 or 7 starfighters who opened their eyes. Repeated the steps of the group of 3, 4, 5-star generals, first glanced at the 3 people in the middle, and then looked to the outside. Dozens of people looked at them with different expressions. They were taken aback by those dozens of slightly strange eyes looking at them. Then he remembered something, and it took a few seconds for him to react and asked, could it be that you can't absorb the spiritual energy? A 7-star warrior asked suspiciously. If not? The 5-star general who answered first had a bitter look on his face. You must not believe it when you tell it. Speaking of which, our group had the same reaction as you at first. Look over there. As he spoke, he pointed in the direction of An Heng. What are you kidding? The 7-star general was a little annoyed. He is a 1-star general. Ugh. The 5-star general sighed. Take a good look. After finishing speaking, the 7-star general looked at An Heng again with some doubts. Afterwards, the expression on his face immediately became richer, from exasperated to puzzled, finally shocked, and then dull. The 7-star general saw a scene he had never seen before, and his mind went blank. The spiritual energy of those 40 people. Me? What the hell? When did he become like this? I haven't felt it before. To tell you the truth, just now, he has increased from 10 servings to 20 servings, and finally to 40 servings now, someone explained. A general not far from An Heng said helplessly. I saw the gradual increase with my own eyes. At the beginning, he only absorbed 1 serving, but for some reason it began to increase gradually. Me too. Same as above. Those 7-star generals looked at An Heng in shock, and then at the people who had stopped absorbing, and they all fell silent for a while. Not only the awakened people in the aura room, but even Lin Lei and Lei Qing in the monitoring room didn't know what to say. An Heng's strange performance is no longer a few words, a few movements can show their shock. Old Lei, I can say with certainty that this kid must have achieved great perfection. If the mountain and sea mind dharma didn't have the great perfection, the dantian would not be able to generate a vast ocean, and this kid's body would not be able to absorb so much spiritual energy at all. Lei Qing said helplessly. I really didn't expect it. Linley said bitterly, thinking of all his previous actions. He had underestimated Onang. Lu Yunsu and Qin Sheng and the others, sooner or later they will find something unusual. Linley said non-committally, when the aura gradually diminished, the three of Lu Yunsu would definitely wake up. Almost at the moment when Linley's words fell, Lu Yunsu, Qin Sheng, Lu Yun. It was also at this time that he opened his eyes. The three looked at each other suspiciously. Aura. What's going on? Lu Yun looked at the two people beside him in confusion. The two of us can't feel the aura anymore. Lu Yunsu was the first to speak. Originally he thought Qin Sheng and the two had absorbed everything. But this is not the case. Then who else can do that? Qin Sheng said, slightly puzzled. Afterwards, Qin Sheng turned her head slowly, but met 46 gazes. What? What are you doing? She was really frightened by these weird eyes. If you don't practice, watch what the three of us are doing. Are you two? Yes, there is no spiritual energy, how can we practice? Seeing that the three people with the highest level present were also like them, they felt a little bit of comfort in their hearts. No aura? Lu Yunsu frowned, touched her chin with her left hand, and said in a puzzled way. How is it possible? This is a full 50 copies of spiritual energy. A 7-star general coughed a few times, and then said helplessly. It's not that we don't want to absorb it, nor is it a matter of who absorbs how much. Then she motioned Lu Yunsu to look in the direction of his finger. This kid, one person absorbed all of our weight. Lu Yunsu looked at the place he pointed, and became even more puzzled. Isn't In Hong a 1-star general? Moreover, judging from his words and deeds, he just came from a small remote place, and it is impossible to practice any advanced exercises. But after a few seconds, Lu Yunsu was stunned, and the confusion on his face was immediately replaced by several emotions such as shock and surprise. The area where In Hong was located seemed to have a huge suction cup, sucking all the spiritual energy in the air. Then it poured into In Hong's body at an extremely fast speed. Attention, yes, all Reiki. Impossible. Lu Yun stood up with a look of disbelief. He thinks that he can absorb 4 people, and he is already the most terrifying existence among this group of people. But now a person appeared who absorbed all the spiritual energy. Qin Sheng snorted coldly, then got up and prepared to go out. You? Lu Yunsu looked at Qin Sheng in a daze. It's not over yet. Qin Sheng said without looking back. Do you think you can beat him? Hearing this, Lu Yunsu also looked at In Hong with some bitterness. It was impossible for him to grab a trace of aura due to the terrifying suction power. After figuring it out, Lu Yunsu also got up and left, and the latter, Lu Yun, stared at In Hong for a few seconds, and left quite helplessly. How did they go? I do not know. Hey, don't you understand? Look at that kid, how can you fight him? Why don't you go out and stay here? Oh, take it, let's go too. Others, after a brief hesitation, left the room directly. Seeing this scene, Lei Cheng didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Said rather helplessly. If you want me to say, this kid can be regarded as setting a record for the gatekeeper. Before, there has never been such a situation. Linley nodded slowly, and then sighed. Even if it is Song Wenquan, he wouldn't have thought of what kind of monster he recommended. This isn't a monster, it's an evildoer. Lei Cheng nodded in agreement, frowning. His talent is really good. It can even be said that he is the first person with such a high talent in the history of the gatekeeper. However, the realm then he thought of something again, and his expression suddenly changed. Let's talk to him later. On In Hong's side, he could only feel that all the pores of his body were absorbing spiritual energy crazily. Even so, there is still no abnormality in the body. Oneng couldn't help feeling a little sad. In the future, I will need more resources than ordinary warriors. Oneng in cultivation has no concept of time. Before he knew it, a day had passed. Congratulations to the host for breaking through and becoming a 2-star general. The strongest training system character, In Hong Realm, 2-star military general, 60 points H, training points, 4,260 skills, Nun Rising Dragon Palm, Dzogchen Bloodthirsty Knife, Dzogchen Zhan Tianjian, Dzogchen Phoenix Dance 9 Heavens, Dzogchen Burning Sun Dangong, Dzogchen Body Forging, Dzogchen Linking Stars Archery, Dzogchen Alien Common Language, Dzogchen Benlei Ju, Dzogchen Shanhake Sinfa, Dzogchen and Han let out a breath of turbid air slowly. After the breakthrough, the output of the cultivation point also increased by 10 points per hour. He slowly opened his eyes, only to find that there was no one in the aura room except himself. And Han, dumbfounded. Why is there no one left? Ended? At this moment, the door of the secret room opened, and Lindley walked in, with a smile on his face for the first time. And Han was a little flustered, secretly thinking what's going on. Why is there no one left? Isn't this one instructor always serious? Why is he uncharacteristically? Maybe he wants to discipline himself? Although I admit that I am a bit handsome, I am really not interested in men. Breakthrough to a 2-star general? Not bad. Lindley nodded and said, Ah. And Han took half a step back, looked around and said, Instructor, where are the others? Anyone else? Lindley gave Anning a meaningful look and said, You will understand when you go out later. Okay, I have something serious to talk to you about. Lindley walked slowly with his hands behind his back. According to the logic, after you leave the spiritual power room, you will have to carry out the assessment mission for 10 days. However, your realm is indeed lower. Forehead Anang was speechless. Secretly thought you said this, I can't take it? So, the organization can relax some requirements for you. You can wait for your realm to improve, wait for 3 stars and 4 stars, and then perform the assessment task. What do you think? Instructor, don't you need it? And Han scratched his head. Isn't it a rule that 50 people take part in the assessment together? Rules are dead, but people are alive. Thousands of rivers and seas. And Han was distressed. He was in urgent need of a large amount of cultivation resources. After all, he absorbed the amount of spiritual energy for 50 people, and it took him a day to get 1 star. 3 or 4 stars, when will we have to wait? Besides, the destination of the mission is a 3rd-level mind vein. I can speak the language of the foreign race, and there are many clothes of the foreign race in the storage ring. Wouldn't it be cool if I could get mixed in? But the instructor is also kind. And Han thought for a while and asked, Instructor, if I participate in the next assessment, will the organization provide training resources for free? Wang Jianghai's eyes widened, as if he couldn't believe that someone was asking such a question, and immediately said angrily, Of course I won't provide it, and you are not an official gatekeeper. Then I'll keep going. And Han muttered. Wang Jianghai was left speechless. Staring at Han for a long time, he said, Are you sure? Ah. And Han nodded. No regrets? No regrets. Do you want to think about it again? Instructor Lin. And Han rolled his eyes, all right. Lindley sighed, patted Han on the shoulder, and said, This assessment task is indeed quite difficult. It could have been completed in a team, but you, alas, you should be more careful. He hesitated to speak, then shook his head and walked out. Monk Shanger Anang was puzzled. After walking out, in an instant, more than 40 eyes looked at her. If eyes could kill, and Hang would have died thousands of times by now. What's wrong? Why are you looking at me like this? And Han was startled, touched his face. Could it be that there are words on my face? Everyone didn't speak. They can't say, Our aura has been sucked away by you, can they? Isn't this a direct admission that one's skills are inferior to others? You have no words on your face, hum. Xin Xing glared at her and said, When you get to the burrow later, you'd better pray that I don't run into you. Originally, he was fully expecting to absorb a lot of spiritual energy, but in the end, Han cut off all of them. She secretly swore that if she met her in the burrow, she would take back some spirit stones from this kid as a lesson for him. That's right, don't let us meet you. Infuriating. So irritating. Okay, let's all come and assemble. Wang Jianghai had expected this scene. This kid is really aura for 50 people, why don't you save some for others? Not one left. Now that everyone doesn't beat you up, it's considered big-hearted, teaming up with you? It's a good idea. Brother Lu? and Hong saw that Lu Yunsa seemed to be waiting for him. Brother and Lu Yunsu hesitated to speak, but finally said, "Be careful." "Ah, you too." And Hong nodded. Everyone stood up again, and Linley resumed his previous ruthless look. He scanned the audience and said, "Next, I will send each of you a map with the location of that small mine. Don't spread it, otherwise, you will be disqualified. It's all light." With that said, several strange warriors stepped forward and handed out the maps one by one. And Hong also took it, and took a rough look. The small mineral vein is located in the upper right corner of the Shiokong City catacombs, that is, to the northeast, more than 100 kilometers away. Your task is to enter the small mine vein and obtain 1,000 yuan of third-level spirit stones. No matter what the quality is, you will be considered as having passed the assessment. The deadline is 10 days. Does anyone have any questions? Everyone shook their heads. The time, place and goals are very clear. It is good. Linley nodded. Remember, don't cheat. If you think you can fool the gatekeeper, you can try it. Okay, after 10 days, we will meet here and disband. For him, all he needs is results. No matter what method you use, he will not ask. Brother Lu, can I form a team with you? Immediately, a 6th-ranked general said, I'm not weak, so I won't hold you back. Sure. Lu Yunsa looked at the crowd with a smile. Anyone whose strength is above the level of a 6-star general can join us. Great, can I too? On a 6-star general? Isn't it good for a 5-star general? Brother Lu, take me with you? Immediately, some people were happy and others were sad. 5-star generals and above can come to my side. Xin Qing said unconvinced. Sister Zhao Qin, count me in. I'll join too. After all, Xin Qing is about the same strength as Lu Yunsu, although she is a bit more feminine. She is indeed a beautiful woman. Lu Yun glanced coldly, turned and left. He didn't want to bring any oil bottles. Brothers, since no one likes us, let's form a team ourselves. A 4-star general said loudly. That's right. We are self-reliant. Many people are powerful. A group of 3-star and 4-star military generals, seeing that the big bosses looked down on them, simply hugged each other to keep warm. Only An Hong was alone, left alone. This kid. Lei Qing looked at Lin Lei and said, didn't you persuade him? It's no use persuading me. Lin Lei said helplessly. If he can come back alive, even if he gets nothing, I will make an exception and let him pass the assessment. Of course, the premise is that he must have been to the mine lode. Ah. Lei Qing took it for granted. And Han, who was the person involved, breathed a sigh of relief. If someone dragged him to form a team, how could he break into the demon clan? Is it a 3rd level or vein? Grandpa is here. Shouyun City, not far from Lufeng City, is much larger than Qingfeng City. At the entrance of the catacombs, there are many 3rd-rank generals, and even 4th-rank wuhou. As for the 2-star martial artist, they went everywhere. And Hong was walking among the crowd with a longbow and quiver on his back. Along the way, many people cast strange gazes. After all, this kind of long-range shooter warriors is still relatively rare among warriors. Second, this longbow is too big, right? Yes, the long arrow is even more frighteningly long. Hello, little brother. Several generals looked at An Hong, and the man who looked like the leader smiled and said, do you want to form a team together? We will block it for you, and you can safely output from behind. No need. And Hong smiled at him. Really stop thinking about it? And Hong didn't speak anymore, and walked to the entrance. The gatekeeper closed his eyes like a statue. And Hong smiled and stepped into the cave. Opening his eyes, and Hong found himself on a piece of loess, unlike the wilderness of the crypt in Qingfeng City, where the air was a bit dry. Is this the catacombs of Shouyun City? And Hong looked around. The catacombs of Shouyun City belonged to level B, which was a certain threat. After identifying the direction, he walked towards the northeast. After walking for about 10 minutes, and Hang felt a vibration on the ground, and suddenly raised his head, only to see a monitor lizard 3 to 4 meters long, covered in black, running towards him crazily. Incredibly fast. At a distance of more than 10 meters, he flew over in the blink of an eye. Phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals desert slash phoneme monitor lizard? And Hong narrowed his eyes slightly. This kind of second-order high-level ferocious beast is famous for its fast speed and hard scales. Its saliva also contains neurotoxins. Even if a general is bitten, he will die within 3 minutes. The next moment, he took out a long arrow nearly 2 meters from the quiver. Draw the bow, knock the arrow, let it go. The movements are like flowing clouds and flowing water, done in one go. Buzz. A bang. The long arrow spun violently in the air, making a sound of sonic boom, carrying huge kinetic energy, and ruthlessly shot into the forehead of the phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals desert slash phoneme monitor lizard. The green juice shoots out. This arrow directly sent the monitor lizard weighing 400 to 500 caddies flying 5 or 6 meters away. The arrow penetrated the monitor lizard's body and firmly nailed it to the ground. The phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals desert slash phoneme monitor lizard is already dead and can't die anymore. Is that the power of a 2-star general? There was a touch of surprise in Hang's eyes. When I was a 5-star martial artist before, I also used the star arrow method to kill the Bear King, who was a second-level high-level beast. And now, shoot directly with one arrow. Ding! Kill the second-level high-level monster. The phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals desert slash phoneme monitor lizard, and get 500 training points. The sound of the system sounded in my mind good. Now the growth rate of Anhang's training points is only 60 points in an hour, and killing a second-level high-level beast can take up to 10 hours. There were no valuable materials on this phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals desert slash phoneme monitor lizard. Even the scales were troublesome to deal with, so Anhang simply pretended he didn't see it. After all, compared to these ordinary beasts, the demons have much more treasures in their hands. After he left, a team of generals passed by, and when they saw the phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals desert slash phoneme monitor lizard that had been nailed to the ground by a long arrow, their eyes widened in shock. Such a difficult phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals desert slash phoneme monitor lizard was shot to death with one arrow? Boom! 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 Followed by a bang. Along the way, Anhang shot and killed no less than 10 phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals desert slash phoneme monitor lizards, and even 2 double-headed sand snakes. The double-headed sand snake is a third-tier mid-level ferocious beast, famous for its fast speed and strong poison. Bite a third-rank military general, and within 30 seconds, it is enough to kill the opponent. But against a long-range killer like Shang Anhang, no matter how fast he ran, he was no different from a phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals live slash phoneme target. Ding! Kill the 2-headed sand snake, a third-level intermediate beast, and get 800 training points. Ding! Kill the 2-headed sand snake, a third-level intermediate beast, and get 800 training points. Anhang looked at the phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals data slash phoneme panel. The strongest training system character, Anhang Realm, 2-star military general, 60 points H, training points, 10,260 skills, Nun Rising Dragon Palm, Dzogchen Bloodthirsty Knife, Dzogchen Zhan Tianjian, Dzogchen Phoenix Dance 9 Heavens, Dzogchen Burning Sun Dangong, Dzogchen Body Forging, Dzogchen Linking Stars Archery, Dzogchen Alien Common Language, Dzogchen Benlei Ju, Dzogchen Shanhaik Sinfa, Dzogchen. The training points directly rose to more than 1 point. Anhang smiled slightly, and looked into the distance, where it seemed to be the location of the small mine veins of the demon race. He approached cautiously. About 600 meters away, Anhang was lying on a small hillside, looking around. There are many buildings on the ground, as well as several high towers, and some demon warriors are responsible for vigilance. Not only that, the entire site is surrounded by fences, and many demon squads are patrolling. The ore veins should be located underground. From time to time, some demon miners can be seen pushing small carts and dumping the spirit mines on the ground. It's very difficult to rush in like this? Anhang didn't dare to show his head too much, for fear of being discovered by the enemies at the watchtower. These patrolling demons are all martial masters, but you don't need to think about it. Once they find out, it will be a general, or even that Marquis Wu. I don't know if I can successfully sneak in after wearing the demon clothes. If something is wrong, just run away as soon as possible. And Hong nodded, changed into the demon costume and the storage ring, put away the weapon storage ring, and walked over there. Not far away, he was spotted by a patrolling group of Mozu warriors. "What are you doing?" The first Mozu martial artist came with a weapon. "Can you really understand me?" And Hong was taken aback. "Hey! I'm asking you something." "Humph, this pariah must have been scared stupid, right?" "Sure, seeing so many master martial artists at once, you see, his mouth is trembling." The rest of the martial artists burst out laughing. "Seeing how weak this guy is, why don't you take him to mine?" Suddenly, a martial artist said. "That's a good idea. The group of untouchables caught last time were all dead. If this continues, the amount of spiritual stones paid this month will not be enough, which will make Master Manxiong dissatisfied." "That's right, Lord Manxiong is dissatisfied. When the time comes, it's not us who go out to arrest people." "Then take this kid in and mine?" And Hong was dumbfounded. "What the hell? Is there such a good thing? I was worrying about how to get in, and the other party was about to catch me in. Untouchable, I'll introduce you to a good job, do a good job, and have food." The leading martial artist smiled sadly, not allowing Aning to refuse. He grabbed his wrist. "No! Where are you taking me? I don't want to go." And Hong struggled violently. "But the heart is urging, take me there quickly, I can't wait." Several demons looked at each other and smiled heartily when they saw this. And Hong followed in the footsteps of the demon warriors and entered the mining area. Along the way, many demons cast envious eyes. Of course, it's not that I envy An Hang, but the demons in front of An Hang. This guy Furuno is really powerful, so he caught a coolie. What's so great about this? It's just luck. Humph, it's just a coolie. I can catch more than 100 of such untouchables next time. Really? I can brag too, ha ha ha. And Hong quietly pricked up his ears. I feel that the so-called demon race seems to be very disunited. They even called the same clan as untouchables? Moreover, the minor mortality rate is also high? And Hang looked around quietly. Besides the demon warriors who were patrolling, there were also quite a few supervisors with long whips, not even warriors, judging by their cultivation. But each of them is tall and big, and fierce. I saw some miners pushing the minecarts up, walking slowly, just coming up whip, cursing in the mouth. Hurry up! Do you hear me? A supervisor brandished a whip and beat several miners. Several miners looked terrified and hurriedly pushed their carts to a hill not far away. An Hang's eyes lit up immediately. Where is that hill? It is clearly a third-level spirit stone mine. Because of the newly mined relationship, each of these third-level spirit stones is as big as a wash basin. And Hong could feel that sufficient spiritual power from a long distance away. An idea even jumped out of his mind. If he suddenly got into trouble at this time, rushed over to fill up the storage ring, and then killed them, those demon generals, even if they found out, would not be able to catch up? The third-level spirit stone of a storage ring is definitely more than enough to complete the task. No. And Hong instantly dismissed the idea. Short-sighted. I managed to sneak in, put a mine load, just a little bit of lincture, and sent myself away? Come here. At this moment, Furuno pointed to a supervisor not far away. The man was startled, the arrogance on his face disappeared in an instant. He came over with a look of apprehension, and flattered him. Master Furuno, is there anything you can do with me? I'll leave this person to you, remember to write it down under my name. Furuno pointed to An Hang. Understand. The overseer is busy. Ah. Furuno took a look at An Hang, and said with a smirk, Untouchable, it's your blessing to know my lord, so work hard. After speaking, he walked away. What are you still doing? As soon as Furuno left, The overseer returned to his domineering look, waved his whip, and said, "If you see any mine carts, just push one, take a shovel, and go down to dig for spirit stones, 10 carts a day. If you don't one car, don't even think about dinner." "But my lord." And Hung hesitated to speak. The opponent's eyes widened, and he raised his whip high. "Look like I'll hit you if you say another word." And Hong looked terrified, walked over to pick up the shovel, and pushed the cart. When the miners in front saw it, they all showed sympathy, and followed into the mine. And Hong was surprised to find that the space inside was much, much larger than the outside. A circle of stairs, winding down, extending in all directions, tens of thousands of ragged, skinny miners, pushing a cart full of third-level spirit stones, coming and going, in an endless stream, looking down from a height, it is like swarms of ants. At the same time, the supervisors shouting, the whipping, and the miners wailing could be heard endlessly. No miner dared to talk, and even looked around, for fear that if he was not careful, a whip would be pulled down severely. "It's so cruel," and Hong swallowed a mouthful of saliva. These demons, to their fellow clansmen, no, they didn't treat these fellow clansmen as human beings at all, they were just livestock, or even disposable consumables. Ding ding dong, ding ding dong. The sound of the shovel hitting the spirit mine was endless. Follow the people in front and turn to an intersection. The walls on both sides were hollowed out, and there was a little glimmer of light coming from the depths. The further you go in, the clearer the sound becomes. At this time, a large piece of spirit stone came into Heng's eyes, so big. And Hong swallowed a mouthful of saliva. This piece of spiritual stone is as tall as a person, embedded in the wall, and several demon miners are knocking on it with great effort. "Go in, go in." An impatient urging sound came from behind. The deeper you go, the more spirit stones there are, and even at the back, the entire wall is full of spirit stones, extending all the way to the depths. And Hong pushed the trolley, came to a piece of spirit stone, and picked up the pickaxe. When? With a crisp sound, An Hong's arm went numb slightly. These third-level spirit stones are quite hard. Use some strength. Didn't eat, growled the overseer. When? A palm-sized lingsher was chiseled out by An Hong. Be bigger, use more strength, if you can't achieve your goal, there is no food for you tonight. Seeing the other party leave in a swaggering manner, An Hong sneered, and the good show in his heart is only now beginning. Ding ding ding. Ding ding ding. After dawdling for 2 hours, An loaded a full truck. Pushing the trolley, he came to the mountain of spiritual stones. There are a few supervisors chatting around, occasionally looking here. And Hong poured the excavated lingsher up, and with his right hand holding the storage ring, he inadvertently wiped it on the lingsher mountain. In an instant, tens of thousands of third-level spirit stones appeared in An Hong's storage ring. Fill the entire storage ring to the brim. However, compared to the millions of third-level spiritual stone piles and the miners who came one after another, no one noticed An Hong's move, let alone anyone knew that more than one spiritual stones were missing. And Heng's expression remained unchanged, and he pushed the cart back to the original place, jingling the mining pick in his right hand. But no one noticed that pieces of spirit stones appeared in An Hong's left hand, disappeared, appeared, and disappeared again. It was like a hat trick. When An Hong thought about it, a piece of spirit stone appeared in his hand, and Shanhai's mind was running, and even 40 parts of spirit power could be absorbed by An Hong, let alone a mere third-level spirit stone. Stone. In almost a few tenths of a second, the spiritual power in the large piece of spiritual stone was completely absorbed. And Hong threw it into the ring and took out a piece full of spiritual power. That's it. Block after block. There are ordinary miners and supervisors around, let alone them, even if the martial artists from outside come, they can't see An Heng's movements clearly. It has to be said that the amount of aura contained in these third-level spirit stones is more than 2 or 3 times greater than that of the previous second-level spirit stones. In less than 2 hours, all the 1 yuan of third-level spirit stones turned into ordinary stones. Kalaning took a deep breath, feeling the vortex in the sea of qi in his dantian seemed to get bigger, but it wasn't obvious enough. These more than 1 pieces of third-level spirit stones are almost the same as the spiritual power that I absorbed for 40 people in the spiritual power room for a whole day. If you want to be promoted to a 3-star military general, you need at least 4 yuan for a 3rd level spirit stone. Fortunately, there are not many other things in this smaller vein, but there are many ores. Taking advantage of people's unpreparedness, and Hong put the remaining dozens of spirit stones into the cart and walked towards the exit. In front of the Lingshire mountain pile, the miners came and went, but no one noticed Oneng at all. Taking advantage of the time when the spirit stones fell and Hang's ring flashed light, dropped more than 1 empty stones, and then left as if no one was there. More than 1 3rd level spirit stones were absorbed into the sea vortex again. After concocting it according to the law 3 times. Ding! The host has been promoted to a 3-star general. The long-lost system prompt sounded. A smile finally appeared on Hang's face. More than 3 3rd-level spirit stones. A 2nd-level spirit stone is worth 200 million, a 3rd-level spirit stone is worth 500 million, and more than 3 3rd-level spirit stones. That's worth more than 1 billion. If it was outside, relying on selling beast materials, when would it be possible to make so much money? Say 1,000 words in 10,000, and those who have minds are cowhide. Oneng felt a lot of emotion in his heart, and looked at the phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals det data / phoneme panel. The strongest training system character, and Hong Realm, 3-star military general, 70 points H, training points, 10,660 skills, Nun Rising Dragon Palm, Dzogchen Bloodthirsty Knife, Dzogchen Zhan Tianjian, Dzogchen Phoenix Dance 9 Heavens, Dzogchen Burning Sun Dangong, Dzogchen Body Forging, Dzogchen Linking Stars Archery, Dzogchen The Common Language of the Demons, Dzogchen Ben Lei Ju, Dzogchen Shanhake Sinfa, Dzogchen except that the growth of training points increased by 10 points per hour, nothing else changed. However, Hang felt that the vortex in Chi Si seemed to be much bigger. If you want to break through to a 4-star general, 10 yuan of 3rd-level spirit stones is probably not enough. 10 yuan for a 3rd-level spirit stone, worth 5 or 6 million yuan. Cultivation really burns money. Fortunately, it's not my money. And Hong let out a long breath. Time flies, approaching evening. A group of human warriors approached the mine cautiously. Brother Lu, it's getting dark, why don't we do it? A 7-star general whispered. Behind them, there are more than a dozen military generals, all of them are around 5-star and 6-star. Hold on. Lu Yunsu licked his lips, and said, we'll do it when it's completely dark. Remember, our task is to snatch thousands of 3rd-level spirit stones. Don't fall for the fight. If the demon Wuho appears, we will be finished. You know. It is good. Everyone responded. Thinking of the next battle, I couldn't help feeling a little nervous. Time passed, and the sky was completely dark. Kill. Lu Yunsu roared and took the phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals lead / phoneme in the charge. Kill. Come on. More than a dozen human warriors raised their long knives and swords one after another, and rushed to the mine under the cover of night. Who? Many demons fell into a pool of blood before they could react to what happened. Human warrior. Hurry up, people. Discover the warriors of the human race. For a moment, the mine was in chaos, and there was a strong smell of blood in the air. And Han, who was secretly stuffing spirit stones into the ring, was startled when he heard the shout of killing behind him, and wondered to himself, could it be that Lu Yunsu and the others came over? Too bad, I'm still wearing demon clothes. Wouldn't this group of guys come up and do something to themselves? At this moment, a strong murderous aura came from the entrance of the mine. Bold human race, even attacked the mine veins, courting death. I saw a black shadow shooting directly from the deepest part. Like a black meteor, before Hong could see it clearly, the other party had already disappeared. Could it be that 4th-rank Wuho? And Hang's eyelids twitched wildly. The Marquis Wu of the 4th-rank demon race must have reacted too quickly, right? Was it the first one to rush out? At this moment, one after another tyrannical aura rushed out from the hole one after another, among them were dozens of people, their aura was stronger than Lu Yunsu's. A total of more than 100 figures turned into streamers of black light, rushing toward more than a dozen human warriors. Fuck! And Hong was stunned. It's no wonder that there are no general-level demon powerhouses, all of which are in the depths of the cave. Oops. And Hong looked at Lu Yunsu and the others. Bold Terran. Take your life. Die. You despicable humans. Dare to invade my demon mine, die. Of course, Lu Yunsu and the others couldn't understand it all, but it wasn't the time to care about these things. Just as Hong thought, Lu Yunsu didn't expect that the other party's reaction would be so fast. He and his party had just killed more than 20 people, and before they got phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals clause close slash phoneme to the pile of spirit stones, a large group of demon generals came out. Not to mention the 4th rank marquis of the demon race, there are 11 or 2 9-star generals alone. There are countless 8-star generals and 7-star generals. On my own side, I have no chance of winning. Withdraw. Lu Yunsu roared, turned around and ran away. Where to go? 4th rank Marquis Wu roared loudly, and slapped Lu Yunsu with his palm in the air. Oops. Lu Yunsu didn't dare to look back at all. He knew that if he was detained by the 4th rank Marquis, those 9-star generals who rushed up madly could kill him with a single punch. Immediately, she was transported to the Dantian, and he just received this palm, and his blood was surging in an instant, and he spit out a mouthful of blood. However, with the help of this force, the person flew far away and disappeared into the night. The other warriors were not stupid. Phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals or either slash phoneme. They all turned around and ran away after discovering the appearance of the 4th rank Marquis Wu. Even so, there are also 5 or 6 5-star and 6-star human generals who have been kept forever. Humph. The 4th rank Marquis of the demon race, as burly as a bear, said in a low voice, "Damn humans, just like mice, are a bunch of cowards, they can only run away. How can their human race be compared with our demon warriors? Isn't it like seeing a mouse seeing a cat? Ha ha ha." The large group of demon generals laughed proudly. "Master Barbarian, how do they know the location of our mine vein? Could it be that the news has leaked?" At this moment, a demon 9-star general frowned. The laughter stopped abruptly. "Well, it's possible." The wild bear's face darkened, his eyes scanned the audience, and Hong quickly lowered his head. "Strength and vigilance, if this group of human warriors dare to come again, kill them all." "Yes." More than 100 demon generals responded at the same time. "Fuck." And Hong looked terrified. A 4th rank Woho. More than a dozen 9-star generals. This task, even if the 4th rank Marquis Wu came, he would still have a headache? Not to mention a group of generals with 7 or 8 stars. Forget it, it's useless to think so much, let's develop quietly. Cough cough, cough cough. A few kilometers away, Lu Yunsu and his party sat on the ground in a panic. Originally, there were 15 or 6 people, but at this moment, there are less than half of them. Even if they survived, everyone will be injured. "Brother Lu, are you all right?" "Fine." With blood on the corner of Lu Yunsu's mouth, he said with a wry smile, "If I hadn't been wearing a soft gold silk armor, I'm afraid that palm would have shattered my internal organs. I didn't expect that Marquis Wu of the demon race would react so quickly. After all, it is a 3rd-level vein. The previous 8-star general side, we have no spiritual veins in the Great Desolation territory. If we want spiritual stones, we can only snatch them from the demons. Over time, these demons attach great importance to the mineral veins. It's a pity I didn't succeed this time, and it will be difficult next time." "Yes." Many people nodded. Lu Yunsu couldn't help but also sighed, "Isn't it?" After the night attack failed, the other party must have stepped up their vigilance, and it would be difficult to get phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals clause close slash phoneme to the mine. Suddenly, he recalled the figure he saw just now, and couldn't help frowning, and asked curiously, "By the way, did you see that in Hung just now?" "Anang?" "What Anang?" "Yes, which Anang?" "Brother Lu, you didn't mean that Anang, did you?" Everyone reacted one after another. Lu Yunsu didn't know whether to laugh or cry, and said, "Aside from him, who else is there?" It turned out to be that kid? Speaking of this, a group of people became very angry. "This kid is too much. he actually absorbed all the spiritual power by himself. That's right, he'd better pray that I don't meet him in the crypt, otherwise, I'll beat him until he doesn't even know his mother. In my opinion, that kid is only a 2-star general, so he may not dare to come. That's right, even we all returned home without feathers, isn't that kid looking for death when he comes? Could it be that you're too scared to come here? Everyone said one word to another. Lu Yunsu opened his eyes wide and said in surprise, "Did you really not see him just now?" "Brother Lu, who did you say you saw? Is it On En?" "Yes." Lu Yunsu was a little skeptical about life. He is an 8-star military general, and he will not forget it easily if he met him once, not to mention that Han left a deep impression on him. Just now, he seemed to be next to the pile of spirit stones? You didn't see him pushing the cart? Lu Yunsu asked. Just now? Beside the spirit stone pile? Still pushing the cart? Everyone looked at each other in blank dismay. If it were someone else, they would have already become dirty. Brother Lu, did you recognize the wrong person? That is the territory of the demons. There are so many demons, how did Han get in here? That's right, Brother Lu, the demons look a lot like us, but they are dressed differently. Maybe you misjudged the person? That's true. Lu Yunsa's brows stretched, perhaps, she really misidentified the person. Forget it, it's already this time, what else do you want to do? The demons are powerful, and with so many people on their own, it is difficult to compete. Combined with Qin Shang and Lu Yun, and then use that whole card, there may be some chances. And Hung suddenly didn't know that someone recognized him. He still pretended to be a miner and secretly put the sailing mine in the storage ring. Because of the improvement of the realm, the speed of absorbing spirit stones is also much faster. In an hour, more than 1/3 level spirit stones can be absorbed. Then continue to push the cart full of ore to the side of the spirit stone pile. 12 times passed. After absorbing 12 or 3/3 level spirit stones, almost 5 or 6 million, and Hung finally broke through to a 4-star general. The strongest training system character, and Hong Realm, 4-star military general, 80 points H, training points, 11,860 skills, Nun Rising Dragon Palm, Dzogchen Bloodthirsty Knife, Dzogchen Zhan Tianjian, Dzogchen Phoenix Dance 9 Heavens, Dzogchen Burning Sun Dangong, Dzogchen Body Forging, Dzogchen Linking Stars Archery, Dzogchen Alien Common Language, Dzogchen Benlei Ju, Dzogchen Shanhake Sinfa, Dzogchen. The potential point increased 10 points faster, and correspondingly, the Dantian Air Sea Vortex also expanded by 1 point. Intuition told Hung that this time, he might have to absorb 3 or 4 million 3rd-level spirit stones to break through to a 5-star general. We must continue to work hard. If only the storage ring could be bigger. And Hung pushed the cart, humming and running up it, full of energy. Look at people. Then look at you. Seeing this, the supervisor was so excited that he pointed to a group of miners, hating iron for not being able to make steel. He is a newcomer, and he digs much faster than you. You are so energetic, look at you again, you have the nerve to be lazy for me. Dig for me. Do you hear me? In this way, 2 days passed in a blink of an eye. Ding! The host has broken through to a 5-star general. Hearing the prompt sound in his mind, and Hong let out a long breath. Good guy, I thought 33rd level spirit stones would be enough, but I just absorbed 50. He was promoted to a 5-star general. If you want to be promoted to a 6-star general, wouldn't 5 or 6 million be enough? 5 or 6 million 3rd level spirit stones. There are so many piles of spiritual stones outside, right? Moreover, the Aneng storage ring is small, and it can only hold 1 yuan at a time, which means it needs to be run 500 or 600 times. No, then the 10-day assessment period will pass. Had to think of another way. By the way, those strong demons seem to have come out of the depths? Logically speaking, the lower the spiritual mine, the more spiritual energy it contains. Thinking of this, his eyes lit up, and with a flattering smile, he walked towards the supervisor. This big brother. Oh, it's you? The supervisor showed a rare smile on his face, and said, You're not bad, you have potential. He noticed that in just half a day, Aning transported more than a dozen trucks up there, surpassing other miners for a day. If his subordinates are all this kind of hardworking, they will definitely get the bonus and get soft hands. Why, what's the matter? It's like this, brother, I don't think there is any future in digging here. I want to dig the spiritual mines below, so that I can make more money. There was a trace of pity in the overseer's eyes. You want to go out after secretly entering the mine? As for wages? That's what their supervisors have. It's good for you miners to have a full meal. But on the surface, he remained calm and said, go down and dig out middle-grade spirit stones? Mid-grade spirit stone? And Hong was taken aback, wondering if they were both third-level spirit stones, and their qualities were also divided? That's right, the ones you are digging now are low-grade spirit stones. From the third floor down, they are middle-grade spirit stones. The 7th to 9th floors are high-grade spirit stones. The 10th floor, forget it, what are you telling me about this? He shook his head and said, are you going to dig middle-grade spirit stones? It's not impossible, but let me remind you that the difficulty of digging middle-grade spirit stones is not comparable to that of low-grade spirit stones. You are here in the time it takes to dig 3 or 4 carts of low-grade spirit stones. It would be pretty good to be able to dig a cart full of mid-grade spirit stones. What about high-grade spirit stones? And Heng's eyes lit up, and his mind was absorbed by high-grade spirit stones. Who cares about middle-grade spirit stones? The supervisor asked with a question mark on his face, are you sure? What he didn't say was that the number of miners wasted on the middle-grade spirit stone was 3 or 4 times that of the low-grade spirit stone. As for the high-grade spirit stone, the death rate of the miners is even more astonishing. Some even died of exhaustion within half a day after entering. I'm sure. And Hong gritted his teeth and said, I want to make more money. Okay, then you come with me. The other party agreed directly, but sneered in his heart. He didn't know whether he was alive or dead. But it doesn't matter, anyway, the number of high-grade spirit stones you dug out at that time will be counted in your own name. Are you sure you didn't suffer? And Hong almost snickered in his heart. How could he not know the little Jojo in the other party's heart? He didn't suffer, and he didn't suffer, so the question is, who is the one who suffers? Go all the way down the corridor. 2nd floor, 3rd floor, 4th floor. All the way to the 7th floor. The further you go down, the fewer people there are. The supervisor stopped in his tracks, pointed to the distance and said, if you see the spirit stones on those rock walls, just go over there and get the pickaxe to mine. The one you hold in your hand can't dig it at all. And Han looked, sure enough, there were quite a few spirit stones inlaid on the cliff. Compared with those third-level low-grade spirit stones on the 1st floor, these high-grade spirit stones are full of spiritual energy, crystal clear, and radiant. Yes, thank you big brother, thank you big brother. And Hong hurriedly thanked. No, I should be the one thanking you. He muttered in a low voice, greeted the supervisor in the distance, turned and left. Ding ding dong, ding ding dong. The sound of the iron pick hitting the spirit mine was endless. Just as Hang passed by a miner, the miner bumped and suddenly fell down. However, the other miners didn't even bother to look at it, just like a machine, waving the pickaxes in their hands, so troublesome. A supervisor who appeared to be from Wuzhijing came over and threw the body directly into the mine pit. And Hong was stunned for a moment. Are you new here? The other party smiled and said, don't worry, you will become one of them in a short time. Aneng didn't make a sound, took your manuscript, and pushed the cart to go inside. Ding, ding, ding. While waving the mining pick, and Hong was quietly observing. Although the mine on the 7th floor is relatively deep, the guards are not strong, and the supervisors are all in the realm of warriors. Not far away, at the pile of spiritual stones, there is a 3-star demon martial artist meditating. But think about it, which military general doesn't practice, but supervises the miners here? After about 2 hours, and Heng estimated that it was about the same, and pushed a cart of 3rd-level top-grade spirit stones to the pile of spirit stones. Several supervisors cast slightly surprised eyes. Aneng walked up to the pile of spirit stones as if no one was around, and with a flash of light on the ring in his hand, he put more than 1 high-grade spirit stones into the ring in front of several demon warriors. This kid's speed is quite fast. Several supervisors didn't see it, but discussed with great interest. Indeed, it is the fastest digging among so many miners I have seen. It looks really strong. Hee hee, what's the use of that? The faster you dig, the faster you die. I hope he doesn't die so soon, ha ha ha. Several people laughed. Laugh and laugh. With more than one pieces of third-level high-grade spirit stones, and Hong walked to the rock wall. Take out a piece of spirit stone, absorb light instantly. A look of surprise appeared in Heng's eyes. This high-grade spirit stone contains more than 100 times the spiritual energy of a low-grade spirit stone. If you need 4 or 5 million low-grade spirit stones to be promoted to a 6-star general, then converted into high-grade spirit stones, wouldn't it be 52-yuan? You don't have to run to the Lingshire pile hundreds of times like before, and even if you break your leg, you may not be able to advance. A smile appeared on the corner of Heng's mouth. Then, let's upgrade here first. Half a day passed quickly. Just as Hong was quietly absorbing the spiritual energy, the ground turned upside down. What's going on? What the hell is going on here? On the ground. Hundreds of supervisors stood there, too frightened to breathe, looking at the furious man in front of them. This is the military commander. One finger can crush them to death. Nobody give me an explanation? The demon general scanned the audience, pointed at the 60 million third-level low-grade spirit stones that had been allocated, and said, "Why are all these spirit stones empty?" The group of people looked at the captain at the front. The other party was scared out of his wits, with a dazed expression on his face. Seeing what the general looked like, he could only bite the bullet and say, "My lord, the younger brother doesn't know, phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals or either slash phoneme? I don't know? Or did you know that you didn't say it on purpose?" The general said coldly. The captain of the overseer knelt down with a plop, and said, "Master General, even if you give courage to a little leopard, you don't dare to pretend to be a fool. This must be the group of miners. I don't know that those spirit stones have no spirit, but they dug them up. It must be. Fart." The general shouted angrily, and said, "Then why didn't this happen before, but why did it happen this time?" I don't know? Do not know? The other party snorted coldly, a fierce light flashed in his eyes, and said, "If that's the case, it's useless to keep you." No. Before the captain of the overseer finished speaking, he was kicked away, and his body exploded in the air. The scene was extremely bloody and cruel. All the supervisors were too frightened to vent their anger. From today onwards, I will be in charge here. If I find out that this situation still occurs, he will be your fate. Yes. Everyone was frightened and quickly responded, "Get out." The general shouted angrily, and after everyone dispersed, he picked up the emptier on the ground, and said coldly, "You are so brave, you secretly sucked up all the spiritual energy, and you dare to put it back." He glanced away. 60 million low-grade spirit stones. If this is how it is sent to the city lord. Even Lord Manxiong is not easy to explain. I want to see, who is this ghost? Oneng didn't know that someone had already discovered his masterpiece, and not only that, but he was still waiting for him. After half a day, he had already absorbed nearly 6 yuan of high-grade spirit stones. Calculated according to the third-level low-grade spirit stones, that is 600 million yuan. Ding! The realm of the host has been upgraded to a 6-star general. The system beeped sounds. Finally a 6-star general. And Hong was overjoyed. The strongest training system character, and Hong realm, 6-star military general, 100 points H, training points, 13,260 skills, Nun Rising Dragon Palm, Dzogchen Bloodthirsty Knife, Dzogchen Zhan Tianjian, Dzogchen Phoenix Dance 9 Heavens, Dzogchen Burning Sun Dangong, Dzogchen Body Forging, Dzogchen Linking Stars Archery, Dzogchen Alien Common Language, Dzogchen Benlei Ju, Dzogchen Shanhaik Sinfa, Dzogchen Continue. And Hong made up his mind, there are still about 7 days before the assessment day. During this period, the higher the realm, the better, it is best to upgrade to a 9-star general. However, according to the enlarging Chi-Si vortex in the Dantian, I don't know how much aura it takes to be promoted to a 9-star general. 5 days passed in a flash. Oneng absorbed more than 80 high-grade spirit stones. Of course, he wasn't just on the 7th floor, but on the 8th floor and the 9th floor, where the rain and dew were all wet. After all, guess we can't just stare at a swimmer, it's easy to reveal his secrets? More than 80 pieces of high-grade spirit stones are equivalent to more than 8,000 million pieces of 3rd-level low-grade spirit stones. Anheng's realm has been raised to an 8-star general. The strength is advancing by leaps and bounds, which is indeed worthy of happiness, but there are also problems. If you want to break through to the amount of aura of a 9-star general, it is estimated that there are 200 million high-grade spirit stones. The problem is that the top-grade spirit stones mined from the 7th, 8th, and 9th floors, except for the outermost ones of the spirit stone pile, have basically been swapped. Or it is absorbed on the rock wall. If you really do this, firstly, those demons are not stupid, and secondly, the efficiency is too slow. How to do it? Run straight away? Still? Anheng set his sights on the mine on the 10th floor. Anheng could feel the intensity of the aura of the 10th floor mine. No doubt. The 4th rank marquis of the demon race, and nearly 100 generals, all cultivated there. Breaking in by yourself is like a sheep entering the tiger's mouth, and if you are not careful, you will face the fate of being besieged. A 4th rank Wuo, more than a dozen 9-star generals, and countless 8-star and 7-star generals. However, even if the truth is revealed, don't worry too much. Anheng secretly said. Although he is now an 8-star general, the spiritual power absorbed by the Chi-Si vortex far exceeds that of an ordinary 8-star general, and even a 9-star general. He didn't know exactly how much it exceeded. After all, he had just been promoted, and he had to meet those 9-star generals to compare them. If his identity is really seen through, the big deal is to rush out. With Dzogchen's golden light training technique and phoneme alphabet equals IPA PH equals wind wine / phoneme step, the 4th rank Wuo should not be able to do anything to himself. That's right. I've come here, don't go in once, are you willing? Wealth and wealth are sought in insurance, fight. Oneng is not a procrastination person. Phoneme alphabet equals IPA PH equals or either / phoneme. He found a place where no one was around, changed his clothes, released the pressure of a general, and his whole aura suddenly changed. A few giggling demon warriors heard footsteps approaching, turned their heads and turned pale. Wu, my lord general. The few people seemed to be shaking a sieve, tremblingly said, we are not lazy, we have been monitoring their work. Yes, general, you trust us. Humph. Anheng snorted coldly, and walked straight to the 10th floor. Give yourself full marks for this wave of performances. Call. Several people heaved a sigh of relief, with a look of lingering fear, but looked at Anheng's back, revealing a strong look of admiration. If only I could become a general someday. Thinking about you too much, how can it be so easy? Work hard, if you are discovered by the military commander again, it will be too much to walk around. Standing at the entrance of the mine on the 10th floor, Anheng felt a burst of extremely rich aura rushing toward his face. Taking a deep breath, Anheng stepped in and was almost blinded by the light. I saw that the surrounding cliffs were covered with crystal-clear spirit stones, like precious stones. The amount of spiritual energy in it is dozens of times that of top-grade spirit stones. Is it the best spirit stone? Anheng was secretly startled. But that's not the point. The point is that the aura in this mine is extremely rich, making people feel like they are in an ocean of aura. In a field the size of a football field, nearly 100 generals of the demon race sat cross-legged, exercising their minds and exhaling their aura. For Anheng's arrival, only a small number of people took a glance and continued to practice with their eyes closed. Successfully mixed in. Anheng breathed a sigh of relief, and glanced around. No figure of Marquis Wu of the 4th grade of the demon race was found. At the end of the line of sight, there is another cave, where more intense spiritual power is coming from. It seems that the 4th rank Wuo should be inside. At the position closest to the entrance, there are many 9-star military generals, who are practicing. Ha! Anheng was taken aback. Is this a 9-star general? He couldn't believe it, but at a glance, it was indeed the dozen or so people. He had an impression when they went to intercept Shui Tianqian earlier. But this 9-star military general has absorbed too little true energy, right? Not even 1/20th of your own? In other words, for these people, the Dantian Qi capacity is only 1/20th of their own? Then look at those 7-star and 8-star generals. It is even more pitiful. Now, and Hung felt more relieved, sat down carelessly, and began to absorb spiritual energy. Take a sharp breath. In an instant, the spiritual energy contained in the high-grade spirit stone worth nearly 100 yuan was sucked into the body by Aneng. This huge spiritual power was directly swallowed by the vortex of the Sea of Qi without any ripples. So comfortable. Aneng felt refreshed. Previously, I was afraid of being discovered by others, so I absorbed it piece by piece, and it was almost enough to absorb 10 pieces with one breath. At the 10th floor of the mine, one breath directly absorbs 100 yuan, and it is far from the limit. Then why are you being polite? 200 yuan high-grade spirit stone. 300 yuan top-grade spirit stone. The numbers are soaring. Finally came the 1,000 yuan top-grade spirit stone. It seems to have reached the limit. And Hung muttered. It's not easy to finally know the limit of this whale swallowing technique's absorption. According to the promotion to a 9-star general, 200 million high-grade spirit stones are required, and only, breaths are needed to get it done, right? What are you waiting for? Must be stunned. 10 breaths passed. A dozen or so demon generals nearby opened their eyes and looked at each other, all confused. What's the situation? Why is it so good that it has no aura? You must know that this is the place closest to the spiritual vein, and the upper 9 layers of spiritual minds are all formed under the influence of this spiritual vein. Finally, a demon general noticed and hung and pointed his finger. Is it all about him? When did this person appear? Is he a monster? One breath can absorb the spiritual power of hundreds of high-grade spirit stones? No wonder there is no spiritual power, it was all sucked away by him. Monster! It's really a monster. A dozen people were dumbfounded. With just one breath, and Hung absorbed the spiritual power of thousands of high-grade spirit stones. He was happy, but the demon generals around him couldn't take it anymore. What should I do? Wake him up, a 6-star general couldn't help but ask. Who is calling? Are you coming? A person next to him said. In an instant, more than a dozen people fell silent. Even an idiot can tell that the guy in front of him must be a 9-star general. As for them, they are only 5 or 6 stars, if they offend each other, there must be no good fruit to eat? You guys call, can't I afford to provoke or hide? The person on the farthest side shook his head, got up straight away, and sat down in another place. Seeing this, the others followed suit. This movement made many people open their eyes, but the spiritual energy inside was very strong, and no one said anything. An hour or two passed. Boom! And Han could only feel the vortex of the Sea of Qi, which suddenly expanded several times, and a more powerful suction gushed out, tearing the surrounding spiritual power into his body frantically. Ding! The host has broken through to a 9-star general. The sound of the system sounded in my mind. Finally a 9-star general. And Hung opened his eyes. The strongest training system character, and Hung Realm, 9-star military general, 130 points H, training points, 22,860 skills, Nun Rising Dragon Palm, Dzogchen Bloodthirsty Knife, Dzogchen Zhan Tianjian, Dzogchen Phoenix Dance 9 Heavens, Dzogchen Burning Sun Dangong, Dzogchen Body Forging, Dzogchen Linking Stars Archery, Dzogchen the Common Language of the Demons, Dzogchen Ben Lei Ju, Dzogchen Shanhake Sinfa, Dzogchen 8 or 9 days. And Hong broke through from a 2-star general to a 9-star general. The growth rate of training points also doubled from 60 points to 130 points per hour. Training points accumulated to more than 20,000 points. This should be the time I have accumulated the most training points. A smile appeared on An Heng's face. This trip to the cave is really worth it. Otherwise, 2 or 3 million third-level top-grade spirit stones, based on the calculation of 4 or 5 million 3-level low-grade spirit stones, 2 or 3 million high-grade spirit stones are equivalent to 2 or 3 million third-level top-grade spirit stones. This money is really scary. But this is actually the effect of the whale swallowing technique. How can an ordinary general need to use so many high-grade spirit stones? To be able to use 3-yuan of high-grade spirit stones, the aptitude is excellent. As a result, Anhang Sea of Qi can hold 100 times more Jinqi than a general of the same level. Let alone a 9-star general, even in Hung, a 4th-rank marquis, has the confidence to fight against him now. Keep absorbing. Call. In the mine, there seems to be a gust of phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals win-win slash phoneme. Every time An Hung took a breath, a large amount of spiritual power was swept into the vortex. 1,100 yuan. 1,200 yuan. 1,500 yuan. 20,000 yuan. The number is still rising steadily. What happened? Why is there no spiritual power? No spiritual power again? In an instant, 20 or 30 demon generals opened their eyes, and many of them had just sat down and hadn't had time to warm their buttocks. It's him again. I knew it. He's not finished yet. Several people looked in the direction where Anhang was, and immediately became angry. This guy? Is it a monster? Even a 9-star general can't absorb so much, can he? How on earth did he do it? The others turned pale with fright when they felt the huge spiritual power. A high-grade spirit stone that sucked away more than 20,000 yuan with one breath? Won't he explode his body? Really satisfied. Many people dared to speak out and dared not go up, cursing and walking towards the entrance of the cave. You cow, okay? The others were shocked and helpless. They all stood up and walked inside. However, within a minute of sitting down, another group of people opened their eyes. Why is there no spiritual power? No spiritual power again? Is it over? Where is spiritual power? Hey, it's strange, why do you say 2 words? 2,500 yuan. 3,000 yuan. 3,500 yuan. And Hung turned a deaf ear to everything that happened around him. 4,000 yuan. 4,500 yuan. 5,000 yuan. The whale swallowing technique has finally reached its limit. After absorbing 5,000 yuan of high-grade spirit stones at one time, it will no longer increase. However, almost all the spiritual power in the mine was sucked into his sea of energy. At this moment, even the dozen or so 9-star generals who were farthest away opened their eyes. What happened? It's so good, why is there no trace of spiritual power? Is there something wrong with the spirit vein? No, if there is a problem with the spiritual pulse, won't Mr. Barbarian be unresponsive? More than a dozen 9-star generals were suspicious. Those 7 or 8-star generals who had been tortured for a long time finally couldn't hold it anymore, and almost cried, Master Guao, you finally woke up, your spiritual power has been absorbed by that guy. What? Guao was startled, and looked in the direction everyone was pointing at. If the entire mine is a sea of spiritual power, then Anhang is the vortex in it. A huge amount of spiritual power swirls rapidly and rushes into his body frantically. No reason. A group of 9-star generals quickly locked their eyes on the culprit, and Hung, gnashing their teeth one by one. This guy. Guao clenched his fists. Suddenly, his body shook. This person? Why does he look a little strange? Wrong. It stands to reason that there should only be 98 people here. What happened to the extra person? I'm going to wake him up. A more irritable 9-star military general walked towards Anhang after finishing speaking. But at this moment, An Hung opened his eyes, with a sneering smile on the corner of his mouth, and said, Why, if you are not as good as a person, you have to use indiscriminate methods? What kind of indecent means? The other party was furious when he heard the words, and asked, You are just relying on your special skills and can absorb spiritual power very quickly. If you have the guts, try to compete with me? That's right. You don't belong to the spirit vein alone, so why suck it all away? Stop. Battle? Awning ignored the other people's words, smiled, looked at the other person and said, let's forget it, I'm afraid I won't be able to control my strength, and I'll punch you to death. What? The other party suddenly became furious, pointed at Hung and said, what did you just say? Say it again if you have the guts. Isn't this kid too arrogant? Gu Hao is also a 9-star general, and one of the top batch. Even Gu Ao is not sure about saying such a thing. Humph, Gu Hao is notoriously short-tempered. This kid uttered wild words, and he suffered a lot. It deserves it, who made him so arrogant, thinking that his special skills are great? A group of generals from the demon race had disliked Hung a long time ago, but it was just because of their lack of strength. The rest of the dozen or so 9-star generals watched with interest. If Gu Hao couldn't do it, they wouldn't mind taking action for him and teaching this arrogant kid a lesson. You really want me to tell you? Hung sighed. Say it if you have the guts. Gu Hao clenched his fists tightly and tensed up all over. There is no doubt that as long as Hung dares to say it again, he will immediately exert his full strength. Stop. Gu Ao gave a cold shout and walked forward from behind. A group of demon generals all spontaneously moved out of the way. Even Gu Hao took 2 steps back unwillingly. You are not from our mine. Gu Ao stared closely at Hung's face and suddenly said something. What? He is not from our mine? The crowd was shocked. Real or fake? The other party sucked the spiritual power for a long time, but it turns out that they are not one of them? That's right, our generals guarding the mine veins, counting Lord Monchon, total 100 people. The ancient locust went up to check the spirit stones. Logically speaking, there should only be 98 people here, but in fact, there are 99 people. I'm familiar with all of you, but this is the first time I've seen him. Gu Ao snorted. A group of people looked around and counted the number of people in the blink of an eye. There are really 99 people. This kid is also unfamiliar to me. We have a total of 13 9-star generals, and I really don't know him. I don't know phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals ir either / phoneme. This guy is not from our mine. Where did he come from? Could it be a spy sent by Thunder Clan or Tiger Clan? Thunder Clan? Tiger Clan? Hung was secretly surprised. It seems that this demon clan is not the only one of the ancient clan. I was lucky, I hit the right way, and just happened to encounter the mine veins of the ancient tribe. But not necessarily, it is a common language after all, maybe it can be used when meeting other demons? I'm asking you something. Who are you? What's the matter? Why is it so loud? At this moment, a majestic voice sounded from the depths of the mine. A wild bear who was nearly 2 meters tall and as burly as a hill came slowly. Master Bear. Master Bear, we caught a spy. This guy is not from our mine, so he dared to come to us to absorb spiritual power. Everyone said in succession. Oh. The barbarian's eyes were like lightning, and a Wuho-level coercion came over him, and he said, You are so courageous, tell me about your history, and I will let you die more quickly. Hundreds of eyes stared. Hung laughed, and got up sassily. At first I wanted to get along with you as a member of the ancient race, but what I got in return was suspicion. Hey, I will stop pretending. To be honest, what you said is wrong, I belong to the human race. The entire mine was suddenly quiet, and a needle could be heard. Not to mention hundreds of demon generals, even the wild bears were petrified. Is this kid human? How can the people of the human race speak their ancient language? Also mixed with mineral veins, absorbing a lot of spiritual power? Really? Is he from the human race? Can the human race speak the language of our ancient race? It is true that some human races can speak our language, but how did this guy get in? If he is really a human race, I will tear him apart. That's right, damn human race, what's wrong with obediently being a slave? If you insist on resisting, how many of my ancient men died in battle? Ha 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 ha. Suddenly, the wild bear laughed wantonly, and an unprecedented murderous intent erupted from its 2 pupils. Are you really a human? Not only him, but also the eyes of the generals showed a deep murderous intent. In the 300-year blood feud between each other, there is no right or wrong. Phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals or either slash phoneme you die or I die. There is absolutely no third possibility. But now, right in front of them, a human warrior dared to break into their spiritual veins. Simply, life and death. That's right, I'm a human race, and it's true. And Hung said every word, his eyes were burning with war. The moment he was discovered by Gu Ao, he had no intention of hiding it any longer. What about the fourth-rank Marquis Wu? What about hundreds of generals? Even if the enemy is outnumbered, I can defeat 100 with one. Good. 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 The wild bear laughed back in anger, waved his right hand, and said angrily, "Take it. I want him to know what a miserable end will be for the human race to break into my demon mind vein." "Master Bear, I'm coming." Gu Hao volunteered. He had been unhappy with An Hung for a long time, and now he knew that An Hung was a human race. Very good. And Hang smiled slightly, and said, "It seems that you still don't believe in evil? Court death." Gu Hao stomped his feet violently, and immediately a cm deep pit appeared on the hard ground, and then his whole body turned into lightning, which shot in front of An Hang. At the same time, that big fan-like hand unexpectedly divided into 7 parts, and slapped An Hang's 7 vital points viciously respectively. 9 phantoms. Gu Hao, this guy has practiced the shadowless hand to such an extent. It's only one step away from the 9-fold phantom of Dzogchen, right? Fortunately, I didn't do anything to him. This guy is hiding too deeply. Not to mention a group of generals with 7 or 8 stars, the dozen or so generals also took a deep breath when they saw this, with a strong look of fear in their eyes. The wild bear nodded slightly. This Gu Hao does have 2 brushes. Humph, when you take down this human race, let him be unable to phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals live slash phoneme or die. Gorgeous. And Hung sneered, and directly pulled out his palm. Boom. A loud bang. Everyone didn't realize how Aneng made a move, they felt the whole mine shake violently. Gu Hao, his whole body, was embedded in the stone wall. The blood stained the lincture red and flowed down slowly. In an instant, the audience was silent. Any fool would know that Gu Hao was hopeless and died on the spot. But, how can Gu Hao, but a 9-star general? How could it be embedded in the stone wall with a slap? What a profound cultivation base is required for this. I am afraid that Master Man Xiong has such strength, right? The 9-star generals looked at each other. Spike? Or was he instantly killed by a fellow in the same realm? Are you dreaming? The wild bear was also dumbfounded at the moment. He was still thinking in his heart, how to make An Hung phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals live slash phoneme but not die? In the end, Gu Hao died like this. Ding! Kill a 9-star general of the demon race and get 1200 training points. A system notification sounded in my mind. And Hang smiled contemptuously, and said, I told you a long time ago, I'm afraid I won't be able to control my strength, and I'll slap you to death with one palm, you won't believe me. For him now, the true chi contained in the sea of chi is 100 times that of a general of the same level. Even a casual punch is not enough for an ordinary 9-star general. Insanity. And Hang's words immediately enraged all the 9-star generals. Go together. Even Gu Hao was slapped to death, so they naturally didn't think they could be spared. But more than a dozen 9-star generals will go together. Even the barbarian Xiong, who is the 4th-rank Wuhuo, has to work hard. Immediately, the remaining 12 generals shot from different directions. Fist style. Palm power. Knife light. Sword shadow. Coming soon. Submerge Aneng completely. This damned human race, is he finally dead now? 12 9-star military generals, how can he stand up to it? I'm afraid that if you can't react well, you'll be crushed. Humph, how dare you kill our demon warrior? Even if you die 100 times, it's not a pity. It's a pity. If he can be caught alive, he will definitely regret coming to this world. A group of foreign generals gritted their teeth. Hoo, the 12 nine-star generals were all breathing unsteadily, looking at the field. Just now, the anger and fear in their hearts made them unreserved. This kid? How could he not die? The dust dissipated, and the next moment, the scene was deadly silent again. I saw An Hong standing there intact as before, with a faint smile still on his face. How is this possible? Several nine-star generals screamed hysterically. How can it be? How can it be? That was a blow with the full strength of their 12 nine-star generals. How could this damn human race be unscathed? As for a group of 7-star and 8-star generals, they were even more stunned and speechless. Is that the extent? An Hong shook his head, raised his right hand, and a war knife with a cold light appeared in the palm of his hand. Then it's up to me. In the next second, his figure flashed, and in the blink of an eye, he was among the group of low-level generals who were still in shock. The knife flashed. The shadow of the knife is heavy. Blood soars. It's like hell. Amidst the screams, one after another foreign military generals fell in a pool of blood. In just a few breaths, there were more than 70 people, and only 30 people remained. In front of An Hong, let alone resisting, even taking an extra step is an unattainable delusion. Stop. Blood overflowed from the bear's eye sockets. These are all his people. He is a warrior of the demon clan. However, An Hong didn't pay any attention to it at all. He raised the knife and dropped it, like a killing machine without emotion. A moment later, apart from 12 nine-star generals and wild bears, there was no living alien. Human race, despicable human race, you deserve to die. The wild bear roared, and his whole body swelled rapidly. Puff. Puff. Clothes torn, muscles bulging. The original 2-meter-high body swelled to 4 meters. The blood vessels all over his body protruded, and he could even hear the sound of blood rushing and flowing. His face covered with veins was extremely hideous. From the fist-sized nostrils, 2 streams of white air spewed out. The wild bear at this moment looks like a real wild bear. It's blood killing. Master Man Xiong has practiced this technique to the Dzogchen. That's right, if you practice blood-killing skills to the great perfection, you can double your body height. Don't think that as your body gets bigger, your speed will slow down. In fact, both your strength and speed will increase several times. Nowadays, even a 2-star Marquis Wu may not necessarily be the opponent of Lord Man Xiong. A group of 9-star generals from the Demon Clan watched with enthusiasm. Damn human race, I'm going to tear you down and tear you apart. A buzzing sound came from the mouth of the wild bear. The next moment, he strode forward, and with every step, the mine trembled. Boom! 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 Every time it hits everyone's heart. Die! The barbarian roared angrily, without the slightest extra, and directly punched it down. What is shocking is that around that huge fist, there is actually a layer of true energy visible to the naked eye. Let your true energy out. Is this the real difference between generals and Marquis Wu? Many people reverence. If we say that the military commander level is to gather all the internal forces, open up the Dantian Qi Si, and further compress and purify the internal forces. Then Wuhou realm uses these spiritual powers to open up the 7 orifices of the eyes, ears, mouth, nose, and so on, so that one's spiritual sense will skyrocket and the true energy can be released. How much qi can you let out? How far can you reach with external qi? On the one hand, it depends on the degree of opening up the 7 orifices, on the other hand, it also depends on the capacity of your sea of energy. It is not an exaggeration to say that the military commander's realm is to lay the foundation for the Wuhou realm. Equivalent to a blow from a 2-star Marquis Wu, is this kid still alive? That's right. This is what happens if you dare to invade our ancient clan's minds. The dozen or so people were very excited, and they said what they said. Really exhale? And Hung muttered, so what if he released his true energy? In the next moment, he was equivalent to a sea of energy 100 times that of a general of the same realm, spinning wildly. Soul-breaking knife. A roar. Massive infuriating energy, accompanied by the triple sword shadow, gushes out crazily. Just this one blow is equivalent to 100 9-star generals fighting together. In an instant, ghosts crying and howling wolves echoed in the mine, not to mention all the 9-star generals. Even the figure of the wild bear paused for a moment. It's too late to say it, but it's too late. The first sword shadow was here in a flash. Boom! A loud bang. Two strands of true energy collided violently. Although the Jinchi on the barbarian fist is purer, the amount is extremely rare. After only holding on for less than a second, they all collapsed. Second cut. When? Gold and iron platter. The blade directly hit the front of the fist. The barbarian roared angrily, with a distorted expression on his face. Although he used blood-killing skills to increase his body size and weaken his pain perception, this knife was really too painful. At this time, the third knife roared. Good come! The wild bear roared again, the blood vessels in his body flowed rapidly, and the blood was rushing, and even his right fist seemed to be a little swollen. What? The next moment, his eyes widened. I feel like a flatboat on the sea, with stormy waves coming one after another. How is this possible? Such a huge infuriating power. Is it something that 9-star generals can have? Even a 3-star Marquis Wu is nothing more than that, right? His face was red, his teeth were gritted, and the veins on his face were protruding. He had tried his best, but his feet still moved back slowly, leaving deep scratches on the ground. What? How is it possible? Master Barbarian Bear, Lord Barbarian Bear is actually at a disadvantage? The eyes of all the demon generals were full of disbelief. Master Bear has used a secret method. Even if the opponent is a 2-star Marquis Wu, Master Barbarian Xiong can fight for a long time. How could he fall into a disadvantage the moment they meet? Bear roars. Feet off the ground. But in the next moment, a more vast infuriating energy surged in. Pang! The barbaric bear flew out and slammed into the rock wall. This strong force shattered the top-grade spirit stone on the rock wall. The entire mine was shaking violently. Lord Barbarian Bear? Lost? Everyone looked at each other in blank dismay. Second-rank Marquis Wu, unexpectedly defeated by a 9-star general? Is this real? Damn human race. The wild bear shook his head, stood up from the ground, his back was bleeding profusely, but he seemed unconscious. He laughed and said, even if you have a huge sea of energy, so what? You still can't do anything to me, ha ha ha. The originally dejected group of people suddenly became excited when they heard this. Yes. So what if you are at a disadvantage? Didn't you see that Mr. Bear suffered only a little skin trauma? Blood-killing technique is not only a secret technique of explosion, but also a technique of body training. And just like the 3-star Wuho, it may not be difficult to defeat the 2-star Wuho, but if you want to kill the opponent, you may have to pay a huge price. As long as Lord Man Xiong holds the other party back, he waits for someone to go to the nearest Chaisang city to call for reinforcements, and several Wuho realm powerhouses arrive. Is this kid still alive? Yes? And Hong sneered. Do you think you are the only one who has the secret method, and I don't? After the words fell, the thunderbolt art began to work. An astonishing momentum immediately soared into the sky. The power of 100 9-star generals. The power of 110 9-star generals. What? The wild bear was shocked. Don't underestimate this % improvement, because it is enough to change the situation of the battle. Is this the Ben Lei Ju? How come? This is bad. The faces of all 9-star generals were extremely ugly. However, this is just the beginning. The power of 129-star generals. The power of 139-star generals. Great achievement realm. He has practiced the shocking waves art to great success. The eyeballs of a group of demon generals almost popped out. 130. 0%. The wild bear's face was as pale as paper, and his hair stood on his head in an instant. Can balance the momentum. Still soaring. He's still soaring. This damned human monster, could it be that he has completed his Benleju? The power of 149 star generals. The power of 159 star generals. Benleju is perfect, explosive power increased by 50. 0%. Quiet. Needles can be heard in the mine. Sensing the terrifying aura emanating from Anhang's body, all the generals of the demon race were ashamed. Under normal circumstances, they are not opponents. Let alone now clap. Clap. The sweat on the bear's forehead hit the ground and broke into several petals. There was no blood on the veined face. How to do? Knowing that he is invincible, he wants to fight bloody to the end? Still? No, that's a fool's behavior. Keep the green hills, don't be afraid that there will be no firewood. The next moment, his figure flashed, and he frantically rushed towards the exit. What? Master Bear. All the demon generals were dumbfounded. In their hearts, the heroic and majestic Lord Barbarian Shiom escaped? I only know how to escape now? Don't you think it's too late? Quick, Bear. Onang explodes faster with all his strength. What? Man Xiong was startled, he had no idea when Anhang had arrived in front of him. Immediately afterwards, several streaks of white light fell. I'm not reconciled. I'm not reconciled. The wild bear raised his arms and resisted with all his might. He is a dignified fourth-rank Wuho. The family is powerful. It can be said that it is extremely safe to guard this small mind vein, and it can also absorb spiritual power to help him open up the 7 orifices. But why, a human race will be mixed into the mind vein? Still a monster. He was unwilling to die here. The soul-breaking knife and the triple knife shadows came one after another. First cut. Infuriating dissipated. Second cut. Arms cut off. The third knife. The 4-meter-high barbarian fell to the ground. On the forehead, there was a scar with deep bone visible, which was shocking. Ding! Kill the 1-star Marquis Wu of the demon race and get 20,000 training points. The system beeped sounds. Before this prompt, there is a large group of prompt information. Ding! Kill the 7-star general of the demon race and get 1,000 training points. Ding! Kill the 6-star general of the demon race and get 900 training points. Ding! Kill the 5-star general of the demon race and get 800 training points. There are 70 or 80 items. Cumulative training points more than 7,000 points. Then count the 1-star Wuho who was beheaded. The training points that Anhang obtained are extremely terrifying. The strongest training system character, Anhang Realm, 9-star military general, 130 points H, training points, 31,600 skills, Nun Rising Dragon Palm, Dzogchen Bloodthirsty Knife, Dzogchen Zhan Tianjian, Dzogchen Phoenix Dance 9 Heavens, Dzogchen Burning Sun Dangong, Dzogchen Body Forging, Dzogchen Linking Stars Archery, Dzogchen Alien Common Language, Dzogchen Benlei Ju, Dzogchen Shanhaik Sinfa, Dzogchen. The cumulative training points have directly increased to more than 30,000. Anhang let out a long breath and stopped the Benlei Ju. This secret technique has strong explosive power and consumes a lot of mental power. After just a dozen breaths, he felt a little tired. It would be great if I could find a method that could cultivate spiritual power. At the same time, he looked at the remaining 12 Demon Clan 9-star generals, and said indifferently, common phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals lead / phoneme them to death. Hateful. Despicable human race. Brothers, what are you talking about? Fight with him. That's right, we are all passionate men of the demon race. Even if we die, we must die with dignity. Instead of choosing to run away like that coward, barbarian bear. Come on. The 12 9-star generals of the demon race looked at each other with determination in their eyes, and rushed forward with roars. Swords, lights and swords, shadows intertwined, and blood splattered everywhere. Dangqi, the last demon general, the long knife in his hand fell down, his hands covered his bloody throat, and in a hoarse tone, he stared at Anhang and said, "Damn family, demons, no, absolutely won't." Before he could finish speaking, he was already completely out of breath, remarkably brave. And Hong flicked the blood on the long knife and said something lightly. Ding! Kill the 9-star general of the demon clan and get 1,200 training points. Ding! Kill the demon 9-star general and get 1,200 training points. Ding! Kill the demon 9-star general and get 1,200 training points. 12 system prompts sounded. Killing 12 9-star generals, the training points suddenly increased by 14,400 points. And Hong threw the long knife into the storage ring. Looking at the tragic situation in this place, he didn't want to be an executioner, but if these demons came to Dezhou, the human race would suffer more casualties. On the battlefield, compassion for the enemy is cruelty to oneself. Shaking his head, he drove away these thoughts, bent down, and took off the ring from the hand of the demon who had not forgotten to curse himself just before his death. Taking a glance, it turned out to be cubic meters in size. Onang immediately revealed a look of shock. He clearly remembered that the storage ring worn by the Lord of Qingfeng City was only 10 cubic meters in size, right? As a result, for a 9-star general with the same level as the demon race, the space of the storage ring has doubled directly? Should there be others? He took a step forward and took off the storage rings of the 2 demon generals. Sure enough, they were all 20 cubic hooks. Onang suddenly felt a dizzy sense of happiness. I glanced over, so I said, wouldn't I want to harvest 100? Oh, there seems to be one more on it, that is 99 storage rings? That wild bear is a 4th rank Wuho, so the storage ring should have more space, right? And there must be a lot of good stuff in there. Shit. Get rich. And Hong couldn't help breathing quickly. Just when Onang was excited, a one-sided fight was going on in the mine. Hundreds of demon warriors. Dozens of Mozu martial artists. Even thousands of demon miners rushed forward with pickaxes. But in front of a group of human warriors who are at least 3 or 4-star generals, they are vulnerable. Puff! The ancient locust spat out a big mouthful of blood, staring blankly at the iron fist that hit his chest. On his left and right sides, Lu Yunsu and Lu Yun stabbed into the abdomen of this demon 9-star general with a sword, and blood flowed. How could it be like this? The ancient locust exhausted the last bit of strength in his life, turned his head, and looked at the entrance of the mine. Why? Why have I already sent a signal for help? They even ordered the miners to come out to die. Mr. Bear, they still haven't come out? Is something wrong? Why? Why on earth? With deep reluctance, Gu Locust tilted his head and died completely. Master Gu Locust is dead. The ancient locust is dead. Run. Great, I'm finally free. Free. The miners threw down their picks, turned around and ran away under the surprised eyes of everyone. Is this the strength of the demons? It's almost vulnerable. Xin Shang withdrew her fist, glanced at Lu Yunsu, raised her eyebrows. Lu Yunsu, that's what you said, a 4th rank marquis, dozens of 9-star generals? Lu Yun also looked at it, hoping to get an explanation. After all, he doesn't pay much attention to a mere 9-star general. Even if it was besieged by 2 9-star generals, he was confident and retreated unscathed. However, just before, Lu Yunsu took the initiative to find him and made a strong statement, so he was willing to cooperate. The result? Lu Yunsu smiled wryly and said, I don't really understand why this guy is the only one outside this time, but I really didn't lie to you. If you don't believe me, you can ask them. Yes, Sister Qin, what Brother Lu said is true. The last time we sneaked out late at night, more than 100 people ran out, and several of our companions died in their hands. Yes, if it wasn't for us. All right, Qin Sheng waved her hands impatiently, and said, I've heard this several times. Lu Yunsu smiled wryly, looked at the spiritual stones piled up not far away, and said, although I don't know what happened, but there are still many dreams in the night, everyone hurry up and take the spiritual stones back. If those people just leave temporarily, we will be killed. If it is blocked, it will be troublesome. Everyone nodded. After all, this is a small mine, and the demons have no reason to give up. Besides, with so many spirit stones, it is not a big problem for everyone to fill up the storage ring. Not only can they complete the assessment task, but they can also save a lot of them for cultivation. Why not do it? Lu Yun looked into the mine, frowning. He really didn't know what was going on. If what Lu Yunsu said was true, those demon masters were inside the mine. Why did they not come out when there was such a commotion here? Could it be that they have something to go out and are not here for the time being? Hello, Lu Yun. Xin Shang looked at it and said, "Do you want to go in and have a look? I have seen all the spirit stones outside. They are all low-grade spirit stones of the 3rd level. If you go deep into the mine, you may be able to find middle-grade or even high-grade spirit stones." Oh? This Xiao Xue, is she just messing around? At this moment, an old man with gray hair and beard muttered in a corner invisible to everyone. If Qin Shang noticed it, she would definitely recognize it. This old man is the vice president of Lufeng City Martial Artist University, a 7th-rank martial venerable expert, and her own grandfather, Qin Tianwu. What's wrong with Lufeng Martial Artist University? Do you have to take part in the gatekeeper assessment? It made me, an old bone, have to follow you this trip. Put a lot of spirit stones there, just grab a handful and go back. Wouldn't that complete the mission? If you still have to go down, what if you meet a 4th-rank Marquis Wu? At that time, you can't beat me, and I can do it. Then didn't your mission fail? It's good to fail. It's good to fail. Qin Tianwu's eyes lit up, and he could not phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals clause close slash phoneme his mouth from ear to ear. Sometimes changing the angle, the way of seeing the problem is not the same. However, there is indeed something wrong with this mind vein. Even though it is a 3rd-level mind vein, the guarding force of the demon should not be so weak. That kid from the Lu family is also an honest person, and he should not lie. Then, where did those people go? He closed his eyes, and a huge amount of mental power radiated out. Immediately, the entire mind vein was shrouded in his consciousness. How is this possible? Next moment, the old man looked like he had seen a ghost. It took a long time to realize it, and he gritted his teeth and said, "I said that this gatekeeper assessment is too simple. It turns out that they were all killed by that kid. Which family does this kid belong to? He's so fierce at such a young age? It doesn't matter if he kills hundreds of warriors of the same level, but can he kill even Marquis Wu who is 1 level higher than himself? It's not right, I have to go and see." Qin Tianwu, who originally only thought of saving his own granddaughter in times of crisis, became very interested in and hung deep into the mine? Lu Yun frowned, obviously he was also at war with heaven and man in his heart. "Qin Shing, don't play with fire." Lu Yunsu made a serious face, and said, "Those demons may be on their way. If you go in, be careful not to be blocked. It will be really unreasonable every day, and the earth will not work." This is called not entering the tiger's den. How can you get a tiger's cubs? Qin Shing folded her hands on her chest, sneered, and said, "If something goes wrong, there must be a demon. I think something must have happened in this mine. Aren't you curious? Curiosity, but be careful sailing for 10,000 years." Lu Yunsu was unmoved. "I'm so pissed off, you are just like my grandfather, you are an old antique." Qin Shing stomped her feet. Qin Tianwu, who was eavesdropping, almost jumped out of anger. "Hello Xiaoqing. How dare you say that about your grandfather? Okay, your pocket money next month will be gone." "Lu Yun, are you coming?" Qin Shing asked. "Never mind." Lu Yun shook his head and said, "Qin Shing, don't act recklessly. If you want to kill the enemy, there will be more opportunities in the future. You must complete the assessment task first." It's fine if you don't dare to come, and you still say such high-sounding words." Qin Shing snorted coldly, walked straight to the entrance of the cave, and said, "It's fine if you don't go, I'll do it alone." "Qin Chang! Qin Chang! Miss Qing!" the crowd exclaimed. "What should we do?" Lu Yun looked at Lu Yunsu. "Shall we follow?" Lu Yunsu frowned. He is also struggling. "If we go, we might burp together. If you don't go, will you just watch Qin Qing die? If this is the case, what should I say when I meet Grandpa Zhao in the future?" Forget it, I really convinced her. Lu Yunsu sighed, and said, let's go down together. If we are really in danger, we will knock her out and take her away. Row. Lu Yun took a deep breath. Brother Lu, us? The rest of the 6 or 7-star generals all looked embarrassed. It's okay, you don't have to follow, go back first. Lu Yunsu waved his hand. After all, if they really met, these people would only be able to hold back. Okay, Brother Lu, stay safe. Brother Lu, be careful. Everyone urged, and watched the figures of the two disappear into the mine. Brother Lu is really loyal, not to mention taking us to complete the assessment task, but also accompanying Qin Qing to take risks together. The same goes for Lu Yun. I misunderstood him a little bit before, but now it seems that I was wrong. In the final analysis, Qin Qing is indeed a villain. Really? Everyone nodded. The completion of this task is a matter of certainty. You have to go into the mine to have a look. In case the group of demons just took a nap, or are rushing here, wouldn't it be outflanking and catching a turtle in the urn? Harmful spirit? Qin Tianwu was so angry that his 7 orifices were filled with smoke. He wanted to rush over and give the person who said that a big mouth. But think, also, indeed. This girl's parents both died in battle in the burrow, and she lost her dearest one. She has doted on her only granddaughter since she was a child, and she will give her whatever she wants. She holds it in her hand for fear of falling, and holds it in her mouth for fear of melting. I was afraid that she would repeat the same mistakes, and I didn't want her to report to the gatekeeper. As a result, this girl looked carefree, with her parents' bloody hatred in her heart, and she would report to the gatekeeper for everything, guarding the crypt. Ugh! With a long sigh, his figure flashed and entered the mine. The generals of all races naturally didn't notice it, and they talked about it while stuffing a lot of spirit stones into the storage ring. By the way, do you still remember that Enhong? Enhong? Of course I remember. That kid sucked up all his spiritual power in the spiritual power room, and I haven't settled with him yet. Exactly. But with so many spirit stones in front of me, those in the spirit power room are nothing. That's true, but that boy Enhong, he is not so lucky, and he doesn't know where he is now. He has no part in such a good thing. In other words, nothing will happen, right? I think it's likely to be the case. Not to mention the mine vein, even on the way, there are many powerful beasts. This guy is a 2-star general, and he is still far away. It would be a pity if that were the case. Many people shook their heads. Even though they were upset with Aneng, it didn't mean that they cursed Aneng to death. After all, they were all human warriors. However, people have misfortunes and fortunes, and the sky is unpredictable, just like those 6-7-star generals who followed Lu Yunsu. Who would have thought that they would stay here forever? Inside the mine, Qin Qing snorted and said, "Aren't you guys not coming? Why did you change your mind again? You still have the nerve to say it." Lu Yunsu was speechless. "If you explain here, how can I see your grandfather when I go back?" You. Qin Qing was out of breath. "How do you say this? Are you looking forward to something wrong with Miss Ben?" Lu Yun put his finger on his mouth and said, "Keep your voice down, it will be terrible if the demons find out." The two looked at each other and lowered their voices. Looking around, it was a mess. Looks like the miners have run away? Seems to be. These demons are really not good, and they are so cruel to their own people. Qin Qing's gaze fell on the corpse in the mine not far away, and she gritted her teeth. These seem to be members of the demon race, who advocate force and do not reach the realm of warriors. They don't even have the qualifications to have a surname. Lu Yunsu explained. By the way, Qin Qing suddenly thought of something, and looked at the two of them. "Did you meet Enhong when you came to the catacombs?" Anang? Lu Yunsu and Lu Yun looked at each other, and the latter shook his head. "Me, neither do I." That figure appeared in Lu Yunsu's mind, and he immediately shook his head. "How can that be possible? Is it just my own illusion? I do not have phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals or either slash phoneme." Qin Qing clenched her fists and said unwillingly, "Damn it, I wanted to meet him and teach him a lesson, but this kid didn't know where he went. Really? Lu Yunsu nodded. From the end of the assessment period, there is only 1 day left tomorrow. He has been guarding the mine for so long, logically, if Wanning appeared, he would have appeared long ago. Maybe abstain. Lu Yun said, maybe. Lu Yunsu responded and didn't think about it anymore. After going down 3 floors of the mine in a row, not to mention people, not a single ghost. 4th floor. That is? His eyes lit up, and he saw not far away, a large number of spirit stones piled up like a mountain. Let alone $1 million. It's a middle-grade spirit stone. Even Lu Yun couldn't help getting excited. Both are 3rd-level spirit stones. 1 medium-quality spirit stone is worth 10 low-level spirit stones. Look, I'll tell you. Xin Qing proudly said, I told you a long time ago that the spirit mines below are of higher quality, thanks to you coming down with me, otherwise, I would never have had the chance to see these. Yes, are you amazing? Lu Yunsu couldn't help but cry. They didn't meet the enemy for several consecutive floors, and they relaxed a little bit. Filling the storage ring with middle-grade spirit stones made several people feel a little melancholy. Millions of middle-grade spirit stones. Just can't take it away, you say you are not angry, a bunch of little fools. Qin Tianwu, who was squatting not far away, shook his head. A group of middle-grade spirit stones makes you unable to touch the southeast and northwest? If you knew what that little guy on the 10th floor was doing now, wouldn't you be envious? Oh, the masterpieces on the 7th, 8th, and 9th floors are probably also made by that little guy, right? This boy is too thief. Qin Qing, it's almost time? We should go back too. Lu Yunsu whispered. After all, replacing low-grade spirit stones with middle-grade spirit stones is already very profitable. What are you afraid of? Qin Qing yelled, where is this? How many floors are there? Maybe there are top-grade or even top-grade spirit stones below. But... oh. I promise you, once you meet the demons, can't you just turn around and run away? Qin Qing rolled her eyes. That's fine. Lu Yunsu smiled wryly and nodded. Really, why is it like my grandfather? Qin Qing was speechless. Qin Tianwu was also speechless. Can you stop talking about yourself? I am also your grandfather after all, can't I say something nice? Behind, Lu Yunsu and Lu Yun looked at each other, shook their heads helplessly, and followed. The 5th floor, the 6th floor. Looking at the mid-grade spirit stones piled up like a mountain in the middle of each floor, let alone the fire in the eyes of the 3 of them. I used to have a dream, that is, I hope that the more spirit stones in front of me, the better. Lu Yunsu laughed at himself, now my dream has come true, but I am not happy at all. +1. Lu Yun agreed. There are a total of 500 million pieces of intermediate spirit stones in the 3rd floor mine. But their storage ring can take away 2 yuan, which is the limit. Because storage rings, especially those with a large space, are so rare. This thing is not something you can buy with money. In fact, when you reach the realm of 4th rank and 5th rank, money, gold, silver and treasures have no purchasing power. The real valuables are spirit stones, pills, exercises, and weapons. Can only barter. Ugh. Qin Qing also sighed. The 3 of them came to the 7th floor mine in silence. Hey, look! Suddenly, Qin Qing's face brightened, and she pointed to the pile of spirit stones not far away. It's a top-grade spirit stone. Shoo! Lu Yunsu and Lu Yun were so frightened that they almost jumped up. Sister, we are still in the mine vein of the demon clan, can you stop being so loud? Low profile. My mind, I'm sorry, I'm so excited. Qin Qing smiled awkwardly, her beautiful eyes glowed, and said, there are so many high-grade spirit stones. There are more than 100 million yuan, right? But what does that have to do with us? We can't take them all away. Lu Yunsu muttered, but still walked over. This high-grade spirit stone contains 10 times as much spiritual power as a middle-grade spirit stone. Now that he saw it, he naturally had to replace the middle-grade spirit stone in the ring. Wait. Something is wrong. Lu Yun suddenly said something. What's wrong? What happened? When the other two heard it, their bodies shook, their adrenaline soared, and they looked around. No, it's not the surroundings, it's these top-grade spirit stones, look. Lu Yun pushed aside the surface of the spirit stones, and took out one of them. Look, this top-grade spirit stone has no spiritual power at all. This piece, and this piece, this piece, these seem to have no spiritual power? How so? Qin Sheng pushed aside the pile of spirit stones in disbelief, her heart was bleeding. Gone. Gone. There are millions of high-grade spirit stones, but there is only an empty shell left. What's going on? Zhao Tianwu sniggered in the corner, secretly thinking that not only this floor, but also the next floor, and the next floor. As for the culprit, you'll see it later. Qin Sheng, forget it. Lu Yunsu breathed a sigh of relief, and said, even if it's not empty, we can't take it away. +1. Lu Yun agreed. Unwillingness was written all over Qin Sheng's face, and she exchanged the remaining 20,000 yuan high-grade spirit stone into a storage ring. There must be more below, let's go and see. Lu Yunsu was helpless. The 8th floor, as expected, is still the case. The same is true for the 9th floor. What exactly is going on? Lu Yunsu couldn't help it, and said to himself, I really don't understand, hide a lot of empty high-grade spirit stones inside, and put a circle of real high-grade spirit stones outside, what's the picture? +1. Lu Yun frowned. Can you stop adding one? Qin Sheng was speechless. How about a few more words? Impressed. Just then. Ding ding ding, regular knocking sounds came from the depths of the mine. The three looked at each other. Is this the sound of the pickaxe hitting the spirit mine? Demon miners, didn't they all run away? What's the situation? Is there another one left? Go and see? Qin Sheng whispered. Shouldn't it be counted? Lu Yunsu hesitated and said, only the last floor of the mine is left, and those strong demons are probably there. I don't think so. Lu Yun said. I thought you were still talking about adding one. Qin Sheng said in surprise. Lu Yun glanced at her and slowly said, if the other party is really a 4th-rank Wuhuo, it doesn't make sense. We have already reached the 9th floor, and he hasn't noticed it. This is obviously abnormal. Phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals or either / phoneme the other party is not here, or something happened to them gone. That's right. Qin Sheng nodded sharply. What you said is indeed reasonable. Lu Yunsu also nodded slowly, then, let's go and have a look, but be careful, if anything goes wrong, turn around and run away. No problem. Let's go. The three said it was easy, but when they really went down to the 10th floor of the mine, their hearts beat involuntarily. What a strong bloody smell. So thick. Something really happened. The three looked at each other. This bloody smell, at least there are dozens of people older, right? Could it be that those foreign generals are all dead? What's the knocking sound in there? The three of them cautiously walked on thin ice, and finally reached the entrance of the cave and looked inside. Seeing this, Lu Yunsu immediately sat down on the ground with a plop. He pointed at the nearest corpse, opened his mouth, and was speechless for a long time. Isn't this person the 4th-rank Wuhuo of the alien race? How did he die? What's wrong? Out. Qin Sheng looked at the scene in front of her that looked like a purgatory on earth, and swallowed the last few words directly into her stomach. Lu Yunsu also raised his head and looked not far away. In the huge mine, there are corpses of demons. Some of the faces he remembered were 9-star generals. A 4th-rank marquis, more than a dozen 9-star generals, 8-star and 7-star generals, and countless others. What happened? And who killed them? Ding, ding, ding. Inside the mine, there are still rhythmic knocking sounds. It's such a sharp sword technique, almost all of them are killed by one blow. Lu Yun inspected the wound carefully and said in shock, everyone is. This person is not. He walked up to the bear's corpse and said to himself, why is the body so huge? Could it be that he used a secret method of augmentation? He is the 4th-rank Wuhuo. Lu Yunsu smiled bitterly. He is the one. Qin Xing opened her beautiful eyes wide. I didn't lie to you, did I? Lu Yunsu stood up from the ground and said with emotion, that day when we sneaked up late at night, before we got phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals clause close slash phoneme to the Lingshire pile, we were discovered by the demon Marquis Wu. The group of 9-star generals left behind. I see. Lu Yun took a deep breath. In this way, all the strange things can be explained. No wonder there is only one 9-star general guarding it. No wonder, before the other party died, he was still looking at the entrance of the mine with doubts. No wonder. I am afraid that the other party will not know until his death that his companion has already passed away before him. However, just think about it, if these strong aliens are alive, can they really pass the gatekeeper test? Then, who killed them? Qin Xing asked the most critical question. Could it be the person inside? The three of them looked at each other, and they all felt that this must be the case. How about forgetting it? Lu Yunsu directly predicted what Qin Chang would say next. Lu Yun, do you also think it's time to forget it? Qin Xing hated that iron could not become steel. Lu Yun didn't know what to say. He could easily kill a group of 9-star generals, even the 4th-rank marquis, so quickly and neatly, the 3 8-star generals still being stabbed one by one? Qin Chang, I think, why don't you forget it? When Qin Xing heard this, she also showed a hesitant expression. She is more stubborn, but not stupid. If it really passed, the other party is a foreigner, and they will never let them go. But the strange thing is, they have already arrived here, with the cultivation level of the person inside. Can they not feel it? Since I can feel it, why is there no movement at all? Or, the person inside is not a master at killing these people at all, but just an ordinary miner? Just when the three of them were hesitating, a familiar voice came. Damn! Why is this spirit mine so difficult to get? You heard that too? This voice seems familiar? Like? Halfway through Qin Xing's words, she went directly to the entrance inside. Hey! Lu Yunsu was speechless. This Xiao Xue is too reckless, right? In case the other party is. As soon as she thought of this, she heard Qin Xing's unbelievable scream. An. It really is you. You. Why are you here? What? An? An is here? It's really him. Lu Yunsu and Lu Yun said one sentence, and in the next second, they all rushed over at the same time. Good guys. Isn't that Aning the one holding the pickaxe and knocking nonstop? No wonder the voice of complaining just now is so familiar. But here comes the question, Aning, why did he appear here? Qin Xing's beautiful eyes also widened. The three of them felt that their brains were blank, and even the most basic thinking ability had been lost. En Hong? So his name is En Hong? So he is En Hong? In the corner, Qin Tianwu looked strange. He seemed to have heard Qin Xing mention this name just now, and said that he met him in the burrow and that he would give him a severe lesson. Good granddaughter, are you serious? An, you? Lu Yunsu was the first to react. His eyes moved down, his pupils dilated suddenly, and he said, Why are you wearing demon clothes? Could it be that it was really you that day? That day? What day? Lu Yun asked in confusion. On the day of our night raid, near the pile of spirit stones, I saw a man who looked very similar to En Hong, but he was wearing a demon costume. I'm not sure, the result? Lu Yunsu looked at En Hong. En Hong, is that person really you? Well, I saw you too. En Hong nodded with a calm expression. In fact, he had already noticed it when Lu Yunsu and the others went down to the mine on the 5th floor. Lu Yunsu was completely stunned. No wonder I haven't seen you for the past few days. It turns out that you have been mixed into the mine veins for a long time. He smiled wryly. Lu Yun opened his eyes wide, unable to believe it. Is Lu Yunsu joking? En Hong, a human race, has been mixed with the demons for the past few days, so he hasn't been discovered? En Hong, I finally found you. Xin Xing also came to her senses, the previous uneasiness dissipated. She snorted and said, "Last time in the spiritual power room, you sucked all the spiritual power away by yourself. I haven't settled with you yet." And Hong gave her a blank look and didn't bother to answer her. "What's your look like?" Xin Chang was immediately angry. Since she was a child, no one around her dared to treat her like this. "Xin Chang, calm down, calm down." Lu Yunsu hurriedly said, "The most urgent thing is to find out what happened." "Yes." Lu Yun was also relatively calm, looking at Hong and saying, "And Hong, what happened here? Why are those demon generals outside, even Marquis Wu, dead? Do you know who killed them?" Several people were quiet. "Isn't that person right in front of you?" And Hong was speechless. "Can't you see such an obvious answer? In front of us? Where is someone?" The three looked around. In the corner, Qin Tianwu was speechless. "In front of you? What are you looking around for?" The next moment, the three of them finally came to their senses and looked at Hong in unison. "It's you! You killed them! How is it possible? You are not. Xin Xing just wanted to say that you are not a two-star general?" As a result, after a closer look, I was dumbfounded. She can't see in Hang's realm? Lu Yunsu and Lu Yun were also stunned. They also couldn't see in Hang's realm. "Aneng, are you really kidding? You really solved it?" Lu Yunsu swallowed and asked cautiously, "Even if you are a one-star Wuho, you want to solve a fourth-rank Wuho? There are so many 9-star generals, isn't it realistic? What's more, the distance between them is only a few days. And Hong just crossed a big realm, from a 2-star general to a 1-star Wuho? Is it possible? I am indeed not a 1-star Wuho." And Hong said. "Ha!" The three of them let out a sigh of relief at the same time. Just say, how can it be so fast? But to solve them, the realm of 9-star generals is enough. There was silence in the mine. The three of Lu Yunsu were a little embarrassed. "Good guy, if you say that you are in the realm of Marquis Wu, we still believe a little bit, but you say that you are only a 9-star general, is this a bit too much bragging?" Aneng didn't explain too much, anyway, they would like to believe it or not. "Aneng, I don't see that you have a lot of bragging skills, do you dare to fight with me?" Qin Xing raised the corner of her mouth. "Why?" And Hong was taken aback, not quite understanding. "Didn't I just say that last time in the spiritual power room, you sucked all the spiritual power away by yourself, and I want to settle the score with you?" Xin Sheng was so angry that her teeth itched. "You sure?" And Hong was stunned. For the 9-star generals of the demon race, he cuts them one at a time, but for an 8-star general like Qin Xing, she can't lose even if he stands here? "Why, don't you dare?" Qin Xing deliberately said provocatively, "If you are a man, you will agree." "Qin Xing." Lu Yunsu frowned, and said, "Don't be so self-willed, okay?" And Hong sucked up all the spiritual power by himself in the spiritual power room, and that's his ability. "That's right, and he is now a 9-star general, but I can't see his strength." Lu Yun shook his head. "Humph, how is your strength? Don't you know after just one fight?" Xin Xing didn't care. "Stop." At this moment, an abrupt voice sounded in the mine. Including in Hong, the four of them were startled. Following the prestige, I saw an old man with gray hair and beard walking with a serious face. "Principal Qin." Lu Yunsu was startled. "Grandfather." Qin Xing was also taken aback. Why are you here?" "Why am I here?" Qin Tianwu glared at her and said angrily, "If I wasn't here, I'm afraid you'd be beaten so badly that my mother wouldn't recognize you." Hearing this, Qin Chang was immediately unconvinced and said, "Grandpa, what are you talking about? I was beaten by him until my mother didn't know me? How is it possible? How impossible?" Qin Tianwu blew his beard and stared. "Do you know why those high-grade spirit stones are all empty when you come all the way down?" "What?" The three were startled. "Is it?" Lu Yunsu looked at Hong first. If there is one person present who can absorb tens of millions of high-grade spirit stones in just a few days, it must be Hung.
It's him?
Qin Sheng asked in disbelief. Of course it's him. Qin Tianwu looked at Hung and said solemnly, "Young man, if I'm not wrong, you should have practiced the mountain and sea mind method to the great perfection, right?"
Hung nodded.
He was a little confused mainly.
When did this old man come here?
I felt nothing at all.
Shanghai mental method?
No wonder, no wonder.
Lu Yunsu suddenly realized, and said, if this is the case, then everything makes sense.
You. He gave a thumbs up and said with a wry smile, "I am Lu Yunsu, and I am convinced that I lost."
Lu Yunsu, what is Shanghai's mentality?
Lu Yun asked doubtfully.
This is a third-rank top-level mental method, and it absorbs spiritual power extremely fast.
Once it is practiced to the great perfection, it is similar to my Lu family's 3-turn vacuum art. The Sea of Dantian Qi is 100 times that of ordinary 9-star generals.
What?
Lu Yun staggered.
Qi Hai is 100 times as much as an ordinary 9-star general? Qin Sheng was dumbfounded. Lu Yunsu, are you kidding me? It's 100 times as much. Doesn't this mean that one person is equivalent to 100 people after training to Dzogchen?
That's understandable. Lu Yunsu nodded. The 3-turn vacuum art is to compress the Sea of Qi 3 times to form a black hole, and the mountain and the sea are to absorb spiritual power madly to form a vortex of the Sea of Qi. The two have the same effect, but my Lu family has several generations. I have compressed the sea of energy 3 times. I never thought that one day I would see the person who has practiced the mountain and sea mental method to the great perfection, and this person is right in front of my eyes. He looked at Hung with embarrassment. Thinking back a few days ago, he still disliked Hung and was unwilling to form a team with him.
I see. Lu Yun also suddenly realized.
The millions of high-grade spirit stones on the 7th, 8th, and 9th floors were all absorbed by Hung alone. Equivalent to the strength of 100 9-star generals, is it difficult to deal with a 4th-rank marquis of the demon race and a dozen 9-star generals?
He laughed at himself. The gap between people really can be so big?
What Lu Yunsu and Lu Yun could think of, Qin Sheng couldn't think of it. She opened her mouth, staring at Hung, her face flushed, wishing she could find a crack in the ground and slip in.
Cough cough. Qin Tianwu coughed twice, broke the embarrassment, smiled and said to Hung, "Young man, is your name Hung?" Hung nodded, and hurriedly asked, "May I ask who you are?" "I'm Qin Sheng's grandfather, and I'm also the vice principal of Qingyun City Martial Artist University, Qin Tianwu."
I hope you will forgive me for offending Qinger earlier. After speaking, Qin Tianwu cupped his hands.
"Principal, you are too polite." Hung said hastily.
The doubts in my heart were also resolved. Presumably the other party was worried about the safety of her granddaughter, so she secretly protected her all the way, right? It feels approachable, but in terms of realm, he has a premonition in his heart that brother Song Wenchuan is probably not an opponent. Phoneme alphabet equals IPA PH or either slash phoneme. It's okay. Xiao Qing is a bit reckless, but she still has a good heart and looks pretty.
Grandpa, what are you talking about?
Qin Sheng rarely showed the gesture of a little girl, tugged on Qin Tianwu's sleeve, and at the same time secretly glanced at Hang. I have to say that this person is quite handsome, and his behavior is natural, and he looks like the kind of person with a free and easy temper.
And it's also powerful. Hung was stunned for a moment, looked at Lu Yunsu, and seemed to be asking, "What's going on?" Lu Yunsu was also stunned.
He swore that he had known Qin Sheng, a violent woman, for so many years, but he had never seen her like this.
Could it be that he really has a crush on Hung?
Tell me what's the matter. You are not young anymore, your parents are already married at your age.
Qin Tianwu stared and said, "Grandfather." Qin Sheng snorted and said, "If you do this again, I will ignore you." Wait a minute.
Hung stretched out his palm.
How does he feel that this style of painting is a bit wrong? This Principal Qin, is he going to introduce his granddaughter to him? Are you kidding me? The demons are immortal, so what is the family?
Cough cough, Qin Tianwu coughed twice,
thinking to himself that he was really impatient, thinking about introducing his granddaughter to him as soon as he came up. It was wrong. Anang, I wonder if you have an idea to join my Lufeng Warrior University? No. And Hong directly refused. Lu Yunsu and Lu Yun laughed outright. Qin Tianwu was bewildered, and thought to himself, you young man, why don't you play cards according to common sense? And Hong, you probably don't know about our Lufeng Warrior University, right? Although we can't compare with the gatekeepers, there are almost as few of them. The main thing is that you are willing to join. I can be your mentor and do my best to train you. I think you will too. We have reached a bottleneck. To be promoted to a 4-star marquis, and to open up the 7 orifices, it requires a huge amount of spiritual power pills. Qin Tianwu blinked. No, thank you. And Hong shook his head. Not to mention anything else, if he joins the martial arts school, it will be difficult for Song Wenchuan alone to explain. Brother Lu, please come and have a look. Why can't I dig this spirit mine? What spirit mine? Let me see. Lu Yunsu understood, and also came over, and when he saw it, he was surprised and delighted and said, This is the spiritual vein? What? Spirit veins. Ling Mai. Even Qin Tianwu looked shocked. Ling Mai? What is that? And Hong asked in surprise. Isn't this a spiritual mine with more spiritual power than top-grade spirit stones? How big is the reaction? Let me see. Qin Tianwu came over. I saw a vein-shaped spiritual mine inlaid on the ground, a large amount of spiritual power emanating from it, which made people feel refreshed. It's really a spirit vein, he exclaimed, and his breathing became a little short. Is this thing very valuable? And Hong asked curiously. Valuable? Qin Tianwu blew his beard and stared. It's simply a priceless treasure. Priceless treasure. And Hang's eyes widened. And Hong, you don't even know what a spiritual vein is, do you? Lu Yunsu couldn't help but laugh. Spiritual veins are the soul of the entire spiritual mine. Xin Qing's pretty face flushed slightly. She looked at and Hung embarrassedly, and looked away. This third-level mineral vein was born because of this third-level spiritual vein. The higher the quality of the spirit stone, if the spirit vein is taken out, this vein will not produce new spirit stones. I see. And Hong was stunned. This spiritual mine was created because of this spiritual vein, so if it comes this way, if the spiritual vein is transplanted to other places, in time, a mineral vein can also be produced? Yes. Lu Yunsu took a deep breath. This is why he was so excited. Anang, you have really made great contributions to our human race. There are no spiritual mines in our human land. Although the spiritual energy is revived, it will take a long time to form it. If you want a spiritual stone, you can only go to the demon mines to snatch them. In the past 200 or 300 years, we have also snatched a few, but there is no comparison with the thousands of spiritual veins of the demons. Yes. Qin Tianwu burst into tears. His son and daughter-in-law died in the battle for a 6th-level spiritual vein. The most hateful thing is that those demons, knowing that they are invincible, destroyed the spirit veins at the last moment. The human race paid a painful price, but gained nothing. Although this is a 3rd-rank spiritual vein, it can cultivate countless 3rd-rank generals for the human race. The future of the human race is in the hands of these people. And Hong, after you pass the assessment, if you turn in this spirit vein to the gatekeeper, you can get a huge amount of points. Lu Yun envied. Integral? Lu Yunsu was also used to it, and patiently explained, after passing the gatekeeper's assessment, the organization will let you choose 3 exercises for free, and will provide you with a certain amount of cultivation resources every month, but you will definitely not be responsible for all of them. If you win, you need to exchange points for it. Then how do you get the points? And Hung suddenly became interested. You must know that your potential points have already accumulated, points. Points can be handed over to resources such as spirit stones, pills, exercises, weapons, or to complete tasks. Of course, this task is not for you to collect, but for mandatory execution. This is the biggest difference between gatekeepers and martial arts. In addition, there is another way to earn points, the competitive leaderboard.
No matter what level of martial artist is, they can pass through the virtual arena. The arena can eliminate the influence of the level, put the two martial arts levels on the same level, and compete on the same stage only based on the proficiency of martial arts. The bet is the points. In addition, you can keep a certain ranking in the competition list. You can get a certain amount of points every day. This is also the way the goalkeeper encourages everyone to learn from each other, which is far from it. Lu Yunsu smiled awkwardly. Anyway, the third-level spirit stone can be exchanged for points. As for this spirit vein, I have never heard of anyone handing it in. I don't know how many points it can be exchanged for. I see. And Hang's eyes lit up. He searched the storage rings of the people outside, and dug out all the top-quality spirit stones on the rock wall, then entered here, saw this spirit stone, and thought about taking it away together. But I didn't expect it to be a third-level spirit vein. It's not very useful to keep this thing by yourself. It's better to hand it over to the gatekeeper in exchange for points. Wait, on the 4th, 5th, and 6th floors, there should be millions of middle-grade spirit stones, right? I have 100 storage rings on my body. Pack it all up and take it away. Forehead. Awning suddenly thought of a crucial question, scratched his head and said, "But why can't I dig?" Lu Yunsu couldn't laugh or cry, took out a special iron pick from the storage ring, and said, "This is the only way to do it. Ordinary iron picks can't hit it at all. No wonder I heard you ding 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 when I came in. Non-stop. Thanks." And Hung chuckled, stretched out his hand to take it, and threw a lingsher over by the way. This is. The next moment, Lu Yunsu's eyes widened. Extreme lingsher. Extreme lingsher. Lu Yun looked at Lu Yunsu, then at Anung. OMG. Did you tell me earlier if you want an iron pickaxe? I also have it here? Anung, is this too expensive? Lu Yunsu felt embarrassed. Isn't it just a mining pick? It's not worth much at all. Oh, it's okay, I have plenty. And Hung said. The smile on Lu Yunsu's face froze, and he felt that the top-quality spirit stone in his hand was no longer fragrant in an instant. You're so angry. Qin Tianwu grinned. He wanted to buy this spiritual vein from An Hung, but without even thinking about it, the latter would definitely not agree. Alas, why is there no such fierce person in my own style? No, when we go back, we must urge those little rabbit Huizi to practice hard. It's best to bring me a spiritual vein back sooner or later. Putting the third-level spiritual vein into the storage ring, and Hong waved his hand and said, Go to the 6th floor. What are you doing there? Lu Yunsu asked subconsciously. Of course the spirit stone was removed. And Hong said without thinking. Do you have that many storage rings? When they came to the mine on the 6th floor and watched Anning take out storage rings one after another, and emptied all the middle-grade spirit stones on the 3rd floor, they were all silent. 3 to 4 million middle-grade spirit stones. More than, top-grade spirit stones. Nearly 100 storage rings. More importantly, there is also a third-level spirit vein. How many points does this cost? Not only in Hung, but Instructor Lin is probably about to smile crookedly. Third-level spirit veins. Enough to shake up the whole week. As for myself, it's just a middle-grade spirit stone for a ring. Alas, the harvest is not bad, but why is it so sad? Oh, I almost forgot, there should be a lot of good things in those 100 storage rings, right? Can't think anymore after a few minutes. Exit of the mine. Brother Lu, they're out. Great. Sister Cheng is here. Lu Yun is here too, everything is fine. No? Why is there someone next to me? That person is, An Hong? What's the matter? How did he come out of the mine? The people who had been waiting were stunned. Brother Lu. Brother Lu. A group of human generals surrounded them. Brother Lu, why do you look unhappy? What happened? Someone asked suspiciously. Not only Lu Yunsu, Lu Yun also looked disappointed. On the contrary, Qin Cheng was uncharacteristically quiet, always looking at An Hong next to her. Oh, it's nothing, is everyone here? If everyone is here, we're going to go back to the base.
Lu Yunsu said with a strong smile. Oh, good, good. Everyone looked at me and I looked at you, but they didn't know why the atmosphere was inexplicably dignified. Logically speaking, if you can go deep into the mine, the harvest should be good, right? And this on? What's up? After 8 or 9 days, no one was seen, and suddenly appeared from the mine. How did he get in? Everyone is full of doubts, but it's hard to ask, but it doesn't matter. Anyway, I have harvested the 3rd level spirit stones of the entire storage ring, and it is more than enough to complete the assessment task, and I can still leave most of the Sea of Enhancement. And Hong followed at the end, silently counting the storage rings in his heart. At that time, he didn't even have time to open and count them one by one. After all, nearly 100 demon generals had to dig out all the top-quality spirit stones around them after picking up the rings. Time was in a hurry. Let's open the 4th rank Woho first. And Hong opened the storage ring on his thumb. This storage ring has a space of 30 square meters. It has been filled to the brim with more than middle-grade spirit stones. In the corner, there's something else. Lots of clothes. A bottle of elixir. 2 cheat books and a bunch of sundries. And Han glanced over the sundries, and looked at the bottle of elixir, on which were written the words Yunshin Pill. Brother Lu, have you heard of Yunshin Pill? And Han asked without understanding. I know. Xin Xing said with a smile, this is an elixir that enhances spiritual power, and it is used to open up the 7 orifices. I see, is that expensive? After taking it, it can permanently increase mental power and enhance spiritual perception. Do you think it is expensive? Lu Yun rolled his eyes. A 4th grade low-grade spirit stone is worth hundreds of dollars, and the aura contained in a 4th grade low-grade spirit stone is only a little less than that of a 3rd grade top-grade spirit stone. Anang immediately understood. This Yunshin pill is a pill from Woho realm, but there is only one in the bottle. How expensive is it? This pretty bear is too picky. Why don't you keep one for yourself? Like talk? Wild bear? Apart from this bottle of elixir, there is still value in those 2 books of exercises. Blood Killing Technique, the 4th grade intermediate mental method, which integrates body training techniques, is mighty and domineering. If you practice it to a great success, you can comprehend the blood killing technique, the blood will skyrocket, and your body will swell several times. Daffin Sacred Palm, the 4th grade advanced palm method, with strong palm power and fierce palm force. When practiced to the peak, the palm force contains a little firepower, which can burn the opponent's true energy. When practiced to Dzogchen, it can be released to 10 meters. Good guy. And Hong exclaimed, the exercises of these 4 ranks are different? Although this book only has basic moves and no secret skills, but when practiced to the peak, every palm you strike carries the strength of the fire attribute. When it reaches Dzogchen, the palm strength can kill enemies within 10 meters. How much stronger than Rising Dragon Palm Dachuan? But why didn't the wild bear use this trick when fighting against him? Maybe it's not proficient enough? And Hong looked at the 2 books of exercises, and he was more interested in the book of the Great Brahma Sacred Palm. After all, the Dragon Palm is only a top-grade one, and it's time to change it. As for blood-killing skills. Recalling the appearance of the barbarian bear bursting clothes, with bulging blood vessels, it was so ugly. And it's not like I don't have explosive skills. Let's wait first. According to Lu Yunsu, after passing the gatekeeper's assessment, everyone can freely receive 3 4th rank exercises. Let's see what's in the rings of other demon generals, shall we? Opening the ring of a 9-star military general, in addition to tens of thousands of middle-grade spirit stones, there are also hundreds of top-grade spirit stones. 10 bottles of True Yuan Dan. 5 bottles of Yang Yuan Dan. True Essence Pill is a elixir commonly used by general-level fighters to increase the true energy of the sea, and it is more commonly used by human warriors. Yang Yuan Pill restores true energy. Rubbish. Anang complained, and took out another storage ring. Some clothes. A lot of books. It seems that he is a cultural person. Hey, there is another book of exercises? 3-point sword, the 3rd rank advanced swordsmanship. The swordsmanship is fast,
the angle is tricky, practiced to perfection, the sword move has 2 after images, making the opponent hard to guard against.
How is it?
And Hong frowned, and besides, he would not be able to use the 3rd rank skills.
Continue to open the storage ring. After more than an hour, Onang was still counting.
Total, there are more than 1 top grade spirit stones. More than 20 top grade spirit stones.
3 bottles of Yunshin pill. 150 bottles of Jinyuan Dan. 500 bottles of Yanyuan pill.
There are nearly 20 3rd grade exercises.
There are 2 4th grade exercises. More than 100 3rd grade weapons.
There was a 9-star general with 2 bottles of Yunshin pill, which Hong did not expect. In terms of skills, they are all around the 3rd grade, and he doesn't like them at all.
It doesn't matter, it's all exchanged for points anyway.
Gatekeeper base. Lin Lei and Lei Qing sat opposite each other. Received the news that they have entered flowing phoneme alphabet equals IPA PH equals win-win / phoneme city and are on their way. It seems that some people are missing. Lei Qing picked up a cup of tea and said, normal.
Lin Lei said indifferently.
You are still the same. Lei Qing shook his head and said to himself, I don't know how many people will pass the assessment this time, huh?
Look at their strength. If they can't even pass this level, how can I rest assured that they will guard the entire crypt?
That's true. The two sat and watched facing each other, and after an unknown amount of time, there was a sound of footsteps outside, coming.
Lei Qing looked towards the door. A group of people rushed in.
The difference was that almost everyone had a smile on their faces, and they almost wrote my task completed in big words on their faces. Instead, Lu Yunsu and Lu Yun, who were originally the strongest, looked melancholy.
The two looked at each other, wondering what's going on. Didn't Lu Yunsu and Lu Yun finish?
You know, among the 50 people, they are most optimistic about these two. Thinking this way in his heart, Lin Li walked up to the crowd calmly, glanced away, and the smiling crowd immediately restrained a lot. The next moment, Lin Li showed astonishment on his face, and he looked at Hong in disbelief.
This kid is a 9-star general? Did I phoneme alphabet equals IPA PH equals red read / phoneme it wrong?
Lei Qing also rubbed his eyes.
Real or fake? Is this kid a monster? It's only been 10 days, right? From a 2-star general to a 9-star general?
Okay. Lin Li looked away from Anung, and said coldly, there is still half a day before the mission deadline, and you are all punctual.
Next, I will check on the completion of your mission.
The ugly words are up front. If you use 3rd-level spirit stones from other places instead, you'd better stand up now, otherwise, the consequences will be serious.
That's right, it's too late to regret it now. Lei Qing also said. Instructor, we are not that kind of people.
That's right, instructor, let's get started.
Yes, let's start. Lin Lei and Lei Qing looked at each other. This situation is obviously wrong, isn't it? Why are so many people so confident? Have they completed their assessment tasks? Okay, since you are confident, then you will be the first to come. Lin Li pointed to the man on the far left.
The man went up excitedly and touched the storage ring with his hand. The next moment, a pile of spiritual stones appeared on the ground. The two of Lin Li were stunned by this scene.
This must be more than 1 yuan?
And it is indeed the spirit stone of the 3rd-level vein. Instructor, is that enough? The man asked expectantly.
Enough.
Lin Li woke up from his astonishment, patted the other person on the shoulder, and said, you did a good job, hand in 1,000 yuan, and the rest is yours. Congratulations, you are now officially a member of my gatekeeper.
Thank you, instructor.
The other parties shouted excitedly.
Lei Cheng nodded in satisfaction.
Not bad, although this young man is only a 7-star general, he has overfulfilled the task and has great potential.
As for the others, their eyes shine even more. Instructor, is it my turn? One of them asked impatiently. Well, you come up, Lei nodded.
Swipe. In the entire venue, more than 1 low-grade spirit stones appeared again. Silk. The two instructors gasped at the same time.
Another 1 spirit stones.
The second.
Are the people who participated in the assessment this time so outstanding? Why didn't I see it when I was in the spiritual power room? Could it be that Lu Yunsu and the others are too good to cover up the light of everyone?
Instructor, I have also passed the review and become an official gatekeeper, right? The number 2 general asked excitedly.
Well, congratulations.
As usual, Linley went up and patted his shoulders to show his respect. From today onwards, you are one of us.
Thank you, instructor.
The man put away the spirit stone and ran to the side in a hurry.
Instructor, is it my turn? Instructor, let me come first. Don't rob me. I am the third. My third. In an instant, more than 40 people were scrambling to be the first, and it was very lively. Old one, how do I feel that something is wrong? Lei Ching whispered.
In the past, the assessments were all lifeless. It is thankful that 3 of the 50 people passed.
This time, why did you pick 2 people at random, and only 2 passed? And, judging by the situation, they probably got more than 1/3 level spirit stones, right? I feel so too. Linley was a little flustered for the first time.
Quiet. He gave a low drink.
The noisy crowd suddenly fell silent.
But all of them stared at him closely.
You all won more than 1 spirit stones, right? Linley hesitated for a moment, and finally asked this question.
The scene was silent.
Everyone nodded embarrassingly.
That's right, instructor, each of us got more than 1 low-grade spirit stones.
Oh, Brother Lu and the others are not.
They have also gone deep into the mine, and they should have obtained middle-grade or even high-grade spirit stones.
Yes?
Linley looked at the 3 of them and said, then you guys come up first.
Lu Yunsu looked left and right, and walked up first.
Brush it. Tens of thousands of middle-grade spirit stones appeared in front of everyone.
Brother Lu, wow. It's really a middle-grade spirit stone.
There are more than, low-grade spirit stones on this top, right? Brother Lu and the others are really skilled and bold.
Yes, not bad.
A rare smile appeared on Linley's face. Compared with low-grade spirit stones, middle-grade spirit stones are naturally more precious and harder to obtain. As for the high-grade spirit stone, the difficulty is indeed too great.
Lu Yunsu, congratulations, join our gatekeeper. He patted the former heavily on the shoulder. Thank you, instructor.
Lu Yunsu reluctantly showed a smile.
What's wrong? Not happy?
Lei Ching said strangely.
No, instructor, I'm fine, I'm quite happy. Lu Yunsu raised her head. Really?
Linley couldn't figure it out, and shouted, Xin Shine, Lu Yun, you all come up too.
It's the instructor. Yes.
The 2 stepped forward, slid their fingers across the ring, and in an instant more than 2 middle-grade spirit stones appeared.
Not bad. Both instructors are very satisfied. Lu Yun, why don't you look very happy?
Lin Lei raised his head, puzzled.
Are young people today so ambitious? Gatekeeper, the top organization of the human race. Not happy to join?
Instructor, I am not unhappy, I am a little sad.
Lu Yun sighed. Is there any difference between sadness and unhappiness? Linley was stunned.
Qin Qing hesitated to speak.
Qin Qing, tell me.
Instructor, it's not that we're unhappy because we joined the gatekeeper, but how about, why don't you let Aning come up, she whispered.
What does this have to do with En Hong?
The 2 were puzzled.
All right, En Hong, come up and show it off. Linley snorted.
Swiping, dozens of eyes looked at it. They also wanted to know, did En Hong complete the task? It is good.
Aning didn't talk too much. Without saying anything, he took out more than a dozen storage rings. My God!
Why does this guy have so many storage rings? I don't know how big it is, but even the cheapest storage ring costs several million, and you can't buy it with money.
The crowd was instantly stunned. Wait a moment. Linley had a complicated expression on his face.
He pointed to the dozen or so storage rings in Hang's hand, then looked at Hang again, and said, You have so many storage rings, where did you get them?
You snatched it from the generals of the demon race?
And Hang chuckled and said, Instructor, I heard that you can donate spirit stones in exchange for points, which can be used to exchange for cultivation resources, right?
Yes. Then maybe I have too many spirit stones? A little too much?
Lindley was a little dazed, and said casually, How much do you have? The next moment, 4.5 million spirit stones suddenly appeared in the hall.
Goodoo! Goodoo!
The sound of swallowing saliva sounded. The eyes of many generals turned red. These spirit stones are almost piled up into a hill. Probably more than 50 yuan. They are all middle-grade spirit stones. You must know that in the outside world, a third-level spirit stone is worth several million.
Why does this guy have so many spirit stones? Indeed, it's a bit much.
Lei Ching swallowed involuntarily. 1 point is exchanged for a third-level low-grade spirit stone, and a middle-grade spirit stone is exchanged for 1 point.
Calculated by exchanging 8 points, 50 middle-grade spirit stones, that is 400 million points. What is the concept of 400 million points?
There are many gatekeepers, a year of tasks, exhausting, but only so many points are rewarded.
And a 5th grade high-level, top-notch exercise can only be exchanged for 1 million points. You are a real cow.
Lindley's lips twitched for a long time before finally saying these 4 words.
Your storage rings have a lot of space, right?
Well, 20 cubic meters.
And Hong nodded.
20 cubic meters. Lindley took a deep breath. He was a 6th-rank martial emperor, and he only used 15 cubic meters. Forget about cubic meters for this kid, there are more than a dozen more important.
Instructor, I still have spirit stones. And Hong whispered, Do you still want to accept it?
The 3 of Qin Sheng looked at each other and turned their faces away.
They feel bad.
There was an opportunity to earn big points, but they ran out of sacks.
He still has it? No way, these are all 400 million points. Is he still human? Everyone was itchy with anger.
Each of them has low-grade spirit stones, and they are only worth points. If I had known this, I should have followed along. But this kid, how did he get so many storage rings?
Receive.
Lindley said, You can charge as much as you have. He wanted to see how much Hang could produce.
It is good.
And Hang stuffed a dozen or so empty storage rings into his left pocket, and then took out a handful from his right pocket, about 20 of them. I'm sorry, instructor, I found that this storage ring doesn't seem to fit in the storage ring.
It's inconvenient to carry so many.
Lindley looked at him coldly.
Aneng, are you intentionally trying to attract hatred and show off how many storage rings you have?
Lei Ching asked.
Instructor, I really don't mean that.
And Hong quickly shook his head, swiped his fingers, and the next moment, 6 to 7 million middle-grade spirit stones were piled up on the original pile of spirit stones.
Nema!
This guy is really rich. More than 100 million spirit stones.
More than 800 million points. Damn, he still has a storage ring in his pocket and hasn't taken it out yet?
Under the stunned eyes of everyone, and Hong reached out from the pocket behind his buttocks and took out a large number of storage rings again.
Another 70 million middle-grade spirit stones piled up into a hill.
Then, Hong reached into the left pocket of his coat, and took out a dozen storage rings. Looking at the more and more piles of spiritual stones in the center of the hall, everyone's moods have gone from shock, jealousy, disbelief, despair, to numbness at the end. Instructor, there are only so many middle-grade spirit stones. And Hong stuffed the last ring into his pocket and said with a smile, How many points do you think it's worth? Lindley stared at Aneng for 3 seconds, and then turned to the field, a total of 320 million third-grade middle-grade spirit stones, calculated based on 8 points for each middle-grade spirit stone, a total of 560 million points. More than 200 million points.
Did I hear you right? So many. You can exchange all the exercises of the 5th grade. It's not just the 5th rank exercises, but the 6th rank ones are fine.
I seem to understand why Brother Chui and the others are unhappy.
They must have been watching when En Hong stuffed the spirit stone into the storage ring, right? Do not talk. Lu Yunsu would regret it to death. Even if you bring an extra storage ring, wouldn't you get 200 million points? Aneng, this time. Instructor, how much are top-grade spirit stones and top-grade spirit stones worth? En Hong laughed. You still have high-grade spirit stones and top-grade spirit stones? Linley had a hellish expression on his face. What? Top-grade spirit stones. Top-grade spirit stones. Extreme Lingshur. Everyone was stunned. Well, not much, just a little bit.
En Hong felt a little embarrassed. 80 points for top-grade spirit stones, 800 points for top-grade spirit stones, take them out.
It is good.
En Hong wiped the storage ring on the thumb of his left hand. 10 yuan top-grade spirit stones, 1 yuan top-grade spirit stones, shining with breathtaking brilliance, appeared in the hall.
Almost blinded everyone's eyes.
You are great. Linley gave a thumbs up. 10 yuan for high-grade spirit stones, 800 million points, 1 yuan for top-grade spirit stones, also 800 million points, a total of 600 million points, including the previous 560 million points, 4,160 million points, right?
That's right, thank you, instructor.
En Hong quickly expressed his thanks. In vain, he climbed up to the wall with an iron pickaxe and knocked down those top-grade spirit mines.
It's worth the effort. 4,000 million points. Damn, is there any reason for this? He is just like us, just a goalkeeper who just joined? Why does he have so many points? How many 4th rank and 5th rank exercises can be exchanged for this? It's more than that, maybe even the 7th grade exercises can do it. You're welcome.
After Linley said something, everyone present was envious, including him. After being a gatekeeper for nearly 10 years, he only has 6,002 million points. The point is, buying exercises, martial arts, elixir, weapons, and cultivation resources all require consumption points. Cultivation techniques seem to be expensive, but in fact, what are really expensive are weapons, which are also commonly known as equipment. Cultivation techniques are the foundation. Only with suitable soldiers can we guarantee the maximum strength. The stronger the soldiers, the more powerful the combat power will increase geometrically. Therefore, the 4th rank exercises may be tens of thousands, and 10,000 plus points can be exchanged, but the 4th rank warriors are all hundreds of thousands, starting with a few million. After 10 years, there are only less than 200 million points left in his account. As a result, En Hong has accumulated more than 4,000 million points since he came in.
Is it human? The more Linley thought about it, the angrier he felt, and he couldn't help asking, is there any spirit stones to exchange for? Everyone looked at it eagerly, and thought to themselves, you can't take out a 4th level spirit stone, right? The spirit stone is gone. En Hong shook his head. In his storage ring, he also kept thousands of top-grade spirit stones and hundreds of top-grade spirit stones for emergencies. Everyone breathed a sigh of relief. Oh, then you. Linley was only halfway through speaking when En Hong's voice sounded. But I still have a spiritual vein. Ling Mai? What? Ling Mai. Linley almost jumped up. Ling Mai, Aneng, are you talking about Ling Mai? Lei Qing couldn't believe it. Impossible? Even those powerhouses of the 8th and 9th ranks are hard to get a spiritual vein. Can he get it? Ling Mai? What is that? You don't even know about spiritual veins. You can understand that it will produce spiritual minds. As long as it can be transplanted to our dojo, it will continue to produce spiritual stones. So strong. Aneng, did he get it? Impossible? Why is it impossible? Lu Yunsu smiled wryly. Immediately afterwards, En Hong took out a 1-meter-long spiritual vein from the storage ring and placed it on the floor. Is this the spirit vein? How strange does it look? The aura is really strong. Everyone opened their eyes wide.
Really, it's really a third-level spirit vein. Linley looked at Lei Cheng, who nodded sharply, and then looked at Anning again. For a moment, he didn't know what to say. Instructor, how many points is this worth? And Hong laughed. Points? This is a priceless treasure. Lei Cheng caressed gently, and said, based on our gatekeeper's conditions, within 3 years, this vein can be regrown, and within 10 years, 3 low-level spirit stones can be produced. In the next 10 years, 100 years, there are so many spirit stones produced, the value is hard to estimate? That's right, talking about you boy, how did you get into Qian's eyes at such a young age? I really don't know how many points this third-level spirit vein is worth, but I know that if this news spreads, it will definitely cause a lot of trouble in Dazhou. Sensation, so, you guys have to keep this a secret, you know? Linley scanned the audience, and a wave of pressure from the Emperor Wu descended. Yes. The crowd responded quickly. As for your words, wait for me, I'll make a phone call. After speaking, he turned and entered the room. A moment later, he pushed open the door and hurried over, saying, Aneng, put away the spirit veins, the vice sect master wants to see you. Deputy sect master? And Han was taken aback, this was the first time he had heard this name. Deputy sect master. The deputy sect master wants to see An Hong? That's an 8th rank martial saint. This guy Aneng. For a moment, everyone didn't know what to say. Talk while you walk. Linley urged, looked at Lei Cheng and said, Brother Yang, I will leave these to you. It is good. And Hong quickly put away his spiritual veins and followed him away. It is already a certainty that you will enter the gatekeeper. Let me take this opportunity to introduce you. Our gatekeeper, the gatekeeper is the strongest, rank 9 martial immortal, and 12 caves, right? Well, it is said that those are the 12 most powerful caves among the demons. And Hong said. That's right, the sect master is located in Shanghai City. If you have a chance in the future, you can meet him. In addition to the sect master, there are also 4 deputy sect masters who are in charge of the 4 major bases. They are all 8th rank martial saints. The avatar sits at the base. Separate. And Hong was taken aback. That's right, clone. Linley's eyes showed longing, the 8th rank martial saint is no longer immortal. In short, his strength is far beyond our comprehension. Under the deputy sect master, there are deacons, corresponding to the 7th rank Wu Zuanjing. Further down is someone like me, a 6th rank martial emperor, who can guard a small crypt on his own, and can also guide newcomers and cultivate fresh blood for the gatekeepers. What about the 4th and 5th grades? And Hong asked expectantly. 5th rank doesn't have a title. They usually go to the burrow to perform tasks. 4th rank Marquis Wu will serve as an assistant to assist 5th and 6th rank warriors. Linley didn't know whether to laugh or cry, and said, unless you prove that you have the ability to stand alone, you can only be an assistant until you reach the 6th rank. Don't worry, there will be related tasks soon, and you will understand when the time comes. Arrive. He stopped outside the door of a conference room, looked at An Hong and said, go in, the deputy sect master is waiting for you. And Hong swallowed a mouthful of saliva. He was quite happy, but he became nervous for no reason. Dong dong. And Hong knocked on the door. Please come in. A gentle man's voice came from inside the room. Aneng glanced at Linley, took a deep breath, and pushed the door open. What caught my eye was a middle-aged man who seemed to be in his 40s, with a gentle smile and the charm of a mature man exuding all over his body. And Hong, is that right? Chi Chongfeng laughed. See door master. And Hong said hastily. This little guy is really handsome, with a bit of charm when I was young. Just then, another man's voice sounded. And Hong was startled, and then looked away. I saw several screens on the front wall, and on 3 of them, there were 3 faces, 2 men and 1 woman, all looking at me with a smile. The person who spoke earlier was a middle-aged man with a beard and a Chinese character face. Although An Hong didn't want to say it, the other party's smile was indeed a bit lewd. Come on, stop putting gold on your face. The woman's appearance was stunning, she laughed and said, I think she is much more handsome than when you were young. I feel so too. Another curly-haired man also laughed. Why are you talking nonsense? The bearded man pretended to be angry. These three, are they the sect masters of the other three bases? And Hong asked in surprise. That's right, Shi Changfeng showed a hint of approval in his eyes, pointed at the bearded beard, and introduced, this is the master of the base of Chiao City, Lu Qingfeng. Meet Master Lu. Well, boy, I heard that you snatched a third-level spiritual vein from the demons? Not bad, with my demeanor back then, ha ha. Lu Qingfeng laughed out loud. Forget it, I don't know who was chased by the demons and almost dropped their pants when they participated in the entrance examination. The stunning woman covered her mouth and smiled. Shen Mingyue, you. Lu Qingfeng was very angry. Okay. Shi Changfeng was speechless, pointing to the woman in the middle. This is the gate master of Feihong City base, Shen Mingyue. Little brother, I didn't expect you to be handsome and capable. Why don't you come to my Feihong City? When Shen Mingyue threw out the olive branch, she also blinked her eyes. Shen Mingyue, it's almost done. At your age, you are qualified to be a grandparent, and you are still flirting like a young girl. Isn't that disgusting? Lu Qingfeng, the head of Chiao City Gate, said with a look of disgust, I'm going to spit out my lunch. It's not easy, but it's an opportunity for him. And Hong was taken aback. This woman who looks like she is only in her 20s can actually be her grandma? Lu Xing Feng. Shen Mingyue, the master of Feihong City Gate, had a pretty face, and said 3 words from between her teeth. Who told you to tell me first? Satisfied, Lu Qingfeng looked at Hong and said, little brother, don't be fooled by her. The more beautiful a woman is, the more she can deceive people. This. And Hong laughed dryly. These 2 8th-rank martial saints quarreled, and it was better for him not to get involved. This one is the gatekeeper of Sifang City base, Wei Jing. I've met Master Weimin. And Hong hurriedly cupped his hands. You are welcome. Compared with the first 2, this one is much more normal, and said with a smile, I heard that you have snatched a third-level spiritual vein, let's take it out and have a look. As soon as he said this, the room fell silent instantly. Yes. To be honest, being stared at by 4 top powerhouses, and Hong was indeed a little nervous. Take the third-level spirit vein out of the storage ring and put it on the table. Shi Changfeng paused with a smile on his face, and his breathing couldn't help but be a little short. The 3 sect masters on the screen also stared wide-eyed. Yes, it is indeed a third-level spiritual vein. Shi Changfeng only took one look and came to a conclusion. Unexpectedly, after more than 200 years, I, the gatekeeper, finally have my own spiritual veins. It's not easy. Wei Jing said with emotion. First of all, it is extremely difficult to seize the ore veins. The demons would rather destroy them than let the spirit veins fall into the hands of the human race. Secondly, almost all the gatekeepers are near the portal of the catacombs. Once they leave the gate, it's okay if nothing happens, but if something happens, the consequences will be disastrous. Little handsome guy, I'm curious, how did you get this spirit vein? Shen Mingyue smiled slightly after finishing speaking, and said, but you don't have to say it, everyone has their own secrets. Then you still ask? Lu Qingfeng muttered. Lu Qingfeng, are you deliberately troubling your aunt? Shen Mingyue said violently. Cough cough. Shi Changfeng coughed twice, and said, pay attention to your image, you two. Lu Qingfeng laughed, not paying attention at all. Shen Mingyue straightened the long hair on her forehead, showed a smile, and said, little handsome guy, I'm sorry, but I'm actually a very gentle woman. The corner of Wei Jing's mouth twitched, unable to bear to listen. Ah. And Hong nodded, indicating that I believed it. Okay, let's get down to business, and Hong, let me ask you, are you willing to hand over the third-level spiritual vein to the organization? Shi Changfeng asked seriously. The faces of the other 3 also became serious. Don't mess with it for a long time. If you don't want to, it will be embarrassing. I do. For people you look at me, I look at you. Shen Mingyue chuckled and said, I can't tell, you're still a little cunning. Ha ha ha, funny kid. Lu Qingfeng laughed. This guy, wanting to repay the unknown, reminded him in this obscure way. You see, I have given you such a valuable treasure, you really don't want to show it at all, do you? Wei Jing smiled without saying a word. You guys, don't worry, the reward is indispensable, and you will never be disappointed. Shi Changfeng didn't know whether to laugh or cry, and said, then I will accept this third-level spiritual vein. Aha! And Hong thought in a hurry. Shi Changfeng breathed a sigh of relief when he retracted the third-level spirit veins into the storage ring. He looked at the three people on the screen and said, everyone, next, I have a proposal regarding rewards. Heng's performance this time is really too good. I propose to reward a peerless exercise. What do you think? Peerless? Peerless technique? And Heng's eyes widened sharply. Agree. Agree. I agree too. It passed almost in seconds. Without exception, the three looked at Han with kindness in their eyes. Okay, I will report to the sect master later. Shi Changfeng nodded. If the three of you have nothing else to do, then this meeting ends here. Young man, I'm optimistic about you. Get to the 6th rank Martial Emperor realm soon, ha ha ha. Lu Qingfeng laughed a few times and closed the video. Little handsome guy, if you get tired of staying in Qingyun City, you can come to my Feihong City at any time, and I promise to let you see a different scenery. Shen Mingyue blinked and exited the video. Wei Jing smiled slightly, and also backed out. In the room, it suddenly became quiet. Master, is what you just said true? And Heng's heart beat faster and he asked, do you really want to give me a peerless exercise? That's natural. Shi Changfeng smiled and said, are you satisfied? Satisfied and satisfied. And Heng smiled embarrassedly, well, sect master, can you introduce me to the peerless exercises, and which one do you plan to reward me with? It's natural. Shi Changfeng nodded, pointed to the seat and said, sit down, you seem to have reached the bottleneck of breaking through the third-rank military general, let me tell you slowly. I believe you are also aware that martial arts are divided into ranks 1 to 9, corresponding to the realms of rank 1 to rank 9 respectively, but it doesn't mean that it is a good thing for warriors of low ranks to use high-rank exercises? Not necessarily, or absolutely. Most of them are not. For example, you are now a third-rank military general, and if you get a fourth-rank martial arts book, you can display % of the strength of that martial arts, which is considered a talent. Why? Because the third grade and the fourth grade are not literal, it is as simple as adding a number, they are two different realms, two ways of using true energy. Third-rank military general is to add true qi to the Dantian Qi Si. You can absorb the spiritual power of heaven and earth, and you can also swallow elixir and absorb spiritual stones. There is only one purpose, to expand and fill the Qi Si. After reaching the 9-star general, your body will true Qi has reached the limit of the body, and there is no way to increase it, but on the road of martial arts, the body is the boat, the soul is the sail, whether it is body training or Qi training, the two cannot be taken into account, and neither will go far. So, the 4th rank Wuhou realm is to temper your spirit, open up the 7 orifices, and increase your spiritual awareness. In this way, not only will your spirit become stronger, but your spiritual awareness can also make your true energy several meters away from the body, and even the outstanding ones among the 9th rank Wuhou can reach more than a dozen or tens of meters. I see. Anning also had a clearer understanding of the next realm. He recalled the great holy palm he got from the wild bear. In the realm of Deshang, the palm force carries the power of fire and covers the palm, which can burn the opponent's true energy. When it is perfect, the true energy is released, and even sends out the palm force 10 meters away. Third rank general? If you can't even separate your true qi from your body, how can you release your true qi externally? Even if you get the 4th grade exercises, it won't help. Shi Changfeng smiled slightly, and said, let's talk about the 5th rank martial king realm, which is to open up the internal organs of the human body, because the qi of the 5 internal organs is scattered in the positions of the 5 elements, and has not formed a unified aggregated energy. The qi is collected in the mind, and the 5 qi refers to the qi of the heart, liver, kidney, lung, and spleen. When practicing the qi of the 5 internal organs, it gathers the dantian of the lower body, rushes upwards to the top of the head, and circulates the inner qi, which is endless. Therefore, the 5-level cultivation method requires a lot of true energy in your body. To put it another way, you can only play games with a mana bar of 500, but a skill consumes mana points. Do you think you can use this skill? And Hong was taken aback when he heard the words. Then I have so many points, can't I exchange them for 5th grade exercises? As if seeing what Hong was thinking, Shi Changfeng smiled and said, you have practiced the whale swallowing technique, and your chi capacity is 100 times that of people in the same realm. It's really angry, it can't be compared. Ah. And Hong smiled awkwardly. As expected of an 8th rank martial saint. Shi Changfeng's eyes were full of deep meaning, and he didn't say any more. He changed the topic and said, I'll stop here. If you don't understand anything in the future, you can ask me, and I will tell you about the peerless exercises. Follow the supreme practice. I told you above that when cultivating martial arts, warriors should pay attention to step by step. You can practice whatever kind of cultivation method you want, but there are exceptions. This exception is the peerless cultivation method. Shi Changfeng smiled slightly, and said, it can't be said that there are no requirements, at least you have to be a 3rd-rank general, or a 4th-rank wuwo. The higher you go, the stronger the power you will naturally exert, and the reason why it is a peerless skill, there is no upper limit to how it can improve the strength of warriors. No upper limit? And Hong seems to understand but not understand. What is the level of proficiency in martial arts? Beginner, small success, great success, peak, great perfection, right? You mean, and Hong suddenly realized, there is no upper limit to the proficiency of peerless exercises? That's what it means, Shi Changfeng continued to explain, the proficiency of peerless exercises is measured by the 1st level, the 2nd level, the 3rd level, the 10th level, 20, 50, 90, until infinity. And Hong took a deep breath. Good guy, can 1,000 layers, 10,000 layers be achieved? Now you know how powerful a book of peerless exercises is? Shi Changfeng was very satisfied with Heng's expression. After all, if this kind of interest exchange was not explained clearly, the two sides would inevitably harbor grievances. I know. And Hong nodded hastily. What a pity. You can only choose a peerless exercise. However, don't be too happy too soon. Shi Changfeng saw that Heng's mouth was about to crooked from laughing, so he poured a basin of cold water in time, and reminded, that's only in theory. Every time the realm of the peerless kung fu is raised, the time and energy required are the same as the previous level. Moreover, the requirements for the comprehension of martial arts practitioners are extremely high. However, it only takes a few days for you to practice the Shanhai Xinfa Tadzogchen, so comprehension shouldn't be a problem. It's definitely not a problem. And Hong secretly said. Ordinary kung fu can reach the full level after 5 times, but peerless kung fu can be clicked all the time, not afraid of difficulty, but afraid of not cultivating it. By the way, sect master, what about the supreme cultivation technique? He asked curiously. Supreme technique. Shi Changfeng showed a look of longing, and said, as soon as the supreme comes out, who will fight for the front, the supreme skill, you can understand it as the combination of multiple peerless skills. Combination? And Hong was puzzled. Peerless exercises do not have an upper limit, and neither do supreme exercises, but the difference is that with the improvement of the realm of peerless exercises, warriors can benefit in many ways. For example, this supreme exercise, the first 9 levels, it can increase the blood of warriors. Starting from the number 11 floor, it can also increase the speed of warriors. Starting from the 1st floor, it can also increase the spiritual power. Of course, the specific improvement is not so random, it will have a certain relevance, and the peerless skill, there is only one way to go to darkness. And Heng's heart set off a huge wave. Isn't this supreme skill too strong? There are several peerless exercises on the top. Want it? Shi Changfeng glanced over and said meaningfully. You boy, you think it's beautiful. Shi Changfeng rolled his eyes and said, don't be in the midst of blessings and don't know your blessings. Whether it's the peerless exercises or the supreme exercises, you can't exchange them for points. As a reward, our gatekeepers have been established for nearly 300 years, and we have the peerless exercises that can be counted on 2 hands, and the supreme exercises, are only 2.
So little. And Hong said in surprise. Is this still less? Chi Changfeng didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Do you think that these 2 exercises are like the cabbage on the street, everywhere? To tell you the truth, Xingyun Warrior University, it would be good if you can produce a top-level martial art of the 8th grade. Fortunately, I didn't agree to the old man. When En Hong heard it, Xiao Xiao felt lucky, and couldn't help asking, the sect master, how can I get those 2 supreme exercises? Chi Changfeng was taken aback for a moment, then immediately gave a thumbs up and said, that's right, I'm ambitious. If you want to obtain the supreme exercise, you must make great contributions to the organization, bring back an 8th level spiritual vein, or severely damage the vitality of an A-level cave, and you can choose one at will. I see. And Hong was full of fighting spirit. No matter what others think, anyway, he is going to decide on the 2 internal supreme exercises. This kid, don't you think it's very simple? Chi Changfeng asked secretly with a strange expression on his face. 8th level spiritual veins, among which there are even martial immortal level powerhouses from other races sitting in command, even if it is an incomplete spiritual vein, it is hard to compare it to ascending to the sky. As for seriously hurting the vitality of an A-level cave. On the bright side, there are no martial immortals in the A-level burrows, but there are many 8th rank martial saints. If there are too many ants, can an elephant be killed? If there is another martial immortal level expert in the dark, it is simply unimaginable. Therefore, not to mention myself, even the sect master may not be able to do it. Forget it, young people, it is always good to have fighting spirit. Any questions? No, oh, yes, and Hang almost forgot the most important thing, and asked with a smile, Master, where is that peerless skill? Give. The next moment, Chi Changfeng handed over a mobile phone. This is our gatekeeper's internal mobile phone, you just need to register, points, medicines, exercises, etc., can be operated on it. In addition, there are also functions in the cave, remember not to lose the positioning function. Clear. Aning took the phone, registered, and verified his face. Okay, more than 4,000 million points? Rao Chi Changfeng, who is the deputy sect master, couldn't stand it anymore. Didn't you just join? Why so many points? Didn't you bring back the spirit veins, and brought some spirit stones along with you? And Hong scratched his head. Then you have quite a lot of storage rings. By the way, storage rings can also be exchanged for points. Chi Changfeng kindly reminded. Oh, no need for this. And Hong hurriedly shook his head. He still saves the time to go to the Mozo mine to make a fortune next time. What's the deal with exhausting the pond? All right. Chi Changfeng sighed, I see the icon of the Sutra Pavilion, click on it, and the one on the top is the Peerless Kung Fu. The authority has been opened for you, and you can only choose one. Remember, once you choose it, you will not be able to use it. Exchange. Okay. It was a pity for En Hong to hear it. If it can be returned and exchanged, he can learn 2 parts. Click on the Sutra Pavilion, and a dazzling array of names of exercises come to your face. The lowest level is first-class exercises, there are millions of copies from elementary to top. Mark the purchase points below, ranging from a few points to hundreds. Further up, there are 2nd rank, 3rd rank, and 9th rank exercises. And Hong took a look at the 4th grade exercises. The points that need to be exchanged are between tens of thousands and hundreds of thousands, and the quantity is also extremely large, more than copies. The number of 5th grade exercises is also more than 100,000, and the points need about 1 million. There are less than copies of the 6th grade exercises, and the price tag is tens of millions of points. There are a little more than 3,000 copies of Qigong exercises, with hundreds of millions of points. There are more than 8th rank exercises, and more than 1 billion points. When it comes to 9th rank Kung Fu, there are as many as 400 to 500 books, and the points are expensive, generally around tens of billions. Above the 9th grade exercises, there are peerless exercises, a total of 10 exercises, and there is no requirement for points. Further up, but gone. And Hong looked at Chi Changfeng suspiciously. Chi Changfeng smiled wryly, and said, Don't look at me, because even I don't know the names of those 2 supreme exercises. Is there such a thing? And Hong couldn't believe it. What's the point?
As the saying goes, if you know yourself and the enemy, you will never end in 100 battles. Two peerless powerhouses face each other. Both have the strength to kill each other. Whoever can laugh at the end depends on who sees through each other's martial arts first and responds. Therefore, the top powerhouse, everyone will keep their own martial arts secret to the outside world. You should also remember this. Shi Changfeng pointed to the 10 peerless exercises and said, "These are only authorized for you, so you can see them. Choose slowly, don't worry." After finishing speaking, a book appeared in his hand, and he phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals red slash phoneme at leisurely. And Hong nodded, and hurriedly looked through the books. The immortal body of gods and demons, peerless skills, broken mirrors are difficult to reunite, but broken limbs can be regenerated. As long as there is still a breath, there will be immortality. Every level of realm increases, and the recovery power increases by 1 point. For the first book, Aneng opened his eyes wide, with shock written all over his face. Obviously, this is a body training exercise, but it is not about strengthening defense, but about recovery. The breath is still alive, immortal and immortal. This is too terrifying. He couldn't help but want to choose this book, but the next 9 books might not be too bad, so he might as well phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals red read slash phoneme at first before talking. The finger of killing immortals and killing gods, a peerless skill, once pointed out, the world will shake, ghosts and gods will be shocked. Every time the realm is raised, the power will increase by 1 point. Splitting light 10,000 gods sword, a peerless skill, concentrating the strength of the whole body, transforming into countless sword shadows, causing the opponent to suffer from the pain of thousands of swords piercing through the heart. Every time the realm rises, 1 more sword shadow will be added. Tianyin Shen Shushu, peerless skills, divination and divination, seeking good luck and avoiding bad luck. Every time the level of realm is raised, the knowledge of the calculated things will be more. 100 turns to refining the golden body of the gods, peerless skills, quenching the body with spirit. The magic weapon is hard to hurt, all magic is invulnerable, all evils are warded off, and the defense is enhanced by 1 point for each level of realm. Pangu opening the palm of the sky, peerless skills, opening the world with the palm, reversing the universe. Every time the realm is raised, the palm print will be bigger. Great Heaven Fortune Ju, peerless skills, the fortune of overtaking the heaven and the earth, the mystery of invading the sun and the moon. Every time the realm is raised, the speed of cultivation will be faster. 10 directions promise slash, peerless skills, the sword falls down, and there is nowhere to hide in the 10 directions of the world. Every time the realm is raised, the range will be enlarged by a point. 3,000 bodies outside the body, peerless skills, incarnation outside the body. Every time the realm rises 10 levels, there will be an extra clone. Sun and Moon Freedom Sutra, peerless exercises, watching the sun, moon, mountains and rivers, and gaining great freedom. Every time the realm is raised, the spiritual power will be stronger. After reading all of them, and Hong was speechless for a long time. These 10 books of peerless exercises include mind technique, body refining technique, god refining technique, sword technique, fingering technique, palm technique, and there is even a divination technique. Don't know which one to do? Oh no, what should everyone want to do? Why, is it difficult to make a choice? Seeing in Hang's tangled look, Shi Changfeng couldn't help laughing. Ah. And Hong nodded. Among the 10 exercises, there are 3 that he likes the most. The immortal body of gods and demons, the recovery ability of this exercise can be called abnormal, almost like having an immortal body. 100 turns of God's golden body is not bad, tempering the body with spirit, not only fearless of weapons, but also immune to mental attacks. The Sun and Moon Freedom Classic enhances spiritual power, which happens to coincide with the need for spiritual power to open up the 7 orifices in the 4th rank Wuho realm. Killing immortals and killing the gods, splitting light 10,000 gods sword, Pangu opening the heavenly palm, 10 direction promise slashing are all the strongest martial skills, but for the current me, the priority is indeed lower. After all, only by being alive can there be output. Tianyin divine arithmetic and 3,000 body outer body are all auxiliary exercises, so there is no rush to exchange them. The last book Great Heaven Fortune Art, because I have potential points, as long as I have the mentality of the current state, the progress is not slow. Master, do you have any suggestions? And Hong turned his head and asked.
What about me?
Shi Changfeng smiled slightly and said, naturally, the Sun Moon Freedom Sutra is the first choice. He put the book on the table and said slowly, compared to improving true energy, the growth of spiritual power is 100 times more difficult. For example, Yunshin pill can permanently improve spiritual power, but, with your spirit as the strength increases, the potency of Yunshin pill will become weaker and weaker until it is useless. Not only that, even those Tian Kadibo that can improve spiritual power phoneme alphabet equals IPA equals FN often slash phoneme have the best effect for the first time.
And Hong was taken aback. Then there is no other way to improve mental strength? Have. Shi Changfeng smiled and said, meditate. Meditation?
And Han looked at the Sun and Moon Freedom Sutra. That's right, including me, everyone will practice exercises to enhance spiritual power, but the cultivation of spiritual mysteries is extremely difficult, and it takes several years to make a small step forward.
The tricks can only be understood and cannot be explained in words, of course.
This is also my suggestion, which one to choose, you can have your own ideas. And Han hesitated for a moment, gritted his teeth, and said, just this one. Whether it's body training or swordsmanship, it can be replaced by 4th grade exercises for the time being. But this spiritual secret book is still a peerless exercise, so naturally the sooner you practice it, the better.
Sure.
Shi Changfeng smiled slightly.
And
Hong nodded, looked at the remaining 9 exercises, and secretly thought that one day, he would exchange all the remaining 9 peerless exercises. And those 2 supreme exercises.
Okay, you click to redeem, and the exercises will be automatically downloaded to your mobile phone.
Remember, it must not be passed on to the outside world. If there is any violation, your cultivation base will be abolished and you will be imprisoned for life. When Shi Changfeng finished speaking, his tone was serious.
Understood. And Hong nodded quickly. The coercion of a dignified 8th rank martial saint is not something that a 3rd rank general can bear. Ah.
Shi Changfeng smiled again, as if nothing had happened before, and reminded, as a reward for joining the gatekeeper for the first time, you can choose 3 4th rank advanced exercises, and a 4th rank advanced warrior. As well as some pill resources. After selection, soldiers and pill resources need to be collected, and the exercises can be downloaded directly. In addition, every month you can receive a certain amount of pill resources in your own realm for free, but correspondingly, when a task is issued, you cannot refuse it. After completing the task, there will be reward points. In addition, you can go to the arena and compete with other gatekeepers. Speaking of this, there was a deep meaning in his eyes, and he said, this is a faster way than doing tasks to earn points.
And Han was a little puzzled. It's okay, you will know later. Shi Changfeng didn't explain much, and said, let's see, which of the 4th rank exercises are you going to choose? But with so many points, you may not be interested in the free 4th rank advanced exercises. And Hong smiled. Indeed. More than 4,000 million points, keep the top 4 and keep them for the new year?
And now my own martial arts are all 3rd rank, 2nd rank, or even 1st rank, so I have to change them all. Over the past few days, the training points have grown to more than 5 points.
Skip directly to the 4th rank martial arts. Choose top skills.
Suddenly, there were more than copies of 4th grade martial arts, and only less than copies remained. But even so, there are too many beautiful things to see and countless. These top skills, whether it's fist, palm or sword, are basically evenly matched.
You can choose the one you like, but there is one thing I want to remind.
Shi Changfeng took a sip of tea and said, your Dantian Shihai is an ordinary. There are 100 times as many generals, which is certainly a good thing, but compared with other mental methods, the Shanghai mental method has insufficient ability to restore true energy, so you'd better choose a mental method that enhances the recovery of true energy.
Thank you, Sect Master, for your guidance. And Hong said hastily.
Shi Changfeng nodded slightly. After spending several hours, and Hong finally selected 8 exercises.
Xiaozhou Tianju, price 100 million points. The 4th grade top level mental method is good at recovering true energy. At the small level, the speed of true energy operation is increased by 20.
0% at great success, the speed of true energy operation is increased by 50. 0% at the peak, the operation speed of true energy is increased by %, the speed is increased by %, practiced adsorption, and the speed of the true energy is increased by %. Flame knife, price, 100 million points. The 4th grade top level knife technique can turn the true energy in the body into fire energy. If it is small, the blade will be covered with the power of fire, and it will burn the opponent's true energy. It will consume a lot of true energy when it reaches the level of great achievement. Gathering flame sword energy, peak state, consumes a huge amount of true energy. Huge flame blade energy can reach dozens of meters away. In the state of Dzogchen, comprehend secret skills, fire and phoenix start a prairie fire. Tiangang's 7 star steps, price 100 million points. The 4th rank top body technique, stepping on the 7 stars, stepping on the sky, practicing to great success, elegant footwork, graceful, practicing to the peak, unpredictable movement, to great perfection. The footwork corresponds to the Big Dipper. Every extra step increases the power of all moves by %, and after 7 steps, the power increases by %. Vajra Rathju, price 100 points. The 4th grade top level body training mentality method, just after violent cultivation to Deshang, the physical body is extremely powerful, and when it is practiced to Dzogchen, it can surround the whole body with true energy, just like a Buddhist Dharma protector King Kong, who stares and reprimands, destroying evil and killing demons. Pure Yang Promise Palm, price 100 million points. The 4th grade top level palm technique, the palm technique is fierce, the yang is the strongest. The realm of Xiaocheng, the palm technique carries the power of pure yang. The realm of Deshang consumes a small amount of true energy and gathers palm prints. To shoot it can reach several meters. The speed is extremely fast. The peak state consumes a large amount of true energy, gathers a huge palm print, reaches a height of 5 or 6 meters. The state of Dzogchen comprehends the secret technique, the palm of the blazing sun. Roaring Lion Kung Fu, price, 100 million points. The 4th grade top exhalation skill, the internal energy is sent out, like a lion roaring, all beasts surrender, practice to a small success, within 1 meter, make the enemy frightened, practice to a great success, the sound waves can reach tens of meters, shocking people's hearts, and the peak state can reach hundreds of meters, killing people. When practiced to Dzogchen, it is like a thunderbolt that spreads several miles away, tearing the liver and gallbladder of the enemy. Piercing clouds and cracking stone arrows, price, 100 million points. The 4th grade top level arrow technique, the arrow technique is fierce, capable of piercing clouds and cracking stones, practiced to great success, the true energy is released, the range can reach several miles, practiced to the peak, comprehend the secret technique of bursting arrows, the arrows carry explosive power, practiced to Dzogchen, comprehend the secret technique of arrows to break through the sky. Qi penetrating the sun and moon heart sutra, price 100 million points. Concentrate one's own potential, burst out boundless power, Qi piercing the sun and the moon. The realm of small success, the strength will increase by %, in a short burst. The realm of great success, the strength will increase by %, in a short burst. The peak state, the burst time is shortened by %, and the strength is increased by %. In the state of Dzogchen, the burst time is shortened by %, and the strength is increased by 10 times. Each one is top-level martial arts, with a price tag of 100 million points and a total consumption of 800 million points. So much? Shi Chanfeng was fine if he didn't look at it, but he was shocked when he saw it. Heart method, knife method, palm method, arrow method, body training technique, explosive mind method and a lion's roar? He turned his head with a strange look on his face. Are you sure you want to practice so much? And Hong nodded affirmatively. If he wasn't worried about not having enough training points, he would have to choose a few more. Anyway, he still has more than 3,000 million points. Are you sure? Shi Changfeng asked again. Master, I'm sure. All right. Shi Changfeng didn't know what to say. This kid was probably a fool with a lot of money. Forget it, let him be. I'm going here today, go back and practice hard. If there are no accidents, you will receive your first official mission in 3 days. Come on. He patted and hung on the shoulder and said with a smile, if you strive for more, bring back 2 spiritual veins, these peerless exercises are all yours. Aha. And Hong is full of confidence. Okay, then I'll take a step first, come on. After finishing speaking, Shi Chongfeng's figure disappeared directly into the room. And Hong was stunned for a long time before he could react. So, 8th rank martial saint can teleport? Hearing the movement at the door, Linley was startled. Seeing Onning walking out in a good mood, he couldn't laugh or cry. Your harvest must be good, right? Well, instructor, I shouldn't have kept you waiting here, I'm really sorry. And Hong apologized. What's the matter? I really envy you, kid. Linley sighed, handed over a keycard, and said, It's your room number, you can go out normally, but don't leave the base too far, in case there is an urgent mission, and other things. You can watch the doorman. If you still don't understand the manual, you can call me. Okay, thank you, instructor. And Hong took the door card and couldn't wait to go back to practice. 8 exercises. Oh no, including that peerless exercise book, there are 9 volumes. Okay, I won't disturb your cultivation anymore. Linley could see in Heng's inner thoughts at a glance, and said with a smile, Go, practice hard, and reach the 6th grade realm as soon as possible, then you will be qualified to sit in the cave. I will, instructor. And Hong nodded quickly, then walked to the room. As soon as he entered the room, and Hong locked the door, turned on the phone, phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals red read / phoneme all the downloaded exercises, and entered the system interface. The strongest training system character, and Hong Realm, 9-star military general, 130 points H, training points, 57,890 skills, Nun Rising Dragon Palm, Dzogchen Bloodthirsty Knife, Dzogchen Zhan Tianjian, Dzogchen Phoenix Stance 9 Heavens, Dzogchen Burning Sun Dangong, Dzogchen Body Forging, Dzogchen Linking Stars Archery, Dzogchen Alien Common Language, Dzogchen Ben Lei Ju, Dzogchen Shanhei Sinfa, Dzogchen Little Zhou Tianjua, Not Getting Started, 0500, Flame Knife, Uninitiated, 0500. Tiandang 7-star Step, Not Yet Started, 0500 Tick, Vidra's Wrathful Eye Technique, Inexperienced, 0500, Pyryang Promise Palm, Uninitiated, 0500, Roaring Lion Skills, Uninitiated, 0500, Cloud Piercing Stone Arrow, Uninitiated, 0500, She Penetrating the Sun and Moon Heart Sutra, Not Getting Started, 0500, The Freedom of the Sun and the Moon, Inexperienced, 1000, 8 4-rank top-level Kung Fu and 1 Peerless Kung Fu are all presented before your eyes. Would it cost 500 training points just to get started? And Hong was a little surprised. After being in contact with the system for so long, he probably guessed that it would cost at least points to reach Dzogchen. As for the Sun Moon Freedom Sutra, it is a peerless skill after all, and the requirement of 1000 points is not too high. It seems a little dissatisfied. And Hong sighed, killing so many demon generals in the crypt, plus the accumulation of these days, a total of more than 50,000 training points, which is still too little. There has to be a choice. First of all, the Sun Moon Freedom Classic is a book to be learned. You must rely on it to break through to the 4th rank Wuhou realm. It is the basis for a group of 4-rank martial arts to play. Secondly, Rising Dragon Palm, Bloodthirsty Knife, Zhantian Sword, and Phoenix Dance 9 Heavens are all 1st and 2nd rank martial arts, and they definitely need to be replaced. Body Forging Technique, Star Linking Arrow Technique, Benlei Juju, and 3rd rank skills are temporarily reserved. Mountain and sea mentality must not be forgotten. Let's phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals red read / phoneme the Sun Moon Freedom Sutra first. Ding, consume 1000 training points, and the proficiency of Sun Moon's eye will be upgraded to the 1st level, and the mental power will increase by %. When the system prompt sounded, and Hong only felt refreshed for a while, and the little fatigue before was swept away. It worked well, didn't it? And Hong talked to himself and continued to improve. Ding, consume 20,000 training points, and the proficiency of Sun Moon's eye will be upgraded to the 2nd level, and the mental power will increase by %. Or 10%? Wrong. Onang immediately reacted. This is the algorithm of compound interest. The 2nd layer is based on all the spiritual power of the 1st layer, which is increased by 21%, which is the square of times. And if the 2nd layer is increased to 0% at the beginning, that is 2 times. Obviously, the former is more cost-effective. Sun Moon's eye's proficiency has been raised to the 2nd level, and En Hong feels that things in front of him are much clearer.
Continue.
Ding, consume 4,000 training points, the proficiency of Sun Moon's eye will be raised to the 3rd level, and the mental power will increase by %. Immediately, the eyes suddenly opened up. Even the small folds on the wall are extremely clear, and it is not the same world as before when he was in the realm of generals.
Ding. The host broke through to 1-star Marquis Wu.
What?
I broke through? En Hong couldn't believe it.
Marquis Wu is also divided into 1 to 9 stars according to his realm. Open up the eyes, ears, nose and mouth, and you can be promoted to 7 stars. The last 2 stars are to enhance the spiritual power and expand the scope of true energy release. Generally, an 8-star Wuo, without the use of a weapon, can release his true energy for more than 5 meters with his bare hands. 9-star Marquis Wu needs to release his true energy with bare hands for more than 10 meters.
Some top powerhouses have huge mental power and can go out 2 to 30 meters away. 1-star Marquis Wu is to use mental power to open the eye openings and enhance spiritual awareness.
This process must be done carefully, because once the force is too strong, it can range from blindness to blindness, and to life-threatening in severe cases. However, spiritual power is inherently invisible, and it can turn spiritual power into substance, and then hit the eye orifice point, which is a sign of a general breaking through to Marquis Wu. But this step stopped 90% of the generals. In the end, Anning himself didn't expect that he would break through after only raising 3 floors.
Could it be that the Sun and Moon Freedom Jing, while improving one's spiritual power, will automatically open up the 7 orifices for oneself? Wow!
En Hong was amazed, but he thought about it. The 7 orifices are the place to store spiritual power. When the Sun-Moon Freedom Meridian reaches the 3rd level, the amount of mental power is
331 times that of the original one.
This part of mental power that has nowhere to go will naturally go to the 1st eye aperture.
Pretty good. A smile appeared on the corner of En Heng's mouth.
In this way, while improving the realm of the Sun and Moon Freedom Sutra, it can also improve the realm of martial arts, which is to kill 2 birds with 1 stone.
It just consumes a lot of training points.
1,000 points for the first time, 2,000 points on the 2nd floor, 4,000 points on the 3rd floor. Is it really doubled? Calculated in this way, the 4th floor is 8,000 points, which certainly cannot help him break through to the 2-star Marquis Wu. The strongest training system character, En Hong Realm, 1-star Marquis Wu, 200 points H, training points, 48,840 skills, Nun Rising Dragon Palm, Dzogchen Bloodthirsty Knife, Dzogchen Zhan Tianjian, Dzogchen Phoenix Dance 9 Heavens, Dzogchen Burning Sun Dangong, Dzogchen Body Forging, Dzogchen Linking Stars Archery, Dzogchen Alien Common Language, Dzogchen Benlei Ju, Dzogchen Shanhake Sinfa, Dzogchen Little Zhou Tianjua, Not Getting Started, 0500, Flame Knife, Uninitiated, 0500, Tian Gang. 7-star steps, uninitiated, 0500, Vidra's Angry Eye Technique, Not Getting Started, 0500, Pure Yang Promise Palm, uninitiated, 0500, Roaring Lion Skills, uninitiated, 0500, Cloud Piercing Stone Arrow, uninitiated, 0500, She Penetrating the Sun and Moon Heart Sutra, Not Getting Started, 0500, Freedom of the Sun and Moon, the 3rd layer, 8000, it really takes, points to advance to the next level. The realm has been upgraded to 1-star Wuo, and the growth rate of training points has increased from 130 points per hour to 200 points, which is not bad. En Hong heaved a sigh of relief. This peerless skill is really a big family that eats and trains. Now that he has been promoted to 1-star Marquis Wu, let's do something else first.
Xiao Zhou Tianju must order.
Ding. Consuming 500 training points, the proficiency of Xiao Zhou Tianjua has been raised to the entry level, and the recovery speed of true energy has been accelerated. Anning obviously felt that the vortex of the Sea of Qi was moving a little faster.
Ding. Consume 1,000 training points, the proficiency of Xiao Zhou Tianjua will be raised to Xiaocheng, and the recovery speed of true energy will be increased by 20%.
Ding. Consuming 2,000 training points, the proficiency of Xiao Zhou Tianjua will be raised to Deshang, and the recovery speed of true energy will be increased by 50%. Ding. Consuming 4,000 training points, the proficiency of Xiaozhou Tianjue has been raised to the peak, and the recovery speed of true energy has increased by %.
Ding!
Consuming 8,000 training points, the proficiency of Xiaozhou Tianjue will be raised to Zogchen, and the recovery speed of true energy will be increased by 10 times. Hoo-hoo-hoo! As soon as the system notification sounded, Anning felt the vortex of the sea of qi turning rapidly, and a large amount of true qi was flowing crazily in his body.
15,500 o'clock.
And Hong felt a little heartbroken. There were more than 5 training points in the past, but now there are only about 35,000 points left. It can also improve 2 skills.
Anning thought for a while. Flame knife. That's right, let's improve the knife technique, the flame knife. Ding!
Consuming 500 training points, the proficiency of the flame knife has been raised to entry level.
Ding!
Consume 1,000 training points, the proficiency of the flame knife will be raised to Xiaocheng, and the true energy in the body can be transformed into fire energy, wrapping around the blade.
Ding!
Consume 20,000 training points, and the proficiency of the flame knife will be raised to Deshang, which can consume a lot of true energy and gather flame knife energy.
Ding!
Consuming 4,000 training points, the proficiency of the flame knife has been raised to the peak. It can consume a large amount of true energy to form a flame knife, flying tens of meters away.
Ding! Consume 8,000 training points, the proficiency of the flame knife has been raised to Zogchen, comprehend the secret technique. Fire and Phoenix start a prairie fire.
Another 15,500 points of cultivation disappeared.
Try it.
As he spoke, he took out a saber from the storage ring. Use a little force. In an instant, the true energy in the body flowed from the dantian through the palm of the hand, covering the sword. The originally white saber now had a fiery red color on its surface. Try the flame saber chi. As soon as the words fell, 1,000th of the true energy in Anhan's body disappeared. The next moment, in front of the blade, a fiery red knife energy about 2 or 3 meters long emerged, and there was a faint crackling sound of burning in the air, a burst of scorching air. Come on! And in the blink of an eye, the 1,000th of the missing true energy immediately recovered, sharp. A look of surprise appeared in Hang's eyes. 2 or 3 meters of sword aura, with flames, how cool it will be to go down with a knife. However, this saber chi consumes a lot of true chi. 1,000th of my true chi is equivalent to 1/10 of a warrior of the same realm. An ordinary 1-star Woho may not be able to support it for 10 seconds with all his strength. Will dry up. But I am different. Xiaozhou Tianjue has almost no consumption when the recovery speed is 10 times faster. If it wasn't in the room, he really wanted to try the Dao Qi more than 10 meters away. The last 20,000 points of potential are left. Which one should be filled first? And Hang's eyes were set on the Tiangang 7-star step, Xunyang Woji Palm. Let's take the 7-star walk. After thinking for a while, Hong made a decision. After all, there shouldn't be too much difference in agility between warriors of the same realm. Although the second-grade phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals wind wine/phoneme step skills are top-notch, compared with the 4th-grade exercises, they are far inferior. Ding! Consuming 500 training points, the proficiency of the Tiangang 7-star step has been raised to entry level. Ding! Consume 1,000 training points, and the proficiency of the Tiangang 7-star step will be raised to Xiaocheng. Ding! Consuming 20,000 training points, the proficiency of Tiangang 7-star step has been raised to Deshang. Ding! Consuming 4,000 training points, the proficiency of the Tiangang 7-star step has been raised to the peak. Ding! Consume 8,000 training points, raise the proficiency of Tiangang 7-star step to Zogchen, comprehend the secret technique. Big Dipper 7-star step. Colin Hon let out a long breath and looked at the attribute panel. The strongest training system character, Hong Realm, 1-star Marquis Wu, 200 points H, training points, 6,450 skills, None Body Forging, Dzogchen Linking Stars Archery, Dzogchen Alien Common Language, Dzogchen Benlei Ju, Dzogchen Shanhake Sinfa, Dzogchen Little Jo Tian Ju, Dzogchen Flame Knife, Dzogchen Tiangang 7-star Steps, Dzogchen Vajra's Angry Eye Technique. Not getting started, 0500, Pure Yang Promise Palm, uninitiated, 0500, Roaring Lion Skills, uninitiated, 0500, cloud. Piercing stone arrow, uninitiated, 0500, she penetrating the sun and moon heart sutra, not getting started, 0500, freedom of the sun and moon, the third layer, 08000, rising dragon palm, bloodthirsty knife, burning sun pill kung fu, Zhan Tianjian chose to forget, and contributed more than 20,000 training points, which is better than nothing. Looking at the 5 top level skills that have not yet been learned, and Hang is a little uncomfortable. Is there too little training? If you hang up the phone, you will get 4,800 points a day, which is not enough to upgrade the Sun Moon Freedom Classic. Do you want to visit the catacombs again? Everyone, gather in the lobby. 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 Just then, a horn sounded from outside the room. What happened? And Hong was startled, and quickly opened the door, only to see a lot of people push the door open and hurry to the hall. An? Lu Yunce's voice sounded beside him, and Lu Yun and Qin Qing were also there. So coincidental? And Hong was also taken aback, and immediately asked, what's going on? It should be something urgent, let's go and have a look together. Lu Yun frowned. Qin Qing gave a smile instead. The 4 of them left together, but they heard discussions on the road. I heard that there is a new small cave near Jianyang City. Jianyang City? Isn't it relying on our Qingyun base? That's right, this is a new cave. If I'm not mistaken, it should be a battle for the cave. A 5th-rank martial king said solemnly. Battle for the catacombs? Let's go, you will know when you arrive. When Hang rushed to the hall was already full of people, all of them had extremely strong auras, almost all of them were 4th-rank marquis, or even 5th-rank martial kings. At the front of the crowd, Lin Lei and Lei Qin were talking to a few middle-aged men. Although there were 400 people in the field, it was surprisingly quiet. 2 or 3 minutes later, a man in the middle of the front glanced and said, "Very well, everyone is here, so I'll get straight to the point. I believe some of you have guessed that the next urgent task is what? That's right, it's the battle for the catacombs." Battle for the catacombs? Competition for the crypt? Is it fighting for the portal? The demons are not allowed to enter my big week. Urgent mission, does everyone have to participate? Quiet. The middle-aged man shouted loudly. The crowd suddenly fell silent. Ask me later if you have any questions. I will save time. The catacomb battle, as the name suggests, is to compete for the area near the entrance of the catacomb, which is equivalent to a strategic buffer zone. If this buffer zone is in the crypt, no matter what happens, we will not be too passive. We can also enter the demons' territory to weaken their strength and plunder their resources anytime and anywhere. I learned that, on the contrary, if we don't win and the entrance is guarded by the demons, then we will be the ones who will be passive, and we will be attacked by demon warriors anytime and anywhere. Isn't this the safe area guarded by the gatekeeper? Someone exclaimed. Yes. The middle-aged man nodded. The premise of being able to defend is to be able to beat it. From the 12 catacombs to thousands of small caverns, every safe area was shot down by our human race, not by the demons. This small burrow only appeared near Jianyang City a few days ago. The strongest among them is Martial Emperor Realm. It is not too strong, but it must be taken. The human race and the demon race agreed that the day after tomorrow, it will start for 10 days. The battle for the crypt, the winner will have the entrance to the crypt. With majestic eyes, he scanned the audience and said, "This battle is divided into 3 major battlefields. The city guards will face the demon army, the 4th-rank Wuhuo will face the 4th-rank Wuhuo of the demons, and the 5th-rank martial king will fight against the 5th-rank martial king. There will be no end to death. Never die." Everyone was surprised. "Why, are you afraid?" The middle-aged man sneered and said, "If you are a gatekeeper and don't even have this awareness, you shouldn't join." "We are not afraid. It's my grandson I'm afraid of." "That's right, if anyone escapes on the battlefield, I will be the first to kill him." The crowd was outraged. Very good. The middle-aged man nodded.
talk about the rules. The three major battlefields have separate areas. 4th rank Wuho is not allowed to enter the army battlefield, and 5th rank Wollards are not allowed to enter the 4th rank Wuho battlefield. Anyone who violates the rules will be eliminated. Do you understand? Everyone looked at me and I looked at you, and nodded.
This rule is indeed reasonable, otherwise the battlefield will be chaotic, and in the end it will only become a duel of the strongest, and the rest will be cannon fodder.
At least it's fair to fight against people from the same realm. Excuse me, can 4th rank Martial Marquis enter the 5th rank Martial King's battlefield? And Hong hesitated and couldn't help asking. With a swipe to the ground, hundreds of eyes looked at it.
Lu Yunsu and Lu Yun were a little embarrassed and looked at their feet in embarrassment, but Qin Qing had a look of admiration. The crowd was surprised and laughed, especially those dozens of 5th rank Martial Kings.
This kid is obviously only 1-star Marquis Wu?
Where does self-confidence come from? Lin Lei and Lei Qing were surprised at the same time, and then they looked at each other.
Did they phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals red read / phoneme it right? Isn't In Hong still a 9-star general at noon? Why is he now a 4th rank Marquis? I don't think there's anything funny about that. But the middle-aged man gave In Hong an approving look, and said, if you think you have the strength, of course you can. What's your name? Anung. Well, In Hong, I remember you, my name is Li Zhan.
Li Zhan nodded, glanced at the audience, and said, human warriors of my generation should be like this. If they lose the belief that they must win because the opponent is stronger than you, then our human race will be wiped out before the 300. Many people lowered their heads, but more people raised their heads, with fighting spirit burning in their eyes.
Okay, 4th rank and 5th rank warriors, come out. 4th rank is on the left, 5th rank is on the right.
In an instant, the crowd emptied almost instantly, only Lu Yunsu and the others were left with dozens of generals. As for In Hong, he had already entered the ranks of the 4th rank Marquis Wu.
Anong, you? Have you advanced to Marquis Wu?
Lu Yunsu and the others were all taken aback, a little confused about the situation.
Ah.
And Hong smiled slightly and said, you guys have to practice hard, I'm going to the battlefield. On the one hand, Li Zhan told him that his blood boiled with enthusiasm.
Isn't he choosing the gatekeeper to protect the human race?
On the other hand, there are so many martial arts waiting to be cultivated and upgraded, and there is also a peerless kung fu, which is simply a bottomless pit, and you can't do it without hard work. Exactly more than 3,000 million points, buy more good equipment before leaving.
Whether you can make a fortune or not depends on this wave.
Lu Yunsu and the others looked at each other, not knowing what to say. Big brother, I know you are awesome, and you can kill dozens of demon generals by yourself.
But you are only 1-star Marquis Wu now. Are you sure you want to fight in a battlefield where a group of 5, 6, 7, and 89-star Wuho?
Also, why are you so happy? People who know that you are going to the battlefield, but those who don't know think you are going to travel. Lin Lei whispered something in Li Zhan's ear. Li Zhan frowned, looked at In Hong, and said, In Hong, you are a gatekeeper who joined at noon, a 4th rank Marquis who just broke through, and you don't have to participate in this urgent mission.
What, you joined at noon?
A 4th rank Marquis who just broke through? A group of Marquis Wu around were a little surprised. Thank you, instructor, for your kindness, but I've made up my mind, so I don't need to persuade you anymore. And Hong said firmly. Just kidding, whoever refuses to let him go, who is he in a hurry with?
Anung, Lin Li couldn't help but said, you.
Instructor Lin, I'm sure, don't worry.
And Hong smiled. Fine. Lin Li didn't know what to say.
He also had good intentions, but In Hong didn't appreciate it.
Boy, yes.
A 9-star Wuho with a big beard gave In Hong a thumbs up, and said, don't worry, follow me on the battlefield, I'm sure you'll be fine. That's right, be smart on the battlefield, and run to places where there are many human races when you encounter danger.
Right.
And Hang's actions won the favor of the surrounding Wuhas. Many 5th rank martial kings on the opposite side also cast admiring gazes.
Ask yourself, if you replace them with Anung, you will definitely not have the courage. Thank you. Thank you. And Hong also smiled and thanked. Okay, let's leave early tomorrow morning.
As a reward for participating in the Catacombs battle, each of the 4th rank Marquis can get 500 million points, and the 5th rank Martial King can get million points each, and replenish the pills and spirit stones.
Some people have questions?
The crowd shook their heads. Although a lot of points were rewarded just now, no one was happy. After all, this is a battle of life and death. The doorkeeper, the door is there, the person is there, the door is dead, and the person is dead.
Well, this is just a small crypt. It doesn't even count as a B level. If you can't even win this, it's better not to guard the crypt. That's fine, let's go.
After Li Jian finished speaking, he glanced at An Hong, turned and left.
The two of them sighed and left.
The warriors also left in groups of 3 or 4, discussing what soldiers to change, or pills and spirit stones. As for the skills, there was no time to practice them.
On, you. Lu Yunsu came inside, you are too impulsive. Yes, Anong, you. Qin Qing hesitated to speak. Lu Yun didn't speak.
Don't worry, I won't die so easily. An Hong patted him on the shoulder.
Lu Yunsu was taken aback. Yes, wasn't An Hong also the weakest when performing the assessment task?
As a result, this guy went deep into the mine alone and beheaded all the 4th rank Wuhou of the demon clan.
Could it be that he can create a miracle this time?
The 4 parted ways.
And Hang went back to the room and took out his mobile phone.
Originally 4,160 million points, 800 million points were deducted because of the purchase of 8 top exercises. Just now, 500 million points were rewarded for participating in the Catacombs battle, leaving 3,860 million points.
Million points.
And Hong directly skipped the elixirs and spirit stones. After all, with the recovery effect of Xiaozhou Tiangong's great perfection, there is no need for Jinshi pills or 4th grade spirit stones to restore true energy.
Click equip.
He planned to buy himself a sword and a strong bow. Look at the sword first. Ghost Head Knife, a 4th grade primary sword, priced at 50 points. Guyu Knife, a grade 300 intermediate war knife, priced at million points. Golden Back Knife, a 4th grade advanced sword, priced at 500 million points. Firecloud Knife, the 4th rank top sword, priced at 800 million points. Firecloud Knife? And Hong was secretly lamenting that the weapons were ridiculously expensive, when he suddenly saw the name of this knife. Click on the comment, and sure enough, this knife is indeed blood red, like a cloud of fire, and it is indeed prepared for warriors who practice the Firecloud Knife.
That's it. Anang immediately decided to buy it. Go to the bow again.
The price of the bow is also similar.
The top-level bow requires about tens of millions of points. The 5th grade longbow is even more exaggerated.
The cheapest bow starts with 1,000 million points, and the top-ranking strong bow of the 5th grade is directly sold for 5,000 million points.
The corresponding long arrow, 100,000 points.
It's better to buy a 4th grade top bow first. And Hong thought to himself, after all, if he didn't reach the realm, he wouldn't be able to exert the power of a 5th rank soldier. For the extra points, it's better to buy a battle armor. After all, you are going to the battlefield, so you have to be foolproof. However, the battle armor is more expensive, and the 4th rank top tier requires 1,500 million points. Coincidentally, by some special breaking front arrows, 1 for 5 points, more than 3,000 million points, and the money is clean.
Anang felt at ease. After all, aren't points just for spending? What if you are not prepared enough? Early the next morning, everyone gathered in the lobby and headed to Jinyang City. Anang, take care. Watching everyone get on the plane, Lu Yunsu and the others secretly thought. Jianyang City. On the ground, a large number of Dezhou warriors with black helmets and black armors walked towards the entrance of the catacombs, like a black dragon, invisible at a glance. Their expressions are solemn, their eyes are determined, they look forward, and their steps are uniform. On both sides, there are 80-year-old white-haired old people, immature children who are babbling, and young and beautiful women, all of whom have red eyes and bite their lips tightly. In the black armor army in front of them, there are their husbands, fathers, and brothers. This farewell may be a farewell forever. Not even a chance to say goodbye.
Many soldiers of the black armored army also had red eyes, and tears fell silently, but they did not dare to turn their heads, fearing that once they turned their heads, the beliefs in their hearts would collapse. Beside the black armored army, many warriors rushed into the cave. Behind this land is their homeland, with their families, and they cannot leave it alone. In the air, hundreds of planes are coming continuously. Martial arts, college, family. All major forces came one after another. This is not just a war of gatekeepers, but a war of humans. Inside the cave of Jianyang City. Overcrowded. Taking the center of the catacombs as the center, 10 miles as the radius, and a fan-shaped area of 120 degrees each, it is a major war zone, with a total of 3 major war zones, corresponding to the city guards, Wuo, and Wuwang battlefields. Of the 3 major battlefields, if you win 2 battles, you will be the winner of the battle. At this time, there were thousands of people on the battlefield of the 4th rank Marquis Wu. Even so, there were still quite a few Marquis Wu, who came continuously from outside the borough. 10 days of bloody battle. In the final analysis, the two sides exchanged lives until one party couldn't bear it and surrendered. I still remember that the last crypt guard battle was 3 months ago. A 7-star Marquis with a scar on his face looked into the distance and murmured, "Senior, have you participated? How is the situation? Is it miserable?" It was the first time for many Marquis Wu to experience this kind of thing. Although they were full of pride, they were also uneasy. More than a miserable word? The scarred man laughed miserably. The river of blood and the mountain of bones stretched for dozens of miles. In that battle, my friends and my true love all died in that battle, and I was the only one left. The people around fell silent. Brother, yes, I'm sorry. The person who asked about the situation apologized. Oh, there's nothing I'm sorry about. The scarred man smiled miserably. When she died, my heart was already dead. Now I am just a walking corpse. Killing 1 demon is enough money, and killing 2 makes money. My parents and wife also died at the hands of the demons. Brother, I'm just like you, I only have revenge in my heart. Me too. That's right, don't we warriors in the martial arts hall tie our heads to our belts? Sooner or later, we will die. Killing a few more demons will not be in vain. The warriors were outraged. Even the martial artists of the academy not far away were also infected. Their eyes were full of fighting spirit, and they clamored to show the demon warriors a good look. Hey, why is it so quiet in there? At this time, someone noticed that not far away, 300 or 400 wohus were so quiet that they were a bit out of tune with the passionate atmosphere. Is that the gatekeeper? Humane. The gatekeeper? So many gatekeepers? Many people were surprised immediately. They are very familiar with the gatekeepers. There are 2 gatekeepers for each catacomb portal. But it was the first time to see hundreds of people at once. Well, in every battle for the crypt, the gatekeepers are the main force. Take the Baidi City crypt as an example. In this A-level crypt, the demons are powerful. At that time, the human race was killed by the demons out of the entrance of the crypt. But the gatekeeper insisted on killing the demons back 10 times, and won the entrance of the cave. Kill back 10 times. Isn't the gatekeeper too fierce? I also know about this matter. I heard that Baidi City was very likely to become an S-level cave at that time. Because of that battle, a strong man from the demon race who was about to step into the martial immortal fell with half a foot. Otherwise, now it is the 13th catacombs. Yeah, the commentator looked in the direction of the gatekeeper and said with reverence, "They are different from us. If we are really lost, we can run, but they have no retreat." And Hong looked into the distance. Perhaps because of his stronger mental power, he faintly felt that the demons on the other side were also coming in waves. This is your first time participating in the battle for the catacombs? At this moment, a hearty voice sounded from behind. And Hong turned his head and saw that it was the 9-star Marquis Wu with a big beard, carrying a machete as tall as a man on his shoulder. Next to him was a middle-aged man, holding a large black gun in his hand, which was more than 2 meters long. Ah! And Hong was taken aback.
I know your name, and Hong, right?
The bearded Marquis Wu stretched out his left hand and said with a smile, "Let me introduce myself, my name is Xie Shan."
Xiao Feng.
The man with the gun also smiled pretty good. Xiao Feng said with a smile, "It's my first time to participate, the realm is Wuho of the 5th rank, you are much more courageous than me."
That's right, Xie Shan, appreciate a man like you.
You'd better stay away from the scuffle after the fight. Those 8-star and 9-star Wohas can fly more than 10 meters away with a single sword chi, that's even more saber energy flying around, if it hits you, it's not a joke.
Xie Shan kindly reminded. The scuffle after the fight? And Hong looked at the two suspiciously. Competition is before the melee.
Whether it is my human race or the demon race on the opposite side, they will send Marquis Wu to challenge.
The same is true on the battlefield of King Wu. This is to understand the opponent's strength.
Second, it is also a more important point. Destroy the morale of the opponent.
I see. And Hung suddenly realized.
However, even if it's a competition, Brother Chen, you'd better stay away. After all, you just broke through to the 4-star Woho, and your true energy can only leave your body for a while.
Yes.
And Hong was about to say something, when suddenly the ground shook, and the sky-shattering shouts of killing came from afar. Kill! 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 Not only that, but also the screams of the demons.
Is it?
And Hong was startled. It seems that the city guards have already started on the battlefield.
Xiao Feng took a deep breath.
Among the 3 battlefields, the battlefield of the city guards can be called a meat grinder. There are no fancy martial arts, gang chi, just 2 sides holding shields and spears, hedging. The front row falls, and the rear row goes up. The back row falls down, and the back row goes up again, coming. The smile on Xie Shan's face disappeared and he looked forward. Not far away, a dark figure came slowly. As if there was a tacit understanding between the 2 parties, they walked towards each other and stopped when they were hundreds of meters away.
Then start spraying.
On the human side, wildly greet each other's relatives.
Demons are not to be outdone.
Although both parties could not understand what each said, it was obvious that it was not a good thing to look at their expressions. In the front of the human race, 3 martial emperor realm powerhouses looked at the 3 martial emperors across the air, without hiding the murderous intent in each other's eyes. But the rule of this battlefield is the fighting in Wuho realm.
The Emperor Wu is only acting as a referee.
If there is any violation, it will be regarded as a violation of the rules, and the judgment of this battlefield will fail. The reason why there are such rules, including the 3 major battlefields of the catacomb battle, and those catacombs with higher risks, are the rules formed by the fighting between the human race and the demon race for more than 300 years.
Without the absolute crushing strength, neither party will easily break through. Who will play first in the competition later?
Among the 3, the middle-aged man on the far left asked.
The gatekeeper first.
Lei Road.
Old Lin, you are not mean enough. Why are you always the first?
The people in Fengyun martial arts have already had itchy hands.
A big man said unwillingly. He, why not my Lufeng martial arts school?
The middle-aged man on the left smiled. Okay, I'll leave the first battle to you gatekeepers, don't you give us a chance to behave?
Ha, definitely.
Linley also laughed. Saying this on the lips, in fact, the 3 of them knew it well.
How can that be possible?
The human race is strong, and the demon race is not weak. The result of the competition is phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals FN often / phoneme a 9-star Woho duel, each winning or losing.
Ultimately, the big dogfight.
But the facts are the facts, and confidence is still needed. When the sound of cursing gradually subsided, Linley raised his hand, and everyone fell silent.
The Mozu martial emperor on the opposite side motioned for everyone to be quiet. I am the gatekeeper, who wants to be the first to fight. Linley roared angrily. As soon as the words fell, a voice sounded. I, Aneng, am willing to be the first to fight.
A figure walked out of the crowd and walked towards the center.
Xie Shan and Xiao Feng both looked confused. What?
300 or 400 gatekeepers were also taken aback.
And Hong? And Hong with only 1-star Wuho realm?
What is he? Thousands of warriors in the human race heard this, and their blood surged, but when their eyes fell on An Hong, their blood cooled down.
Me? Did I make a mistake? This is 1-star Wuho? In the first battle, the gatekeeper actually sent only one 1-star Marquis Wu? Linley was also stunned. Even if he was beaten to death, An Hong's reaction was so fast. Then, he was so courageous. Brother Wan, this? Chu Jiqiang, the martial emperor of the academy, was dumbfounded. Is this what you guys discussed? It's not that 1-star Wuho won't work at the beginning.
But for more than 100 years, there has never been such a situation in the battle for the catacombs.
Not really. Linley smiled wryly. This.
Since he dares to play first, he must have confidence in his own strength.
Let's wait and see.
Fengyun Martial Arts Emperor Chang Ran said slowly. After all, An Hong has already left, so what's the point of letting him come back?
Isn't it just letting the demons watch jokes for nothing? Moreover, if a 1-star Wuho on his side enters the field, the opponent will inevitably send a 1-star Wuho.
It is the same as if a 6-star Wuho is on his side, and the opponent will also send a 6-star Wuho.
Linley nodded, as if to give himself confidence, and said, don't underestimate him.
When he was a 1-star general, he dared to go deep into the mind veins of the demon clan, beheading hundreds of demon generals, and even a 1-star general.
Marquis Xingwu. So fierce? Really?
Chang Ran and Chu Jiqiang looked at each other.
Really?
Linley nodded, his heart still a little suspenseful.
And Hong, are you too impulsive?
You have more than 4,000 million points, and you have peerless skills. In time, it will not be difficult to reach Jiuxing Marquis Wu.
Why bother?
On the demon side, they were also dumbfounded to see that the human race only sent a 1-star Wuho.
What does it mean? Don't treat people as people? The first 3 demon martial emperors were also very angry, and one of them sneered, humans are already so cowardly, do you dare to send a 1-star marquis to die?
To tell you the truth, I am indeed the weakest in the Wuho realm of our human race. And Hong was not angry, and said in common language, however, I can still easily kill your 9-star Wuho.
You wanna die? The demon martial emperor was furious. That guy can speak the language of the demons?
Yes, he seemed to understand, and then he said something, and the demon was very angry. The demon martial emperor mocked An Hong for overreaching himself, and came to die. And Hang replied, saying that he is the weakest among us, but he can still kill them 9-star Marquis Wu. A Wu Marquis from the academy said.
Translated. I wipe. An Hong Young. That's right, our human race is like this. Anung, great job. Immediately many people shouted. Undoubtedly, this must be bragging, 1-star Wuho kills 9-star Wuho, how is this possible?
But you don't lose if you lose, you have to shout out your momentum.
I am a tiger warrior, who wants to fight. The demon martial emperor took a deep breath and roared angrily.
The next moment, a demon race, star Marquis Wu with a height of nearly 2 meters walked out of the crowd with a machete in his hand.
Boy, later, I'm going to chop you into meat.
The other party showed a mouthful of teeth and smiled ferociously. If it wasn't An Hong who took the phoneme alphabet equals IPA PH equals lead/phoneme, he wouldn't dare to take the initiative to attack. After all, he is only a 1-star Marquis, and he can barely use a trace of true energy on the weapon to increase its power a little. An Hong smiled slightly and said, you are still far behind. Marquis Wu, 1-star of the demon race, was enraged immediately, and with a roar, he rushed straight like a mad tiger. The machete in his right hand was raised high, and he slashed down on An Hong's head. Because of the blessing of true energy, the speed is even faster by 3 points.
This guy, can you do it?
Seeing this scene, many warriors of the human race held their breath and concentrated, their hearts fluttering. At this moment, an extremely bright blood-red knife light flashed. Marquis Wu of the demon clan, with people and swords, is divided into 2 sections. What's more, because of the inertia of both feet, they ran forward a few more steps before reaching the ground.
Ding!
Kill the 1-star Marquis Wu of the demon race and get 20,000 training points.
In my mind, the system prompt sounded.
On the battlefield, there was a dead silence. None of the three human martial emperors, including Linley, thought that Anhang's solution to the Marquis Wu of the same realm would be so straightforward.
That dab of light is amazing. No! Look at his knife.
At this moment, someone exclaimed.
Knife? What's wrong with the knife? Everyone looked subconsciously.
I saw the long knife in Anhang's hand. The whole body was blood red, as if soaked in blood. If you observe carefully, you can also find that the air around the blade is even more distorted.
Wrong. This is not blood. This is fire gang.
The so-called fire gang is the gang chi formed by transforming the true energy in the body into the power of fire and releasing it outward.
Wrap the entire long knife completely.
It is precisely because of this that the air around the blade will be distorted due to being burned.
But how is this possible? Isn't he 1-star Wuho?
How could it be possible to release so much true energy?
Is it? It's a flame knife.
Linley came to his senses and said with emotion, I didn't expect that in just a day or so, he had already practiced the flame knife to a small degree, and he was able to turn the true energy in his body into a fire scorpion and cover it on the blade.
Kill with one blow. About 1 day? Lao Wan, are you kidding me?
Zhu Jiqiang was surprised and said, the flame knife is a top-tier martial skill of the 4th rank, and it is also of the fire attribute. All of them are geniuses at the beginning of the day.
Chang Ran didn't believe it. Phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals or either / phoneme.
I really didn't lie to you. Linley didn't know whether to laugh or cry, and Hong just joined our gatekeepers yesterday and exchanged the exercises.
If I hadn't seen it with my own eyes, I wouldn't believe it.
The two looked at each other, still finding it impossible.
No wonder he is confident.
It seems that I, Xia Shan, have misjudged him.
Xia Shan laughed.
Indeed, the fire cloud knife is a small success. Coupled with that Huiyin knife, even the 3-star Marquis Wu of the demon race will not be afraid. Xiao Feng also nodded with a smile.
Aneng, great job. Among the gatekeepers, someone yelled.
First there were a dozen people, then dozens, and finally everyone was shouting. The momentum of the human race has the upper hand, and the demon race is naturally at a disadvantage.
In fact, up to this time, many demons have not reacted. The same as 1-star Marquis Wu, but he was directly defeated by the opponent? Really?
The faces of the 3 martial emperors of the demon race turned darker into coals. This was the first match, so it's okay to lose, and it's so easy to lose.
The blow to morale is not insignificant. There's 1-star Marquis Wu, give it to me.
The demon martial emperor in the middle turned around and shouted. His eyes fell on dozens of 1-star Marquis Wu. But dozens of people didn't dare to look at him at all, and lowered their heads one after another, their hearts beating wildly, for fear of asking themselves to play. They are not stupid. Phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals or either / phoneme. The long knife in the human race's hand is covered with true energy, not ordinary true energy, but fire attribute true energy.
Aren't you going up to die?
The scene was awkward for a while.
The demons are scared.
Didn't it say that our human race was cowardly and sent 1-star Wuho to die, but now it's better, and their 1-star Wuho didn't dare to come out to fight. I laughed so hard.
Shame on me. I threw it at my grandma's house.
The voice of the human warrior reached the ears of the demons. Those 2-star and 3-star demon Wuho all cast contemptuous glances at 1-star Wuho, and said something in their mouths.
I come.
Finally, a 1-star Marquis of the demon race, with unbearable self-esteem, rushed out with red eyes.
Why come out to die?
And Hong shook his head and sighed. I told you earlier, let you 9-star Marquis come out.
The academy staff immediately translated in Heng's words. Damn it, Aneng is too arrogant, isn't he? It's true, 9-star Marquis? What's the matter? I just like Brother Fan. If Joshing Wuho comes out, Brother Fan should not fight? That's true. After all, a 1-star Wuho can't beat a 9-star Marquis. Isn't that normal?
Everyone said what they said, with excitement written all over their faces.
You are courting death.
The one-star Marquis Wu gritted his teeth and rushed over.
A blood-red knife flashed again. Plop sound.
A headless corpse crashed to the ground.
Ding.
Kill the one-star Marquis Wu of the demon race and get 20,000 training points.
The reminders sounded in my mind again. Without any suspense, this one-star Marquis Wu was still instantly killed with a single blow. Go! Go on!
The demon martial emperor in the middle became furious and roared.
A strong coercion rushed towards dozens of one-star Marquis Wu. I go!
Another one-star Marquis of the demon clan, with a decisive look on his face, directly slashed at Aneng with a knife.
Ding!
Kill the one-star Marquis Wu of the demon race and get 20,000 training points.
Ding!
Kill the one-star Marquis Wu of the demon race and get 20,000 training points.
Ding!
Kill the one-star Marquis Wu of the demon race and get 20,000 training points. And Hang's face was indifferent, and he beheaded a demon Wuho again with his long sword. In just 3 minutes, including the original one-star Marquis Wu, he had killed 5 people.
Open the properties panel.
The strongest training system character, and Hong Realm, 1-star Marquis Wu, 200 points H, training points, 20,560 skills, None body forging, Dzogchen linking stars archery, Dzogchen the common language of the demons, Dzogchen Ben Lei Ju, Dzogchen Shan Hake Sinfa, Dzogchen Little Jo Tian Ju, Dzogchen flame knife, Dzogchen Tiangang 7 star steps, Dzogchen Vajra's angry eye technique. Not getting started, 0500, Puryang promise palm, uninitiated, 0500, roaring lion skills, uninitiated, 0. 500, cloud piercing stone arrow, uninitiated, 0500, she penetrating the sun and moon heart sutra, not getting started, 0500, freedom of the sun and moon, the third layer, 8000, including the 4800 potential points of hanging up for 1 day, the total is more than 20,000.
Just enough to fill up the Vajra angry eye Jew. Ding!
Consume 500 training points, and the proficiency of Vajra's angry eye art will be raised to entry level.
Ding!
Consume 1000 training points, and the proficiency of Vajra's angry eye art will be raised to Xiaocheng.
Ding!
Consume 20,000 training points, and the proficiency of Vajra's angry eye art will be raised to Deshang.
Ding!
Consume 4,000 training points, and the proficiency of Vajra's angry eye art has reached its peak.
Ding!
Consume 8,000 training points, and the proficiency of the Vajra angry eye art will be raised to Dzogchen. After the proficiency of the Vajra angry eye Ju was raised to Dzogchen, and Hong only felt a sense of comfort spread throughout his body. Even in the face of thousands of demons, there is no fear in my heart.
Come again!
The martial emperor of the demon race yelled again, his eyes were red, he stared at Hong, wishing he could play in person and tear Hong to pieces. Behind him was a 1-star Marquis Wu with a determined look on his face. He knew that he would die if he went out, and he would die if he didn't go out. In this case, he might as well die with dignity. The other dozens of 1-star Marquis Wu also had desolate faces.
Is this demon race so cruel to its own people?
Anyone with a discerning eye knows that they can't beat him. Marquis Wu of the same realm is definitely not Anhung's opponent, not even Marquis Wu of 3 stars.
Why do you want the clansmen to come up one by one to die?
This guy is a gambler, and his eyes are red.
Yes.
That's just right. Anyway, these demons, it's not a pity to die. The crowd discussed.
Enough.
Suddenly, the demon martial emperor on the left said coldly, Hu Lai, a warrior of my tiger clan, can die in battle, but he must not die in vain like this.
Hu Lai was taken aback. Turn around.
Not only 1-star Wuho, but even those 7-star and 8-star Wuho looked at him much colder.
You have lost your mind, I will take the next command.
Hu Lai didn't speak, and took a step back, obviously acquiescing to Hu Yi's words. The next moment, he suddenly raised his head and stared at Hang. That's the guy, that's the damn guy. And Hong was happy and fearless, and smiled at him.
Brother Fan is a cow.
Indeed, if I had been stared at by Emperor Wu, I would have turned pale with fright.
You say, who will they send to fight next? 2 stars and 3 stars?
No, this demon clan is so shameless.
They even sent 4-star Marquis Wu. What? Everyone followed the sound and saw a burly figure walking to the center of the venue. In his hand, he also held a blood-red saber. Dazzling red. It is also a fire gang. 4-star Woho. The martial emperor on the other side is cautious enough. He directly skipped the 2-star and 3-star martial arts and dispatched 4-star Marquis Wu. The corners of Lin Lei's mouth curled up. Indeed, the 4-star Marquis Wu has opened up 4 acupuncture points, and his true energy is enough to cover weapons. This man still has fire attribute true energy, which is evenly matched with An Eng. Chang Ran analyzed it and said with a smile, if that's the case, then call An Hung back and replace me with Feng Yun martial arts? Are we finally here? The Wohas of Feng Yun martial arts school behind them had already seen their blood surging, and they were all gearing up when they heard the words. Why did you come to your Feng Yun martial arts hall? From left to right, Qingwu, should go first? Chu Jiqiang said in disbelief. You guys are ready for the next one. Why not your next one? The two pinched directly. Lin Li was speechless, and said to Anang, this enemy is a bit difficult, why don't you come back first? No need, and Hang smiled slightly, and said, Instructor, didn't I tell you that? Even if the opponent sends a 9-star Woho, I'm not afraid, let alone a mere 4-star Woho. As soon as this was said, there was a dead silence on the human side. Anang, is he serious? No way? He won't kill a few 1-star Marquis Wu and then float away? Anang, come back. 4-star Marquis Wu is much better than 1-star. Anang, come back. Xia Shan shouted. This kid is too ignorant. On the other side of the demons, there are also demons who are proficient in Dezhou language, who can translate in Heng's words. Hu Lai's eyes lit up immediately, and he said something. Human warrior, there are still 10 seconds left. If he still doesn't exit, he will accept the challenge by default. There was a shout from the demon race. 10 seconds left. And Hong, come back quickly. Return. An. Come back. Lin Li was in a hurry. Even if you rely on the Huayun saber to achieve a small level, you can release your true energy. But the 4th rank Wuho on the opposite side can also do it? Moreover, the other party's spiritual power is stronger than yours, and their visual and auditory senses are also more sensitive. And Hang smiled and remained motionless. 10, 9, 8. It's over, this guy is a bastard who eats weights, so he is determined. 5 seconds left, come back quickly. He really doesn't know the heights of the sky and the depths of the earth. Time passed second by second. The smile on the face of the 4-star demon Marquis Wuho grew thicker, and he deliberately said aggressively, Human warrior, you are not my opponent, I think you should go down. And Hong looked at him with a smile, as if looking at a dead person. 3, 2, 1. The next moment, the figure of the 4-star Marquis Wu of the demon race flashed and disappeared in place. The long knife in his hand was so red that it almost lit up the blind man's eyes. Die, he growled. This time, he wants to avenge the 5 fellow clansmen who died in battle. Too bad. There was a thump in everyone's heart. Once this fight starts, there is no saying of admitting defeat, and the fight will last until one of the parties dies. And Hong, can you win? No, and Hong, you must win. Hu Lai showed a smile, he seemed to see the scene where this person was cut in half and his internal organs were flooded. Tiger Wing's face was calm. In order to kill An Hong, he directly dispatched a 4-star Wuho. Even if he wins, he can't dampen the opponent's morale, but it can save his own morale. 10 meters, 9 meters, 8 meters. In the blink of an eye, the distance between the two has been shortened to within 5 meters. However, at the next moment, the fire gang on the long knife and in Hang's hand swelled against the phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals wind wine / phoneme and grew to 4 or 5 meters long. More than 1 meter wide. Crack, crack, crack. The powerful fire attribute chi directly burns the surrounding air. The fiery red sword light flashed across the chest and the eyes of Marquis Wu of the demon race who had no time to react. There was a scorching sound. Puff. The 2 scorched corpses fell to the ground heavily,
and the eyes of Marquis Wu of the Mozu were as big as copper bells, and he didn't know what happened when he was dying. The audience was dead silent. Ding! Kill the 4-star Wuho of the demon race and get 5,000 training points. All of a sudden I gave 5,000 training points. And Hong was so excited. It's only 4,800 points after hanging up for one day. The strongest training system character, and Hong Realm, 1-star Marquis Wu, 200 points H, training points, 12,200 skills, non-linking stars archery, Dzogchen alien common language, Dzogchen Benlei Ju, Dzogchen Shan Hixinfa, Dzogchen Little Jo Tian Ju, Dzogchen flame knife, Dzogchen Tiangang 7-star steps, Dzogchen Vajra's angry eye technique, not getting started, 0500. Pure Yang Promise Palm, uninitiated, 0500, Roaring Lion skills, uninitiated, 0500, Cloud Piercing Stone Arrow. Uninitiated, 0500, She Penetrating the Sun and Moon Heart Sutra, not getting started, 0500, Freedom of the Sun and Moon, the third layer, 8000, because Vajra Rathai Ju is also a body training method, and it is still the top 4. In contrast, the entry-level third-rank book on body forging technique is not enough to phoneme alphabet equals IPA PH equals red read / phoneme. If you choose to forget it, it adds more than 1,500 points, which is not bad. There are still more than 5,000 points left before the next skill can be filled. And Hong couldn't help but be full of anticipation in his heart. After completing all the remaining 4 doors, he would be able to increase his proficiency in the Sun Moon Freedom Sutra, and at the same time, his cultivation level would also rise, which would serve multiple purposes. And Hong was thinking about how to add points, but the field was surprisingly quiet. Everyone's eyes were fixed on the nearly 5-meter-long knife gang. Time seemed to freeze at this moment. After a long time, I don't know who was the first to speak. Is this guy really a 1-star Wuho? Yeah, is this guy really a 1-star Wuho? The human Wuhas present looked at each other in blank dismay. Those Marquis Wu with 5 or 6 stars showed even more embarrassment on their faces. Even they can't make the true energy 5 meters away from the body, let alone form a complete knife gang. No wonder, Linley smiled wryly, and said, it turns out that Oneng has already practiced the Fire Cloud Saber to the level of mastery. Fire Cloud Knife Master? I've been practicing for so long, and I'm just getting started. Is this kid a monster? Even the 4-star Marquis Wu was killed in one blow. Brother Lin, I have a premonition. Changran looked at Hang and said, I always feel that it's not just as simple as reaching a great achievement in his cultivation. Both Linley and Chu Jiqiang beside him were shocked, and the latter said in disbelief, could it be that it's the peak state? No, it's impossible. At the peak level of the Huoyan Dao, it can unleash a huge saber aura more than 10 meters away, and its power is astonishing. In the realm of Dzogchen, it turns true energy into a fire phoenix, launching a fatal blow to the enemy. There was a lot of discussion on the human side, and it was very lively, but the demons were lifeless and frighteningly quiet. The faces of all the 4 stars and Wuho below the 4 stars were pale. Is this human race a monster? It's only 1-star Wuho realm, but killing a 4-star Wuho who is 3 small realms higher than his own is still the kind of one-shot second. That 5-meter-long knife gang. Not to mention them, even the 5-star, 6-star and 7-star demon Marquis, at this moment, his heart is like 15 buckets fetching water, up and down. Ask yourself, if they played, would the result be the same? Fire Cloud Knife great success? Hu Yi's face was extremely ugly. Hu Lai wished he could tear Oneng to pieces. It's a bit difficult, isn't it? The demon martial emperor on the right frowned. Originally, the morale was like a rainbow, but they suffered setbacks one after another, and the morale dropped by more than half. If it continues like this, how can we fight? Tiger Wing took a deep breath. He still underestimated this guy, since that's the case. Tiger Storm, you go. He gave a low drink. As ordered. An urn sounded loudly. The next moment, a burly 8-star Wuho of the demon race walked towards the field with 2 big axes. It's Tiger Violence. Lord Tiger Wing actually sent him to play. That's great. Hu Bao is an 8-star Wuho. The mountain opening axe has reached its peak state. It can strike with one axe, and its true energy can fly more than 10 meters away. The average 9-star Woho is no match for him. I must kill this guy. Avenge our dead people. The Mozu people suddenly became excited. Hui chose this way on purpose. If Joshing Wuho were to play directly, maybe the human warrior would give up. It's better to let the 8-star Woho play to make the opponent take it lightly. If An Hong knew what the other party was thinking, he would definitely say that he really thought too much. Even if he went directly to Joshing Marquis Wu, he would not leave. Seeing Hu Bao walk out from the demon battle formation, the human race was also boiling. What, 8-star Marquis Wu? 8-star Marquis Wu was sent directly from the opposite side. Oh my god. Onang actually forced the demons to such a point? He is a 1-star Woho? Could it be that he was not joking when he said earlier that he would kill a 9-star Woho? Old Xia, Xiaofeng said with a wry smile, we shouldn't be mistaken, right? I also. Xia Shan licked his lips, not knowing what to say. 8-star Marquis Wu? And Hong heard the discussion behind him, and said to himself. A playful smile appeared on Hu Bao's face. And Hong, can you stand it? Xia Shan's voice came from behind, it's better to leave this person to me to deal with. And Hong, don't force yourself. With your current state, it's pretty good to be able to do this. Xiao Feng also said. Yes, and Hong, why don't you quit first? It is ready. Everyone also persuaded. Aneng, get out first. Linli was also anxious. His intuition told him that the 8-star Marquis of the demon race in front of him is not ordinary. If he can't handle it, he has the strength comparable to that of a 9-star martial artist. Instructor, he is just an 8-star Marquis, and I don't take it seriously. And Hong smiled slightly. In the human camp, many 8-star Marquis will have black lines on their faces. Boy, don't you even think about us? Okay. Linli also experienced in Heng's stubborn temper, and he felt a little helpless at the moment. Old Lin, don't worry too much, Chang Ran said with a smile, this kid might really have hidden a lot of cards. Hopefully, Lei nodded. All eyes were on the two people in the field. The next moment, Hu Bao took a deep breath, raised his 2 axes, and said that sooner or later, the 2 hurricanes, which were as tall as 2 people, turned into the shape of 2 axes, and slashed towards and hung fiercely. What? The human race was shocked. You must know that there is a distance of more than 10 meters between the two. This 8-star Marquis Wu raised his hand and was struck by 2 strong winds. What does that mean? This guy's true energy can already reach more than 10 meters away. An. Linli exclaimed. An. Many people exclaimed, and some even turned their heads away, unable to bear to watch it any longer. Whoa. After using this move, Hu Bao gasped heavily, and these 2 bursts of true energy almost exhausted the true energy in his body. But he is confident that the human race in front of him will never escape. Do you think you're the only one who knows how to do this? Seeing the 2 axes, one on the left and one on the right, phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals clause close / phoneme in front of him, and Hung sneered, and the long knife fell from top to bottom. In an instant, a huge blood-red saber aura, 10 meters high, charged towards the 2 with an indomitable momentum. The axe more than 4 meters high hit him. My god! What is that? A 10-meter high Dao Qi. What a true strength this is. Aneng is too fierce. Is this really a 1-star Woho? Are you sure it's not a 9-star Woho? Everyone in the human race was stunned. The smile on the face of Marquis Wu of the Mozu disappeared immediately. Especially the tiger wings, just unbelievable. Under the gaze of thousands of pairs of eyes, the huge blood-red saber energy collided violently with the 2 axes. Boom! There was a loud bang that seemed to shake the ground. A large crater several meters deep was directly blasted on the ground, and the soil splashed. Aneng won. It was Aneng who won. Some people are overwhelmed with excitement. I saw that the 2 axes disappeared without a trace, but the blood-red saber energy was still 7 or 8 meters high, and the momentum continued unabated, slashing fiercely at the tiger. What? Hu Bao opened his eyes wide. Tiger Storm, get out of the way. Run. Marquis Wu of the Mozu shouted. But it was too late. The Tiger Violent, who cut out 2 streams of stellar energy, not to mention still in shock, even if he reacted, the true energy in his body had already been exhausted, and he could only watch helplessly as the blood-red saber energy passed through quickly. In the next moment, Hu Bao's whole body was split into 2, and blood flowed all over his internal organs. His eyes were as big as copper bells, and he couldn't believe it would be such a result until he died. The blood-red saber light passed 5 or 6 meters from Hu Bao's body before dissipating. Ding, kill the 8-star Wuhou of the demon race, and get 9,000 training points. The system prompt sounded, and Aneng was lifted up. 9,000 training points. It's been 2 days since I've been on and off the phone. Off the field. Linley didn't know whether to laugh or cry. This kid, the Fire Cloud Sword, has really reached its peak level? I don't think I will be surprised even if he uses the Fire Phoenix to start a prairie fire. Old Lin, you gatekeepers are so lucky, this kid is simply a monster. Chang Ran sighed. Even the 8-star Marquis is not his all-in-one enemy, so is it true that even the 9-star Marquis is not his opponent? I really hope this kid can survive. Xu Jiqiang had a look of expectation in his eyes. What would it mean if An Hong could continue to kill a 9-star martial artist? It means that Chen Fa can kill the opponent directly with only one person, 1-star Woho realm. This is a fatal blow to the morale of the demons. On Ung. On Ung. On Ung. On Ung. On Ung. On Ung. All of a sudden, everyone in the human race shouted. An Hong is too fierce. Xia Shan sighed, and then couldn't help but also shouted. The other 9-star Marquis Wu were a little embarrassed, and when they saw this, they also shouted. The faces of everyone in the demon race on the opposite side were extremely ugly. Even Marquis Wu of the 9 stars, when he saw An Hong, there was a hint of fear in the depths of his eyes. The 10-meter-high flame knife can fly nearly 20 meters away. What's even more frightening is that the other party is only a 1-star Marquis. Hey, how long are you going to procrastinate? And Hong urged, I reminded you a long time ago, and told you to send Jiuxing Wuo, and you all insisted on not listening, alas. You. When Hu Lai heard this, he was almost blown away. All the demon clansmen, even some 9-star Woho, dared not speak out. This 1-star Marquis Wu of the human race is a damn monster. Lord Tiger Wing, let me fight? At this time, a 9-star Marquis Wu came slowly and said. It's Hu Feng. Everyone's spirits were lifted. Hu Feng is the strongest 9-star Woho among the 5 cities recently. It is only 1 step away from the 5th-rank martial king. Majoring in martial arts, Ba Dao Ju, Xian turtle body refining technique. His overbearing saber Ju has been practiced to the peak level in 10 years, counting the 9-star Marquis realm. The huge saber energy he wields can fly 3 to 40 meters away. The key point is not only that, but also practice the mysterious turtle body training technique to the great perfection. Even if it was the same 9-star Marquis Wu's all-out attack, under the defense of the black tortoise shell, he could at most make him retreat a few steps. Hui thought for a moment, then sighed, and said, that's the only way to go. He originally wanted to use Hu Feng as the bottom of the box, but he didn't expect to be forced out by a 1-star Marquis of the human race. Remember, kill this person at all costs. Hui urged. His intuition told him that if this person grows up, there will be another martial immortal in the human race. Hu Feng takes orders. I'm coming. 9-star Woho. It's really Jiuxing Wuho. Ah, the demons are going to lose. Many people said excitedly. No, this person is different. A 9-star Marquis Wu shook his head, with a serious face, said, his aura is too strong. What? Everyone was surprised. Xia Shan, can you feel it? Xiao Yun said coldly, as if facing a formidable enemy. I can feel it, Xia Shan nodded slowly. Among all the 9-star Marquis I have met, no one has ever given me such a great sense of oppression. Aneng, something is going to happen. It's not good. Linley's face was serious. This person should be the last trump card of the demon race. Judging by his aura, he should be infinitely phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals clause close slash phoneme to the martial king realm. I'm afraid the martial arts he cultivated is not easy. Chang Ran analyzed. Oneng, can he survive? Chu Jiqiang asked in a low voice. Boy, I admit that you are really strong, and you have forced our tiger clan to this point. Standing 20 meters away, Hu Feng said with neither sad nor happy expression, but, that's all. That depends on whether you have the ability. And Hong smiled coldly. Oneng, be careful. Lin Li shouted, if you are really not an opponent, just run back. That's right. As long as the green hills are here, we don't have to worry about running out of firewood. That's right, and Hong, you've done well enough. Everyone shouted. With only the strength of 1-star Marquis Wu, he killed several strong demons, including an 8-star Marquis of Demon. Even forced out the opponent's cards. Even if you can't fight and run away, it's an honor to be defeated. After learning what the other side was talking about, the Mozu almost vomited blood with anger. Listen, is this a human language? The promised battle of life and death, but you can't beat it and run back? But if An Hong really ran back, they really had nothing to do, unless the Emperor Wu made a move. It's just that in this way, it is tantamount to giving up the Marquis Wu battlefield, and secondly, the 3 Marquis Emperors of the human race are not just decorations. Hu Feng, you must kill this person. Hui roared. Overlord Sword Art. Hu Feng roared furiously, and his momentum rose sharply, and the true energy in his body surged violently. The next moment, he raised a long knife as high as a person with both hands, and slashed into the void, boom. A 20-meter high-pitch black knife gang, with a width of 5 or 6 meters and a huge knife-shaped gang, slashed towards Oneng with an indomitable momentum. The solid ground has been plowed out to a depth of 3 or 4 meters. Wherever it passes, the phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals wind whine slash phoneme dances wildly, flying sand and rolling stones. What? Xie Shan exclaimed, his eyes widened. Just behind the first knife gang, the second, and the third, followed one after another. 3 20-meter high huge sword gangs completely locked Oneng in place. This guy, isn't he too strong? Cold sweat broke out on Xiao Feng's forehead unknowingly. Even he couldn't send out 3 such huge sword strikes in such a short time interval. Oops. Lin Li's expression changed dramatically. The opponent's knife gang is not only powerful, but also has a range of 5 or 6 meters beyond Oneng. How to fight this? Both Chang Ran and Chu Jiqiang were silent. How to do? Watching An Hong die? But if you make a move, it is a violation of the rules. Is it worth giving up a battlefield for one person? In the arena, Hu Feng panted heavily, took out a large handful of pills from the storage ring and ate them. Shuanghumo stared at Oneng. This Ba Saber triple kill is the secret technique of Ba Daoju's peak state. If you use it with all your strength, you can kill even the martial king realm. He didn't believe it, he couldn't kill a mere 1-star Wuho. However, for the sake of caution, it is better to swallow the elixir in time to replenish the depleted true energy. Master Hu Feng is too strong, isn't he? This damned human race is finally going to die, isn't it? Wait a minute. A demon 9-star Marquis was taken aback and said, what is that human martial artist doing? He actually rushed towards Master Hu Feng. What? He actually rushed towards Dao Gang. Does he not want a phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals live live slash phoneme? Not only the demons, but the human race were also stunned. Oneng, what exactly is he doing? Could it be that you know that you must die, so you put all your eggs in one basket and choose to face the difficulties? How stupid. Isn't it faster to die this way? Do you think that by running backwards, you will be able to pass those 3 sword gangs? Then what? Someone asked. No one answered. Brother Chang, Brother Chu, Lin Li looked at the 2 people on the left and right, with a firm look in his eyes. He wants to rescue Oneng. To be able to kill an 8-star Wuho with the strength of a 1-star Wuho, the future is limitless. Even if it loses a small crypt, it's worth it. We get it. Chang Ran and Chu Jiqiang nodded. At this moment, a dazzling golden light burst out from the field. "That is!" Linley exclaimed. "I saw Anhang's body was surrounded by gold, shining brightly, just like a Buddhist Vajra. The Vajra angry-eyed Jew is perfect. How is it possible?" Chu Jiqiang shouted hysterically, "He has long since lost the posture of a sixth-rank martial emperor." I am not dreaming, am I?" Chang Ran, on the other hand, was dumbfounded and muttered to himself. "What? The Vajra angry-eyed Jew is great perfection. Dzogchen? Dzogchen!" Exclamations came and went. Vajra Wrath Jew, the fourth-rank top-level body training martial art, many Marquis will know it, and are even practicing it, so it is very clear that when it is practiced to Dzogchen, it can surround the body with true energy, just like a Buddhist Dharma protector. Magic! At this moment, Anhang's body is surrounded by golden jinchi. From a distance, he can't see his facial features clearly at all, like a golden man. Isn't he in the state of Dzogchen? So, is this his courage to face the huge sword? How is this possible? Hu Feng was dumbfounded, watching helplessly as his three swords collided with Anhang, who was incarnate as King Kong. Boom! 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 True Qi collided and made a huge roar. With Anhang as the center, within a radius of 10 meters, a huge crater was directly blown out. The airwaves swept across, causing the human and demon Wuo tens of meters away to almost slip and fall. At the next moment, a stream of golden light rushed out of the deep pit, holding a blood-red long knife, and attacked Hu Feng. Is this the power of the great perfection of the Vajra Wrathful Eye art? Being hit by 3 swords, I rushed over like a normal person, too. Isn't it too powerful? This guy, not to mention that the Fire Cloud Saber has reached the peak state, and the body refining technique has reached the Dzogchen. It's simply a monster. Is this the gatekeeper? The Marquis Wu of the Martial Arts Academy had deep admiration in their eyes. Brother Xia, I think it's a bit ridiculous when I think about what happened before. In the crowd, Xiao Feng smiled wryly. Xia Shan blushed. He knew what Xiao Feng was referring to. Not long ago, the two of them found Anhang and told the latter to stay away from them or stay by their side when the scuffle started. People's Vajra angry-eyed Jew is so perfect that even Jiuxing Marquis Wu can catch a blow with all his strength. If it were them, they would have to shed a layer of skin if they didn't die. The faces of the demons were ashen. Can't even Hu Feng kill him? Is this human race a monster? It's over, we lost, we will lose. Panic spread among the crowd. To shut up! Hui roared, and his face was also bloodless. Could it be that even Hu Feng is not an opponent? Do not. So what about the other party's Vajra angry eye art Dzogchen? The tiger's front and mysterious tortoise body refining technique is also Dzogchen. The same as the 4th-ranked top body training martial art, no one can do anything to the other. Yes, that's right. Thinking of this, Hu Yi's face turned slightly better, and he said coldly, although Hu Feng can't win, he can't lose. Phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals either/phoneme. Ha ha ha. After the words fell, Hu Feng laughed wildly in the field, stared at Anhang firmly and said, "Boy, I admit that you are indeed very strong, but do you think that you are the only one who knows the body training technique?" Next moment, a large amount of true energy gushed out from his body, turning into pieces of fine green scales, completely enveloping him. From a distance, it looks like a turtle shell. Mysterious turtle body refining technique. I am also Dzogchen. Ha ha ha. Hu Feng laughed wildly. It's the mysterious turtle body training technique. Why did we forget this? The tiger's edge and black tortoise body training technique is also Dzogchen. That's right, although we can't kill each other, the other party shouldn't even try to kill us. Great. The confidence of the demons soared again. Mysterious turtle body refining technique? Linley's previously suspended heart finally let go. He looked at the field with a hint of helplessness in his eyes. A draw is already remarkable. Chu Jiqiang sighed. They had already planned to violate the rules before, and would rather give up the Marquis Wu battlefield to save Anhang. In the end, Anhang gave them a big surprise. Very good. Not only them, but other human Wohas also showed smiles on their faces.
What about a draw? They are still full of confidence. Just wait for the Emperor Wu's order to launch a charge. So this is your whole card? And Han looked 10 meters away at Hu Feng's green energy, and narrowed his eyes. That's right, hee, with a mere 1-star marquee, you can push me to this point, human race, you are proud enough. Hu Feng said condescendingly. He couldn't do anything about it. Obviously, and Hong couldn't do anything to him, yes? And Hong snorted coldly, and looked at the attribute panel. The strongest training system character, and Hong Realm, 1-star Marquis Wu, 200 points H, training points, 21,200 skills, non-linking stars archery, Dzogchen alien common language, Dzogchen Ben Lei Ju, Dzogchen Shen Hixinfa, Dzogchen Little Jo Tian Ju, Dzogchen Flame Knife, Dzogchen Tiangang 7 star steps, Dzogchen Vajra Wrathful I Ju, Dzogchen Piryang Promise Palm, uninitiated, 0500, Roaring Lion skills, uninitiated, 0500, Cloud Piercing Stone Arrow, uninitiated, 0500, Chi. Penetrating the Sun and Moon Heart Sutra, not getting started, 0500, Freedom of the Sun and Moon, the third layer, 08000, just now, he killed the 8-star Marquis Wu of the demon race and directly obtained 9,000 training points, a total of more than 20,000 training points, which is enough to add a martial skill to Dzogchen. As for which one to add, it is naturally the 4th grade top explosive mind method, Chi penetrating the Sun and Moon Heart Sutra. Ding! Consuming 500 training points, the proficiency of Chi penetration Sun Moon Heart Sutra has been raised to entry level. Ding! Consume 1,000 training points, the proficiency of Chi penetrating the Sun and Moon Heart Sutra will be raised to Xiaocheng, and the strength will be increased by % in a short burst. Ding! Consuming 20,000 training points, the proficiency of Chi penetration Sun Moon Heart Sutra will be raised to Deshang, and the strength will be increased by % in a short burst. Ding! Consuming 4,000 training points, the proficiency of Chi penetration Sun Moon Heart Sutra has been raised to the peak, the burst time has been shortened by %, and the strength has been increased by %. Ding! Consuming 8,000 training points, the proficiency of the Chi penetration Sun Moon Heart Sutra has been raised to Dzogchen. The burst time has been shortened by %, and the strength has been increased by 10 times. 15,500 training points, Chi penetrating the Sun Moon Heart Sutra, Dzogchen. Do you think that you will be invincible by relying on the body training technique Dzogchen? And Hong raised his head, clenched the long knife in his hand, and showed a sneer at the corner of his mouth. Even if your mysterious turtle body training technique is perfect, so what? I can still explode your turtle shell. Sound spreads all over the place. On, what did he say? He said, so what about the great perfection of your mysterious tortoise body training technique? He can still blow it up. What? That's a top-tier martial skill of the 4th grade. Even a martial king with 1 or 2 stars can't do anything to him. Doesn't Hang still have a whole card? No way. How many whole cards does he have? Brother 1, what he said, shouldn't it be true? Chu Jiqiang said in a daze. Common sense told him not to believe it, but his intuition told him that he had been wrong many times. I don't know. Lin Li smiled wryly. At this moment, there was a loud shout in the field. Fire and Phoenix start a prairie fire. The true Chi contained in Anhang's 100-fold sea of Chi is pouring out. Under the 10-fold increase of Chi penetration Sun Moon Heart Sutra. A fire phoenix hundreds of meters high rose into the sky from behind him. The blazing fire attribute Jinchi almost illuminated the entire sky. Even hundreds of meters away, everyone felt their faces burning. Immediately afterwards, there was a loud and clear phoenix cry. The fire phoenix spread its wings, like a violently burning meteor, pierced the sky, dragged its long fire tail, and rushed towards the jaw-dropping Hufeng. How is this possible? The 6 martial emperor realm powerhouses present exclaimed almost at the same time. The phoenix started a prairie fire. It turned out to be a phoenix starting a prairie fire. Fire Cloud Knife Dzogchen's secret technique. This guy has actually cultivated the Huayun saber to Dzogchen? The 2 martial arts are perfect. And this fire phoenix is as huge as 100 meters. Even those 4-star and 5-star martial kings, with all their strength, are nothing more than that, right? Even Emperor Wu is like this, the rest of the people are dumbfounded. No. Lost? Hu Feng roared, mobilizing the true energy in Qi Hai to the limit. Massive amounts of true energy gushed out crazily and wrapped around the body. The scales, which were originally the size of fingernails, were now as fine and dense as soybean grains. Can he stop it? Can Onang win? Suddenly, two thoughts arose in the minds of the demon race and the human race respectively. Next second. The Hufeng, which is hundreds of meters tall, is less than 20 meters away from Hufeng. Hufeng's hair curled up and burned completely. 15 chi. The skin on Hufeng's body made a creepy burning sound. 10 meters. Do not. A strong burning sensation came. Hufeng let out a miserable cry, and his whole body, in the blink of an eye, turned into fly ash. Not good, everyone back up. Lin Li shouted. Withdraw. Tiger Wing roared. The fire phoenix was obviously closer to them. Once it exploded, the consequences would be disastrous. However, it was too late. The voice just fell. Boom! There was a loud noise, as if the whole world trembled. The fire phoenix fell to the ground and burst completely. The high temperature of tens of thousands of degrees instantly turned all living things hundreds of meters away, and even the soil into fly ash. Some Marquis Wuho of the demon race who had no time to withdraw directly turned into nutrients for the land. Thousands of fireballs shot out in all directions, hitting hundreds of demon Marquis Wuho, and the screams echoed endlessly in this battlefield. Ding! Kill the 9-star Marquis Wu of the demon race and get 10,000 training points. Ding! Kill the 3-star Woho of the demon race and get 4,000 training points. Ding! Kill the 2-star Marquis Wu of the demon race and get 20,000 training points. Ding! Kill the 5 Marquis of the demon clan and get 6,000 training points. Ding! Kill the 8-star Woho of the demon race and get 90,000 training points. Ding! Kill the 1-star Marquis Wu of the demon race and get 20,000 training points. Ding! Kill the 4-star Woho of the demon race and get 5,000 training points. Ding! Kill the 6-star Woho of the demon race and get 7,000 training points. Ding! Kill the 2-star Marquis Wu of the demon race and get 3,000 training points. In my mind, dozens of prompts sounded one after another. However, An Hong himself was stunned by the tenfold increase of the Huafeng Liaoyuan. Not only him, but the entire human race was stunned. Is this the true power of Liaofeng Liaoyuan? It's like dropping a blockbuster. The majestic 9-star Marquis Wu. The strong man of the great perfection in the black tortoise body refining technique didn't even touch the edge of the fire phoenix, before it turned into flying ash and disappeared. This is not counting. Before the fire phoenix fell into the battle formation of the demon clan, it would directly melt the dozens of Marquis Wuho of the demon clan who were too late to escape. Hundreds of Marquis Wu were injured. Is this definitely the strength of Wuho realm? Everyone looked at An Hong, and fear surged deep in their hearts. Just imagine, if this fire phoenix is launched by the opponent, is this the strength of the gatekeeper? I don't know who said a word, everyone brushed it, and they all looked at Xie Shan and others. Worthy of being a gatekeeper, my human race's combat power is at the ceiling. Even if I die in battle this time, it is worthwhile to witness this scene. That's right, unfortunately, I am too weak to be a gatekeeper. All of a sudden, everyone had mixed feelings. Xie Shan and the others were looked at with embarrassment. It's not that all gatekeepers are so strong, but that An Hong is too monstrous. Obviously only 1-star Marquis martial realm, but his combat power is comparable to that of a 4-star Marquis. Wait, this guy said back then, can Marquis Wu take part in King Wu's battlefield? Is it? Oneng, he is so terrifying? Chu Jiqiang said 3 other words in a row, and his eyes almost popped out. Brother Lin, where did you find such a monstrous genius? Chang Ran excitedly said, how can you agree to let him come to my Fengyun martial arts gym? Don't worry, just ask, the deputy head will definitely agree. Linley rolled his eyes at him and said, "Brother Chang, do you look at me like a fool?" It doesn't look like it. What's the matter?" Chang Ran was taken aback for a moment, then he came to his senses, smiled wryly, and said, "Just pretend I didn't say it, pretend I didn't say it." "Yes, ask yourself, if An Hong was in their Feng Yun martial arts gym, would he let him out? How can it be? The three martial arts great consummation. That's right. Not 2 doors. It's 3 doors."
When An Hong erupted the secret skill of Phoenix starting a prairie fire, a trace of golden aura erupted in his eyes. Even though it was between lightning and flint, he could still see it clearly.
Qi penetrating the Sun and Moon Heart Sutra.
Condensing one's own potential, bursting out boundless power, piercing the sun and the moon. Only in the great perfection realm can the 10-meter-long fire phoenix be amplified to a 100-meter giant. It is equivalent to a full-strength strike of a 4 or 5-star martial king. What a monstrosity it is. "Brother One, it's not too late, let's launch a general attack." Zhu Jiqiang calmed down first and said seriously.
"Right now, the morale is like a rainbow, and the demons are trembling with fear. If we don't take advantage of the victory and pursue it now, when will we wait?"
Linley took a deep breath, and his voice resounded throughout the universe.
"Where is the hot-blooded man of my human race?
Exist. Exist. Exist." Thousands of voices sounded almost at the same time.
Thousands of Marquis Wu, showing their weapons, their eyes full of fighting spirit.
"Listen to my orders, kill all the demons."
Linley roared.
"Kill all the demons. Kill all the demons. Kill. Kill.
Come on."
Shouting loudly.
Shake the earth. In an instant, thousands of people turned into a torrent, scrambling to kill the demons.
Run.
The human race is coming.
Run. The demons were already intimidated by An Hong's phoenix and prairie fire. Like a frightened bird, when they saw the human race coming, they turned around and ran away without even thinking about it.
"Stop. Stop for me."
Hu Lai was furious and roared, "Whoever dares to take half a step back will be executed on the spot."
However, no one paid attention.
Even if there are warriors who turn around and want to fight to the death with the human race, they will be hacked to death instantly with the chi of swords and swords.
Human race, the momentum is like a rainbow.
Asshole. Asshole. Hu Lai was incompetent and furious. Hu Lai, the general situation is over, don't waste your efforts in vain. Hui shook his head, looked at the clansmen who kept falling, and said in disgust, "This is a group of cowards, death is not a pity."
Yes.
The number 3 demon martial emperor looked in An Hong's direction, his eyes full of murderous intent.
Pity.
If the opponent is not under the protection of the 3 martial emperors, then they will try their best to violate the rules and kill this person. With the power of a 1-star Wuhou, he instantly killed a 9-star martial arts master Wuhou. If he really grows up, it's unknown if there will be an extra martial immortal in the human race. At that time, the human race must break the balance.
I'm not reconciled.
Hu Lai clenched his fists, gritted his teeth and said, "Among the 3 major battlefields, only my Marquis Wu's battlefield was defeated like a mountain, shameful. There is a saying in the human race that victory or defeat is a common matter in military affairs. The battle for the borough lasted for 10 days, and this is only the first day. Tomorrow, 3,000 Wuhou reinforcements from the 5 cities of our tiger clan will arrive, and there will be 100 of them. Diao Shou, a full blow is no worse than Hu Feng's Dao Gang. The most important thing is that the distance is nearly meters, and you are worried that you won't be able to kill these human races?"
Hui said lightly.
When Hu Lai heard this, he smiled happily and said, "That's right, how can I make the Condor Archer? I forgot, they are the biggest trump cards in my 5 cities of Baitsong, ha? That's right, if the human race guy dares to fight tomorrow, let the eagle shooter shoot him first and then talk about it. So what about the perfect body training method? There will be a time when the true energy will run dry."
Yes.
After discussing for a while, the 3 martial emperors looked down at the Tiger clan members whose corpses were strewn all over the ground. With contempt in their eyes, they flew into the distance and disappeared. Col Linley also breathed a sigh of relief. looked at An Hung, who was beside him, with a face full of reluctance, and said, "Why, you haven't had enough fun yet. Do you want to rush up and kill a few more Marquis Wu of the demon race?" An Hung nodded. He really wanted to do this. After all, now that he has practiced peerless skills, no matter how much he cultivates, he doesn't think it's too much. But just now, Linley grabbed him. Not only that, the other two martial emperors also came to protect him, obviously worried that the other party would not be able to lose, so they directly attacked him. "You boy, at least give us Qinggu a chance." Chu Jiqiang said speechlessly, I know that we are here to support, but I don't know, I thought we were here to wave the flag to cheer." "That's right, our Fengyun martial arts gym is no worse than your gatekeeper. This time we did it." Chang Ran shook his head. The gatekeeper, who came out more than 100 years ago, surpassed the martial arts of the same level. Now, should there be another one? And Hong smiled embarrassedly. "Today's battle is probably over here. You go over there to rest first, recharge your batteries, and prepare for tomorrow's battle." Linley patted An Hung on the shoulder and said, "You played a vital role in today's victory, and you did a great job." "Thank you, instructor." And Hong nodded with a smile. He happened to be going to count how many training points he had gained, and add a skill by the way. "We won the first battle, but you still can't take it lightly?" The smile on Chu Jiqiang's face was restrained. He looked into the distance, and said, "This demon is good at riding and shooting, and the attack distance is much farther than our Marquis Wu's. In addition, the later the date of the battle for the cave, the more tragic the battle. Yes, I hope Marquis Wu, who is nearby, will also come as soon as possible." "I hope so." When the three of them said this, their hearts were at a loss. After 100 years of recuperation, the human race in the wilderness has only billions of people left, while the demon race has a population of tens of billions. With more and more burrows emerging, human warriors have no skills at all? But it's useless to think so much. Let's finish this crypt battle first. The strongest training system character, An Hung Realm, 1-star Marquis Wu, 200 points H, training points, 310,200 skills, non-linking stars archery, Dzogchen alien common language, Dzogchen Ben Lei Ju, Dzogchen Shan Hake Sinfa, Dzogchen Little Jo Tian Ju, Dzogchen Flame Knife, Dzogchen Tiangang 7-star steps, Dzogchen Vajra Wrathful I Ju, Dzogchen Chi Penetration Sun Moon Heart Sutra, Dzogchen Pure Yang Promise Palm, uninitiated, 0500, Roaring Lion skills, uninitiated, 0500, Cloud. Piercing Stone Arrow, uninitiated, 0500, Freedom of the Sun and Moon, the third layer, 08000, 30 training points. Aneng ran to a corner with no one around, opened the panel, and almost jumped up excitedly. Counting the return of the forgotten Shocking Wave art, the total number of training points has reached 31. It is more than enough to fill up other martial arts. It can also upgrade the Sun Moon Freedom Sutra and improve the realm of martial arts. And Hung smiled and scrolled through the reminders. No wonder, the Fire Phoenix Liao Yuan, which was increased by 10 times, directly killed nearly 50 demon Wuho. Although most of them are from 1 star to 5 stars, there are many. So what's there to say? Add points. Ding! Consuming 500 training points, the proficiency of Pure Yang Promise Palm has been raised to entry level. Ding! Consume 1000 training points, the proficiency of the Pure Yang Wuji Palm will be raised to Xiaocheng, and the palm technique will carry Pure Yang Qi. Ding! Consume 2000 training points, and the proficiency of the Pure Yang Promise Palm has been raised to Deshang, which can consume a small amount of true energy, and gather the palm prints to shoot at an extremely fast speed. Ding! Consuming 4000 training points, the proficiency of the Pure Yang Wuji Palm has been raised to the peak. It can consume a lot of true energy and gather huge palm prints to shoot. Ding! Consume 8000 training points, and the proficiency of Pure Yang Promise Palm has been raised to Dzogchen. Comprehend the secret technique, Liang Divine Palm. 15,500 points are cultivated, and the Pure Yang Wuji Palm is perfect. Continue to improve. Ding! Consuming 500 training points, the proficiency of the Lion's Roar skill has been raised to entry level. Ding! Consuming 1000 training points, the proficiency of the Wild Lion's Roar skill has been raised to Xiaocheng, which can shock a range of 1 meter. Ding! Consuming 20,000 training points, the proficiency of the lion's roar skill has been raised to Dashang, and the sound waves can reach tens of meters, shocking people's hearts.
Ding!
Consume 4,000 training points, and the proficiency of the wild lion's roar skill will increase to at the peak, the true energy can reach hundreds of meters.
Ding!
Consuming 8,000 training points, the proficiency of the lion's roaring skill has been raised to Dzogchen. The thunder and thunder spread several miles away, tearing the enemy's liver and gallbladder. Finally, piercing clouds and cracking stone arrows.
Ding!
Consume 500 training points, and the proficiency of the cloud-piercing stone arrow will be raised to entry level.
Ding!
Consume 1,000 training points, and the proficiency of the cloud-piercing stone arrow will be raised to Xiaocheng.
Ding!
Consuming 20,000 training points, the proficiency of the cloud-piercing stone arrow has been raised to Dashang, all the true energy is released, and the range can reach several miles.
Ding!
Consuming 4,000 training points, the proficiency of the cloud-piercing stone arrow has reached its peak.
Ding!
Consume 8,000 training points, and the proficiency of the cloud-piercing stone arrow has been raised to Dzogchen.
Comprehend the secret skill of arrow piercing the sky.
Consuming 46,500 training points, and Hong fully points out the remaining 3 martial arts. Look at the phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals det data / phoneme panel. The strongest training system character, and Hong Realm, 1-star Marquis Wu, 200 points H, training points, 263,700 skills, non-linking stars archery, Dzogchen alien common language, Dzogchen Ben Lei Ju, Dzogchen Shan Hik Sinfa, Dzogchen Little Jo Tian Ju, Dzogchen Flame Knife, Dzogchen Tiangang 7 star steps, Dzogchen Vajra Wrathful Ju, Dzogchen Chi Penetration Sun Moon Heart Sutra, Dzogchen Cloud Piercing Stone Arrow, Dzogchen Pure Yang Promise Palm, Dzogchen Roaring Lion Skill. Dzogchen Freedom of the Sun and Moon, the third layer, 08000, it looked much better now, and Hong showed a satisfied smile. There are still more than 26 training points left, and I can finally upgrade the Sun Moon Freedom Sutra. Ding! Consume 8,000 training points, the realm of the Sun Moon Freedom Meridian will be raised to the 4th level, and the mental power will be increased by %. Ding! Consume 16,000 training points, the realm of the Sun Moon Freedom Meridian will be raised to the 5th level, and the mental power will be increased by %. All of a sudden, and Hang felt a warm current flow through his eyes, and even the grass and trees hundreds of meters away were as clear as if they were right in front of his eyes.
Ding! The host broke through to 2-star Marquis Wu.
The system beep sounds
finally broke through.
The corners of Hang's lips curled up. The strongest training system character, in Hong Realm, 2-star Marquis Wu, 300 points H, training points, 239,700 skills, non-linking stars archery, Dzogchen alien common language, Dzogchen Ben Lei Ju, Dzogchen Shan Hik Sinfa, Dzogchen Little Jo Tian Ju, Dzogchen Flame Knife, Dzogchen 7 star steps of Tiangang, Dzogchen Vajra Glaring Ju, Dzogchen Chi Piercing the Sun and Moon Heart Sutra, Dzogchen Pure Yang Promise Palm, Dzogchen Wild Lion Roar Kung Fu, Dzogchen Piercing Clouds and Cracking Stone Arrows, Dzogchen Freedom of the Sun and Moon, the 5th floor, 032,000. After breaking through to 2-star Marquis Wu Dao, the growth rate of training points also increased from 200 points to 300 points, an increase of 50.0%. Naturally, it is incomparable with the training points obtained by beheading the demon Wuo, but after one day, there are still 7,200 points, which is very impressive. The Sun Moon Freedom Sutra has reached the 5th level, and the training points consumed by rising to the 6th level have also reached 32,000 points.
There is nothing to hesitate. And Hong continued to add points.
Ding! Consume 32,000 training points, the realm of the Sun Moon Freedom Meridian will be raised to the 6th level, and the mental power will be increased by %. Ding! The realm of the host has been upgraded to 3 stars Wuho. Ding! Consume 64,000 training points, the Sun Moon Freedom Meridian realm will be raised to the 7th level, and the mental power will be increased by %. Ding! Consume 128,000 training points, the realm of the Sun Moon Freedom Meridian will be raised to the 8th level, and the mental power will be increased by %. Ding! The realm of the host has been upgraded to a 4-star Wuho. The system prompts sounded one after another. And Hang felt that his ears were more than 10 times more sensitive than before, and he could even hear the sound of bugs crawling in the soil under his feet clearly. The strongest training system character, and Hong Realm, 4-star Markiwu, 500 points H, training points, 15,700 skills, non-linking stars archery, Dzogchen alien common language, Dzogchen Ben Lei Ju, Dzogchen Shan Hake Sinfa, Dzogchen Little Jo Tian Ju, Dzogchen Flame Knife, Dzogchen Tiangang 7-star steps, Dzogchen Vajra Wrathful I Ju, Dzogchen Chi Penetration Sun Moon Heart Sutra, Dzogchen Pure Yang Promise Palm, Dzogchen Roaring Lion Skill, Dzogchen Cloud Piercing Stone Arrow. Dzogchen Freedom of the Sun and Moon, the 8th floor, 0256000. Seeing that there were still 30 training points just now, and now there are only one left, Aneng wanted to cry but had no tears. This peerless skill is really a big eater. It only needs 256,000 points to cultivate on the 9th floor. But corresponding to this, the increased mental power is also extremely terrifying. Just like just now, it's just a 3-level upgrade, breakthroughs in realms one after another, and directly came to the 4-star Markiwu. This is the power of compound interest. It is estimated that even the 7-star and 8-star Woho will directly break through after upgrading 2 or 3 times. At this moment, a sound of footsteps came from far and near. An Ung. An Ung. It was Xie Shan and Xiao Yun. So you are here. Xie Shan came over, patted and hung on the shoulder, and said, "Everyone is still looking for you, why are you here alone?" "Ah? No? Have you made a breakthrough?" His eyes widened in disbelief. 4-star Wuho? Only then did Xiao Yun notice it, and he was also taken aback. "Well," and Hong casually explained, "just now I had a feeling on the battlefield, and I made a breakthrough." "You're lucky." Xie Shan enviously said, "Oh, by the way, the instructor asked us to gather, there is something urgent to talk about, let's go. By the way, I want to apologize to you." "What? Apologize?" And Hong asked in surprise. "Sorry for what?" "Earlier, I thought Brother Ronning was weak, so I asked you to stay away from him in battle, but you were the real Phi." Xie Shan scratched his head as he walked. "That's right, Brother Ronning, don't take it to heart." Xiao Feng also said. If others saw it, 2 9-star Woho apologized to a 4-star Woho, their jaws would drop. I thought what was going on? And Han was speechless. "It's all trivial, by the way, how was the result?" he said, feeling rather regretful in his heart. 30 training points, it's gone before even 1 minute. I have to earn training points again. Of course. Xie Shan got excited when he heard this, and said, "The demon clan is like a dog that has lost its family, fleeing in embarrassment, not bragging, just Joshing Wuo, I killed 3. Come on." Xiao Feng shook his head, and said, "If An Hong didn't kill them directly, how could there be such a chance?" He, that's true." Xie Shan smiled. "You can't say that," and Hong waved his hand, "it's not my fault." The 3 were talking and laughing, and gathered with the big troops. Seeing in Hang's arrival, everyone was extremely excited and greeted them one after another. This first battle went so smoothly, any fool would know why. Cough cough. When everyone was almost excited, Linley coughed and said, "Everyone be quiet, next, there is something important to announce." "What's the matter, instructor?" a gatekeeper asked with a smile. But smiling, he felt something was wrong. After winning the first battle, logically speaking, Linley should have a smile on his face. But it didn't. Instead, he looked dignified. Not only that, but the other 2 martial emperors, Zhu Jiqiang and Shangran, also looked ugly. The others also gradually sensed that something was wrong with the atmosphere, and their smiles all faded away. "It's not good news." Linley said slowly, "I just received the news that hundreds of crypts have changed. It seems that the army of demons is gathering." "What?" "There are changes in hundreds of caves. How can it be such a coincidence that it doesn't show up sooner or later, but at this time? Didn't that mean our reinforcements?" Everyone looked at Linley in disbelief. "Yes." Linley closed his eyes, and said in a hoarse voice, "The Dragon and Tiger Guards in the Thunder Martial Arts Hall, which were originally scheduled to arrive tomorrow morning, will arrive at the soonest, and they can only arrive tomorrow night." "What?" Everyone was shocked. "Instructor,
How many people will there be from the demon race tomorrow? Will they come to reinforce the army? Someone asked eagerly. If you come, don't take too much. According to reliable sources, there are 3,000 elites from the 5 cities of Baitsong. Chang Ran said these words. 3,000 people. 3,000 people? The originally elated crowd seemed to be drained of all their energy in an instant. Some people even couldn't bear it and sat on the ground with a plop. What, are you kidding? They only have a little over 1,000 people here. Do you really think they can fight 3 against 1? After all, those Marquis Wu of the demon race were not made of mud. Phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals or either slash phoneme?
There are many martial arts gyms, warriors from aristocratic families. You look at me, I look at you. Thousands of people against 3,000 people, the chances of winning are slim, so, except for the gatekeepers, if other people want to quit, I will not stop them.
Lin Li said suddenly. Brother Lin. Brother Lin.
Both Chu Jiqiang and Chang Ran were shocked. They didn't expect him to say this.
Brother Wan, what do you mean? Chu Jiqiang frowned. Literal meaning.
Lin Li shed tears and said, once the demons are allowed to escape from the burrow, it will not only cause huge psychological pressure on the other 2 battlefields, it will be even more difficult for the reinforcements to rush back to the crypt, so I will guard the gate. People must fight bloody to the end, consume the demons in the cave, until the reinforcements arrive. You have already realized this, right?
Have.
And Hong was the first to shout. Xia Shan and Xiao Feng were startled and said in unison, yes.
Yes. Have. Hundreds of gatekeepers shouted loudly.
They have long been mentally prepared to fight to the death in the crypt, let alone hundreds of people. Even if there is one person, it doesn't matter.
They.
Many warriors present couldn't help but shed tears when they saw the faces that looked at death as if they were home, and heard the voice as hard as iron.
Is this the gatekeeper? Is this the consciousness of the gatekeeper? Knowing that we are invincible, knowing that we are phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals clause close slash phoneme to death, but also fearless? This kind of awareness, also as humans, we all stay too.
A 2-star Marquis Wu burst into tears and said, behind the cave, it is not only the gatekeeper's home, but also our home. Why should the gatekeeper bear all this? I am also a member of the human race, and I will never back down.
That's right, I'll stay too.
I'll stay too. Phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals live live slash phoneme and phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals live live slash phoneme together.
Die and die together.
Phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals live live slash phoneme and phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals live live slash phoneme together.
Die and die together. The voices of thousands of people echoed in midair.
Good, good, good. Lin Lei, Chu Jiqiang, and Cheng Ran all burst into tears.
This is the hot-blooded man of my human race.
If the Wuhuo battlefield is really defeated this time, they will definitely not phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals live live slash phoneme alone. Definitely kill the martial emperor of the demon race, sacrifice to the spirits of everyone in the sky.
Actually, there's no need to be so nervous. Just then, a voice sounded. Everyone was startled and looked towards the source of the voice. And Hong? The 3 martial emperors were also taken aback. Anong, you? Lin Li cast a questioning look. Could it be that Anong has a solution?
But the facts are in front of us. Right now we are outnumbered, and the terrain of the burrow is so flat that there is not even a place to ambush. The demons don't even need to think about it, just go straight to the exit of the crypt.
Instructor, what if I can control these 3,000 people in an instant? And Hong laughed. Instantly control 3,000 people? What do you mean? I didn't understand very well. What's so difficult to understand? It means that 3,000 demon Wuhas can't move, but can it be done? Really or not? To keep them immobilized, wouldn't that mean letting us fish? More than 1,000 people talked about it. It's better to strike first. This sentence is not just talking.
When both sides have the strength to instantly kill each other, and success or failure is in the blink of an eye, whoever is faster and makes the first move can establish the victory.
Anang, are you serious? Linley didn't dare to believe it. Instructor, the enemy is in front of me, how can I make a joke? This everyone looked at each other. There is no doubt about Anhung's strength, very strong. Can control 3,000 demons for 3 seconds, are you sure you are not joking? The three of Linley also looked at each other. Where did Anhung get his confidence? Could it be that there is no hold card? Anhung, you? A Marquis of Wu hesitated to speak, he wanted to ask Anhung what method he used. Not only him, hundreds of people cast puzzled eyes. Anhung smiled slightly, but did not answer. It's not that I don't trust everyone, but for the sake of caution, it's better to keep it secret for the time being. After all, what is the whole card that is said? Anhung, you don't have to say it, I believe you. Xia Shan also saw it, and immediately said firmly. Yes. I, Xiaofeng, also believe in you. Yes, Anhung, we gatekeepers believe in you. Having witnessed Anhung's strength and being colleagues, the gatekeepers were naturally the first to cheer. That's right. Anyway, we have already decided to fight to the death. It's better to have a whole card. If you don't have a whole card, then you will fight to the end. Yes. Bloody battle to the end. The rest of the Wohus also said one after another. Don't worry. And Hein smiled, so what about 3,000 demons? Even if it's 5,000, 10,000, we can kill them all tomorrow. Right. Everyone was excited by what Anhung said. Although I think this guy is bragging, what does it matter? Instructor, there is something I want to ask you for help. Us? Lin Lei, Xu Jiqiang and Chang Ran looked at each other. Anhung, you said, as long as we can do it, even if we risk our lives, we will not hesitate. Chang Ran said. It's not that exaggerated. To be honest, Anhung still felt that he could deal with King Wu for a while, but with Emperor Wu, there was really no other way. No problem. Linley readily agreed. If this were the case, the command of Marquis Wu on the battlefield would be handed over to Anhung. Don't worry, instructor. Okay, I believe you. Linley patted Anhung on the shoulder. Until now, I can only trust Anhung. When the other warriors heard this, they were not so afraid without knowing it. The next morning. In the demon camp. There was a touch of shock in the eyes of Wu Lai and the three of them, looking at the young man in gold armor and holding a golden gun in front of him. Behind the young man, there are more than 3,000 people. All of them are powerful, and the lowest is the strength of a 5-star Wuho, and even a 9-star Wuho has no less than 500 people. The most conspicuous ones were 100 horse archers riding the third-order ferocious lightning leopards. Without exception, they are all 9-star Marquis Wu. Everyone held a nearly 2-meter-long black longbow in their left hand, an arrow basket hanging on their back, and 2 javelins. Not only that, but also 2 throwing axes hanging around their waists. Even if hundreds of people stood there motionless, it gave people a strong sense of oppression. Archer. The trump card among the trump cards of the 4 cities of Baitsong. The elite among the elite. The shooting range is at least 300 meters, and the best ones can kill enemies at a distance of meters. Even the martial king of the heat RD star cannot send the stellar energy so far. What, you're not happy to see me? The young man in golden armor inserted the golden gun into the ground and said coldly. No, I dare not, Your Highness. Hui and Hulai quickly lowered their heads. Of the 5 cities in Baitsong, Baiyuan City is the most powerful. The lord of Baiyuan City has 3 sons, and the eldest son Huyen is the most talented. Talent, even for them, is far behind. Never expected that His Highness would come in person. Father is very dissatisfied with your performance yesterday. Huyen snorted coldly, and said, My tiger clan has thousands of warriors, but there are less than 100 left. How do you command them? The 3 major battlefields, whether it is the Baitsong army battlefield or the Wuwang battlefield, all have the upper hand, and the Marquis Wu battlefield is in a mess. It's all that damned human race. Hulai gritted his teeth, that guy is too monstrous, obviously only 1-star Marquis Wu, beheading 3-star, 5-star, and even 8-star Marquis one after another with one move, and even Hu Feng, who is perfect in body training. Also, that's enough, I don't want to hear you say that. Before Hu Lai finished speaking, Hu Yen said impatiently, no matter what you say, yesterday's fiasco is a fact. Your Highness. Hu Lai wanted to explain, but Hui grabbed him and said in a low voice, it's because of our ineffective command. After this battle is over, we must return to Baitsong City and plead guilty to the city lord. Ah. Hu Yan's face turned slightly better, and he said, I will be in charge of the next battle, so please watch carefully. Yes, Your Highness. The three hurriedly said. Hui hesitated for a moment, but still reminded, Your Highness, no matter what, please pay more attention to that human Wuwo named Hang. I see. Hu Yan waved his hand. It feels ridiculous. A mere 1-star Marquis Wu actually defeated 1,000 warriors of the Tiger clan. If it spreads to the ears of other clans, wouldn't it make people laugh? Well. Hui sighed inwardly. For some reason, he had an ominous premonition in his heart. But 3,000 Marquis, 100 eagle shooters, His Royal Highness is even more perfect in 3 martial arts. His eyes fell on the golden armor of the latter, the 5th grade golden armor. The weapons after the 6th rank are very different from the 5th rank. If the 5th rank is a common soldier, then the 6th rank can become a spiritual weapon, which can consume spirit stones and increase combat power. The more spirit stones are consumed, the more powerful the moves are. Even if it is a 4th rank and 5th rank warrior, it can display a certain combat power. The price is naturally expensive. Although this 5th grade top level golden armor is not a real spiritual weapon, it can also consume spiritual stones. After fully storing spiritual power, it is enough to withstand the full blow of the 9-star Martial King. It should be fine. What am I thinking? Hui shook his head, secretly thinking that he was also scared out of his wits by the human race's move. If the other party still uses it this time, His Highness is not stupid, relying on perfect body skills, it is enough to avoid it. What is that? Suddenly, there was an exclamation from the demon crowd. The crowd looked up. I saw 3 figures flying from the sky. Hundreds of eagle archers immediately raised their longbows and pointed them at the sky. It's the martial emperor of the human race. Human martial emperor. What are they doing here? Want to break the rules? What? The faces of the 3 of Hui changed, and they flew into the air without hesitation, facing Linley and the other head-on. Human martial emperor, what do you want to do? Hu Lai said angrily, are you trying to violate the rules? Don't be nervous, we have no plans to do anything. As the martial emperor of the academy, Chu Jiqiang could naturally understand the other party's words, and said, we just came here to invite you to watch the battle with us. Watch the battle? The 3 of Hui looked at each other in blank dismay, not understanding what kind of medicine was sold in the gourd of the Emperor Wu of the human race. However, it is also in line with their wishes. Okay, just watch the battle. If you want to make some small moves, we will start to see clearly. According to the rules, we will directly judge you to lose. Hui said coldly. I don't bother you to remind me of this. Chu Jiqiang chuckled. The 6 seemed to be in harmony, but in fact, if it weren't for the restrictions of the rules, the fight would have been turned upside down. The 3 of Wu Lai frowned, puzzled. Linley and the 3 of them couldn't look any better. Sure enough, it was 3,000 people. The minimum is 5-star Marquis Wu. There are still 100 archers. This is the reason why the human race suffered heavy casualties in the battle for the catacombs in the past. A 9-star Woho archer can reach a range of 30 meters, and it is not easy for a 9-star Woho who is holding a sword to swing a sword, meters away. The key point is that these eagle shooters are riding lightning leopards, 3rd-tier high-level beasts, and they are extremely fast. In the phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals clause close slash phoneme combat, Marquis will manage to phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals clause close slash phoneme the distance and swung his sword, and the opponent could also drive his mount to avoid and pull away. If you get closer to within 10 steps, these eagle shooters will throw javelin throwing axes. Even if you are wearing a 4th grade battle armor,
in front of the javelin throwing axes, you are like paper, and the power is amazing.
Oops. And Hong, is he really capable of turning the tide?
You, go and check the distribution and number of those human races. Wu Yan motioned to a condor archer.
As you order, Your Highness.
The demon condor archer clamped his hands and legs, and the lightning leopard turned into a black light and shot out. Within a few breaths, it was gone.
Others, start with me, this battle, get out of the burrow.
Wu Yan raised his golden gun high and shouted.
Get out of the burrow. Get out of the burrow. Get out of the burrow. 3,000 Marquis Wu of the Demon Clan, their morale is like a rainbow.
In midair, the three of Linley and the three martial emperors of the Mozu followed unhurriedly. At the end of the line of sight, at the exit of the catacombs, thousands of human Marquis were waiting in formation, with determination in their eyes. At the front, and Hong closed his eyes and listened.
Suddenly, his ears moved, and he said, "Someone is here."
Everyone held their breath, held their weapons tightly, and waited for En Heng's order to charge.
No, why is there only one person? Someone exclaimed.
More than 1,000 meters away, a figure riding a ferocious beast gradually approached.
It's the Condor Archer.
No, it's the Condor Archer. In an instant, the expressions of hundreds of people changed drastically.
The Condor Archer?
En Heng said in surprise.
The Condor Archer is the opponent's elite. One arrow can shoot 100 meters away. It is powerful, fast, and very difficult to deal with.
Xie Shan's face was somber that he was about to drip water.
This person is just a whistle, sent to inquire about our location. The large force is still behind.
If there were more than a dozen eagle shooters, we would be in trouble. At this moment, even those who were determined to die panicked. After all, dying vigorously in battle is definitely different from being shot to death by an arrow 800 meters away. The demon condor archer was also confident. After seeing En Heng and the others, he was not in a hurry to leave, and the distance was getting closer little by little.
1,600 meters. 1,600 meters. 1,000 m.
The demon condor archer, with a playful smile on his mouth, took out a long arrow from the arrow basket on his back with his right hand.
This guy wants to shoot us, a 9-star Wuho said angrily.
Damn it! Brothers, rush up and kill him. Everyone was irritated by the other party's contemptuous eyes. Although he couldn't catch up, it was better than standing here and being shot to death for nothing.
At this time,
there was a buzz, as if the bowstring was trembling. Immediately afterwards, a black lightning flew out, and the distance of 1,000 meters arrived in an instant.
Wherever the arrow hit, the air hissed.
How is this possible? The demon condor archer suddenly widened his eyes, watching a black feather arrow piercing his chest in an instant, and a huge amount of true energy suddenly poured in, tearing his internal organs crazily.
Pain. Pain to the marrow.
The next moment, he was carried by a huge kinetic energy, flew tens of meters away from the mount, fell heavily to the ground, and died on the spot. It's just that before he died, he didn't know who killed him.
The elite among the elite? I kill the elite.
En Heng sneered. A 2-meter-long black hard bow was impressively in his hand.
Ding! Kill the 9-star Woho of the demon race. Get 10,000 training points. Oneng put down his longbow, as if he had just done an insignificant thing. Everyone behind Xie Shan didn't react. What happened? How could it be so good that the demon condor archer flew upside down? Wait, there seems to be an arrow stuck in his chest? On, you? Xie Shan's gaze noticed the bow and arrow in En Heng's hand, and he said in disbelief, "The arrow just now was you? What? Is it En Heng?" With a swipe, thousands of eyes looked at it. Hee, I just killed an annoying fly.
En Heng smiled slightly.
It's just killing an annoying fly.
Xie Shan was speechless after hearing this.
That's an archer. 9-star Woho. Just 1,000 meters away, shot to death by an arrow? Are you kidding me?
In midair, the 6 martial emperors were also in shock.
He, En Heng, also knows how to use archery? Chu Jiqiang asked with wide-eyed eyes. I don't know phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals ir either slash phoneme? Wan Jian was still in a daze. He secretly sweated and hung just now. The eagle shooter slowed down 1,000 meters away, just waiting for Ronning and the others to catch up with him, took the opportunity to phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals clause close slash phoneme the distance, and shot the pursuers to death with one arrow. As a result, this guy never thought of it until he died. 1,000 meters, that's exactly the range of an heng. The three wuhas of the demon race also had shock written all over their faces. Even if the archer turns to ashes, they will recognize it, and hung. But is this guy not only capable of phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals clause close slash phoneme combat but also archery? Anung, you bastard, aren't you too fierce? It wasn't until this moment that Xie Shan realized that he didn't know whether to cry or laugh for a moment. 1,000 meters range, Nima, are you still human? Ah, not good. Someone exclaimed and said, that guy's mount ran back. Really gone. Shit. Everyone followed the sound, and sure enough, the lightning leopard had long since disappeared. Fine. And Hong waved his hand and said, I'm not afraid of them coming, I'm afraid they won't come. Ah. Everyone nodded when they heard the words. After all, no matter what, the other party will arrive. However, is this the whole card that Hung said? Indeed, with a range of 1,000 meters, killing 9-star Woho with one arrow is simply appalling. But just like this, can the 3,000 demon clan Wuho be restrained? Hu Yan led a large army to march, and suddenly a lightning leopard rushed back. What? What about people? Why is there only one mount left? In an instant, everyone in the demon race was stunned. Could it be that something went wrong? Hu Yan's complexion turned black, and he looked into the distance. You three, go and have a look, and be careful. He turned his head and ordered. Yes, Your Majesty. The three eagle shooters looked at each other with anger in their eyes. Their intuition told them that their clansmen were probably in danger, otherwise, they would not have only the mounts to report back. SHHHHH, three figures flashed past. Speed up. Hu Yan snorted. He looked in the direction where the three eagle shooters disappeared, and for some reason, an ominous premonition arose in his heart. What is the problem? Yes. The crowd was busy. The three eagle shooters increased their speed to the limit, and within a minute, they could see the exit of the cave in the distance. Thousands of demon race Marquis Wu were watching them. It was here. The demon condor shooter in the middle nodded, subconsciously turning around and going back. Wait, that's it. His pupils shrank, and the next moment, a surge of anger surged from his heart. That's right, more than 10 meters away in front of him, the corpse of a fellow clan was lying on the ground, his chest was shot through, and he couldn't die anymore. Tiger fly. One of them exclaimed and hurriedly drove his mount over. As everyone knows, thousands of meters away, Anning drew his bow and set an arrow, and with a buzzing sound, the arrow flew towards him like lightning. Be careful. The demon condor shooter in the middle turned pale with shock and exclaimed. What? The condor shooter who had just picked up his companion's corpse was covered in hands, and just turned his head to ask what happened, when he felt his body hit by something, and his whole body flew into the air. After flying more than 10 meters away, he landed heavily. A feathered arrow pierced directly through the temple, and died on the spot. Ding! Kill the 9-star Woho of the demon race. Get 10,000 training points. A system prompt sounded in his mind, and Hong took out an arrow again without haste. How is this possible? Number 3 demon condor shooter watched this scene happen, and felt that his whole worldview had collapsed. Kilometers. How did that guy shoot so far? Withdraw. Another eagle shooter gave a loud cry. Among the human race, there is actually such a monster hidden. The news must be reported to His Highness immediately. Stop. Number 3 demon condor shooter fell down. 1,000 meters away, and Hong took out the third arrow as before in a hurry. Damn! In midair, Hulai's eyes were about to burst. It's not just him, who he can't wait to tear and hung into pieces. That's an archer. It took decades for the 5 cities of Baitsong to produce such 109-star Wowo Condor archers, and in the blink of an eye, 2 of them died. Run! Run! The surviving eagle shooter gasped loudly. Look behind you. The distance has been pulled to 20,000 meters. Should be safe? The next moment, he flew out of the mount, a feathered arrow directly pierced his back, and the powerful true energy on the arrow directly smashed his organs into pieces. Ding! Kill the 9-star Woho of the demon race. Get 10,000 training points. Colin Hung let out a breath. This arrow used almost 1/10 of his true energy. Fortunately, Xiaozhou Tianju is working, and it takes 10 breaths to recover. Look to the properties panel. The strongest training system character, and Hong Realm, 4-star Marquis Wu, 500 points H, training points, 55,700 skills, non-linking stars archery, Dzogchen the common language of the demons, Dzogchen Shanhake Sinfa, Dzogchen Little Zhou Tianju, Dzogchen Flame Knife, Dzogchen Tiangang 7-star steps, Dzogchen Vajra Wrathful Aiju, Dzogchen Chi Penetration Sun Moon Heart Sutra, Dzogchen Pure Young Promise Palm, Dzogchen Roaring Lion Skill, Dzogchen Cloud Piercing Stone Arrow, Dzogchen Freedom of the Sun and Moon, the 8th floor, 0256,000. In just 2 minutes, 40,000 training points were recorded, and In Hung expressed his satisfaction. However, Xia Shan and the others were dumbfounded again. This is at least 20,000 meters away? What is your range? It's the cloud-piercing stone arrow. Linley took a deep breath and said. Unexpectedly, he even practiced this. Flame knife for melee combat, glaring diamond art, cloud-piercing stone arrow for long distance. Chang Ran smiled wryly, and said, if I were them, my head would hurt. Humph, don't get complacent too early. Although Hulai didn't understand, it didn't stop him from speaking harshly. Even if that kid is powerful alone, can he stop the 3,000 warriors of my tiger clan? Whether it's right or not, we won't know until later. Chu Jiqiang confronted him tit for tat. But in fact, he really had no idea. If it is said that this is the whole card that In Hung said, it doesn't look like it? Didn't he try his best? Seeing the 3 lightning leopards running back, Hu Yan's expression was extremely gloomy. What exactly is going on? Why is the mount running back again? What about people? Are they all dead? 4 of you. They're all eagle shooters. This scene made many demons fear. Yes, this is Jiuxing Marquis Wu. Even if they are like this, wouldn't it be the same for me? Stellar Qi condenses, Qi pierces the sun and the moon. The wild lion roars and sprints thousands of miles. Without reservation, and Hong roared out all the true energy in his body. The vast infuriating energy turns into sound waves and sweeps across. Wherever it goes, the air bursts and the earth collapses. In just an instant, 3,000 Wuho and Hu Yan were all enveloped in it. What sound? On the eastern battlefield, hundreds of thousands of city guards, including the Baitsong army, looked to the west without exception, with a hint of horror in their eyes. On the western battlefield, hundreds of King Wu, who were fighting in full swing, also looked east. What the hell is that sound? It's like the roar of a wild lion, and it's like thunder from the sky. There is? Human Martial Emperor Li Zhan looked shocked. Where is the Wuho battlefield? When did such a huge commotion erupt on the Marquis Wu battlefield? What exactly happened? In the 5 cities of Baitsong, nearly 10 martial emperors of the demon race stood on the city wall with doubts on their faces. Is it a change from the exit of the crypt? A luxuriously dressed demon martial emperor murmured. For some reason, he felt terrified. Yes, Santo. A man next to him smiled and said, it must be the movement caused by our martial king's all-out attack. This time, His Royal Highness personally launched the horse. Together with hundreds of eagle archers, they will definitely be able to kill the human race. I hope so. The demon martial emperor nodded. But the uneasiness in my heart still lingers. Marquis Wu's battlefield seemed to be frozen in time. The 3,000 Marquis Wu of the demon race stood there dumbfounded, with resentment still on their faces. Behind In Hong, Xia Shan, and the others' minds went blank. They just stared blankly ahead,
directly losing their ability to think. Thump. The sound of a heavy object falling to the ground broke the tranquility of this world. Then came the second, third, and fourth. The Marquis of the demon race who were standing motionless fell to the ground one after another, and a lot of blood flowed out from their eyes, nose, and mouth. 100 people. 500 people. 1,000 people. 2,000 people. Until there was only one person left, standing there blankly. Crack, click. A small voice sounded from him. Wu Yan lowered his head in doubt. Crack. With a crisp sound, the golden armor completely shattered. How is this possible? He suddenly raised his head, seeing corpses strewn all over the field in front of him, like a purgatory on earth. It's the roar of the wild lion. It's the roar of the wild lion. Lin Li immediately lost his composure and yelled frantically, and Hung didn't lie to us. He didn't lie to us. Great, great. Chang Ran burst into tears. This kid made us worry for nothing. Chu Jiqiang wiped his eyes, and said with a smile, he has practiced the lion's roar to Dzogchen. How many secrets does he hide? Impossible. 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 Hu Lai was on the verge of collapse. He stared down blankly. 3,000. A total of 3,000 Tiger Clan warriors. Hundreds of Condor archers. The best of the best. This is almost all the painstaking efforts of Baitsong Wuching these years. Gone. All gone. No, it's not true, it's not true. Hu Yi's face was as pale as paper. He didn't believe it, he couldn't believe it. The warriors who were alive in the last second, the whole army was wiped out in this second. This Aneng, how dare he do this? How could he do that? Am I dreaming? After a long while, Xie Shan came back to his senses, looked at the scene in front of him, and fell into a daze. Dead, all dead? 3,000 demon clan Marquis Wu, all. Exclamations came and went. What the hell just happened? I don't remember very clearly. I just remember Xie Shan yelling for 30 meters, and then my mind went blank. No, I seem to remember it. It seems to be a voice, a very loud voice. It's the roaring lion skill. Beside Hung, Xiaofeng showed a wry smile, and said, if I'm not wrong, Hung should have superimposed the Chi Penetration Sun Moon Heart Sutra and the wild lion's roaring skill, and the sound waves released would kill, demon warriors on the spot. Hozhen bled to death from his 7 orifices. What? So, this is on Han's trump card? Someone understood and exclaimed. Suddenly, thousands of people suddenly realized. That's right, isn't this what Hung said earlier, that he is sure to control the 3,000 demons for 3 seconds? Then they swarmed up and slaughtered as many demons as possible. But, looking at the corpses of the 3,000 demons, everyone smiled wryly. How could they intervene? Ding, kill the 5-star Wuhou of the demon race and get 6,000 training points. Ding, kill the 6-star Marquis Wu of the demon race and get 7,000 training points. Ding, kill the 9-star Wuhou of the demon clan and get 10,000 training points. Ding, kill the 5-star Wuhou of the demon race and get 6,000 training points. Ding, kill the 8-star Wuhou of the demon race and get 9,000 training points. Ding, kill the 9-star Wuhou of the demon clan and get 10,000 training points. In my mind, the system prompt sounded crazily. 3,000 demon race Marquis Wu. Even if they are all 5-star Wuhus with 6,000 training points, they can contribute at least 800 million contribution points. Not to mention, the number of Marquis Wu with 7 or 8 stars is at least higher than that of the predecessors. While Hung was frantically running the Shanghai Xinfa to restore his true energy, he looked at the attribute panel. More than 200 million training points. And Hung took a deep breath. With so many training points, it is natural to use them first. Ding, consume 256,000 training points, and upgrade the Sun Moon Freedom to the 9th floor. Ding. The realm of the host has been upgraded to a 5-star Wuhou. Ding, consume 512,000 training points, and upgrade the Sun Moon Freedom to the 10th floor. Ding. The realm of the host has been upgraded to a 6-star Wuhou.
Continue.
With more than 20,000 million training points, and Hong couldn't believe that he couldn't reach 9-star Marquis Wu. Ding, consume 102,400 training points, and upgrade the Sun Moon Freedom to the number 11 floor.
Ding.
The realm of the host has been upgraded to the 7-star Wuho. Ding, consume 204,800 training points, and upgrade the Sun Moon Freedom to the number 12 floor.
Ding.
The realm of the host has been upgraded to an 8-star Wuho. Ding, consume 409,600 training points, and upgrade the Sun Moon Freedom to the number 13 floor.
Ding.
The realm of the host has been upgraded to the 9-star Wuho. In an instant, and Hang felt refreshed, and his whole body seemed to be reborn.
Is this the spiritual power of 9-star Marquis Wu?
And Hong muttered to himself. The strongest training system character, and Hong Realm, 9-star Wuho, 1000 points H, training point, ***** skills, non-linking stars archery, Dzogchen alien common language, Dzogchen Shanhaik Sinfa, Dzogchen little Jo Tianju, Dzogchen flame knife, Dzogchen Tiangang 7-star steps, Dzogchen Vajra wrathful Iju, Dzogchen Chi penetration Sun Moon Heart Sutra, Dzogchen pure yang promise poem, Dzogchen roaring lion skill, Dzogchen cloud piercing stone arrow, Dzogchen Freedom of the Sun and Moon, number 13 floor, 0819-2000. The Sun Moon Freedom Sutra has been cultivated to the number 13th floor, the realm of martial arts has been raised to the 9-star Wuho, and the spiritual power has tripled as much as the original one. The growth rate of training points has also doubled from the 500 points of the 4-star Wuho. 1,000 training points per hour, 24,000 points per day. Originally there were more than 20,000 million training points, and there are still 1,500 million points left. And Hong didn't rush to continue, and looked at the only living demon in the field.
And Hong? Changran felt An Hong's mental strength skyrocketed several times, and said in shock, he broke through again. 9.
Marquis of 9 stars.
Chu Jiqiang was dumbfounded. This kid is really a monster.
Lin Li laughed directly, and looked proudly at the 3 martial emperors of the demon race, as if saying, why didn't they bark?
Didn't they bark very happily just now?
When Wu Lai heard this, he stared at Lin Li fiercely.
What? Lin Li said indifferently, if you want to do something to me, it's okay. Make an appointment? That's right, watching An Hong play so well, my hands are itchy ha. Chang Ran also laughed. Anon, there is one left.
Xie Shan pursed his mouth.
Well, leave it to me.
And Hong nodded, holding the Huoyun saber, and walked towards Huyan. 1 step, 2 steps, 3 steps. Every time he took a step, An Hong's whole momentum changed slightly. The 3 of Lin Li were startled and looked at each other.
This step seems familiar. Could it be?
Hu Yi's eyes were wide open, and his fists were clenched. This kid, how many whole cards does this kid hide? However, Hu Yan didn't pay attention to this detail. Seeing An Hong approaching, he was not surprised but delighted. 3,000 Tiger Clan warriors died on the spot. Even if he is His Royal Highness, he cannot escape the blame. But if he could kill the culprit, he would surely be able to pay off the crime. Originally, An Hong was standing in the distance. Not only was there a large crowd, but he was also proficient in archery, so he was helpless. But when An Hong came alone, it was different.
Your Highness.
After Hui finished speaking, his figure moved. But the next moment, Lin Li was already standing in front of him. Chu Jiqiang and Chang Ran understood each other, and also stared at the other 2.
Your Highness. Let's go. Suddenly, Tiger Wing roared in the air, saying, you are not his opponent. Go.
What? Hu Lai and the other martial emperor of the demon race were shocked.
Are you kidding me?
The same 9-star Marquis, Anang has perfected many martial arts skills, and the power of explosive mind can be increased by 10 times, and His Royal Highness Huyan is not bad. The marksmanship is Dzogchen, the body is Dzogchen, and the explosive mind is also Dzogchen, which can also increase the explosive power by 10 times.
It is not yet known who will win the game, so does this mean that His Highness is doomed? Go! Your Highness! I beg you!
Huyan let out a loud roar, and said with tears in his eyes, his footwork is Tiangang 7-star step.
Tiangang 7-star step. A body technique that doubles explosive power?
Wu Lai and the other demon martial emperor were both surprised. Generally speaking, the explosive mind method can only operate one door at the same time. If there are two doors, the true chi will be mutually exclusive, and the inability to exert its power is the next best thing. Backlash is the most terrifying. But some sword-in-sword techniques, and even some body techniques, can also enhance explosive power, and can also be superimposed with mental techniques.
The resulting effect is not as simple as 1 + 1.
Just like the Chi Penetration Sun Moon Heart Sutra is strengthened tenfold and explodes, and the Tiangang 7-star step is doubled and exploded, the superposition of the two can reach 20 times the power.
Sure enough, it's Tiangang 7-star walk. Linley was completely speechless and said, "How many trump cards does this kid hide?"
Sword skills, body training skills, lion roar skills, explosive mind skills, and even body skills are Dzogchen.
Monster, what a monster! Chang Ran was amazed.
His Majesty the demon race, he didn't run away at first, but it's too late to wake up now.
Chu Jiqiang felt very happy. Your Majesty. Tiger wing horse. I see. But Hu Yan looked calm, looked at Hong who was coming, and suddenly realized, no wonder you dare to come here alone and explode 20 times? I am indeed not as good as you. Hui was taken aback, and thought to himself, you still don't run away? Wrong. His heart trembled, could it be that His Highness also has a whole card?
Oh. There was a hint of doubt in Hang's eyes. I didn't want to use that thing at first, but it seems that I have to. After Hu Yan finished speaking, the spear in his hand disappeared, replaced by a blue long knife. The blade is nearly 2 meters long, and the mirror-like blade is very cold, with a little cold light condensing in the middle of the blade, as if it is flowing non-stop. Even if they are thousands of meters apart, they can still feel the surge of spiritual energy in the knife.
6th rank spiritual weapon. It turned out to be a 6th grade spiritual weapon. Oops. The three of Linley exclaimed at the same time.
Ordinary warriors, even most martial kings, only know that weapons are divided into 9 grades, but among the 9 grades, there are more detailed divisions.
Ranks 1 to 5 are common soldiers.
Depending on the material, the sharpness, toughness, and weight vary. But the 6th grade weapons are no longer ordinary soldiers, but spiritual soldiers. As the name suggests, they are made of special ore, which can absorb the spiritual power of spiritual stones, so that warriors can exert stronger combat power. According to the number of spirit stones that can be accommodated, they are divided into 6th-rank junior spirit soldiers, 6th-rank intermediate spirit soldiers, 6th-rank advanced spirit soldiers, and 6th-rank top-level spirit soldiers. The spiritual weapon in the hands of Marquis Wu of the demon race is a top-ranking 6th-rank spiritual weapon. Even these martial emperors, who have accumulated over the years, only have 1 or 2 top-ranking spiritual weapons of the 6th rank.
It's the Green Edge Knife. It's the City Lord's Green Edge Knife.
The martial emperor of the human race was shocked, as were the 3 martial emperors of the demon race. But the difference is that in their tone, apart from shock, there is also excitement. I didn't expect that the City Lord's personal spiritual soldier would appear on His Royal Highness.
That's natural. Your Highness is the most talented person in the 5 cities of Baitsong, and he is deeply loved by the City Lord.
In order to ensure nothing goes wrong, it is reasonable to hand over the personal spiritual soldiers to His Highness.
The City Lord is really far-sighted. Tiger Wingside.
Xingfeng Dao is a 6th grade top-level spiritual soldier. Although it is a sword, it does not require the user to have high sword skills. It only needs to be filled with spirit stones and activated with a small amount of true energy, and it can be used. This is also the advantage of 6th grade weapons and weapons above 6th grade. Of course, limited by the realm of martial arts, it is not bad for His Highness to display 1% of the strength of the Qingfeng saber. But even so, a single strike that gathers hundreds of top-grade 6th grade spirit stones is comparable to a full-strength blow from a 1-star martial emperor.
Aneng, be careful.
Linley also came to his senses at this time, and said, that is a 6th-rank spiritual weapon, full of spiritual power, equivalent to a 1-star martial emperor's attack.
A 6th grade spiritual weapon? An Hong's pupils shrank slightly. Unexpectedly, the demon Wuo in front of him had such a whole card. Ha! And Hong, you are the first one to push me to this point.
Holding the Qingfeng knife in his hand, Hu Yan laughed loudly and said, "So I am willing to give you a chance, surrender, or die."
Surrender?
Or die. I'm sorry, I don't choose phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals or either slash phoneme.
And Hong gripped the fire cloud saber tightly, his fighting spirit surging.
Okay, if that's the case, then you go to die.
Hu Yan looked ferocious. He raised the Qingfeng Dao, and in an instant, a 400-meter-long, 50-meter-wide blue sword pierced straight into the sky.
What is that?
Isn't that the Marquis Wu battlefield?
Marquis Wu battlefield? Why did such a thing appear?
Such a terrifying knife. Did the Emperor Wu break the rules and take it?
On the battlefield of King Wu, both the human race and the demon race were dumbfounded. What? That is.
Is that the strength of the martial emperor realm?
Just 1,000 meters away, Xia Shan and the others were completely stunned. They have never seen or heard of this sword. It is no exaggeration to say that even without those 3,000 demon Marquis, just this one knife can kill them all.
Oops. Lin Li's face turned pale.
Even if An Hang's Wrathful-eyed Vajrajud Dzogchen, incarnation of Wrathy-eyed King Kong, can't stop this blow. The difference in strength is too big.
I gave you a choice, but it's a pity you didn't choose.
Wu Yan grinned ferociously, and cut off with his right hand tightly holding the Qingfeng saber.
At the same moment, control that huge blue knife gang.
Split the clouds. With the sound of a sonic boom, it slammed down.
On him.
Lin Lei's eyes were about to burst, and he was about to block the huge sword, but Hui smiled coldly and said, "Human martial emperor, do you want to violate the rules?" As he said that, the spiritual power between the surrounding heaven and earth was crazily sucked into his body by him.
Even if Lin Li made a move, he could successfully intercept it.
The 6th-rank martial emperor gathers 3 flowers to condense 5 qi, is transparent inside and outside, and can absorb the power of heaven and earth. The power of every move, and every move contains the power of heaven and earth. This is also not easy for a martial king to condense a knife gang that is hundreds of meters away, and a 1-star martial emperor can swing a knife casually, and it is a knife gang that is 300 to 400 meters away.
Damn it!
Chang Ran and the other 2 were also blocked by the other 2 martial emperors of the demon race. They were the ones who blocked each other just now, but in the blink of an eye, the situation was reversed.
Is this the charm of the battlefield?
Everything changes rapidly, until the last moment, no one knows how it will end.
Damn! This is not the time for him to think about this. Fire and Phoenix start a prairie fire. A familiar voice sounded.
I saw An Hong raise the fire cloud knife, and the fiery red true energy poured out.
Is this the trick again?
Hu Lai smiled, but can a fire phoenix that is hundreds of meters long block a sword that is 400 meters long?
Just kidding?
Hui also sneered, but immediately, his expression turned strange. The fire phoenix, without accident, condensed to a height of meters almost instantly.
But it's not over yet. 150 meters. 200 meters. The phoenix is still growing. 300 meters. 350 meters. 400 meters. 400 meters. How is this possible? The tiger wing eyeballs are about to pop out.
His Majesty relies on top-tier 6th-grade spirit soldiers and consumes thousands of top-grade 6th-grade spirit stones. It was only then that the knife gang was condensed to a length of 400 meters.
This kid. Why? Ha 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 ha.
Lin Li was overjoyed and laughed wildly. I understand. That's right, when An Hong used this move earlier, he used chi-penetrating Ruyue Heart Sutra to amplify the fire phoenix to a height of meters, and he was indeed no opponent.
But at that time, Aneng was still a 1-star Woho.
There is no stepping on the 7 stars. But now, Aneng is already at the 9-star Woho realm, with 20 times the explosive power.
400 meters of fire phoenix. Am I dreaming? Oh my god. Aneng, how strong is he?
Xiao Feng was dumbfounded, feeling a sense of powerlessness flooding his whole body.
Xiao Feng, you have to know that for some people, you can only see his back forever.
Xie Shan patted his shoulder and said with emotion.
Fuck. In the battlefield of King Wu, hundreds of King Wu were once again attracted.
It used to be a 400-meter-long Daogang.
In the blink of an eye, another 400-meter fire phoenix appeared? Are you sure it is the Wuhou battlefield, not the Wuhuang battlefield? Could it be that Brother Wan is really fighting with the demon race martial emperor?
Li Zhan was startled, and the other two human race martial emperors had the same expression.
Forget it, brotherly, the current situation is unfavorable, we better not be distracted.
A human martial emperor turned his head, frowning into a Sichuan character.
Ah.
Li Zhan nodded, his face extremely ugly.
The Cyan Knife Gang slashed down. Blazing fire phoenix, soaring into the sky.
Two huge amounts of true energy collided violently together.
Boom! Boom! Boom!
A huge roar sounded, and the world trembled for it. In midair, boundless airwaves rolled, and the huge movement caused the 5 cities of Baitsong, and countless demons looked up at the sky, not knowing what happened. Even, many people knelt down on the spot, praying for something.
It's the green edge knife.
On the wall of Beiyuan City, a middle-aged martial emperor's face changed drastically.
What the hell is going on? Yenner was actually made to use the Qingfeng saber? Could it be that the martial emperor of the human race wanted to attack Yenner?
Thinking of this, the middle-aged emperor Wu nodded, secretly thinking that this should be the case, but with Tiger Wing and the others around, he didn't have to worry too much. After a long time, the world returned to peace. 100 meters away, Hu Yen looked at An Hong, who was unharmed, with an expression of seeing a ghost.
Are you kidding me?
That was quite a blow from a 1-star martial emperor.
How could this guy be able to block it? Whoa. An Hong panted heavily.
It can be said that just now was the closest step to his death. Even if his realm, body skills, and mental skills were lacking, he would die without a whole body.
Crack!
There was a soft sound.
Crack! Fire cloud knife, completely shattered.
After all, the Qingfeng Dao is a top-ranking spiritual weapon of the 6th rank, and it can't be resisted by a top-ranking weapon of the 4th rank.
Hu Yen was also taken aback, and then laughed wildly. Ah, An Hong, your weapon is gone, let me see how you can resist my next blow.
As he said that, he quickly took out dozens of top-grade spirit stones from the storage ring, and filled them into the Qingfeng knife.
Do you think you still have a chance to make a move?
An Hong let out a roar, and while Xiao Zhou Tiangong was running wildly, he stuffed another large amount of pill into his mouth. At the same time, the 7 stars of Tiangang began to move at a step, and the whole figure was like a ghost, and it spanned a distance of meters in an instant.
Your Highness, get behind him. Dodge his lion's roar. Hui roared.
Once An Hang is allowed to perform the second roar of the wild lion, His Highness without the golden armor will surely die. But if you delay for a few seconds, let His Highness fill the Qingfeng saber with spirit stones and swing the second knife, Aneng will die. Behind? Hu Yen kept stuffing top-quality spirit stones into the Qingfeng knife with his left hand. Hearing Hui's reminder, he was about to push his body skills to the limit and go around behind Aneng. Never forget, however, at this moment, he saw An Hong, who was supposed to be rushing over 100 meters away, stop, with his right hand in the palm of his hand, and golden true energy condensed in the palm.
What?
He exclaimed, and the next moment, a palm print 5 or 6 meters high moved extremely fast. Leaping, meters in an instant, he slapped him hard on the chest.
Puff!
Hu Yen flew out like a kite with a broken string. Blood spurting from the mouth. The Qingfeng knife in his hand also flew forward more than 10 meters away.
Pure Yang Promise Palm. Linli was dumbfounded 3 times. This boy An Hong. How many hole cards are hidden?
Pure Yang Promise Palm, Chang Ran muttered to himself. The 4th grade top palm technique, the palm technique is fierce, the Yang is the strongest, the small achievement realm, the palm technique carries the power of pure Yang, the great achievement realm, consumes a small amount of true energy, gathers the palm prints to shoot, the peak state, consumes a large amount of true energy, gathers Dan's big palm print, 5 or 6 meters high, the realm of Dzogchen, comprehend the secret technique, the palm of the blazing sun. The palm just now was clearly a move that can only be used at the peak level. This kid is simply a monster. How is this possible? The three of Wu Yi were petrified. If it is the roaring skill of the wild lion, the period of power accumulation is enough for His Royal Highness to deal with it. But this pure yang promise palm is almost instant. The palm prints can still leap, meters. Reverse the situation in an instant. Onang moved, picked up the Qingfeng knife in the next second, and threw it into the storage ring. In an instant, the 6 martial emperors were all taken aback. Immediately afterwards, the three of Linley burst out laughing. "And Hong, you can do it, you are a ghost. Isn't it?" At this time, I still haven't forgotten to pick up the 6th grade spiritual weapon and throw it into the storage ring. What's this called? Sharpening a knife isn't the same as chopping firewood. 2. The three were talking and laughing. Xia Shan and the others also saw the scene clearly, let alone the envy and jealousy in their hearts. 6th rank top spirit soldier? This seems to be worth hundreds of millions of points, right? And Hong is really cool. What's so cool about that? Wasn't it obtained by virtue of strength? If you are not convinced, you go up and try? Then forget it? The previous Marquis Wu hurriedly shook his head. What joke? This kid. Wu Liefei almost exploded with anger. That is the city lord's personal spiritual soldier. The 6th rank top spirit weapon, to be taken away just like that? However, what happened in the next second made him even more terrified. I saw that human race who did not know when he took out his bow and arrow, and pointed the arrow at the seriously injured His Royal Highness. Don't want. Hui panicked. Don't kill your highness. He looked at the three of Linley who were staring at him closely, his face turned pale, and he said to Anang, "Don't hurt your highness, as long as you agree, we can give up the Marquis Wu battlefield." "How do you guarantee it?" And Hong asked back. "We will withdraw immediately, within 10 days, we will never attack here again." Hui said hastily. "Are you my 3-year-old? And Hong sneered, "Just a promise? No price at all? What if you backtrack?" Hui was taken aback for a moment. In fact, he really thought so. No matter what he said, first save His Highness, and after that? Naturally, it is revenge to launch a violent storm. Linley and the three nodded. Although Anang was young, he was thoughtful. "What do you want?" Hulai gritted his teeth and said, he wished he could tear An Hong to pieces. Don't kill me." That pure yang promise palm was also superimposed with chi penetration Ryue Heart Sutra, otherwise it would not be possible to fly a distance of meters. Huyan's heart was almost crushed, and he was seriously injured at the moment, and he was in excruciating pain even to move. He tried his best and said, I can give you the storage ring, which contains tens of thousands of 6th level top grade spirit stones, and 2 top level 5 level exercises. That's all? And Hong frowned. Also, there is still a 6th grade spiritual weapon, which is my father's weapon. I already gave it to you. Hu Yen was so angry that he was afraid of angering An Hong, with a low voice. But I secretly thought in my heart, damned human race, after I go back, I will definitely let my father phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals lead lead / phoneme the army, step down the cave, cut you into pieces, and only then will the hatred in my heart be relieved. What did you give it to me? It's really nice to say. And Hong sneered, it's clear that I'm afraid of getting it with my strength. That's right, it's you, poof. Hu Yen was so angry that he spat out a mouthful of blood. You got it by your strength. Not far away, Xie Shan and the others had strange expressions on their faces. Why didn't I realize that this guy, An Hong, also has such a shameless side? It was obviously obtained by snatching, and it was claimed to be obtained by strength, but so to speak, there is nothing wrong with it. No, it's still not right. Just when Hu Yen breathed a sigh of relief, An Hong shook his head and said, your storage ring, it seems that if I kill you, I can still get it? Hu Yen stared sharply. Anang, don't bully others too much. Hu Lai was so angry that he roared angrily on the spot, "If you dare to hurt His Majesty's hair, I will make you regret coming to this world." Call out. The arrow cut through the sky, shot into Hu Yan's thigh, and nailed his whole body to the ground. What? Hu Yan made a scream like killing a pig. The right thigh is bleeding profusely. Pain. Hu Yan's face was distorted in pain. As His Highness of Baiyuan City, how had he ever been wronged like this? How do you talk to Grandpa? Use a better tone. And Hong drew an arrow again, not paying attention to Hu Lai, who was the 6th-rank martial emperor, and said with a sneer, "Speak harsh words to Grandpa again. Try? You wanna die." How could Hu Lai bear this grievance? His eyes were blood red, and with a roar, the spiritual power of heaven and earth gathered into a huge black palm thousands of meters away, which was about to be photographed. Humph! Linley snorted coldly, and the huge red sword with a handle of 1,000 meters also took shape. Stop! Hui gave Hu Lai a vicious look. Hu Lai dissipated his spiritual power unwillingly. Call out! Another shot! Pierce through Hu Yan's left leg and nail it into the soil. Ah! Ah! Hu Yan managed to slow down, but with another arrow, he almost fainted from the pain. Damn the human race! Damn Anung! It's not me who speaks harshly to you. You have the ability to shoot a tiger with an arrow. What a tragedy! Xia Shan smacked his lips. Isn't it? Xiao Feng watched the excitement and said, if the martial emperor said something more, and Hang would definitely shoot that person's left hand. What if it's the right hand? I think it's more likely to be left-handed. How about we make a bet? Okay, what's the bet? But to everyone's disappointment, Wu Lai didn't give An Hung another chance. It was just a pair of bloody eyes, staring at him firmly. Very good, it seems that you finally understand who has the initiative now. And Hong nodded in satisfaction, showing a teachable expression, and said, What on earth are you willing to let your highness go? Hui suppressed the urge to tear An Hung's corpse into thousands of pieces, and said, I said, as long as you let your highness go, we can withdraw from the Marquis Wu battlefield. Even if we withdraw from this crypt battle, it is not impossible to discuss. If you have the guts, you can also go to Baitsong 5 cities with us, as long as His Highness can be released, no matter what conditions you ask, the city lord will agree. It seems that you take me for a fool? And Hong sneered. Then what do you want? Hui also said coldly. In fact, it is far from being up to the 5 cities of Baitsong to withdraw from this battle for the catacombs. Just because the exit of the catacombs is the closest to the 5 cities of Baitsong, so the 5 cities of Baitsong entered the battlefield first, and there will be a large number of tiger warriors to support them later. Hui was hit by the words, and his eyes were a little strange. Okay, everyone is very busy, so I won't waste time. It's not impossible to let your highness go. What about the conditions? Tiger Wing asked hurriedly. And Hong really intends to let him go? Chang Ran frowned. This great majesty, the talent is indeed astonishing. Given time, if he grows up, he might become a strong enemy of the human race. Lin Li looked at An Hong, who blinked his eyes calmly. He suddenly smiled knowingly, and said, let's watch him operate, we'll just keep an eye on these 3 people. Row. Chu Jiqiang understood. I'm not talking like a lion anymore. What? Storage ring. No. The 3 exclaimed. What a joke, the storage ring is all their belongings for many years. 6th grade spirit soldiers. Top skills. The ultimate spirit stone. Massive pills. How could it be handed over? Oops. And Hong drew his bow fully, aimed at Hu Yan who was pinned to the ground and said regretfully, Your Highness, what you did was a failure. You are about to die. None of your subordinates are willing to hand over the ring, TSK tisk TSK exclamation point. Hu Yan's eyes were red, he stared at the 3 people in the air, and said in a cold tone, You 3, after I go back this time, I will definitely report to my father, and my city lord's mansion will pay you back twice as much for your losses. Oops. Hui, Hu Lai and the 3 of them all had a thud in their hearts. Anyone who hears an Hang's request will hesitate for a while. This is a subconscious reaction. As a result, the kid said so emphatically, and His Highness became suspicious. Even if the three of them took out the storage rings, they would not gain His Highness's favor. Still hesitating, can this be tolerated? And Hong watched the excitement without thinking it was a big deal, and fanned the flames. Sure enough, Hu Yan's face was so gloomy that he was about to drip water, and said angrily, "Do you think it's twice less? How about 10 times? No. Your Highness, we don't mean that. Your Highness, don't listen to that kid's nonsense, we are loyal to you. That's right, we don't need compensation. Let alone 1 storage ring, even 10 storage rings, we are willing. Then give it to him quickly." Hu Yan said angrily. "Silk." Accidentally, the reaction was a little louder, and a sharp pain came, making his face almost distorted. Immediately, a look of resentment flashed in his eyes. He is not stupid, he was transferred by an Hang's simple 2 or 3 words, and when it comes to the culprit, it is naturally an Hang. Of course, Hui and Hulai are not good things. Phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals or either slash phoneme. Still want compensation? Go dream. The 3 of Hui took off the storage ring in their hands with great reluctance in their hearts. This is their life savings. But if they don't give it, firstly, His Highness won't be able to get through here, and secondly, if His Highness dies, then they will go back and decide that there is nothing good to eat. Anung, do you mean what you say? If we give you the storage ring, you will return His Highness to us? Tiger Wing's eyes were cold. One word from a gentleman, for horses are hard to chase. And Hong put down his bow and arrow, patted his chest and said, "Okay. We believe in you, I hope you don't let us down." Hui brought the storage rings of the other 2. Wait a minute. Chu Jiqiang stretched out his hand and said, "Let me check first." Tiger Wing frown wrinkled. The time is so short, how could they have time to do anything? Besides, I have never heard of anyone doing something in the storage ring, because it is unnecessary. After all, as the most valuable thing, if it can fall into the hands of the enemy, it basically means that you are dead, and there is no need for tampering. If you do tampering, it will be easily resolved by the opponent. Chu Jiqiang's spirit sweeping, the tiger's body trembled, and then he looked at An Hong with extremely resentful eyes. Ugh! Give you! With a sigh, he controlled the storage ring and sent it to Aneng. Thank you, instructor. And Hong smiled and put the 3 rings into his pocket. Are you satisfied now? Hu Yan pretended to be angry and said, "But." His voice stopped abruptly, his eyes were wide open because of fright, and he desperately wanted to crawl back, screaming, "What are you doing? Didn't we all do what you said? 3 storage rings, you got it too. Is it my storage ring? I'll give it to you right now. I'll give it to you now. You're one, I will naturally get it after you die." An Hong's face was grim, and he drew his bowstring fully, aiming the arrow at the opponent's head. The arrow's true energy condensed, it was obviously a bursting arrow. You lied to me. Hu Yan roared hysterically, "What are you going to do? Haven't we already agreed to your terms? Stop it. We promised to withdraw from the battle for the crypt. What more do you want? We can agree." Hu Lai and the others were terrified to the extreme. "I didn't lie to you." And Hong shoots an arrow, boom. In the next second, Hu Yan's entire head exploded, and he couldn't die anymore. Ding! Kill the 9-star Woho of the demon race. Get 10,000 training points. I just promised to return you to them. I didn't say that you must be alive. If you want to blame, you can only blame yourself for being too stupid. Ask yourself, where is such a good thing in the world? If it were you, you would let me go? And Hong shrugged, and put the bow and arrow back into the storage ring. Quiet. Including Linli and the others, they did not expect Aneng to be so decisive. But after a while, roars sounded one after another. Aneng! You lied to us. How dare you lie to us? Damn you! Damn you! Even Tiger Wing is furious. Hey! You!
Hu Lai was so angry that he almost fainted. What is the use of a dead highness? Also, they don't even have storage rings now. Return the storage ring. Hui also thought of this and said angrily. Storage ring? And Hang revealed a puzzled look and said, What storage ring? Chu Jiqiang couldn't stand it anymore, coughed, and said, Aneng, it's almost enough. If you really piss them off and try everything to kill you, we may not be able to stop them. And Hang expressed his understanding and immediately stopped talking. He walked up to the miserable Hu Yan and put the storage ring on his finger into his trouser pocket in front of the three martial emperors of the demon race. The three of Hui looked at each other. This Aneng, is he too disrespectful to them? Just a mere Marquis Wu, they can easily be crushed to death. 3. Chu Jiqiang said with a blank expression, Take your highness and leave? If you want to do something to An Hong, we don't mind fighting to the end with you. Lin Li and Chang Ran also looked at it. The three looked at each other. There are three martial emperors guarding them, and they want to kill An Hong, which is unrealistic. What's more, once a shot is made, according to the rules, it means abstention, and they cannot bear this responsibility. However, what's the point of carrying a dead tiger flame? I'm afraid that the city lord of Beiyuan City would like to kill them. What about the storage ring? At least, the storage ring must be returned to us, right? Another demon martial emperor hesitated for a while and said. Lin Li and Changran were at a loss. Chu Jiqiang, the only one who could understand, looked up at the sky, saying that I have no idea what you are talking about. Anang? He ran away a long time ago. You are cruel. Hu Lai glared at the three of them viciously, staring at An Hong in the distance, and finally took away Hu Yan, who was beyond recognition, unwillingly. Just wait. My tiger clan will be with you forever. In the distance, Tiger Wing's voice came. Wow, Anang. A gatekeeper said with a look of admiration, slaying 3,000 demon Marquis Wu by one person can block even the Emperor Wu's blow. Also knocked 3 martial emperors off. The key is to kill people in front of them, they have nothing to do. It's too fierce, Mr. Anang, do you still lack pendants on your thighs? The one with the pendant, count me in, count me in. Everyone narrowly escaped death, and watched An Hong play around with the 3 martial emperors of the demon race. They were all very excited. Small meaning, small meaning. An Hong waved his hand and said, It's mainly thanks to Instructor Wan and the others, otherwise how would I dare to be so arrogant? No, this is all your own fault. The 3 of Lin Li also came over at this time, their tone sounded sour. Among other things, the storage rings of the 3 martial emperors of the demon race know that they are rich without even thinking about it. The essential. This guy An Hong just talked about it, and he got it. Like them, fighting and killing in the burrow, finally killing the opponent, there is nothing good in the storage ring. People are better than people, so mad. Instructor, you are being too polite when you say that. An Hong said with a smile, that Hu Lai wished to tear me apart. If you hadn't stopped me, I would have died 100 times. Ask the instructor to accept it. As he spoke, he handed over a storage ring. This? Lin Li was taken aback. You two also have a share. And Hong took out 2 more storage rings. Inside each piece, there is a 100 yuan 6th level top quality spirit stone. Hu Yan really did not lie, there are indeed tens of thousands of 6th level top quality spirit stones in his storage ring. Such a big harvest this time is also inseparable from the 3 martial emperors. Some people may say, isn't this what they should do? That is to say, but being in the world is never a simple black and white, and 300 yuan of top quality spirit stones is not too much. It can be used as a thank you and a closer relationship. Why not? $100. 100 top grade spirit stones. The 3 of them exclaimed in unison. The 6th level best spirit stone. In the base, a piece requires millions of points to buy. Moreover, as rank 6 martial emperors, they really needed this spirit stone to speed up their cultivation. Anang, this is too precious, we can't accept it. Lin Li shook his head, and said, I know you are thanking us, but it is our duty to protect you, not to mention, this time we can repel the demons.
If the family attacked, even if no one was injured, it was all because of you, so it cannot be accepted.
That's right, Brother Lin said the truth. Anang, we appreciate your kindness, here we are.
Chang Ran smiled slightly, and handed over the storage ring.
Instructor, so many people are watching, if you don't accept it, I will lose face. And Hong looked puzzled, and winked at the people around him. Yes, instructor, this is also in Hang's wish. Accept it, instructor. Otherwise, what if Boss and Hong is sad? That's it. Thousands of people booed. The three of them couldn't laugh or cry. Okay, can't we accept it? Chu Jiqiang was the first to be overwhelmed. Then accept it? Chang Ran looked at Linley. Take it. Linley nodded. The more he looked at In Hong, the more pleasing he felt. This kid is amazingly talented, witty, and can be a human being. It will be difficult not to shock the human race in the future. Next, clean up the battlefield. Although they are all spoils of Anang, not to mention just storage rings, more than 3,000 rings have been harvested. However, they are all in the Marquis of Wu realm. Even if they have skills and weapons, Anang doesn't like them. They plan to have them take them back and exchange them for points. Not to mention many, there are still tens of millions of points in Hu Yan's storage ring. In addition to the 1 yuan 6th grade top grade spirit stone, there are also 2 top grade 5th grade exercises, level, spearmanship, top-notch spearmanship of the 5th rank, rumored to be the spearmanship honed in the battlefield. The spearmanship is wide open and closed, has the courage of 10,000 men, practiced to great success, and comprehend the secret skills of 10 battles. Greatly increase explosive power in a short period of time, practice to the peak, comprehend secret skills, shoot to determine the world, consume a lot of true energy, and deal a fatal blow to the enemy. Practice to Dzogchen, comprehend secret skills, 100 birds and phoenix guns. Consume a huge amount of true energy to carry out powerful range strikes. This marksmanship is good. And Hong secretly thought. The first is the top 5 marksmanship, which also integrates burst, single target attack, and group attack. Just imagine with chi piercing like the Heart Sutra of the Moon, Tiangang's 7 star steps, plus the 10 formations of the 8th level spear technique, how terrifying the explosive power will be. Next one. Overlord Gun. And Hong frowned. Why is he another book on marksmanship? Overlord Spearmanship, the 5th rank top-notch spearmanship, overbearing spearmanship, pay attention to the courage of others, practice to a small success, comprehend the secret skills to surpass mountains and rivers. Every level of proficiency of Overlord's spearmanship increases, the power increases by %, and practice to the peak, comprehend the secret skills, unparalleled in the world, greatly increase explosive power in a short period of time, practice to Dzogchen, comprehend the secret skills, break the boat. Consume all the true energy, and the power will increase by %. Fuck. This marksmanship seems to be good too? After reading it, and Hang exclaimed in amazement, compared to the all-round 8th level spearmanship, Overlord's spearmanship is a pure one-on-one magic skill, and the 3 secret skills are all used to enhance the power. No wonder that Hu Yan carried them all on him. It must be difficult to make a choice, right? They are all 5th grade exercises. Why is it difficult to choose? Learned everything? And Hong made a decision in an instant. It's a pity that I'm still at the Marquis Wu state. I can't exert my full strength. It's not impossible to break through directly. If this happens, the Wuho battlefield may be in trouble. After all, after becoming the Queen of Wu, I cannot return to the Wuho battlefield. Immediately afterwards, there were the storage rings of the 3 demon martial emperors. Anning was so excited that he opened one first. 1,000 yuan for the 6th level best spirit stone. 1 yuan for 6th level top grade spirit stones. 10 yuan for 6th level medium grade spirit stones. A 6th grade advanced saber. A set of 6th grade intermediate battle armor. 10 bottles of 6th grade high level recovery pills. In addition, there is a book of exercises. 7 killing sword technique, top ranking sword technique of the 6th rank, fierce and ruthless, stop killing with killing, practice to great success, comprehend the secret technique, slash and kill, consume a lot of true energy, cause a fatal blow,
practice to the peak, comprehend the secret technique, to stop killing with killing, a large increase in explosive power in a short period of time, practice to dzogchen. Every attack will become more intense, and when it is stimulated to the extreme, you can use 7 killing sword intent. Sword intent? And Han was taken aback. This was the first time he saw the word sword intent. Could it be said that even a 6th rank cultivation method can comprehend sword intent and sword intent? The deputy sect master said last time that generally speaking, when a warrior cultivates a martial art that is higher than his own level, it is very likely that due to various restrictions, he will not be able to exert 100% of his power. This so-called 7 killing saber intent doesn't seem to have much to do with the so-called true chi, and I don't know if it can be displayed after learning it? And Hong pondered for a moment, then took out the second storage ring. 3,000 yuan for the 6th level best spirit stone. 1 yuan for 6th level medium grade spirit stones. 30 pieces of top 5 spirit stones. A set of 6th grade intermediate battle armor. 2 bottles of 6th grade high level recovery pills. In addition, there are 2 exercises. Haoyang Divine Palm, grade, intermediate martial arts. The palm technique is aggressive like fire, scorching the enemy's heart veins, extremely domineering, practiced to a small degree, comprehend the secret technique of Liang Jin, which can transform the true energy in the body into the fire attribute. One move, contains fire energy, burns the enemy's heart, practice to the peak, comprehend the secret technique Liang God's palm, can condense palm prints of thousands of meters, take pictures in the air, practice to dzogchen, comprehend the secret technique Haoyang in the sky, absorb the spiritual power of heaven and earth, and advance with true energy, turning himself into Haoyang, melting the opponent. Is this the guy who lies? And Hung suddenly remembered. That guy still wants to harm me, think too much. The corners of his mouth were slightly raised, and he put the Haoyang palm aside. A mere 6th grade intermediate martial arts is a waste of training points. He looked at the other book. 9 Turn Xiangong, incomplete, the top level mental method of the 6th grade, the 9th is the extreme of number, and the element of number. It is a special mental method that very few warriors can cultivate from the 1st to the 9th grade. Seeing this, and Hang's eyes widened. A special mental method that can be cultivated from the 1st rank to the 9th rank? Good guy, isn't this too fierce? But the next paragraph made his heart burn just now, and then cooled down. Because of the broken foundation, the highest cultivation realm is the martial emperor realm. Is it only up to the 6th grade? And Hong was a little disappointed, but it's no wonder that if he really could reach the 9th rank martial immortal, he wouldn't be a top-ranking mind of the 6th rank. Moreover, Hu Lai was only in the realm of a mere 6th rank, so how could he have such a top-ranking mind of the 9th rank? Woolen cloth? Hu Lai. The introduction to the 9 Turn Xiangong is quite long. From the 1st rank warrior realm to the 6th rank martial emperor realm, there are corresponding training introductions. And Hang is now a 9-star Wuhuo, 1 step away from the 5th rank Wuwang, so he naturally looks at Zinfaji, who is in the Wuwang realm first. Wuzhuan Xiangong, the top-level mental method of the 5th grade, which can absorb the spiritual power of heaven and earth, condense the energy of the 5 internal organs, and finally gather the dantian of the lower body, punch upwards to the top of the head, and circulate the inner energy endlessly. Practice to the entry level, condense the chi of the lungs, and the true chi can be increased several times. Practice to a small success, condense the kidney chi, and the true chi will increase 10 times at most. After cultivating to great success, the chi of the liver is condensed, and the chi of the liver is increased dozens of times. As for the peak period, the chi of the spleen is condensed, and the true chi is increased by 100 times. During the dzogchen period, the chi of the heart is condensed. Until this time, the internal organs are all connected, the 6 internal organs, 5 bodies, 5 sense organs, 9 orifices, and all limbs are integrated into one, and the true chi has increased hundreds of times. Hundreds of times. And Hong was taken aback. Even Wu Lai's palm prints were only 1,000 meters away, right? If he cultivated by himself and reached the 9-star martial king, with all 5 internal organs connected, wouldn't it be the light of a 2,000 to 3,000 meter sword? If you count the explosive technique, wouldn't it be over meters? This guy Wu Lai, can't you? If Wu Lai knew what Hong was thinking at this moment,
he would definitely be blown away. After all, not everyone is like him. The Sea of Dan Tianqi in the realm of generals is 100 times as much as that of ordinary people. This exercise is good, that's all. There was a smile on the corner of An Heng's mouth. It just so happened that this guy still had 30 pieces of 5th grade top-level spirit stones in his storage ring, which was perfect for condensing the energy of the 5 internal organs. Look further down. 6th turn Xiangong, the top-level mental method of the 6th grade, gathers 3 flowers, condenses 5 qi, is transparent inside and outside, and can receive the power of heaven and earth. After practicing to the beginner level, one can draw spiritual power twice as much as one's own true energy at most. Practicing to Dzogchen, you can draw spiritual power 100 times as much as your own true energy at most. Is this the martial emperor realm? And Hong muttered to himself. Not only strengthen oneself, but also attract the power of heaven and earth. In the realm of Dzogchen, attracting spiritual power that is 100 times stronger than one's own true energy. What a spectacular sight it will be. It's probably not impossible to cut through the mountains with a single blow. Such a powerful move can only be completed with the help of the power of heaven and earth. If you don't reach the realm, you can't use it if the skill is perfect? Instructor, are they all such strong people? However, looking at the Dao Gang condensed by the instructor, it is only a kilometer long. Maybe it is a 1 or 2 star martial emperor? Call Awning suppressed his restless heart. Right now, I'm not even a martial king, but I'm farther away from the 6th rank martial king, so let's get promoted to martial king first. There is one last storage ring left. All kinds of top-level spirit stones, as well as high-end swords, armor and recovery pills. In addition, there is a book of exercises. Phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals wind wine / phoneme and thunder swordsmanship, the 6th grade intermediate swordsmanship. The swordsmanship is swift and fierce, as dazzling as lightning across the sky, and the momentum is compelling. Practicing to great success, comprehending the secret technique of lightning and thunder, greatly increasing the speed of swordsmanship in a short period of time, practicing to the peak, comprehending the secret technique of lightning for 9 days, consuming a huge amount of true energy, condensing thousands of thunderbolts, like a thunderstorm falling from the sky, attacking enemies within the range, practice to Dzogchen, comprehend the secret technique of driving thunder and lightning, and cooperate with the secret technique of rushing thunder knife technique, lightning and thunder, and the explosive power is equivalent to a blow of a 7th rank martial artist. Where can I find someone who uses the thunderbolt saber technique? And Hong curled his lips. This seems to be a combined skill book. Although it is only a 6th rank intermediate swordsmanship, the combined martial art is comparable to a 7th rank martial artist, invincible at the same level. Such a pity. 6000 2 11 10 60 18 bottles of 6th grade high-level recovery pills. The 5th rank top marksmanship 8th level great spear technique, Overlord spear, the 6th rank top level sword technique 7 killing sword technique, the 6th rank intermediate palm technique Haiyang God's palm, the 6th rank top level mind technique 9 Zhuanshuan Gong, can be cultivated to the martial emperor realm. The 6th grade intermediate swordsmanship phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals wind wine / phoneme and thunder swordsmanship. Of course, there are also 3 storage rings with a storage space of cubic meters. Hu Yen is the 2nd generation, and the storage ring is even bigger, with a storage space of cubic meters. Awning naturally replaced the largest storage ring with a storage ring of more than 200 cubic meters. As for the skills, level 8 Great Spear Technique and Overlord Spear are the top 5 spear techniques, and each has its own strengths. Although there is no suitable weapon around, it doesn't matter if you learn it. Top-level saber techniques, you can comprehend the 7-kill sword intent after practicing to Dzogchen, you must learn it. 9 turns Xiangong is also, and it can also be the main mental method of the 6th rank generals. As for Haiyang God's poem and phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals wind wine / phoneme and thunder sword art, let's forget it, they are only intermediate level 6th rank skills, and a large number of top level 6th rank exercises in the gatekeeper can be exchanged. Flip through several exercises and look at the attribute panel. The strongest training system character, and Hong Realm, 9-star Wuwo, 1000 points H, training points, 1500 million points skills,
non-linking stars archery, Dzogchen alien common language, Dzogchen shanhaik sinfa, Dzogchen little jo tianju, Dzogchen flame knife, Dzogchen tiangang 7 star steps, Dzogchen vajra wrathful iju, Dzogchen chi penetration sun moon heart sutra, Dzogchen pure yang promise palm, Dzogchen roaring lion skill, Dzogchen cloud piercing stone arrow, Dzogchen freedom. Of the Sun and Moon, number 13 floor, 0819-2000, level 0 Great Spear Technique, not yet started, Overlord Gun, not yet started, 9 turns Mysterious Art, not yet started, 7 Killing Swordsmanship, uninitiated, 50 Does it need to consume so many training points just to get started with 7 Killing Saber?
Anang was a little surprised. According to the growth rate, wouldn't the Dzogchen need to consume several million training points?
Although I have almost 1,500 million points now, let's focus on the 2 marksmanship and the 7 kill sword method first. Let's put aside the mental method first. After all, Wuho still needs himself on the battlefield.
Ding.
Consume, training points, and the proficiency of the 8th level spear technique has been raised to the entry level.
Ding.
Consuming, training points, the proficiency of the 8th level spear technique has been raised to Xiaocheng.
Ding. Consuming 50.
00 training points, the proficiency of the 8th level spear technique has been raised to Deshang.
Comprehend the secret technique of the 10 formations.
Increase the explosive power by % in a short time.
Ding.
Consume, training points, and the proficiency of the 8th level spear technique has been raised to the peak. Comprehend the secret technique, and the gun will determine the world.
Consume a lot of true energy, and deal a fatal blow to the enemy. Ding.
Consume 30 training points, and the proficiency of the 8th level spear technique has been raised to Dzogchen. Comprehend the secret technique, the 100 birds and phoenix spear.
Consume a huge amount of true energy, and carry out a powerful range attack. Nearly 50 training points?
And Hong said to himself, fortunately, only 50 training points, just a drizzle.
Continue. Upgrade Overlord Gun. Ding.
Consume, training points, and the proficiency of the Overlord Spear has been raised to entry level.
Ding.
Consuming, training points, the proficiency of the Overlord Spear has been raised to a small success. Comprehending the secret technique is powerful, and the proficiency of the Overlord Spear is increased by % for every level of proficiency.
Ding.
Consume, training points, and the proficiency of the Overlord Spear will be raised to Deshang.
Ding.
Consume, training points, and the proficiency of the Overlord Spear has reached the peak.
Comprehend the secret technique and become unparalleled in the world. Double the explosive power in a short time. Ding.
Consume 30 training points, and the proficiency of the Overlord Spear has been raised to Dzogchen.
Comprehend the secret technique, and you will be defeated.
Consume all the true energy, and the power will increase by %. This Overlord Spear. And Han was taken aback after seeing the detailed description. The secret skill is so powerful that if you increase your proficiency by 1 level, it will increase by 10%.
Isn't the Dzogchen increase by 40? 0%?
The secret skill is unparalleled in the world, and it can also double the explosive power in a short period of time. In addition, it will consume all the true energy, and the power will be increased by
4%. 2 times 2 and then 5. 6 times, times?
It's almost equivalent to an explosive mind method. But it's just a gun, it's fierce. And Hong said with emotion, if he uses the Overlord marksmanship, including the times increase of the Tiangang 7 star step and the Chi penetration Sun Moon Heart Sutra, it will be 100 times.
Even the Emperor Wu can be beheaded, right?
Of course, the premise is to reach the martial king realm.
Go ahead, upgrade the 7 killing sword technique.
Right now, he has a 6th grade top level spiritual weapon, Xingfeng Saber. Among many weapons, Anheng's favorite is also a sword, domineering.
Ding.
Consuming 50 training points, the proficiency of the 7 killing sword technique has been raised to entry level.
Ding.
Consume 100 million training points, and the proficiency of the 7 killing sword technique has been raised to Xiaocheng.
Ding.
consume 200 million training points, and increase the proficiency of the 7 killing saber technique to Deshang. Comprehend the secret technique, kill everything, consume a lot of true energy, and deal a fatal blow. Ding! Consume 500 million training points, and the proficiency of the 7 kill sword technique has been raised to the peak. Comprehend the secret skill, stop killing with killing, double the explosive power until the killing stops. Ding! Insufficient training points. The system beep sounds. And Hong opened his mouth wide. Good guy, 500 million training points? Not enough? The 7 kill sword technique, the consumption speed of training points, is too amazing. 50 training points to get started. 1,000 million cultivation points Dzogchen? And Hong looked at the attribute panel, dumbfounded. The strongest training system character, and Hong Realm, 9-star Wuo, 1000 points H, training points, 550 million points skills, none level, dash, great spear, Dzogchen overlord gun, Dzogchen 9 turns mysterious kung fu, Dzogchen 7 killing swordsmanship, peak, 01 million. It is a 6th grade cultivation method, so it generally needs to consume so many training points? And Hong had the urge to click on those 2 6th grade intermediate exercises. With 1,500 million training points, I thought it was foolproof, but in the end I was not even satisfied with a book of 7 killing swordsmanship. I still have to roll up my sleeves and work harder. And Hong took a deep breath and looked at the King Wu battlefield on the other side. 9-star Wuho Realm. Great consummation of Kung Fu. There is also the 6th rank top weapon, the Qingfeng saber, and the 6th rank intermediate battle armor. As long as there are enough spirit stones, even if it is a blow from the 6th rank martial emperor, he has the confidence to withstand it. Set off. Go to the battlefield of King Wu. That's right, Xiang Yongnian nodded, and sighed, as long as he can maintain his state, without arrogance or impetuosity, with this talent, let alone a 6th rank martial emperor, he can reach a 7th rank martial venerable, an 8th rank martial saint, or even a 9th rank martial immortal is also a matter of course. 9th rank martial immortal? When the others heard it, yearning expressions appeared on their faces. Martial immortal, the celestial being of warriors, has access to the sky, can call phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals wind wine / phoneme and rain, and has supernatural powers, which can no longer be viewed with secular eyes. Among billions of human races, only 13 martial immortals emerged in hundreds of years. If Luo Wuxian is still alive, everyone thought of this in unison. Ha 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 ha. Seeing that the atmosphere was a bit sad, Chang Ran laughed loudly and said, if An Hong really becomes a martial immortal, then I, Chang Ran, can say to everyone, and Han, I even shook hands with him. Ha ha ha. Several martial emperors laughed, and the other looked at Lin Lei, and joked, what are you doing? Lao Lin was an instructor. Yes. Envious. Where? Lin Li was embarrassed by what he said. But he was really happy from the bottom of his heart. Hey, that's right. Xiang Yongnian glanced into the crowd and asked curiously, which one is An Hong? Brother Lin, let him come out and let us see. Yep. Hurry up, why don't you only hear his name but not his person? Several other people couldn't wait. Really happy. It was thought that more than 1,000 people suffered heavy casualties, but it turned out that there were no injuries. Not only were there no injuries, but more than 3,000 people from the demon race were never returned. The most important thing is that a human genius has appeared. An Hong? Lin Li smiled wryly and said, you don't need to look here anymore, he's not here. What? Not here? Isn't he Marquis Wu? Where can he be if he's not here? Could it be out of the burrow? The three of Wanjiang shook their heads, and said in a calm tone that they found unbelievable, he went to the battlefield of King Wu. Go to the battlefield of King Wu, the battlefield of King Wu, the battlefield? Several people were completely petrified. Go back a few minutes. King Wu battlefield. Compared with the Wuho battlefield where thousands of people fought, there were less than 1,000 people here. However, neither the tragic scene nor the magnificence of martial arts can compare with the former. Here, hundreds of meters of swords and swords can be seen at any time. Phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals FN often slash phoneme. A king of martial arts would use a meter long sword to blast his opponent into scum, but another person would use hundreds of meters of huge palm prints to slap him into a pulp.
Or my tiger clan has the upper hand?
In the demon camp, the martial emperor with a Chinese face and an astonishing momentum said lightly.
General Hu Tang is right.
The Wu kings of the tiger clan are all brave and good at fighting, while the human clan are cowardly and cowardly.
It is reasonable that they are not opponents.
Another martial king laughed.
Ha ha ha.
Except for one martial emperor, the other 4 demon race martial emperors all laughed.
Hu Tang smiled slightly, turned around and asked, "How is the situation in the other 2 battlefields?" When he asked, the atmosphere instantly quieted down.
Several martial emperors all looked at the silent man.
Hujin, what did the general ask you? Hujin, aren't you counting the information about this battle for the catacombs? Speak? Why, the situation is not good. Hu Tang frowned and said, "Just say what you have."
This general hates mothers-in-law and mothers the most.
Hujin, tell me quickly.
Yes. The Emperor Wu named Hujin had a serious face, and hurriedly said, "The situation is not only not very optimistic, it is simply terrible."
What? Baitsun Army's battlefield is actually not bad.
Both sides are fighting to the death. If you insist, our Baitsun army has the upper hand.
Then it's the Marquis Wu battlefield? Hu Tang asked.
Very miserable. Hujin licked his lips and said, "I also just got the news and was about to report to the general. Yesterday, on the Wuho battlefield, more than 1,000 tiger warriors of my clan were killed to the point of throwing away their helmets and armor, fleeing in embarrassment, and finally survived."
Less than 100 people. Hu Tang frowned, endured the pain in his heart and said, "I already know this, what about today?"
The other martial emperors also pricked up their ears. Today, His Royal Highness Hu Yan will phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals lead slash phoneme 3,000 tiger clan warriors, among them there will be 109 star Woho Condor archers. It turned out to be His Royal Highness Hu Yan.
His Royal Highness Hu Yan went out in person? 3,000 tiger clan warriors.
There are also 109 star Woho Condor archers. The human race must have been seriously injured. Seeing the excited expressions of the other people, Hujin sighed, and said word by word in a painful voice, "Completely annihilated."
What? Several martial sovereigns exclaimed loudly and suppressed Qingyun.
Even the human race martial emperor opposite him cast surprised eyes. How so?
3,000 warriors of the tiger tribe. There are also 100 eagle archers, and the whole army was wiped out? Hujin, where did you get this news from? Did you make a mistake? The entire army of the human race on the opposite side was wiped out? Hujin, there is no joke on the battlefield.
Hu Tang's eyes were full of murderous intent. The subordinate guarantees with his life.
Hujin said firmly.
A few people are like deflated balloons, and the whole person is depressed. Hujin has said so there must be no falsehood.
But how is this possible? 3,000 tiger warriors. All dead?
If this is the case, the 5 cities of Baitsun will not be able to recover their vitality within 100 years.
What about His Royal Highness Hu Yan?
Suddenly someone thought of this and hurriedly asked.
Your Highness Hu Yan, die in battle.
Hujin clenched his fists and tears rolled down his face. What?
His Royal Highness Hu Yan died in battle. This is impossible. Your Majesty is very talented, the city lord must be worried, he will definitely bestow spirit soldiers, how could he die?
His Royal Highness the city lord gave Qingfeng Dao, probably because he thought it was enough, so he gave a 5th grade battle armor, but in the end, he didn't even leave the whole body. Hujin broke down in tears. Just now when the 3 of Hulai brought back the body, he felt like his whole body had collapsed.
This is, Your Majesty. How could it be? How could it be?
Several people looked at each other in blank dismay, whispering in their mouths.
I gonna go see. I'll go as well. And many more.
Hu Tang snorted and said,
I'll talk about these things after I go back. Don't you want to shake the morale of the army?" Only then did they stop, their eyes full of disbelief. Who killed His Majesty? Hu Lai and the others, why didn't they stop them? Hu Tang suppressed his overwhelming anger and asked through gritted teeth. It was a marquis of the human race named In Hung. Hu Lai and the others were held back by the 3 martial emperors of the human race and could not escape. Not only that, but all the 3,000 warriors of my tiger clan died at the hands of him alone. What? 3,000 warriors, all of them died by his hands. He also killed His Highness? How is it possible? Isn't he a Marquis of Wu? Just a Marquis of 9 stars, I can crush him to death with one hand. That's right, it was Sonic. 3,000 warriors died under his Sonic. Your Highness was shot by several arrows. In the end, he was shot in the head by one arrow and died without a whole body. Hu Jin was deeply saddened. How did this happen? How did this happen? How did this happen? Several people were about to collapse. 3,000 warriors from my tiger clan. And His Royal Highness. Are Hu Lai and the others all trash? Damn it! You still have the nerve to come back. You still don't apologize for your death. Hu Tang took a deep breath, suppressed the anger in his heart, and said slowly, "Anning? I remember you." At the same time, Taran Camp. Several martial emperors looked at the situation in the arena with extremely ugly faces. If this continues, the 600 martial kings of my human race will all die here before tomorrow? A martial emperor covered his face with his hands, unable to bear to watch it any longer. Li Zhan was silent. Even if he is serious, he can only watch a famous martial king die in front of him, but he is helpless. This feeling, he does not want to experience the second time in this life. This is the mission of our human warriors, right? Feng Yun Martial Arts Emperor Song Gang sighed and said, "The greater the ability, the greater the responsibility. If you can't guard the exit of the crypt, then thousands of ordinary people will die at that time." Yes. Several people sighed. Die. In the arena, a demon wielding a sword let out a furious roar, and his whole body surged with chi. The sword in front of him had condensed, meters away, and he slashed at a human 7-star martial king. The latter had just beheaded a demon, and had no time to react, so he could only watch the scene helplessly. Are you going to die? 7-star martial king said secretly. I'm so unhappy. In my mind, a beautiful face could not help but emerge. Warner, I'm sorry, I'm afraid I won't be able to go back this time, and I won't be able to marry you. You, be happy. Call out. At this moment, a sonic boom sounded in his ears. I saw a black streamer, spanning thousands of meters away, with the aura of piercing clouds and cracking stones. It shot fiercely into the chest of the demon race martial king who condensed the sword. What? The demon martial king looked down in disbelief. A black feather arrow hit the heart, and the powerful aura instantly tore the heart apart. It's not over yet. The arrow hadn't lost its strength, and after flying hundreds of meters away with his whole body, it exploded completely. Boom! Everyone was stunned. I am not dead. 7-star martial king opened his eyes wide in shock. That's right. The arrow pierces the sky. Li Zhan exclaimed. Li Zhan's exclamation also awakened the other 3 or 4 human martial emperors as if they had just awakened from a dream. Piercing the sky with an arrow is a secret skill that can only be comprehended after the top-level arrow technique of the 4th rank, piercing clouds and cracking stones, has been cultivated to the state of Dzogchen. But the strange thing is, among the 60 human martial kings this time, there is no master of arrows? If so, the great battle yesterday should have happened, right? Puzzled in their hearts, several people looked into the field one after another. The 8-star martial king of the same family was directly shot to death, and even exploded. The death was extremely tragic, and it was impossible for many Tiger Clan martial kings not to be shocked, but the opponent was in front of them, and the situation was urgent, so they didn't have much time to think about it. What is going on? Several martial kings just glanced around, and were immediately put at a disadvantage by the human race martial kings. Perhaps it was an accident? Many people thought so. Boom! A bang!
The collision of two sword gangs hundreds of meters tall caused a deafening roar.
At this time,
a pitch-black arrow pierced through the airwaves caused by the explosion, like lightning in the dark night, piercing through the heart of that alien 9-star Martial King silently.
puff!
The opponent spat out a mouthful of blood, his eyes filled with disbelief. He is a majestic 9-star Martial King. He killed 2 human Martial Kings in a row, and in time, he could advance to the 6th-rank Martial Emperor, but in the end, he was shot and killed by a hidden arrow from nowhere?
Are you kidding me?
Just as this idea came to mind, the next moment, the whole person flew upside down hundreds of meters and exploded.
This?
The famous human Martial King looked shocked and turned his head, but he didn't see the person holding the bow and arrow at all. But the arrow just now, any fool knows it was not an illusion.
A human archer?
Thanks. There was a smile on his face, and he suddenly felt courageous, roaring and killing a foreign Martial King.
An arrow piercing the sky again. Song Gang exclaimed.
It's the archer of our human race. It's strange, even if the arrow pierces the sky, it's only a 4th-rank martial skill.
It's too exaggerated to be able to pierce the 9-star Martial King's protective energy with one arrow?
Yes, is it, the archer? The person who spoke was a man with a cropped cut and looked extremely energetic. When he said this, he didn't dare to continue.
It's him!
At this moment, Li Zhan's eyes locked on a figure who was quickly shuttling around the edge, and he was taken aback.
That man holds a bow in his left hand and an arrow in his right hand. Is it Aning or who? Good chance. While running, and Hong circulated Chi penetration Ru Yue Heart Sutra. Call out.
The arrow pierced the sky, and once again pierced the chest of a foreign Martial King. True Chi poured in crazily, tearing the heart apart.
Ding!
Kill the 7-star Martial King of the demon race and get 80,000 training points. The system prompt sounded in my mind. The corners of An Hang's mouth curled up slightly. Sure enough, it was right to choose to support King Wu on the battlefield. The number 1 shot and killed, the 6-star Martial King, got 70,000 training points. The second person, 9-star Martial King, received 100,000 training points. Counting the 7-star Martial King just now, the total is 250,000 training points. Killing a 9-star Marquis is only 10,000 points, which is equivalent to 25 9-star Marquis. The gap is too big. Shaking his head, he continued to draw arrows, looking for opportunities to shoot. Without knowing it, the gazes of several martial emperors of the human race all fell on him.
Unexpectedly, it is really Wuhou realm?
Martial Emperor Liu Yang said in shock. His previous guess was really right.
How could there be a 9-star Marquis Wu entering the battlefield of King Wu? Is this really the 9-star Marquis? Killed the 6-star Marquis with one arrow?
More than that, I'm afraid the first 2 arrows were also shot by this kid.
Killed the 9-star Martial King with one arrow? He is only a 9-star Marquis.
Several martial emperors were in a mess.
Although there is a race of martial kings to draw attention from the front, but you are not strong enough, can't you? Is it this kid?
Li Zhan said slowly.
Brother Li, is he one of your gatekeepers? Song Gang turned his head and asked in surprise. Well, we met once. If I remember correctly, his name should be in Hung.
Li Zhan didn't understand. 2 days ago, I summoned the 4th rank and 5th rank warriors in the base to come to support Jianyang. He was also present in the catacombs of the city, and he also asked me a very interesting question, and because of this, I have a deep impression of him.
What is the problem?
Several people asked curiously.
He asked me, if you are not allowed to enter the Marquis of Wu's battlefield at the Marquis of Wu realm, can you enter the Marquis of Wu's battlefield at the Marquis of Wu's realm? Is there still such a problem? When Marquis Wu enters the battlefield of King Wu, isn't that a bed next to the toilet, and death is not far away? But this kid is really here?
I don't know who said such a sentence, and the few people fell silent for a moment.
Yes.
If they hadn't seen it with their own eyes, they wouldn't believe it even if they were killed. Marquis Wu really came to the battlefield of King Wu.
He not only ran to the battlefield of King Wu, but also shot and killed 3 King Wu. Can you believe it? I clearly remember that when I asked the question, he was still in the realm of 1-star Marquis Wu. Why did he reach the level of 9-star Marquis Wu after not seeing him for 2 days? What's more, I have never seen such a level of mental strength in the same realm. Li Zhan frowned. Wrinkled tightly, unable to understand. Only 1-star Marquis Wu 2 days ago? Brother Li, are you joking? Or did you miss it then? Lu Yang's eyes widened. It's impossible. Li Zhan shook his head without thinking, and said, Brother One told me that he had just broken through the Wuhou realm, so he didn't need to participate in this battle for the cave. Impossible? Several people gasped. The blockbuster that Li Zhan threw again made them extremely anxious. Hey! Look! This guy has shot again! A martial emperor exclaimed. Call out! Another 8-star martial king of the demon race, the fierce chi on the arrow directly tore through the opponent's protective chi and pierced into the heart. Die! It's the 4th arrow. Can one arrow take away a demon martial king? Have you noticed that this guy seems to be specifically targeting those Gao Xingwu kings? That's right, they're all 6, 7, 8-star, and there's even a 9-star martial king. Is this the strength of a 4-star Wuhou? Maybe he is especially talented in bows and arrows? I heard that in Sanglung City, there are geniuses who can comprehend the sword intent of Date at the martial emperor realm. That's true, but this kid isn't bad, is he? Fortunately, he was on our side to kill the 9-star martial king with 1 arrow, otherwise it would be a headache for us. Lu Yang suddenly laughed. Indeed, the demon race is having a headache now. Hu Tang and others determined in Hang's location almost at the same time as the human race Emperor Wu. At first they still didn't believe that a mere 9-star Marquis Wu could shoot and kill a martial king who surpassed a realm. Result. General. If this goes on like this, it won't work. A demon martial emperor said anxiously, in less than a minute, the 4 martial kings of our tiger clan have already been shot and killed by him. If this continues, I'm afraid. I know. Hu Tang responded, and the next moment, the voice came out, the warriors of the tiger clan obey the order. No matter what, give priority to killing the archer of the Wuhou realm of the human clan. What? Archers from Marquis Wu. It turned out to be just a scum of the Wuhou realm. Damn it! Sure enough, the human race is all despicable and cowardly cowards. In fact, even without Hu Tang's reminder, the hundreds of martial kings of the foreign race were aware of the existence of a despicable archer. Invisibly, their actions became restrained, and even a few people were caught by the human race King Wu and killed with 1 move. But they didn't expect that it turned out. It was just a Marquis of Wu. What a shame, what a shame. Oops. Li Zhan could understand the language of the demons. Hearing the words, his face changed, and he was really angry. He said loudly, Human King Wu obeys the order. Protect our Marquis Wu's archers at all costs. What? Protect our Marquis Wu's archers at all costs? Anam, who was running at high speed, paused. It couldn't be him who was talking about it. In fact, there is no need at all. What, so the archer who has been helping us secretly is just a Marquis Wu? Marquis Wu dared to enter the battlefield of King Wu. What a courage! I think I saw him. Brothers, let's not seek to kill more enemies, listen to the instructor, and pay attention to protecting our archers. That's right. The crowd responded. It is no exaggeration to say that because of Hang's existence, they were at a disadvantage at the beginning, but now they are somewhat superior. The demons frantically want to break through the gap and kill Hong, that eye-catching fly. However, King Wu of the human race tried his best to stop it, and the two sides continued to fight like this. And Hong was very depressed. After all, he was at the martial king realm, so he shot an arrow with all his strength to kill the opponent. As the saying goes, it is easy to hide with a sharp spear, but hard to defend against a hidden arrow. Now that the opponent is prepared, it is unrealistic for the arrow to think of surprise and kill the enemy once it is shot. In 2 minutes, Hong tried to shoot a few arrows,
but almost all of them were cut off by the opponent with a sword, or dodged. Only one arrow hit the shoulder of a Wu Wang, and the opponent immediately fled and left the battlefield. Ha ha ha. Wu Tang laughed loudly when he saw this, and said, "Sure enough, the human race can only shoot hidden arrows. Once it is put on the bright side, it is hard to bear to look directly at it. Isn't it? The cowardly army is vulnerable in front of our Tiger Clan army. It's just that if it's just so exhausting, it's not a problem?" Someone frowned. "It's okay." Wu Tang smiled slightly. "In the evening, from east to west and south, plus our northern territory, the 5 cities of Baitsong, Kings of Wu will arrive. According to the details, Kings of Wu will also arrive from that human race later, but only 1,000 against 3,000, the Tiger Clan, will win. The city lord will come. There are other people from the 3 domains. That's great, we, the Tiger Clan, are bound to win this battle for the basement." Several martial emperors were overjoyed. Marquis Wu's previous defeat on the battlefield and his shattered confidence have also recovered a lot. "Humph, the incompetent Hui and the other 3, when the city lord arrives, you should apologize with death. The demons are vigilant, so it will be difficult to make achievements with bows and arrows?" Lu Yang said with emotion on the human side. "After all, it's a big realm higher, and there's nothing we can do about it." Song Gang said helplessly. "If this kid is at the Martial King realm now, if he shoots an arrow, and the Martial King wants to block it, then it will not be such a simple matter. It may not be impossible to shoot directly with one arrow. It's okay." A martial emperor smiled and said, "The foreign race bullies the few people because of the number of people, and our human race is at a disadvantage. Reversing the situation, this is a good ending, and our 3,000 martial kings will arrive later, and we will fight again tomorrow. I'm afraid that the other party will support more." Li Jian said in his heart. He didn't say anything, and looked at the field again, and suddenly, his eyes widened. What did he see? That Aneng, archer, actually took out a knife from the storage ring? What does he want? Hey, it's a pity that I can save time and effort by grabbing people's heads next to me. And Hung said to himself, holding the Qingfeng knife filled with thousands of top-quality spirit stones in his hand, and lifted it up. At the beginning, he sighed and said, "Then I will go out myself." What is he going to do? Several other martial emperors also noticed and Hang's movements one after another, and they were all startled. Is this kid planning to rush up? Lu Yang asked in disbelief. Is he crazy? Song Gang blurted out. Are you kidding me? This is the battlefield of King Wu. As Lu Yang said, and Hung took advantage of the fact that everyone was not paying attention, his body flashed, he directly broke through the defense line of the human martial king, and charged towards the demons. What? The King Wu of all clans was frightened out of his wits. Oops. Why did he rush out? There are dozens of martial kings. Little brother. Come back soon. It's too late. Let's go together. The 7-star martial king who was rescued by Anand earlier roared and rushed over first. Come on. Rush. The remaining dozens of martial kings followed suit. Although they don't know why this Marquis Wu archer suddenly lost his mind, they can't just leave him dead. In the middle of the air in the distance, Hu Tang and his party were a little confused. Am I not mistaken? That human archer rushed out with a knife? A tiger martial emperor blinked. Really? He wouldn't think that this is Marquis Wu's battlefield, would he? The air was quiet for a moment, followed by a burst of laughter. It must be so, ha ha ha. The other person laughed loudly. This kid is really stupid. He even went to the wrong battlefield. He was lucky at the beginning and attacked several warriors of my tiger clan. Now that the bow and arrow didn't work, he went up with the knife. Heh, the opposite of him is my tiger clan martial king. Hearing this, the corners of Hu Tang's mouth curled up, revealing a meaningful smile. Are all humans so stupid? This kid, if he stays behind honestly, I really have nothing to do with him. In the end, he insisted on rushing forward to die? All the martial kings of the tiger clan were also stunned. Did they make a mistake? This kid actually ran out by himself?
Happiness comes too suddenly, doesn't it? Brothers, follow me.
A 9-star martial king waved his hand. In an instant, 20 or 30 Wu kings gathered behind him, forming a huge crowd.
Attack! A loud roar.
Dozens of swords and chi knives tore through the air one after another, making a series of sonic booms, and fell hard on Hang's body.
It's over.
Seeing this scene, everyone including Li Jian turned pale. The full blow of more than 20 demon martial kings.
Don't say that you are the Marquis of Wu.
Even the martial kings and 9-star martial kings will be bombarded and turned into scum.
This kid is too impulsive. Song Gang had a complex expression, a little regretful and a little angry.
You said that you are a Marquis of Wu state, so what's wrong with staying in the rear?
To rush directly into the opponent's crowd with a knife? Isn't this courting death? The next situation will be worse again.
How so? A group of Clan Wu Wang who followed from behind stopped in their tracks, with a look of grief on their faces.
1 second, Anhang's voice and smile were still vivid in his memory, and the next second, even the ashes were gone.
Ha 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 ha. Several martial emperors of the Tiger clan laughed so hard that they couldn't help laughing. This human archer didn't even know he was on the wrong battlefield, and rushed into the crowd in a foolish way.
Who would die if he didn't die?
Yes, not bad. Hu Tang raised his forehead slightly, revealing a satisfied smile. Although this human archer has only reached the Marquis of Wu realm, with a burst of full strength, he can kill a Marquis who is a realm higher than himself with one arrow.
Given time, it would be quite a hassle to let him grow up. Unfortunately, this guy doesn't know his way.
Ha 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 ha.
Despicable human race, this is what will happen to you.
A mantis arm is like a car, and it is beyond its control.
Brothers!
An 8-star martial king hadn't finished speaking when he stared at the front with his eyes wide open and shouted in a hysterical tone, "He's not dead!
He's not dead! What? How can that be?" 30 people were dumbfounded. Ahead, amidst the dense fog, a rather embarrassed figure rushed out. Is it Hang or who?
But at this moment, except for his complexion being a little scorched, he is almost unscathed.
It's a 6th grade battle armor.
Lu Yang's eyes fell on the battle armor Hang was wearing, and the spiritual power on it was fluctuating and shining brightly.
It's a 6th grade intermediate battle armor.
The martial emperor of the celebrity race said in surprise, where did he get the spiritual armor that he exchanged for so many points?
6th rank intermediate battle armor, even if he is a 5-star martial emperor, he only owns one piece.
Moreover, a rank intermediate battle armor needs to consume rank spirit stones, so that's not a small sum, is it? No wonder he dared to rush out. Li Jian suddenly realized, but after a while, his brows were frowned again.
That's 20 or 30 martial kings, and there will be more than 10 people coming later. How many 6th level spirit stones do you have to consume? Rank intermediate armor? Hu Tang narrowed his eyes, and said coldly, who will tell me why a spirit weapon appears on the body of a human Wuho?
The crowd was silent. A rank 6 intermediate battle armor, if it is filled with spirit stones, can block the full blow of a 5-star martial emperor.
The attack of only 20 or 30 martial kings was too far away. General, it's not one spiritual weapon, but 2.
Hu Jin, who had been silent all this time, reminded him.
2 pieces? Blue-edge knife. It's the City Lord's green blade. Didn't the City Lord's Qingfeng knife be handed over to His Royal Highness? Wait. Could it be?
Several people looked at each other, with a deep look of horror in their eyes.
This person is Hang. He is Hang.
Only in this way can it make sense why the Qingfeng knife appeared in his hands.
And many more.
If so, shouldn't he recognize the wrong battlefield? It was clearly after he killed His Royal Highness, he came from the Wuho battlefield to the Wuwang battlefield. He did it on purpose. Then he rushed directly into the crowd, eliminating the possibility of going the wrong way, and the possibility of losing his mind is not high, so why did he rush into?
Oops.
Seeing that the distance between the two sides was already within 100 meters, Hu Tang suddenly came to his senses and shouted, "Get out of the way!" In an instant, he would think of what Hujin said earlier. Marquis Wu of the 3000 Tiger clan was wiped out. Cause of death, Sonic. What? Get out of the way? Get out of the way? What's the meaning? 20 or 30 demon martial kings looked at each other. However, it's too late. Anning has narrowed the distance to within 50 meters. Roar! The next moment, the earth-shattering roar of the lion suddenly sounded. It was as if thunder had descended from the sky, and the whole world fell silent instantly. Lion's roar. Li Zhan's eyelids twitched wildly. It's been a long time since I saw a warrior who would use this kind of martial skill. It turned out to be the roaring skill of the wild lion? It seems that the Chi Penetration Sun and Moon Heart Sutra has been superimposed? Song Gang was shocked. So, this kid is wearing a spiritual armor and endured the concentrated fire of 30 demon martial kings just to get closer, so that you can use this trick? The realm is still too far away. A martial emperor lamented, if he is in the martial king realm, even if he is only a 5-star martial king, with an explosion of energy penetrating the Sun, Moon and Heart Sutra, he can kill a 9-star martial king in an instant at such a short distance. Yes, it's a pity, in the field. It was as if a group of demon martial kings had been given a holding spell. There is consciousness in the mind, but the body cannot move. What's going on? My body, why can't my body move? How is this going? Sonic skill? Damn it! Dozens of Mozu martial kings had distorted expressions. It's okay. Fortunately, those human martial kings are still some distance away. Can the neck move? Great. If it develops in this way, it only takes 2 more breaths to regain control of the body. Ha 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 ha. This kid went out of his way to come here just to tickle us? Damn it. King Wu of the people from the rear tried their best to rush over, but it was still too late. How good would it be if An Hong waited for them? Am I worrying too much? Seeing this, Hu Tong heaved a sigh of relief. Think about it too. King Wu opened up the 5 viscera, and the true energy he contained was far beyond what Marquis Wu could match. But this kid was able to penetrate dozens of people's protective chi and control the time of 3 breaths. It's okay, no, what is he doing? Hu Ting opened his mouth wide suddenly, a wave of fear welled up from the depths of his heart and rushed straight to his head. Don't want! He roared. I saw An Hong, holding up the 6th grade top weapon, Xingfeng Dao. In the next moment, a blood-red knife gang of several thousand meters was erected between the sky and the earth. Different from the flame true chi of the flame knife, this blood-red sword is entwined with blood-red true chi, so thick that it is about to drip blood. Several kilometers long and 300 meters wide, it dyed the entire sky blood red. Is that Martial King's battlefield? Lin Li and the others turned their heads abruptly, staring at the scene in a daze. Martial King's battlefield, could it be that the Martial King has made a move? No way. If the Martial Emperor makes a move, doesn't it mean that he gives up directly? No way. Lin Li frowned. In his mind, an idea suddenly sprouted. Anung, you couldn't have made this again, did you? Far away, thousands of miles away. Tens of thousands of warriors are rushing here. Among them, there are 6,000 people in Wuwangjing, and 8,000 people in Wuhaojing. Headed by the 4 martial sovereigns with luxurious clothes and extraordinary bearing, the lord of Beiyuan City, including Hu Jinbei. Behind him, more than a dozen martial emperors followed. This is? The blood-red knife gang in the distance instantly attracted the attention of all these people. The lord of Nanji City, Hu Shaotian, was surprised and said, "The Emperor Wu made a move? This seems to be the 7 killing sword gang. Brother Jinbei, could it be your Emperor Wu?" Everyone looks at it. I'm not so sure phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals either/phoneme. Hu Jinbei shook his head. For some reason, he always felt uneasy, as if something very bad was waiting for him. It is estimated that the human race was seriously injured, so they couldn't help but make a move? The lord of Dongyue City laughed and said, "You don't need to guess too much, you'll know as soon as you go." Well, the elites from the 4 domains of our tiger clan have come out in full force, and we must win this battle.
Definitely. Definitely. Definitely.
Tens of thousands of people shouted at the same time, with an astonishing momentum.
King Wu battlefield. Top spirit soldiers. 7 killing knife. How is this possible? The martial emperor of the human race burst into exclamation again.
They hadn't noticed before that what En Hong held in his hand turned out to be a top-level spiritual weapon. This move is impressively the top-ranking sword technique of the 6th rank, the best of all 7 killing swords.
What a thoughtful thought! Li Jian suddenly realized. All mysteries have been solved. This kid didn't rush out to die at all.
He knew that his realm was backward and his true energy was limited, so he couldn't attack the opponent, so he used the 6th grade spiritual armor to phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals clause close slash phoneme the distance, and then exhausted his whole body's true energy to kill the opponent of the wild lion's roaring skill.
Power to the limit.
Then, he unleashes what is equivalent to a 3-star martial emperor's full blow, killing everything.
This scheming. Such courage. This talent. Is this kid a monster? Stop. Hu Tang roars.
Those are the 30 martial kings of his tiger clan.
His Baitsong 5 cities, most of the effort. Goodbye.
And Heng's face was indifferent, and the 1,000-meter blood-red knife gang slashed down under the extremely horrified eyes of all the demon martial kings. The 1,000-meter blood-red knife gang, carrying the momentum of thunder, suddenly cut down.
Boom! 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 Intense sonic booms came and went, resounding throughout the universe.
A 1,000-meter-long and 100-meter-deep crater was directly smashed out on the ground thousands of miles away. More than 30 demon race martial kings within the range of Daogang were annihilated on the spot, leaving no bones left. The powerful gang Qi oscillated, overturning all the 20 or 30 martial kings in the rear. This horrific scene made the entire martial king battlefield completely silent.
Ding!
Kill the 9-star martial king of the demon race.
Get, training points. Ding!
Kill the 9-star martial king of the demon race.
Gain, training points. Ding!
Kill the 9-star martial king of the demon race.
Gain, training points. Ding!
Kill the 9-star martial king of the demon race.
Gain, training points. Ding!
Kill the 9-star martial king of the demon race.
Get, training points. Ding!
Kill the 9-star martial king of the demon race.
Gain, training points. Ding!
Kill the 9-star martial king of the demon race.
Get, training points. Ding!
Kill the 9-star martial king of the demon race.
Gain, training points. Ding!
Kill the 9-star martial king of the demon race.
Gain, training points. Ding!
Kill the 9-star martial king of the demon race.
Gain, training points. More than 30 system prompts sounded. And Hong let out a long breath. Look to the properties panel.
The strongest training system character, En Hong Realm, 9-star Wowo, 1000 points H, training points, 820 million points skills, non-linking stars archery, Dzogchen the common language of the demons, Dzogchen Shan Hake Sinfa, Dzogchen Little Jo Tian Ju, Dzogchen Flame Knife, Dzogchen Tiangang 7 star steps, Dzogchen Vajra Wrathful Iju, Dzogchen Chi Penetration Sun Moon Heart Sutra, Dzogchen Pure Young Promise Palm, Dzogchen Roaring Lion Skill, Dzogchen Cloud Piercing Stone Arrow. Dzogchen Freedom of the Sun and Moon, number 13 floor, 0819-2000, level, Great Spear, Dzogchen Overlord Gun, Dzogchen 9 turns Mysterious Kung Fu, Dzogchen 7 kills Knife Technique, Pinnacle, 01 million kill 32 Demon Martial Emperors. Cultivate points to harvest nearly 300 million points. Worth it! And the cost is only 1,000 yuan for the 6th level top quality Spirit Stone. In fact, his plan was exactly as Li Jian thought. After all, it is only in the Marquis of Wu realm, and the attack range of Daogang is only about 300 meters, while the King of Wu is generally more than meters away.
This distance must be resisted.
Fortunately, he has 2 middle-level spirit armors, and 20 or 30 martial kings can attack with all their strength, but it only consumes 300 yuan of 6th-level middle-level spirit stones. Compared to the tens of thousands of 6th-grade spirit stones in the storage ring, drizzle. When the distance is shortened, and Hong can immediately use the Qingfeng saber, but in this way, it is not bad to be able to kill 10 Wu kings.
After all, they are not blind. When they see the knife gang that is 1,000 meters long, they must run away in all directions.
Therefore, Hong directly controlled the field with the 10 times increased version of the lion's roar, and then used the most powerful blow.
Give meritorious service.
It wasn't until this moment that the martial emperors of the human race reacted one after another.
Brotherly, are all of you gatekeepers so fierce? Lu Yang hesitated and said, 3, there are more than 30 demon martial kings? Just like this, being bombarded by a 9-star Wuho has left no scum left? Exaggerated, too exaggerated. Song Gang shook his head.
Isn't that right? A martial emperor said with shame. If I were him, even with intermediate spirit armor and top-level spirit weapons, I wouldn't be able to achieve this effect.
Me too. This kid is simply a monster.
Several other martial emperors nodded. Facing the full output of a group of martial kings, they managed to phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals clause close slash phoneme the distance to 50 meters without being arrogant or impetuous. First use the sound waves to control the field, and then receive the ultimate move.
This plan is simply perfect. In fact, the result is indeed as expected. This kid.
Li Zhan raised his chest unconsciously.
Anyway, this kid is also from the gatekeeper.
Behind Hong, the martial kings of all clans were also dumbfounded. When they saw the 1,000-meter knife gang earlier, they felt like they were dreaming. Then he watched helplessly as the sword fell, smashing everything into slag.
Oh my god. Are you sure it was written by Marquis Wu of the 9 stars?
Just looking at the power of this move, it is not an exaggeration to say that it was the martial emperor's move.
But that person is indeed in the realm of Marquis Wu, it is absolutely true. Guys? Can someone tell me where this kid came from?
A 9-star martial king swallowed his saliva and said with lingering fear. There is no doubt that if it is that knife, it will fall at them. Those who turned into fly ash were them.
Do not know.
I don't know. Phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals either slash phoneme.
I seem to have an impression. An 8-star martial king said with a strange expression, it seems to be in Hong? It also belongs to our gatekeeper, and it seems to be from the Wuho battlefield. On? Right. I remembered it too.
Another gatekeeper said excitedly, I remember very clearly that he asked the instructor at the beginning if Wuho Jing could enter the battlefield of King Wu. The instructor praised him, but in the end, he's really here.
Damn it. Did people think of this a long time ago? I was still laughing at him.
All the gatekeepers suddenly realized.
Fuck. On the Wuho battlefield? Is the Marquis Wu so powerful now? Come to the Wu King battlefield to kill randomly? The rest of the human race Wu Kings began to doubt life.
The demon race martial king on the opposite side is not only suspicious of life, but his worldview has been subverted.
This is? Is this the strength that Wuho realm can possess? Many people looked at the deep pit in front of them, shocking. If they went a little further back then, wouldn't they also be wiped out at this moment? How to do? Are you going to fight now? Or turn around and run? If you fight, this kid is wearing a 6th grade spiritual armor, so he can't fight at all? How did this happen? How did this happen?
Hu Teng's eyes were filled with tears, and he looked at the people around him in disbelief. 30 martial kings. 30. Wherever their eyes went, everyone lowered their heads one after another, not daring to look directly at him. Anyone can see that after this battle, the vitality of the 5 cities of Baitsong has been severely damaged, and there is no need to recover in 100 years. General, the most urgent task is to recall the remaining people, so as not to make unnecessary sacrifices.
Hu Jin sighed.
Thousands of Marquis Wu's entire army was wiped out, and the loss was great, but not so great. But King Wu, out of 100 Marquis Wu may not be able to produce one King Wu, 30. Undoubtedly it is cutting flesh in the heart. On. Hu Tang gritted his teeth and roared, "Withdraw." When the remaining demon martial kings heard this, they ran back one after another as if they had received an amnesty. Pity. And Hong felt unwilling and helpless. He wants to chase, but his strength does not allow it. Come on. Kill. At this moment, the sound of shouting like a mountain torrent sounded from the exit. The army of more than 3,000 human race kings of martial arts arrived, followed by 7 or 8 martial emperors, including men in black armor. The reinforcements are here. Great. Finally reached. Dozens of martial kings in front showed expressions of relief. In this way, they don't have to worry too much about the follow-up battle. Ha! Did the battle just end? Looks like we're late. It's okay, brothers, you didn't need us to kill the demons. More than 3,000 people from the race arrived, and they didn't hesitate to praise them. This one, dozens of people were embarrassed by the words, and someone hurriedly said, "You may have misunderstood something." The demons were repelled. It is true that we have part of the credit, but more of it is in Hang's credit. That's right, even though this guy is only a 9-star marquis, he can turn things around. If you had come earlier, you would have seen that his blade is several thousand meters long. With one stroke, he could kill 30 demon race martial kings! Fuck. Is it true or not? Marquis of 9 stars? The sword is 1,000 meters long? Killed 30 demon martial kings with one blow? Thousands of people were shocked. Are deceitful people so straightforward these days? You think we're bragging? Anang is right in front, you guys, huh? Why is he missing? I'm going? Where's the person? Is the one from a second ago still there? Gone? Trust us. It was still there just now. By the way, look at the pit. If you see it, it was cut out by an Hung Dao gang. Really, I really don't lie to you. Dozens of martial kings tried their best to explain. More than 3,000 King Wu were embarrassed to listen and looked around. Tell me, what's wrong with repelling the demons? It's a glorious thing, isn't it? As for making up a story about Marquis Wu of the 9 stars? Anyway, if you say that you are a 1-star martial king, I can still believe it a little bit. Brother Son, I'm sorry, we're late. The middle-aged man in black armor apologized. Hu Shuehua, the commander of the Qingyun army, Zhong Hao, the martial emperor Zhong Hao of the Leitang Martial Art Museum, Yen Ru, the female martial emperor Yen Ru of the Feihong City base, etc., all the martial emperors are also behind them. Seeing the demons being repelled, I felt a little relaxed. It's okay, General Hong came just in time. Li Jun smiled slightly. The middle-aged man in black armor is the deputy commander of the Dragon and Tiger Guard of the Great Zhou, Honggui. Honggui nodded, looked at the battlefield, and said, "The battle is very tragic? There are not even half of the 80 martial kings?" Yes. Li Zhan's eyes turned red. This time, if it weren't for An Heng's help, I'm afraid there would be a lot of sacrifices. Lu Yang sighed. Anang? Honggui was taken aback. Why did he seem to have heard this name somewhere? He looked forward, no wonder. Isn't everyone in front of him discussing in Hong? So, that guy named in Hong turned the tide this time? He asked curiously, "Can I see you?" Forehead. Li Zhan and the others looked at each other in embarrassment. Ahem, it's okay to meet up, Li Zhan coughed, but he's not here. If I'm not wrong, he should be on the Marquis Wu battlefield. What? Marquis Wu battlefield? Is he a Marquis of Wu? How could Marquis Wu appear on the battlefield of King Wu? Hu Shuehua, Zhong Hao, and several other martial emperors were stunned. This, if I didn't see it with my own eyes, I would. Li Zhan was about to explain it, when suddenly there was a rush of footsteps from far and near. Report! A martial king ran over and shouted, "Receive the information, the 4 major domains of the Tiger clan have all come out, a dozen martial emperors, leading, martial kings, and, Marquis Wu, are rushing here.
Arrival. What? Everyone present was stunned.
The heart that had just been let go was brought up to the throat again. In the Tiger Clan camp, the atmosphere was dull. Hu Jinbei, the lord of Beiyuan City, looked at the headless corpse in front of him, feeling extremely sad. Beside them, Hu Yi and Hu Lai were kneeling, all with apprehensive expressions. Behind stood a large group of martial emperors, more than 20 people. The eyes that looked at the three of Hui were mostly angry, but there was also some contempt.
Tiger Wing. The three of you have the face to come back?
A martial emperor from the 5 cities of Baizong was furious, and angrily reprimanded. In the 5 cities of Baizong, more than 4,000 warriors were buried at your hands, and even your highness, you couldn't keep it. What use are you for?
We did our best.
Hearing this, Hu Lai hurriedly defended. The other 3 martial emperors regarded us as deadly, and there was no way to rescue them, and even, in exchange for his highness, we even handed over the storage ring, but the human race really it's mean.
It's cunning.
Speaking of which, Hu Lai can't wait to eat An Hong's meat alive.
What? Hu Teng trembled angrily and said, You handed over the storage ring to that person named An Hong?
Hu Jin and the others were also startled, and the scene of An Hong carrying dozens of Wu Wang's attacks came to mind.
No way? The 6th rank top spirit weapon and the Qingfeng sword are fine. Even the 6th grade intermediate battle armor is a gift from my teammates? How do you know his name is An Hong?
Hu Lai was shocked.
How do I know?
Hu Tang gritted his teeth and continued, I ask you, among the storage rings of the 3 of you, is there a 6th grade intermediate battle armor?
There is also a 7 killing knife law?
Hu Yi and Hu Lai looked at each other and nodded in unison.
You!
Hu Tang wished he could slap the 3 traitors in front of him to death, and gritted his teeth. Thanks to you, that Oddang was wearing a 6th grade intermediate battle armor and holding a green sharp knife, on the battlefield of the King of Wu.
It was like entering a land of no one. He killed 36 Wu kings of our Tiger Clan in a row.
What?
Killing 36 Marquis of my Tiger Clan doesn't count.
You even killed, Marquis of my clan. It's such a tiger wing, and it belongs to you. What are you waiting for? Hurry up and apologize. Even the martial sovereigns of the other 3 domains are all angry at this moment. Hu Lai was completely dumbfounded.
Are you kidding?
Then An Hong is just a 9-star marquis. Why did he go to the battlefield of martial kings?
He even killed 36 martial kings in a row?
But looking at the murderous looks of Hu Tang and the others, I'm afraid they are not joking.
How is this possible? How is it possible?
He. Hui let out a few miserable laughs, and said, At this point, I have nothing to say. It is my fault that 4,000 warriors of my clan lost their lives in the underworld. It is my incompetence that killed His Highness. I am willing to apologize with death. It's just that people are about to die, and their words are good. No matter what, please be careful of that human marquis named Onang. If this person grows up, it will become a serious problem for our Tiger Clan. Shut up. A martial emperor sneered and said, Up to now, I'm still making excuses for my failure. If Onang didn't have the spirit armor that you 3 gave us, he would have been blasted and killed by us 100 times.
All right. A weary voice sounded.
Lord City Lord.
City Lord. Brother Jinbei. My condolences?
Hu Xiaotian, the lord of Anji City, Hu Yuanshan, the lord of Dongyue City, and Hu Yuqing, the lord of Shijin City, also tried to persuade them.
It's okay.
Hu Jinbei waved his hands, closed his eyes, and opened them again. After a while, most of the previous grief had dissipated. He looked at the 3 of Hui, with deep disappointment in his eyes, and said, Come here, take the 3 of them down for me. Wait for disposal.
Yes. Brother Jinbei, what are you doing with this kind of waste that has more than accomplished nothing than revealed it?
Hu Xiaotian frowned. That's right, if I say it, I'll kill Jiqi directly. Hu Yuanshan shouted angrily, making Hu Lai tremble with fright. Not in a hurry, maybe they will still be useful. Hu Jinbei said slowly. For some reason, he had an ominous premonition in his heart.
I hope it's really just my own illusion, right? Hu Lai and the others were taken down, and Hu Shaotian was the first to speak. Brother Jinbei, early tomorrow morning, our Tiger Clan army will launch an attack to avenge His Royal Highness Hu Yan. That's right. The number of human martial kings is only 3,000, and my Tiger Clan's martial kings are nearly twice as many. Everyone is brave, and we will definitely kill every single one of the human race. Actually, I got the news. Hu Yushishing, the lord of Shijin City, suddenly said, in 3 days, the envoys of the royal family will arrive. What? Royal messenger. Is this true? A group of martial emperors, including the lords of the 3 big cities, all looked flattered. The royal family, what a supreme existence. Those of the Tiger Clan, Ancient Clan, Barbarian Clan, etc., dream of one thing, that is to be summoned by members of the royal family. As for becoming a member of the royal family, that is even more unthinkable. Hu Jinbei looked even more eager, as if he had forgotten the pain of losing his son. Hu Yuqing nodded, and said, I only received the news not long ago. This time, the royal family has high hopes for us and hopes that we can successfully win the battle for the catacombs. They specially brought 100 pieces of 6th rank high-level soldiers, and 100 pieces of 6th grade advanced battle armor. What? 100 pieces of 6th grade advanced spiritual weapons. 100 pieces of 6th grade advanced battle armor. As expected of a royal family. Everyone present took a deep breath. In the entire 4 domains, there are only more than 20 martial emperors, and many of them use them. They are all 6th rank intermediate spirit weapons and intermediate battle armor, which shows how expensive spirit weapons are. As a result, the royal family brought 100 pieces at once. Just imagine, if these 100 pieces of 6th grade spiritual weapons were worn by King Wu, wouldn't they be unstoppable? Everyone, I feel that if we can win this battle with the help of the king's envoy, even if the king's envoy doesn't say anything, he will think less of us in his heart. Hu Shaotian frowned and said, what's more, on the battlefield of King Wu, our Tiger Clan has an overwhelming advantage in numbers, so if we still have to wait for assistance, it would be too cautious. Brother Shaotian is right. Hu Yuanshan nodded and said, in my opinion, it's the Marquis Wu's battlefield instead, because the situation of the 3 things that have succeeded more than failed is not optimistic, so it's better to use the aid of the king's envoy on them, can not only avoid unnecessary casualties, but also win the control of the crypt with the victory on the battlefield. That makes sense. Not bad. Hu Jinbei and the 2 also nodded. If it is said that 5,000 are afraid of 3,000 and seek stability, then they all look down on themselves. Pass down the order, and march to King Wu's battlefield tomorrow morning. The entrance to the crypt, the human camp. After learning that the demon race had 5,000 martial kings, the sense of joy brought about by the previous victory was gone. On the battlefield of Marquis Wu. The 7,000 or 8,000 Marquis Wu who just arrived didn't look good, let alone in the mood to meet the legendary Ruthless Man and hang. 5,000 martial kings? A 9-star Marquis of Wu sat on the ground with a wry smile on his face and said, I heard that in the previous battle, we had 20 martial kings in the human race, and the demon race was only 5,000 ahead of us, so we suffered heavy losses. This time, 20,000 people, more than with, people out, how can we fight? Isn't it? That's the martial king realm. Instructor and the others must be suffering from headaches at this time, right? Having a headache is useless? Unless there are reinforcements. How could there be any more? Dragon and Tiger Guard, Xingqiang Army, gatekeepers for major bases, and the top 10 martial arts halls, all those who should be able to come have already come, and the rest, even if they can come, will definitely not be able to arrive in a day's time. Then what should we do? If all 3,000 martial kings of my human race die here, the loss would be too great. I do not know. Ugh. Xie Shan sighed, and said, God is really good luck. He finally won a game in the morning. He thought he had some hope, but in the end, the backhand gave us despair. Who said it wasn't? Xiaofeng smiled wryly, and said, who made the demons have more people than us? It's not easy to send, martial kings. If there are more people, it's not guaranteed that there will be riots in other caves? Xie Shan was silent when he heard the words. Yes, this kind of thing is not unheard of.
2 years ago, a riot broke out in the Dongping catacombs. 2 martial emperors guarding the gate died in battle.
Hey, right, where's In Hung? He suddenly remembered something, looked around and wondered, it's strange, you just saw him come back earlier?
At this moment, in a secluded place where no one was around, Aning sat cross-legged and let out a soft breath.
The situation of the human race is very bad, right?
Originally thought that beheading thousands of Marquis Wu of the demon race and more than 30 people of King Wu would solve the urgent need a little bit, but who knew it would be a drop in the bucket? It seems that it is time to break through to the 5th rank Martial King realm. Open the phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals det data / phoneme panel. The strongest training system character, and Hong Realm, 9-star Wuwo, 1000 points H, training points, 820 million points skills, none linking stars archery, Dzogchen alien common language, Dzogchen Shanhaik Sinfa, Dzogchen Little Jo Tianju, Dzogchen flame knife, Dzogchen Tiangang 7-star steps, Dzogchen Vajra wrathful Iju, Dzogchen Chi penetration sun moon heart sutra, Dzogchen pure yang promise palm, Dzogchen roaring lion skill, Dzogchen cloud piercing stone arrow, Dzogchen freedom. Of the Sun and Moon, number 13 floor, 0819-2000, level, dash, Great Spear, Dzogchen Overlord Gun, Dzogchen 9 turns Mysterious Kung Fu, Dzogchen 7 kills Knife Technique, Pinnacle, 01 million. He set his sights on the Jiuzhuan Xiangong. It's time to upgrade the 5th turning method. Ding, consume 1 training points, and the proficiency of the 5-turn Xiangong has been raised to the entry level. It can absorb spiritual power and condense the lung energy. Ding, consume 2 training points, and increase the proficiency of the 5-turn Xiangong to Xiaocheng. It can absorb spiritual power and condense kidney qi. Ding, consume 5 training points, and increase the proficiency of the 5-turn Xiangong to Deshang. It can absorb spiritual power and condense liver energy. Ding, consume 10 training points, and the proficiency of the 5-turn Xiangong has been raised to the entry level. It can absorb spiritual power and condense spleen energy. Ding, consume 30 training points, and the proficiency of the 5-turn Xiangong will be raised to Dzogchen. It can absorb spiritual power and condense the energy of the heart. Kill. Kill. On the battlefield of King Wu, there were not too many words. As soon as the two sides met, a life-and-death battle broke out. Countless sword chi and sword chi collided, and the violent explosion sound was heard hundreds of miles away.
Is this the strength of Martial King?
It's too scary. Even if separated by dozens of miles, Xia Shan and others on the Wuhou battlefield can feel that power. The Martial King of the demon race has 5,000 people, and we only have, dash.
Can we stop it? I hope you can stop it.
The person who spoke had no confidence in himself.
If only we were also at the Martial King realm.
I don't know who said a word, and thousands of people fell silent.
Yes, what if we were both King Wu?
The ideal is beautiful, but the reality is cruel. Just a face-to-face meeting, more than 100 martial kings of the human race fell on the spot, and hundreds of people were injured. As for the demon race, only 2 or 3 people were lost.
The human race fell into a disadvantage in an instant. Damn it!
Seeing this scene, Thunder Martial Arts Emperor Zhong Hao was about to shed blood and tears in his eyes. In the hundreds of years of the human race, no more than, dash, martial emperors were born, barely able to guard the catacombs. However, the number of burrows is increasing at a steady rate every year, so every martial king is extremely precious. As a result, hundreds of people died in this meeting, and what is even more heartbreaking is that this is just the beginning. Li Zhan, Lin Lei, Song Gang, Lu Yang, more than a dozen martial emperors, without exception, all had moist eyes at this moment.
Is there anything more despondent than watching your compatriots go to their deaths with nothing to do?
Why do caves appear?
Yen Ru, the female martial emperor of the Feihong city base, turned her head away, her voice choked up.
Perhaps this is our destiny? Honghua, deputy commander of the Dragon and Tiger Guards of the Great Zhou, said slowly. Kill. Kill. The martial kings of the human race, as if they didn't know what fear was, they watched their companions fall, but they still charged.
Ah, I killed one. Even if I die, it's enough.
A human martial king laughed loudly, and was chopped into flesh by several 100-meter-long knives.
Old king.
Not far away, a 6-star martial king was in great grief, and then roared wildly, staring at the demons in front of him with bare eyes, and said, "I will fight with you. Brothers! Killing one is enough money, killing two makes money. Killing three makes money." That's right, human beings are inherently mortal, whether they are lighter than a feather, or heavier than Mount Tai. Ours should be heavier than Mount Tai, right? Definitely. As the sound stopped abruptly. In a moment, 500 or 600 human race kings fell. Nearly 200 demon race martial kings surrounded more than race martial kings in the center and massacred them wantonly. Happy! Happy! A 9-star martial king laughed out loud. Brothers, for the human race! For the human race! Fight to the last man! A sense of pride on the battlefield filled the hearts of every martial king. 3,000 against 5,000, they already had the heart to die. This group of people is a group of warriors. Looking at this scene, Hu Xiaotian, the lord of Antarctic City, sighed. Cut, it's just a group of ants who don't know what they can do. Hu Yuanshan, the lord of Donghua City, sneered, with a look of contempt in his eyes. It won't be long before 5,000 warriors of my tiger clan can kill them all. Kill them all. When the time comes, attack directly out of the burrow, let the group of people taste the fear. What the city lord said is very true. That group of people simply don't know the heights of the sky and the earth. Kill them all. A group of martial emperors behind them were all very excited. Hu Tang, is the human race on among them? Hu Jinbei, the lord of Beiyuan City, gritted his teeth. Hearing this, Hu Tang used his eyesight, scanned the audience, shook his head and said, "This subordinate has seen it, and is not here." Not here? Hu Jinbei frowned. City master, that Anhang is only in Marquis realm. I'm afraid that seeing this scene, I'm scared out of my wits and dare not show up. A martial emperor said with a smile. That's right, we have 5,000 martial kings here. Even if he is wearing a 6th grade battle armor, he can't withstand the full blow of thousands of martial kings? Woho battlefield, you should be able to meet him. 2. Hu Jinbei was not reconciled. Suddenly his heart jumped, and an indescribable feeling flooded his whole body. That is? On the edge of the battlefield, a stream of black light rushed towards the outside of the encirclement at an extremely fast speed. Thousands of meters away, but in the blink of an eye, what is that? The black streamer came so suddenly, and it was so conspicuous in the empty periphery, it was impossible for people not to notice it. That is An Ung. Lin Li exclaimed. What? An Ung. He is in Hung. The martial emperor of all races opened his eyes wide. Not only Zhong Hao, but also Xiang Yangyan, who previously supported Marquis Wu on the battlefield, including Hu Shuahua, the commander of the Qingyun army, Yan Ru, the female martial emperor Yan Ru of the Feihong city base, and Honghua, the deputy commander of the Dragon and Tiger Guards, all had a good understanding of Anheng's deeds. From what they heard, including the fact that Anheng killed 36 demon martial kings one after another, they all felt good about him. But the support from the Mozo came too soon, and they didn't have time to meet and say some words of praise. But at the moment. Why is he so fast? Song Gang said in surprise, no. This kid is already at the Martial King realm. What? Martial King realm. Lu Yang opened his eyes wide. Wait. Didn't you say that he is at the Marquis realm? Why is it at the King Martial realm? This aura is still an 8-star Martial King. Zhong Hao said in disbelief. I don't know. Phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals or either / phoneme. Lin Li smiled wryly and said, I can assure you with my personality that Anheng was indeed a 9-star Marquis before. If you don't believe me, you can ask Brother Li of Brother Li. More than a dozen people, including Honghua, all looked at Li Zhan. That's right. Li Zhan's expression was also a little confused, and said, before, when he entered the battlefield of King Wu, he was indeed a 9-star Wuho. In such a short period of time, in less than a day, he became an 8-star Wuon? All the martial emperors were silent when they heard the words. If even Li Zhan, who has always been unsmiling, said so, this matter should not be false. But, isn't this too sensational? This kid, I'm afraid he is really a genius? Changran suddenly remembered something and said, I remember that when he first entered the Wuho battlefield, he was only a 1-star Wuho. After 1 day, he will be a 9-star Wuho.
What, and this thing?
That's right, I also remember clearly.
Chu Jidong also said. In this way, it is not incomprehensible for him to break through from a 9-star Wuho to an 8-star Wuwang in 1 day?
That's from the perspective of a genius who was rare in his century.
Lu Yang said.
But
someone hesitated and said, even if he is an 8-star martial king, he might not be able to change the situation of the battle by himself?
After saying this, everyone fell silent.
No matter how you say it, we can all see his heart to fight for the human race. Hongwa said loudly, this peerless genius, if he is in danger, I will do anything at all costs.
When the time comes, please help me.
Yes. It is good. More than a dozen people agreed.
That's right, even if you sacrifice thousands of martial kings, pay the price of losing the catacombs, and keep them safe, it's all worth it.
City Lord. He is in Hung. He is in Hung.
The martial emperor of the demon race also saw this scene, and Hu Teng was extremely excited.
What, he is that Aneng? Aneng who killed my beloved son.
Hu Jinbei's eyes were full of overwhelming anger. He stared at the figure that was about to approach the encirclement, gritted his silver teeth, wishing he could take action himself and kill An Hung 1,000 times.
Both. No. Enough. The city lord, it's him.
Even if he turns into ashes, I won't admit my mistake.
Hu Teng's eyes almost burst into flames.
That's right, city lord, he still holds the green-edged saber in his hand.
Damn humans.
Brother Hu, control your mood. Hu Shaotian patted him on the shoulder and sneered, this kid stayed on the Wuho battlefield honestly, we can't do anything to him yet, but now he dares to rush over, that's not his own looking for a dead end? You see, hundreds of people from my tiger clan are already heading towards him.
Well, sorry, lost my temper.
Hu Jinbei nodded, looking at An Hung, as if looking at a dead person. It's a pity that he couldn't avenge his son himself. In the arena, a total of Tiger Clan martial kings came towards An Hung. Everyone be careful, this kid is the one who killed more than 30 martial kings of my tiger clan yesterday.
A demon martial king reminded loudly, he has a 6th grade intermediate armor on him.
He still has top-level spiritual weapons.
So what's the matter? 300 of us go together.
That's right, how dare you overestimate your own strength and rush over by yourself?
Court death.
Then we will fulfill him, ha!
Hundreds of demon martial kings laughed wildly. The distance between the two sides is 3,000 meters. 2,000 meters. 1,000 meters. 900 meters. The 300 martial kings of the demon race have secretly condensed their true energy. As soon as the distance was shortened to 300 meters, countless sword chi fell on this human race, smashing him into scum. 800 meters, 700 meters.
A smile suddenly appeared on the corner of the human race's mouth in front of him, and he shook the long knife in his hand horizontally.
This kid, has his brain been kicked by a donkey? Posing so early? Nervous? Unfortunately, it's too late. Go to hell. Hundreds of martial kings looked at An Hung with mockery in their eyes. A mere 8-star martial king dares to charge 300 people? Ridiculous. 600 meters. At this time, an extremely stern blood-red sword. With endless true energy, he slashed out. Within 600 meters ahead, there is instant dead silence, puff. Hundreds of people vomited blood, stopped their feet, and lowered their heads at the same time, looking at the huge red knife piercing through their chests, with expressions of disbelief. This. When? How is this possible? Bump bump. A series of collision sounds sounded, and the bodies of the 300 martial kings were split in two almost at the same time, blood spurted wildly, and the scene was extremely bloody. Ding. Kill the 9-star martial king of the demon race and get, training points. Ding. Kill the 9-star martial king of the demon race and get, training points. Ding.
Kill the 9-star martial king of the demon race and get, training points.
Ding.
Kill the 9-star martial king of the demon race and get, training points.
Ding.
Kill the 9-star martial king of the demon race and get, training points.
Ding.
Kill the 9-star martial king of the demon race and get, training points.
Ding.
Kill the 9-star martial king of the demon race and get, training points.
Ding.
Kill the 9-star martial king of the demon race and get, training points.
Ding.
Kill the 9-star martial king of the demon race and get, training points.
Ding.
Kill the 9-star martial king of the demon race and get, training points.
Ding.
Kill the 9-star martial king of the demon race and get, training points.
A series of hundreds of prompts sounded.
With just one blow, 300 demon martial kings were killed in Huangquan. Obtained more than 20,000 million training points. The strongest training system character, and Hong Realm, 8-star martial king, 9,000 points H, training points, 2,985 million points skills, non-linking stars archery, Dzogchen the common language of the demons, Dzogchen Shan Hake Sinfa, Dzogchen Little Zhou Tianju, Dzogchen Flame Knife, Dzogchen Tiangang 7-star steps, Dzogchen Vajra Wrathful Aiju, Dzogchen Chi Penetration Sun Moon Heart Sutra, Dzogchen Pure Yang Promise Palm, Dzogchen Roaring Lion Skill, Dzogchen Cloud Piercing Stone. Arrow, Dzogchen Freedom of the Sun and Moon, number 13 floor, 0819-2000, level, Great Spear, Dzogchen Overlord Gun, Dzogchen 5 turns of mysterious skills, Dzogchen 6 turn Shandong, not yet started, 057 kills knife technique, Pinnacle, 01 million fully point the 7 killing sword technique.
And Hong thought about it.
Ding, consume 1,000 million training points, and the proficiency of the 7 kills saber technique will be raised to Dzogchen. Every time you attack, the killing intent will become stronger, and when the stimulation reaches the extreme, you can use the 7 kills saber intent. But at this moment, the Wawang who was watching, no matter if they were of the human race or the Tiger Clan, were all in shock, killed 300 demon race martial kings with a sword.
Insta-kill. That cut.
So fast, my god. Even the 9-star martial king of the demon race has no time to react. One after another, exclamations came from the mouth of the human race martial emperor. Is this the sword that the 8-star martial king can display?
Lu Yang's eyes widened in astonishment.
Yeah, 600 meters of sword gang.
Song Gang murmured, the outstanding one among the 9-star martial kings is only 300 or 400 meters away?
1-star martial emperor is transparent inside and out, absorbing the power of heaven and earth, and the sword gang condensed is only 1,000 meters away.
Is this kid still a human?
No wonder he has the courage to enter the battlefield of King Wu alone.
You say, could it be that this Aning can really turn the situation around? A martial emperor of a martial arts school expressed a bold idea.
I hope so, but it's unlikely, isn't it? Zheng Hao smiled bitterly and said, after all, including us, no one knows that his attack distance is 600 meters away. Now that he is prepared, the distance of 200 to 300 meters can be reached in an instant for King Wu. That's right, even if An Hong has a 6th grade battle armor, even if hundreds of 9-star martial kings attack at the same time, the armor is enough. If the demons send 1,000 martial kings to besiege at all costs, An Hong will be in danger. Many Wohuang's newly raised confidence was immediately extinguished by cold water.
Will a miracle happen?
Li Zhan clenched his fists and thought secretly. In the distance, all the Tiger Clan martial emperors, including the 4 city lords, all looked stunned.
Are they dazzled? Still? 300 martial kings. To be killed in an instant? Even a 1-star martial emperor doesn't have this strength, does he? Despicable guy.
He must have used the explosive mind method. Hu Tong thought of something, and hurriedly said, City Master, when this guy was still in the Marquis Wu realm, he used the explosive mind method combined with archery to shoot and kill my Tiger Clan martial king.
Is there such a thing?
No wonder.
This kid, is it really hard to deal with?
When Hu Shaotian and the 3 heard it, they all suddenly realized. That's right, even if it is the 9-star martial king, the condensed knife gang is no more than 300 meters, more than 600 meters, no doubt he must have used the explosive method. My King Wu of the Tiger clan obeys the order. Anyone who cultivates the explosive mind method must kill this person at all costs. My King Wu of the Tiger clan obeys the order. Anyone who cultivates the explosive mind method must kill this person at all costs. My King Wu of the Tiger clan obeys the order. Anyone who cultivates the explosive mind method must kill this person at all costs. Hu Jinbei's voice echoed throughout King Wu's battlefield. More than 4,000 demon kings looked at each other. Although they don't know why the emperor gave this order, there must be his intentions. In the next moment, thousands of people withdrew from the encirclement. Go to Anang. What? Why did the demons suddenly leave so many people? In just a few minutes, of the 3,000 human race kings, only less than 200 remained. However, there were more than 4,000 demon martial kings, and more than 1,000 people were lost at once, and everyone in the human race suddenly felt that the pressure was greatly reduced. I don't know. Could it be that we have reinforcements arriving? Yes, it must be so. Great. Reinforcements are here. Brothers. Kill. Kill your way. Kill. Suddenly, the momentum of the 2,000 martial kings of the human race increased greatly, which made the 3,000 demon martial kings a little overwhelmed. Where is there any reinforcements? Linley smiled wryly. The martial kings were surrounded by groups, so naturally they couldn't see. The so-called reinforcements were only in hang. 1,000 demon race martial kings. Let alone a 6th rank intermediate battle armor, even a 3 or 4-star martial emperor wearing a 6th rank advanced battle armor has to be weighed. And these thousands of martial kings had strange looks in their eyes. They obviously used the explosive mind method. Each body was full of true energy, and the condensed blades were as huge as 1,000 meters. Even the shortest is 600 meters. Thousands of people came covering the sky and covering the sun. As long as the distance is extended to 1,000 meters, thousands of stellar chi will fall. Even that land will no longer exist. Come on. Yen Ru shouted. Walk. Song Gang couldn't help shouting. There are only 10 kilometers left. This group of demons have exploded their secret skills, and the speed is too fast. 9,000 meters. Why isn't Anning still? Could it be that he was scared out of his wits? Run. Several martial emperors were sweating coldly on their foreheads. The reason why the explosive secret technique is called the explosive secret technique is that it cannot last for a long time, and the maintenance time is extremely short. As long as you escape these few seconds, you will be safe and sound. Of course, it is only theoretically speaking. Because after the explosive power of the demons increases, not only the power, but also the speed will skyrocket. It's too late. Hongwa sighed and said, "Are you ready to make a move?" And many more. Li Zhan exclaimed, raised his hand, and said, "Look at An Heng. What is he doing?" What? Hongguo was taken aback when he heard the words, and couldn't help but look in the direction of Li Zhan's finger. I saw An Heng slowly raise the long knife, with a calm and terrifying expression on his face. But at this moment, those thousands of demon race martial kings were less than 8,000 meters away from him, accompanied by earth-shattering shouts of killing, and they were still approaching at lightning speed. What is An Heng planning to do? Head to head? Chang Ran anxiously said, "That's 1,000 martial kings? It can't be stopped by a 6th grade intermediate battle armor." Yeah, the demons have exploded their secret skills, and their attack distance is farther than him. Do not. Li Zhan shook his head with a look of tenacity in his eyes, and said, "I believe in An Heng. He is not the kind of person who has no brains, on the contrary, his thoughts are extremely meticulous. Brother Hong, you don't need to make a move, I believe that An Heng will be there later. Hong will definitely give us all a surprise beyond imagination." You. Are you serious? Hongwa turned his head and said in shock. An 8-star martial king can instantly kill 300 martial kings of the same level with one move. This talent is one of the few among the top talents of the human race. With this level of potential,
It is almost a certainty to become an 8th rank martial saint in the future. Even, become a martial immortal. There is an extra martial immortal? What is the concept? It directly breaks and changes the balance between the human race and the demon race. Li Zhan didn't explain much, and looked at the field with full confidence. There was a sense of indifference in his eyes, even anticipation. Is that kid scared stupid? A demon martial emperor laughed loudly and said, standing there without moving. I'm afraid you haven't seen such a scene before? Definitely is. Many martial emperors laughed one after another. In fact, even they themselves have never seen this kind of attack by thousands of martial kings, let alone this person is also a martial king. In order to avenge his beloved son, Hu Jinbei really spared no expense. Brother Jinbei, if Hu Yen has a spirit in the sky, he will die in peace when he sees you doing this for him. Hu Shaotian said with a smile. Brother Jinbei, you are indeed a good father. Hu Yuanshan, Hu Yucheng agreed. I would like to thank the three for their help. There was also a rare smile on Hu Jinbei's face. After all, he alone in Beiyuan City can't afford 1,000 martial kings. He looked towards the field, his face suddenly changed drastically, and finally, it turned into a look of panic. How is this possible? What's wrong? Brother Jinbei, what happened? The rest of the people also looked. How is this possible? Oh my God! Is this son a monster? No! I don't believe it. On the top of An Heng's head, there was a huge blood-red knife gang with a length of 6,000 meters and a width of 3,000 meters, which went straight into the sky. Dao Gang's whole body, the blood energy is like substance, like a sea of blood. The sky for dozens of miles was dyed blood red. What's the matter? Is it dark? It's not black, it's red. What happened? Thousands of martial kings, whether they were humans or demons, stopped fighting and looked up at the sky. Do not. The sky is not red. It's the sword. Oh my God, what a vibe this is. What a spectacle. Could it be that the 7-star and 8-star martial emperor made a move? What happened? Thousands of miles away, a middle-aged man in luxurious clothes looked at the blood-red sky. The 6,000-meter-long blood-red knife gang came into view very clearly. Is it Hu Jinbei and they made a move? The man frowned and cursed, damn it. Did they make a move before I arrived? Then what's the use of me bringing the 6th-rank battle armor soldiers? We must hurry up. This is? Hongwei and his party were also shocked to the extreme. Is that so? Even if Li Zhan had expected it in his heart, he couldn't hide his horror at this moment. The 6,000-meter knife gang, even the 7-star martial emperor, may not be able to condense it. With this slash, even the 6th-rank martial emperor will be completely wiped out. Next moment, the knife gang slashed down. Boom, boom, boom. The roar caused by the stellar energy passing through the air is like thousands of thunders brewing. What? This is? At this moment, 1,000 martial kings seem to have been immobilized, staring up at the blood-red sword, with their mouths wide open. I can't move. Even if it can move, the knife gang is 3,000 meters wide, and it can't run at all. Do not. The shouts of thousands of people disappeared without a trace as soon as they appeared. Boom! A huge explosion resounded between heaven and earth. Where the knife gang went, within a few thousand meters, everything turned into nothingness. Those 1,000 demon martial kings seem to have never existed at all. Ding! Kill the 9-star martial king of the demon race and get, training points. Ding! Kill the 9-star martial king of the demon race and get, training points. Ding! Kill the 9-star martial king of the demon race and get, training points. Ding! Kill the 9-star martial king of the demon race and get, training points. Ding! Kill the 9-star martial king of the demon race and get, training points. Ding! Kill the 9-star martial king of the demon race and get, training points. Thousands of notification tones sounded one after another. Just the 9-star martial king, there are more than 100 people. Do cultivate it.
thousands of martial kings directly provide more than 7,000 million points. The strongest training system character and Hong Realm, 8-star martial king, 9,000 points 1H, training points, 500 million 7 killing swordsmanship, Zogchen hundreds of millions of training points. Oneng feels richer than ever before. Oneng, this kid, is too fierce. Song Gang didn't know what to say for a while. A 6,000-meter sword? Even me? It's enough. Me too. No wonder he is so calm. Brotherly, you are worthy of being the gatekeeper, or do you know him well? Yeah, with so many of us just now, you are the only one who has confidence. Brotherly, you still have a unique vision. Honghua also sighed. Where? Lijian didn't know whether to laugh or cry, and explained, I just suddenly remembered that he still has the useless explosive mentality, but I didn't expect that the sword condensed after using it would be so terrifying. This kid will catch up with me. You do not say. When everyone heard it, they couldn't laugh or cry. He is obviously only an 8-star martial king, and his combat power is almost less than that of an 8-star martial emperor. This made them, who are genuine martial emperors, doubt life. Damn it! What did I see? That knife was actually made by Wu Wangjing. Just one slash, wipe out 1,000 demons. The human race King Wu were stunned. Someone suddenly realized something and shouted, brothers. Then King Wu, wouldn't it be our reinforcements? I'm going. Really? No wonder more than 1,000 people suddenly went out just now, so it turned out that they went to encircle and suppress him. So what if he's alone? Why don't we kill 1,000 demons without leaving any? He alone can stand up to thousands of troops. Guys! I'm on fire. Me too, go. Come on. And Heng's knife boosted the morale of the human race, and completely defeated the confidence of the demon race. Together with the fighting spirit of Hu Jinbei and others, they were smashed to pieces. Is this an evildoer? Hu Shaotian trembled all over, almost burst into tears, and said, one knife, just one knife, I am a strong one of the 1,000 martial king realm of the Tiger clan. Unexpectedly. Could it be that he is invincible in the same situation? Hu Yuanshan's mouth was bitter. Killing 3,000 martial kings in one blow, the strength is more than invincible in the same realm? This son, don't stay. Hu Yuqing felt as if he was facing a formidable enemy. As for Hu Jinbei, he was as dumb as a chicken, unable to utter a word. The group of martial emperors behind them were all silent. This human race is too heaven-defying. Originally he thought that he would kill 300 martial kings instantly with one blow, but he had tried his best, but the result. The defeat of the Tiger clan is only a matter of time, right? A bunch of trash. At this moment, an angry voice sounded from behind. Who? Hu Shaotian was furious when he heard the words. Why, a mere human martial king beat you so hard that you couldn't hold your heads up? Throwing away your helmet and armor, thinking about giving up? A figure, approaching from far to near. Obviously 1 second was still hundreds of miles away, and the next second was already in front of you. Hu Shaotian and the four of them looked at each other in shock, and at the next moment, they all knelt down on one knee. The Lord of Antarctic City, Hu Shaotian, see the envoy. Hu Yuanshan, the Lord of Dongyue City, see the envoy. Hu Yuqing, the Lord of Shijin City, see the envoy. Beiyuan City Lord Hu Jinbei, see one envoy. What, he is the king's envoy? Meet your majesty the envoy. Meet the envoy. In an instant, more than a dozen martial emperors all knelt down. The expression is extremely respectful. What? The other party's royal envoy. Oops, it's a 7th rank martial lord. Go and notify the door master. Even Hong's face changed drastically in an instant. It is no exaggeration to say that once a 7th rank martial lord makes a move, none of them can stop it. If he wants to kill Aneng, there is no need to notify the door master. At this moment, a man's voice, like a breeze, blew past the ears of the martial emperor present. I have already been ordered by the sect master to watch here for a long time. After the voice fell, a slender figure appeared in midair. It's Deacon Qingfeng. It turned out to be Deacon Qingfeng, the existence who claims to be the top 3 of the human martial arts? All the martial emperors were shocked when they saw the man appear. Li Qingfeng, a 7th rank martial master, condensed a 9 rank martial Dao True pill, and his strength definitely ranks among the top 3 martial masters of the human race. The sect master actually sent him here. Was he worried that he and others would not be able to guard him, or? Deacon Qingfeng, why are you here? Lin Li asked softly. I also came here after receiving the news that the demon race sent a king's envoy, probably since he entered the arena. Qingfeng Li said with a smile on his face. Is this Onang extraordinary? Originally, he thought that the human race would be defeated, with heavy casualties. As a result, Onang turned the world around with his own efforts, especially the 6,000-meter knife gang, which shocked him greatly. This little guy, with this talent, it's no wonder he can obtain a peerless skill. Doesn't that mean it's been a while? Everyone looked at each other in awe. As expected of Wu Zuanjing's cultivation base, they didn't realize it. At this time, in the arena, 2,000 martial kings of the human race, full of confidence and momentum, completely tore the encirclement to pieces. And Hong even held a spirit weapon and charged into the crowd of demons. With every strike, he would take away dozens, or as few as a dozen, of the demon martial kings. Perhaps it was because of the arrival of the demon king envoys, these demon martial kings fought to the death without retreating. Wu Wang fell in front, and the people behind quickly filled up. Like the previous human race. Although I can't wait for all the demons to die, I have to admit that they are indeed a group of respectable opponents. Hong Gui said. Li Zhan and others also nodded. In less than 1 minute, the demons suffered more than 1,000 casualties. No, they're stalling for time. Qingfeng Li said suddenly. Delay? Delay for what? More than a dozen martial emperors were stunned for a moment, and suddenly, Zhonghao's pupils widened suddenly, pointing at the back of the demon clan, and said, Look, what is that? That is 6th rank spiritual weapon. 6th grade spirit armor. So much. It must have been brought by the envoy. 100 pieces of 6th grade spiritual weapons, this is a terrible situation. No one expected that the good situation of the human race would be reversed again. Go. The envoy of the royal family looked at the 109-star martial kings in front of him, and said, For the glory of the Tiger clan. For the sake of your dead clansmen, go. Go kill that man, kill all the clans. Yes. There was no need for 100 martial kings to say much. The anger in their hearts had already been ignited. In order to cover their return, thousands of Tiger Clan warriors dragged that person back with their flesh and blood. But now, they are wearing 6th grade spiritual armor and armed with 6th grade spiritual weapons. They will use the blood of the enemy to pay homage to the spirits of their clansmen in heaven. Thank you, Mr. Wang Envoy. Hu Jinbei burst into tears of gratitude. Fortunately, Lord Wang arrived in time, otherwise my Tiger clan would have been seriously injured. Just these 100 people are enough to be equivalent to 100 one-star martial emperors. In this battle, our Tiger clan will definitely win. Hu Xiaotian and the others also said excitedly. A group of martial emperors behind them showed even more envy in their eyes. That is a 6th rank high-level spiritual weapon. Advanced spirit armor. It would be great if the envoy Wang could reward a few items after this battle. Hold on, guys. Here we come. You guys have done enough, let's see what we do next. 100 martial kings wearing high-level spirit armor shouted loudly. It's finally here. Thousands of demon race martial kings burst into tears when they heard the words. In order to delay this time, thousands of them died under the sword of the human race. We must kill that human race and avenge our brothers. Revenge. Kill him. In fact, needless to say, these 100 people, without exception, all went to kill and hang. That's a high-level spirit armor. So much. How can that be? The martial kings of all races also fell into a state of sluggishness at this moment. It is no exaggeration to say that a Wu Wang wearing a high-level spiritual armor may not be able to kill even the strength of hundreds of them. Not to mention, there are hundreds of people on the other side. It is still a high-level spirit weapon in your hand. As long as there are enough top-quality spirit stones, a random strike is equivalent to a full blow from a one-star martial emperor. How to fight this? No! They are going for Aneng. Someone exclaimed. Damn it! Aneng, be careful! Aneng, run! Thousands of caring voices came, but Aneng didn't seem to hear it. Looking at the 100 demon race martial kings, the distance quickly drew closer. 20 kilometers, 10 8,000 meters, 10 5,000 meters Aneng, what are you still standing there for? Run! A martial emperor was in a hurry. Knowing that you can condense a 6,000-meter knife gang, but the opponent is wearing a high-level armor. Consuming 1,000 pieces of spirit stones is enough to withstand a blow from a 5 or 6-star martial emperor. At that time, when the opponent approaches, it is equivalent to hundreds of 1-star martial emperors attacking with all their strength, and the intermediate spirit armor on your body will definitely not be able to stop it. He didn't mean to surprise us, did he? Liu Yang was startled, and turned his attention to Li Zhan. I really don't know this time. Cold sweat broke out on Li Zhan's forehead. What if he can condense a meter blade? Lin Li asked suddenly. Wan Mi Daogang. The martial emperor present was stunned. Are you kidding me? Even the 9-star martial emperor may not have such strength. I'm afraid you don't know that the Aneng Tiangang 7-star step has already achieved Dzogchen and can display the Dzogchen secret technique. The 7 stars of Tiangang have completed their steps? It's really possible. No. It's too late. Hong was said with an ugly face, the opponent will not give him a chance to complete the 7 steps, not to mention that the opponent has already entered within meters. In an instant, the sliver of luck that everyone finally had was completely wiped out. Could it be? Is there really no other way? I'll do it then. Li Qingfeng, who had been silent all this time, suddenly said. Oh? Are you going to break the rules? A voice suddenly sounded in everyone's ears. It's him. It's the royal messenger. He can speak nonsense. Lin Li and the others looked at each other. In this way, their words have long since fallen into each other's ears without missing a single word. So what if you violate the rules? Li Qingfeng said lightly. Then try to see if you can save him under my obstruction. The envoy Wang took a look from afar, with a sly look in his eyes. The drunken man is only not drinking. In his opinion, Heng's talent is indeed terrifying, but it is not high enough to be comparable to a human warrior. Taking advantage of the other party's opportunity to rescue Hong, he made his own move. If he could injure this human martial artist, then none of the human warriors here will get out alive today. Li Qingfeng also thought of this, and frowned slightly. In the field, hundreds of people are less than 8,000 meters away from Aneng. 6,000 meters. The huge knife gang in the imagination did not appear, and they looked at each other, and they were relieved. It seems that this human race has reached the end of its rope. But think about it, even if a mere martial king realm can make an ultimate move equivalent to a 6-star martial emperor, it must be extremely labor-intensive. How can it be used several times? Besides, I still have a high-level spiritual armor on my body, why should I be afraid of it? Boy! Die! The 9-star martial king, who bears the brunt, let out an angry roar, and the next moment, a giant knife gang phoneme alphabet equals IPA page equals clause close slash phoneme to 2000 meters condensed and slashed towards Aneng at high speed. Not only him, but also dozens of martial kings in the rear also activated the spirit stones one after another. Looking from a distance, it seemed like a mountain of swords and a sea of swords. Aneng! Run! Run! Thousands of human martial kings shouted hysterically. Run? I don't have this word in Anhang's dictionary. And Hong smiled and shook his head, still maintaining the posture of holding the Qingfeng knife obliquely. In the originally quiet surroundings, a fine phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals win-win slash phoneme suddenly blew up along the blade. A strange scene happened. The originally blue blade turned red at this moment. The blade is trembling, making a buzzing sound. The blade is beating. It seems to be longing for something. How is this possible? Li Qingfeng, who didn't fluctuate much even when he was threatened by the demon martial lord, showed a look of astonishment at this moment. Why, what's the matter? And Hong, what is he doing? Deacon Qingfeng, you? Lin Li and the others also noticed this scene, but they were extremely puzzled. And Hong? Is he condensing Dao Gang? But other than the knife turning red, there seems to be no other change? No. Impossible. In the distance, the Demon King's envoy also had a look of seeing a ghost. His Royal Highness? What happened? His Royal Highness? Hu Jinbei and the others also looked confused. What exactly did His Majesty Wang see? Yes, is it sword intent? Hongwa said tremblingly. A trace of fear appeared on his usually calm face. Knife intent? Li Zhan and the others opened their mouths wide. Sword intent? This is a word that sounds familiar but unfamiliar. Familiar with it because this is the highest state of sword art. Comprehend the meaning of the sword. There is no sword in the hand, but there is a sword in the heart. In this way, every grass, every tree, every flower and a leaf, even the person himself, can be a sword. This is an attack method that transcends matter and directly reaches the source. No matter how advanced the spirit armor is, it loses its meaning before this kind of attack. Strange, because even though they are 8-star and 9-star martial emperors, they haven't even touched the threshold of the saber intent. That's right, this is the 7-killing sword intent. Even I am not, % sure that I will take this knife. Li Qingfeng said bitterly. What? Even you are not absolutely sure to catch it? This. Impossible? 7th rank martial masters condense martial arts true pills, and the pills are divided into 9 ranks. The 1st rank is the weakest, and the 9th rank is the strongest. Needless to say, Deacon Qingfeng ranks among the top 3 in the realm of human Wuzuan, and he must be a 9-star Wuzuan. Even he didn't know what to do? Aneng, what kind of monster is he? The 7-kill saber technique is perfect. Each attack will become more intense, and when it is stimulated to the extreme, it can use the 7-kill saber intent. Aneng beheaded nearly 20,000 people in a row, and his 7-kill sword intent had already reached its peak. At this moment, the blade trembled violently, making a rapid buzzing sound. It was originally just a 6th rank spiritual weapon, full of killing intent, like a peerless murderous weapon. Boundless killing intent permeated the air, covering a radius of several thousand meters. What's going on? It's so cold? It's cold. Why can't I run anymore? Hundreds of demon race martial kings who condense thousands of meters of swords, but it seems that they are walking in the ice and snow, and they are struggling. Step, 2 steps, 3 steps. Pieing. 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 Like dumplings, one after another, the demon martial kings fell down one after another. Damn it, what the hell is going on? What's the matter with you? Am I so unwilling? It's obviously almost, a little. Pieing. With desperate and unwilling eyes, the last few Wu kings fell to the ground and died. On the beard and eyelashes, a layer of several centimeters of frost was actually condensed. Is this the 7-killing sword intent? The martial emperors of the human race couldn't help fighting a cold war. Even outside the range of the killing intent, one can still feel the bone-piercing cold. The field of killing intent. Qingfeng Li didn't know what to say. 9th rank martial immortal, connected to the sky, calling the phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals wind wine slash phoneme and calling the rain, does not mean that he can really control the weather, but the domain. After reaching martial immortal, you can have your own domain. In the field, you are the god of this field. Unless the other party's understanding of this field exceeds yours, you can only let it be slaughtered. Koaneng is only at the martial king realm. Not only did he comprehend the sword intent, but also the domain, it's too heaven-defying.
What happened? How did they all fall? I do not know. Phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals ir either slash phoneme? A group of human martial kings looked at each other in blank dismay. What's the situation? Didn't you see and Hong do anything? Standing still the whole time. How did this happen? Dead? Are they all dead? They are wearing 6th grade spiritual armor. It's God, the power of the gods. The martial kings of the demon race were stunned, and even a few were on the verge of madness. The king's envoy. Hu Jinbei stared at the envoy of the royal family dumbfounded, with fear in his eyes, and said, "What should we do next? Shall we continue to fight? Shoot it down?"
Hu Xiaotian and the others felt extremely bitter.
How to fight?
They didn't understand how An Hong made a move just now. The only thing for sure is that if they were the ones approaching just now, they would have died tragically. Wang Shi's face changed, with fear, anger, resentment, and finally laughed wildly. All the demon martial emperors were shocked.
The secret channel is broken, so the envoy won't be mad, right? The victory and defeat have been decided. Do you want to continue?
Xingfeng Li's voice came.
Do you think you have one? Wang envoy laughed.
I'm afraid you don't know. In a few days, my royal family will have an extra martial immortal, and at that time, it will be the day when your human race will be wiped out.
What? There is one more martial immortal in the demon race? Real or fake? Impossible? He must be lying to us.
It must be. Just kidding. Martial immortal, how could it be so easy to get out? The human martial kings discussed. Li Qingfeng's face changed slightly.
It looks like you know it too. The king's envoy laughed, glanced at Li Zhan and the others, and said, "Do you think that our royal family dispatched troops just to delay your support?" Hong Guo and the others all changed countenance. Could it be that?
That's right. 150 years ago, the appearance of Crazy G made your human race last for 150 years. Now 150 years have passed, and the number 13 martial immortal of my royal family is about to be born. At that time, your human race will be annihilated.
Everyone in the human race looked in disbelief.
An atmosphere called despair spread among the crowd.
Even An Hong was a little confused. No way? The number 13 martial immortal of the Mozu will appear soon? Wouldn't the delicate balance between the human race and the demon race be broken?
The next moment, he felt a gaze fall on him.
Boy, you are very promising. You are only in the martial king realm, and you can actually display the 7-killing saber intent. How about joining my royal family? The king's envoy laughed and said, "There is a saying in your human race that those who know the current affairs are the best, don't they? Then you think too much."
And Hong said without hesitation.
That's a pity.
The envoy Wang shook his head and said, "If you are given enough time, it is really possible for you to grow up.
In time, you will become a martial immortal. It is a pity that you don't have so much time.
In one month, the human race will disappear from this land, surrender or die. There are only 2 choices. Cherish it, the tranquility of the last few days."
Ha 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 ha.
The next moment, he was gone, only the rampant laughter kept coming. It turns out that number 13 martial immortals will appear in the royal family soon. Ha ha ha.
Great. Even if you lose this battle, what's the point? Human race, your day of destruction is not far away.
Aneng, just wait, it won't be long before I, Hu Jinbei, will take your head. Hu Jinbei and the others, who were originally demoralized, left quickly after uttering a few harsh words, fearing that the human Wu Zun would catch up. However, in fact, the human kings and emperors of the entire battlefield didn't have the slightest intention of beating the dog in the water.
They all looked at Wu Zun and Li Qingfeng. Deacon Qingfeng, is what he said true? The demons are really going to produce number 13 martial immortals? If this is the case, what will our human race do? Deacon Qingfeng?
I'm not so sure. Phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals ir either slash phoneme. Li Qingfeng shook his head, and said, "I'll go back later, just ask the sect master." The crowd was silent. Song Gang and the others were also extremely depressed. There was only one figure, shuttling through the battlefield.
They are all good things? Look at this high-level spirit armor. I use all intermediate level ones. Advanced spirit soldiers, TSK, must be worth a lot of points, right? And Hong?
Many people looked up suddenly, and saw that En Hong was taking off the spirit armors from those Wu Kings and throwing them into the storage ring. Oh, and not even the storage ring was spared.
This guy. Everyone didn't know what to say for a while. Although these trophies are indeed yours, are you not worried about the big news just now? On, you. Linley couldn't laugh or cry. You picked it up and picked it up. Why did you still give out admiration?
But there is one thing to say, he also wants to get a set of 6th grade high-level spiritual armor.
What are you all looking at me for?
Puff, more than a dozen martial emperors and thousands of martial kings were all amused.
Okay, then we will wait for you to become a martial immortal and save our human race. Li Zhan couldn't help but said. But think about it, what if what the other party said is just bluffing?
But the previous hundreds of caves changed.
Hope it's fake?
100 pieces of 6th grade high-level spiritual weapons, 100 pieces of 6th grade high-level spirit armor.
And Hong found Lin Lei quietly, and asked in a low voice, Instructor, how many points can I exchange for a 6th grade high-level spiritual weapon? It should be about, million? Linley thought about it and said. That 100 pieces is 100 billion points. And Hong muttered to himself, and asked again, Instructor, what about the 6th grade high-level spiritual armor? How many points can I exchange for? Linley's eyelids twitched and he said, Lingjia is about 10 times more expensive, more than 1 billion points. More than 1 billion. Isn't that 100 pieces more than 1,000 billion? Linley fell silent, feeling inexplicably sad.
Think of him as an imposing 6-star martial emperor. For more than 20 years, he has not earned tens of billions of points.
This kid came to the borough once, and he got, billion points? What's even more irritating is that he said it in front of his face. Is it showing off? Instructor, does this battle for the catacombs count as a great achievement?
And Hong said with a smile, Can I exchange it for this?
Stop.
Linley gritted his teeth. He couldn't let him hear those 4 words, otherwise his heart would collapse.
Anang, I don't know about this.
Oops, I suddenly remembered that I still have something to do. Okay, I still have something to do, so I'll go first, bye. Hey, Instructor, and Hong scratched his head, his eyes lit up instantly, and he walked over to Li Zhan, Instructor. I'm sorry, and Hong, I still have things to do, so I'll take a step forward.
Li Zhan squeezed out a smile.
And Hong looked left and right, and the dozen or so martial emperors who had gathered together just now were gone.
What's the situation? Will you come with me?
At this moment, Qing Fengli came slowly and said with a smile, The deputy sect master is waiting for you.
And Hang's eyes suddenly brightened. Call.
Watching Li Qingfeng leave with En Hong, all the martial emperors heaved a sigh of relief.
I said, isn't it good for us to do this? Lu Yang said. Yes, is it a bit? Li Zhan hesitated.
But if you don't avoid this kid, I think it will be us who will feel worse later.
I think so too. 100 pieces of 6th grade high level.
Before Song Gang could finish speaking, a group of people beside him covered his mouth.
Please, stop talking. Outside the caves of Jianyang City. It was still a scene of tragedy, and the wounded were constantly being carried out of the burrow. There was a smile on everyone's face. Because just now, they got the news that the demons retreated. Terran, win.
Many old and weak women and children also stood by the roadside, eagerly waiting.
Aneng didn't have time to take a few more glances when a voice rang in his ear. Hurry up.
In the next moment, En Hong only felt the whistling phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals win wine / phoneme blowing past his ears, and he barely opened his eyes.
He is actually flying. Hee, are you surprised?
Li Qingfeng smiled and said, After you reach the martial emperor realm, you can also fly in the air.
Some flying skills even allow you to fly hundreds of miles in a second. Will the martial emperor realm be enough? And Hong was overjoyed. He was an 8-star martial king now, and this time with billion points, he would definitely be able to reach the martial king realm. Well, when you reach the 8th rank martial saint, you can teleport directly like the sect master. Having said that, he paused. Just after defeating the demons, he left the burrow, received an order from the deputy gatekeeper Gu Changfeng, and at the same time got news. The news about the number 13 martial immortal of the demon race is absolutely true. If there is more time, Anning should be able to grow stronger, right? Pity. 2 minutes passed, and the base of the gatekeeper in Qingyun City was already in sight. From the cave of Jianyang City to Qingyun City, tens of thousands of miles away. Xing Fengli led the way unimpeded, all the way to the outside of the meeting room last time. Go in. Xing Fengli smiled slightly, and said, I'll be leaving first. Thank you, Deacon. And Hong quickly thanked him. Watching the other party leave, and Hong pushed open the door, looked at the gentleman inside, and said with a smile, Master, do you see me this time? All right. Gu Changfeng didn't know whether to laugh or cry. You did really well this time. I've already heard Qingfeng mention the detailed process. Even I can't match you if you can comprehend sword intent at the martial king realm? Where, sect master, you are too modest. And Hong said awkwardly. Although the 7-kill saber art is perfect, strictly speaking, he does not understand the sword intent, because the 7-kill saber art needs to be attacked once, and the killing intent will be strong. To trigger it, there are conditions. Okay, to make a long story short, cough cough cough. Shi Changfeng coughed a few times suddenly, his face turned pale. Master, are you injured? And Hong was startled. It's just a small injury, Shi Changfeng waved his hand, and said, in view of your outstanding performance this time, the sect master specially approved that you can choose 2 of the remaining 9 peerless exercises. 2 parts? And Hong was startled. To tell you the truth, I was injured this time because I went to attack the number 13 martial immortal of the demon race. It's a pity. If our human race can't appear in the number 13 within 1 month in the words of martial immortal, the human race. I understand. And Hong nodded. If the human race is wiped out, it will be useless to keep these peerless skills. Well, let's take a look. If you have any questions about cultivation, you can also hurry up and ask me. Master, I have a question right now. Well, you say. Then the remaining 9 peerless exercises, can you give me all of them? And Hong said surprisingly. Shi Changfeng stared at Hong with his mouth open. The two stared at each other for a long time before the former asked, Are you serious? Ah. And Hang replied very seriously. Shi Changfeng was speechless. In the current crisis, it is an exception to be able to reward 2 peerless exercises at once. This kid actually opened his mouth like a lion and asked for 9 parts. What's the reason? He didn't immediately refuse, but asked instead. I can become a martial immortal and save the human race. And Hong said without thinking. Shi Changfeng looked up and down, and had to say that Anning really gave him a big surprise. But you haven't even reached the martial emperor realm now, and above the martial emperor there is a martial venerable, a martial saint. Even if you are a martial sage, you have to rely on talent and chance to become a martial arts immortal. But An Heng's self-confidence made him very appreciative. After all, there is a future with confidence. 3 parts. Shi Changfeng stretched out 3 fingers. 8. And Hong whispered. Shi Changfeng stared wide-eyed. Good guy, do you think this is a vegetable market? Are you still bargaining? It's not impossible for the 7th part. And Hong scratched his head, thinking to himself that it's better to take a step back. 7? You have a good idea. 4, no more. Shi Changfeng glared at him. How about 6? Okay. And Hong also knew that this was Shi Changfeng's bottom line. Master, after talking about the peerless cultivation technique, should we talk about the supreme cultivation technique next? Shi Changfeng raised his head slowly, with an expression of whether there is something wrong with my ears. What did you just say? You say it again?
Sect Master, regarding the matter of me becoming a martial immortal to save the human race, if you can give me another supreme cultivation technique, I will be more confident.
Roll, roll, roll. The next moment, Aneng was directly blasted out. I'm so pissed off. The 4 peerless exercises are not enough.
I want the supreme exercise.
I'll just make you a martial immortal, okay?
You don't look ugly, and you think beautifully.
Shi Changfeng's angry voice sounded in the house. He wished he could kick and Hung out. Sect Master, you haven't given me permission to use the 4 exercises yet? An Heng's voice sounded outside the house.
I'll open it for you right away, don't talk, I don't want to hear your voice for the time being.
Okay.
And Heng sighed, and he also wanted to say that the Sect Master should not be angry, his body is important.
The authority has been activated. Do you want the supreme cultivation technique?
Simple, when you can kill the martial saint, I will ask the Sect Master to give you the supreme cultivation technique.
Alright, I'm leaving.
As soon as the voice fell, Shi Changfeng's figure disappeared immediately, and the next moment, he appeared on top of a big city.
Beside the city wall, stood a tall man. The setting sun shone, making his back very long.
I'm curious who could make you, a person who has lived for 200 years, so angry. The man turned his head, revealing a handsome face.
A brat.
Shi Changfeng said speechlessly, give him 2 peerless exercises, and he is not satisfied, so let's just bargain for 4, and want the supreme exercise.
Really? There is such an interesting kid, and Heng?
Pei Jia asked with a smile.
Who else is so bold but him? Bargain with me? He, look at this, come on, don't you feel much better?
This is.
Shi Changfeng couldn't help but laugh. Suddenly, he looked at Pei Jia and said, Master, do you have something to say to me?
Ah. Pei Jia looked into the distance, it was one of the 12 caves, the direction of Shanghai City Cave. Not surprisingly, after 3 or 4 days, the number 13 martial immortal will appear from the demon race. Shi Changfeng bowed his head when he heard the words, and apologized, I'm sorry, Sect Master, it's us. Pei Jia waved his hand and said, don't blame yourself, if you succeed like that, our human race will not always be at a disadvantage. Listen to me, when the number 13 martial immortal of the demon race was born, I entered the land of Shanghai City Cave, when Long Huan was executed.
What?
Shi Changfeng was startled, then Long Huan, you and the Sect Master are both 8-star martial immortals.
I have my own way to kill him, and he's not the only one. Exclamation point. Shi Changfeng's eyes widened.
That's right, when a war breaks out between me and Long Huan, there must be a martial immortal from the demon race to help me.
I have already told Lei Ao and the others to help me.
When the war breaks out, stop the other 11 people. In this way, there will definitely be a martial immortal to the Shanghai City catacombs, no matter who comes, the outcome will be the same.
Gate, door master.
When Shi Changfeng heard this, his eyes were filled with tears, and he couldn't help crying, in this way, don't you?
Don't care. Pei Jia smiled slightly and said, did you know?
Brother Ji said the same thing to me at the same place 150 years ago, and then he went to the burrow, beheaded 3 martial immortals by himself. The number of martial immortals of the human race and the demon race has been equal, and the balance has been maintained for 150 years.
Now, the balance is about to be broken.
Although I am not as strong as him, I am confident enough to pull the 2 martial immortals of the demon race to die together.
Brother G. Don't be sad, I just did what I had to do.
The corner of Pei Jia's mouth curled up, and the same scene 100 years ago appeared in his mind. The man covered in brilliance smiled and said, don't be sad, I just did what I should do.
Yes, Brother G, I just did what I should do. Have you opened 4? Let me see. And Heng returned to the room and turned on the phone.
Sure enough, the permission has been opened, and besides the Sun and Moon Freedom Sutra that was redeemed last time, there are still 9 volumes left. The immortal body of gods and demons, the finger of killing immortals and killing the gods, splitting light and 10,000 gods sword, Tianyan Shinshu, 100 turns to refining the golden body of gods, Pangu opening the palm of the heavens, De Tian Hao Huai judgment, 10 directions promise and 3,000 body outer body. Which 4 should I choose?
And Hung sighed, how good would it be if he could give all of his thoughts to himself? Then there is no need to choose, alas. The immortal body of gods and demons and 100 turns of refining the golden body of gods are both good. The former is recovery, and the latter is frankness, which can be described as double insurance. If you use swordsmanship or swordsmanship, you can. If you just want to kill the enemy as soon as possible, splitting light myriad godsword is indeed better than 10 directions promise / after all, there are 5 peerless skills right now. As for knife skills, choose another top level one. One-on-one with swordsmanship, group fight with swordsmanship, and Hong nodded, that's all. Then choose another boxing kung fu book? Finger of killing immortals and gods? Pangu opening the palm of heaven? Finger of killing immortals and gods. There is no reason, just want to change fingering. He is not a sloppy person, so he exchanged the 4 peerless exercises immediately. The next step is to choose the 6th grade exercises. After he came out from the deputy sect master, he even went to redeem the points. Indeed, as Linley said, after the exchange, there are 100 billion points in the account. Not only can they be exchanged for 6th grade exercises, but they can also be exchanged for heaps cultivate resources and upgrade to the realm of martial emperor. As for the Lingbing, the Qingfeng saber in his hand is enough. Which martial arts should be replaced? And Hong, looking at the attribute panel, the strongest training system character, and Hong Realm, 8-star Martial King, 9,000 points 1H, training points, 500 million skills, none linking stars archery, Dzogchen alien common language, Dzogchen Shanhaik Sinfa, Dzogchen Little Jo Tianju, Dzogchen Flame Knife, Dzogchen Tiangang 7-star steps, Dzogchen Vajra Wrathful Iju, Dzogchen Chi Penetration Sun Moon Heart Sutra, Dzogchen Pure Yang Promise Palm, Dzogchen Roaring Lion Skill, Dzogchen Cloud Piercing Stone Arrow, Dzogchen Freedom of the Sun and Moon, number 13 floor, 0819-2000, level, Great Spear, Dzogchen Overlord Gun, Dzogchen 5 turns of Mysterious Skills, Dzogchen 6-turn Mysterious Art, not yet started, 057 Killing Swordsmanship, Dzogchen after beheading 1,000 demon race martial kings with one blow, and Hong took away another 400 people one after another, and then used the 7 killing saber intent to kill 100 9-star martial kings. Therefore, the total number of training points directly increased from 1,000 million to 4,000 million. More than, million. As for martial arts, basically, except for the Sun and Moon Freedom Sutra, 6 turns mysterious skills, and 7 killing saber techniques, all of them can be replaced with top-ranking 6th rank exercises. Because of the change of 4 peerless exercises, body training, sword techniques, and fists and feet can all be upgraded without any exchange. After forgetting a bunch of skills, I watched the 4 peerless exercises, and the panel was much shorter in an instant. The strongest training system character, and Hong Realm, 8-star Martial King, 9,000 points 1H, training points, 700 million skills, none alien lingua franca, Dzogchen 5 turns of mysterious skills, Dzogchen 6-turn mysterious art, not yet started, 057 killing swordsmanship, Dzogchen Freedom of the Sun and Moon, number 13 floor, 0819-2000, gods and demons are immortal. Not getting started, 0-1,100 turns alchemy golden body, uninitiated, 0-1,000 light splitting 10,000 swords, uninitiated, 0-1,000 killing immortals and killing God's finger, uninitiated, 0-1,000 it's all about getting started with 1,000 training points. And Hong took a glance at the more than, million training points above, not panicking at all. Don't be in a hurry to add some, the next step is to see what good martial arts are. And Hong looked at the phone screen, and finally chose the martial arts as follows: Heavenly Knife 3 styles, the 6th grade top-level knife technique, which has been passed down as a master of sword techniques, has condensed various sword techniques into Wushwang 3 styles. Deshang, Selfless Quick Blade, can use Safong Saber Intent, the realm has been raised to the peak. Muzelf Heavy Blade, can use Wild Lion Saber Intent, the realm has been promoted to Dzogchen, Selfless No Blade, comprehend the Heavenly Saber Intent. 9 Kiln Moving Star Step, the top 6 body skills, based on 9 stars, the body shape changes, there are 99 and 81 kinds of changes, making people unable to distinguish between reality and reality, elusive, improving the realm to Xiaocheng, comprehending secret skills, Greedy Wolf Jumps Over, greatly increase the speed of body skills, raise the realm to Deshang, comprehend the secret technique, assist left and right, greatly increase the speed of shooting, rise to the peak.
Comprehend the secret technique of breaking the army, double the explosive power in a short time, raise the realm to the peak, comprehend secret skills, martial arts descending to earth, double explosive power. Great Star Luo Gong, 6th rank top level mental method, using the sky as the plate, using the stars as the chess, all encompassing, good at recovering and absorbing true chi, the realm is improved to a small level, spiritual power is absorbed, the recovery speed is increased by 5.0%, and the level is raised to a great level, spiritual power absorption, recovery speed increased by %, realm increased to the peak, spiritual power absorption, recovery speed increased by %, realm improved to Dzogchen, spiritual power absorption, recovery speed increased by %. Stacking Waves Ju, the 6th rank top level explosive mind method, the true energy in the body is continuous like a surge, and the explosive power is also increased.